Chapter 551. New Fanfic. Naruto, 1 wish per day. Looking at Baldur's 99% unlock progress, Syd's eyes were filled with anticipation. Photon energy plus 103. In just this short while, the energy points had skyrocketed to a considerable amount, likely enough to push the final 1% of progress. After all this time, Baldur's panel is finally about to improve. Syd muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he poured all his energy points into Baldur's unlock progress. Energy points depleted. Energy points, 0. Unlock progress, 100%. The moment the unlock progress hit 100%, Syd immediately felt a change. This feeling. Syd was slightly stunned. Compared to before, he had grown incredibly powerful, able to perceive far more than before. Syd could only feel that, under his influence, the history of this universe seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. What is this? He couldn't help but frown. Instinctively, he rejected this change, not wanting it to occur within the main universe of 616. After all, the current situation was already good enough, there was no need for unnecessary changes. Following his will, the changes to the 616 main universe disappeared. However, the changes resulting from Baldur's 100% unlock progress didn't just stop there. With his powerful perception, Syd faintly sensed that such changes were occurring in other universes. He could feel that some information related to him was beginning to appear in other universes. As for what exactly that information was, it was too far away, beyond the range of his abstract perception, so he couldn't be entirely sure. Thinking about this, a hint of curiosity appeared in Syd's eyes. What kind of information will appear in other universes? Once I finish dealing with the new mimicry target, I'll go take a look at those other universes. Syd thought to himself with great interest. Thinking of this, his attention was naturally drawn elsewhere. With Baldur's unlock progress reaching 100%, he immediately sensed the existence of another panel. A panel belonging to a new mimicry target. In an instant, curiosity and anticipation surged in Syd's heart. Who could it be? This feeling of opening a mystery box and drawing a prize was pretty good to him. But I hope it's someone strong. Syd prayed silently. I'm not asking for someone like Baldur, but at least someone on par with Orochi. That way, as the unlock progress improves, it'll be of some use. With this thought in mind, and feeling like he was opening a mystery box, he looked expectantly at the newly appeared mimicry panel. Then, in the next second, he was stunned. Name, Syd Castell. Age, 17, normal lifespan, infinity days. Mutant abilities, mimicry, energy absorption. Current mimicry target, God, titles, Creator, God of Creation, Omniscient and Omnipotent One. Unlock progress, 1%. Abilities, not unlocked. Energy points, 309. First of all, the name was fine, just as before, so he ignored it. The age was also accurate, compared to before, he had indeed gone from 16 to 17. However, what was displayed in the parentheses after his age had changed, from remaining lifespan to normal lifespan. And the number of days after his lifespan was now represented by an infinity symbol. Syd was very familiar with this symbol. It had appeared in some anime and TV series before. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, certain god cards had this value, and in the TV drama Pawnshop number 8, the number 8 represented infinity. When he was a child, he didn't understand it, but when he grew up, he understood. Infinity represents infinity, something endless, also known as a Mobius strip. If a person keeps walking along a Mobius strip, they can never stop, as it never ends and keeps looping. In other words, his lifespan was now infinite. Of course, this was only normal lifespan, it didn't mean he couldn't die. If someone killed him, having an infinite lifespan would be useless. This only meant he no longer had to worry about lifespan and had truly become a god. He had already anticipated this, so he wasn't too surprised. The mutant abilities also displayed correctly, but what shocked him was the new mimicry target. God. Syd was stunned. If it was just these two words, he might not be sure, but with the titles that followed, he instantly recognized who this existence was. Creator, God of Creation, Omniscient and Omnipotent One. Syd muttered to himself. This time, the mimicry target was actually God. Just moments ago, he was praying, hoping that the mimicry target wouldn't be too weak, at least on par with Orochi. Otherwise, it wouldn't be of much use. He hadn't expected that not only was the new target not weak, but it was. Syd's heart was racing. Compared to Orochi, Scarlet Witch, and Balder, this time's target was definitely several levels above them. If the myths were true, and the title of Omniscient and Omnipotent One was real, then Syd couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become. I was just thinking about how to reach the multiverse level, but it seems I don't need to worry about that anymore. After pondering for a moment, Syd shook his head. Forget it, only children make choices. I'll choose both paths. On one hand, he would increase the unlock progress of God, while on the other, he would explore the multiverse to find other ways to enhance his strength. Speaking of which, he really did come up with a way to reach the multiverse level. Killing the one behind the Time Variance Authority, Khan the Conqueror, and taking his place in managing the sacred timeline. Just like in Loki Season 2, where Loki's final ending allowed him to transcend the tiers and become the god of time, a multiverse-level deity. Of course, the downside was obvious. This kind of action was a form of sacrifice, giving up one's own freedom. To free each timeline, Loki's true self was practically confined to that place, unable to leave. As for whether Loki could create avatars to travel through different timelines, that was unknown. In the end, Loki never displayed much power. It was only speculated that his power level was at the multiverse level. As for what his true power was, that was still unclear. After thinking it over, Syd shook his head and immediately abandoned that idea. Compared to sacrificing himself to liberate the multiverse, he would much rather become a god who could act however he pleased. Moreover, even now, Syd still felt wary of Khan the Conqueror. That guy seemed like an ordinary person, but Syd couldn't figure out his true nature. If even Loki could achieve that level of power, would the one who controlled the sacred timeline, Kang, be weak? In the Loki series, Kang had already shown his ability to manipulate time and edit it as he pleased. End of chapter. Chapter 552. This was precisely why, despite the constant interference from the Time Variance Authority, Syd never bothered to go there. At the very least, he would wait until God's unlock progress had reached a certain level before daring to enter the Time Variance Authority. Thinking of this, a hint of amusement and anticipation appeared in Syd's eyes. I wonder, will the god who can act as he pleases be stronger, or will it be Kang, the one who controls the sacred timeline? To be honest, Syd was somewhat looking forward to the day he entered the Time Variance Authority. Thinking about God, his attention inevitably shifted to the unlock progress. I wonder what kind of abilities will emerge as the unlock progress increases. Syd's eyes glowed with curiosity and anticipation. Moreover, the Omega-level abilities of God. No, perhaps it shouldn't even be called Omega abilities. What exactly is the ultimate ability belonging to God? Syd's eyes were filled with expectation. Thinking of this, without further hesitation, he focused his attention on the energy points. In just a short time, a considerable amount of energy points had accumulated. Without any hesitation, Syd poured them all into the unlock progress. The next moment, he was stunned. Energy points, 0. Unlock progress, 1%. The energy points had been completely depleted, but the unlock progress for God didn't budge at all. It was still stuck at the initial 1%. Seeing this, Syd's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat speechless. Is God's unlock progress really that difficult to increase? Syd shook his head. This situation wasn't too hard to understand. After all, this time, the unlock target was different from anything before, so the difficulty was to be expected. Luckily, the energy point accumulation rate has increased more than 100-fold. At this point, Syd couldn't help but feel relieved. If he had relied on his previous rate of energy point collection, how long would it have taken him to reach a 100% unlock progress? Fortunately, the rate of collecting energy points had increased over 100-fold. Now, it was just barely enough to sustain God's unlock progress. Thinking of this, Syd's mouth twitched again. I can't believe I actually thought the energy points were enough before. Is this the result of arrogance? Now, it felt as if he had gone back to the very beginning when energy points were so scarce. Even if the collection speed had increased by more than 100-fold. Forget it, just like before, I'll wait patiently for the energy points to accumulate over time. Syd thought helplessly. Thinking of this, he felt as if he had returned to the beginning, waiting patiently for energy points to accumulate, improving the unlock progress, and eagerly anticipating the emergence of new abilities. I'll accumulate a few days' worth of energy points first, and then I'll check out other universes. After making up his mind, Syd closed his eyes and silently waited for time to pass. As time passed, a constant stream of high-energy light beams gathered around him every moment, which were then absorbed and converted into energy points through his mimicry ability. Even though he was currently standing in a dim alley, completely devoid of sunlight, the process still continued. In some sense, he had truly broken free from the limitations of sunlight. After all, the light of the 616 main universe was now part of his abstract body. Summoning high-energy light to gather around his physical form didn't consume any energy at all. Moreover, because the light of the 616 main universe was part of his abstract body, the gathering of high-energy light around him didn't light up his surroundings or attract attention. All of the high-energy light lost its color, its wavelength shifting into the invisible spectrum. Even the energy fluctuations were completely concealed. And this operation, for his abstract form, posed no difficulty whatsoever. While the outside world continued to discuss his actions, Syd quietly stood in the secluded alleyway, silently absorbing high-energy light. Furthermore, thanks to the shielding and concealment of his abstract body, even beings like Eternity, Infinity, Death, Oblivion, Galactus, or even the Watchers, couldn't detect him without specifically paying attention or searching for him. In a special dimensional layer. Where has the white-clad hero gone? Staring at the mirror representing the 616 main universe, the Watcher continued his observation, yet he couldn't find the white-clad hero. What he was trying to observe was the abstract avatar of the white-clad hero, but right now, even he couldn't locate where that abstract avatar went after the battle with the Celestials ended. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Eternity, Infinity, Death, Oblivion, and Galactus all shared the same confusion. Originally, they had planned to have a little reunion with this suddenly appearing youngest brother. At the same time, they held some ulterior motives, intending to gauge the youngest brother's strength, to see what powers he possessed and what level he had reached. If his power was mediocre, although they wouldn't do anything against him, their level of attention toward him would definitely drop to the lowest level. But to their surprise, they couldn't sense the youngest brother's consciousness at all. Hee, where is our youngest brother playing around now? Death, dressed in a black cloak and appearing as a female skeleton, asked with interest, Eternity, Infinity, do you know where he is? Soon, an entire day had passed. Syd's gaze fell upon the panel once more. Energy points, 2.71 million. This was the approximate energy point collection over one day. 2.71 million, instantly soaring to a unit counted in millions. As for the smaller numbers after the 2.71 million, they were hidden and omitted by him. Seeing a string of numbers felt a bit bothersome, so at his will, the energy point count instantly transformed into this simplified version. Looking at the 2.71 million energy points, Syd's eyes gleamed with anticipation. I wonder how much the unlock progress of God will increase with these energy points. The next second, he poured all the energy points into the unlock progress. Instantly, the original 1% unlock progress shifted. Unlock progress, 3%. Seeing the number on the unlock progress, Syd was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised. 2.71 million energy points, and it only raised the progress to 3%. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Syd sighed, lamenting how difficult it was to increase God's unlock progress. Of course, he also knew that 2.71 million energy points were actually a very small amount. Compared to mimicking God, this amount of energy was utterly insignificant, or more accurately, it was practically impossible. The real reason he could mimic it at all was because of the mimicry ability. With that in mind, his attention returned to the 3% unlock progress. When the unlock progress reaches 5%, will I gain any abilities? Or is it 10%? Syd couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He would find out whether it was 5% or not once he collected more energy points tomorrow. What kind of ability would it be? Syd couldn't help but feel curious. With that thought, he closed his eyes once more, waiting for time to pass. 1 hour passed. 10 hours passed. In the blink of an eye, another day had gone by. In the secluded alley. Energy points, 2.71 million. Looking at the newly accumulated energy points, Syd, filled with expectation and curiosity, poured them all into the unlock progress. The next moment, the 3% progress shifted. Unlock progress, 5%. End of chapter. Chapter 553. Looking at the 5% unlock progress, Syd's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, the expected notification sound didn't appear. It's not at 5%. Is it 10%? To reach 10%, he would have to wait another 3 days. Syd sighed. There was nothing he could do but wait. While he waited, the Watcher in the special dimensional layer was still tirelessly searching for him. Meanwhile, Eternity, Infinity, Death, Oblivion, and Galactus were also curious about what he was up to. They searched for him while wanting to see his powers and abilities, to determine if he could compare to them. The 5 beings couldn't help but compare themselves to him. Among them, Galactus's interest was the greatest. Due to an accident during his birth, he lacked a portion of life energy, leaving him in a state of eternal hunger and incompleteness. He had to constantly devour planets to fill the void, making his power fluctuate wildly, always the weakest among the 5. He even felt that the title of God of Creation was somewhat undeserved. This time, encountering a newly emerged creator god, the youngest brother, he couldn't help but want to test himself against him. At the same time, Galactus couldn't help but hope that his youngest brother's power was weak, inferior to his. That way, he would no longer be the weakest of the creator gods. Instead, it would be this youngest brother. Meanwhile, some alien forces had secretly arrived on Earth. So, this is Tlan Star, Earth? The place where the rumored 6th creator god emerged? Looking at the primitive technology and the countless ordinary humans, the eyes of the aliens were filled with doubt. They couldn't understand how such a mundane place could produce a creator-level deity. Could it be they were mistaken? Soon, when they began interacting with humans and learned about the information online, especially about that creator god, their eyes widened in shock. Super Omega-level mutant. Is that the identity of this creator god on Earth? He was originally human. Impossible. Many aliens looked skeptical. However, when they saw this creator god's mutant ability, their shock was quickly replaced by realization. Reality manipulation. That was clearly not a power meant for mere mortals. Many of them speculated that perhaps this creator god was merely disguising himself as a human and playing on Earth for fun. Of course, there was also the possibility that the white-clad hero grew step by step into a creator-level deity. However, not many were willing to believe that. They preferred to believe that he had always been a creator god rather than accepting such an outrageous possibility. Besides the white-clad hero, they also noticed another existence, Messiah, who was previously recognized as a Super Omega-level mutant alongside the white-clad hero. His mutant ability was also extraordinary. A blue-skinned man murmured in disbelief, "This guy. If given enough time, he could probably destroy a planet, right? What kind of absurd power is this? Are all Earth's mutants this ridiculous?" At this moment, a companion beside him suddenly spoke up, "Could it be that this guy is also some kind of creator god?" Truth be told, the white-clad hero and Messiah did share some similarities. So, it wasn't impossible, right? Once the words were spoken, laughter broke out around them. "Haha, you've got to be kidding. Yeah, like that could be true." They didn't believe it. After all, it was far too ridiculous. It wasn't just them. Many alien factions had thought of this possibility but then laughed it off and dismissed the idea. After all, logic had to apply to some extent. The emergence of a 6th creator god was already insane enough. How could there be a 7th? After all, this was a creator-level deity they were talking about. Time passed quickly, and soon 3 days had gone by. In a secluded alley. Photon energy plus 103. Syd's eyes snapped open, and his gaze shifted to the panel. Energy points, 8.13 million. That should be enough. The next moment, he eagerly poured all the energy points into God's unlock progress. Instantly, the previous 5% unlock progress shifted. Unlock progress, 11%. A notification sound followed. Ability, creation, unlocked. Ability, creation, 0/100, beginner. At the same time, Syd felt as though he had grasped something new from the void. Just like breathing, he had gained a new instinct. Hearing the notification and looking at the newly displayed ability data, Syd was momentarily stunned. Creation. At just 11%, I already unlocked such an ability. He was a bit dumbfounded. What other abilities would emerge afterward? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel anticipation. Let's try it out. Syd extended his right hand, and the image of a diamond appeared in his mind. Creation experience +1. Like an instinct, he immediately used the creation ability, or rather, the authority of creation. Because he lacked other parts of God's essence, the moment he activated the authority of creation, a vast amount of photon energy within him was consumed, but only an insignificant portion. If he hadn't been paying close attention, he might not have even noticed the energy being used. The next moment, a wisp of pink matter rapidly formed in the palm of his right hand. Very quickly, the pink matter multiplied and accumulated. In less than a second, a dazzling pink diamond the size of an adult's fist appeared in his palm. So this is creation. The feeling of making something from nothing. At that moment, even Syd couldn't help but feel surprised. The moment he wielded the creation ability, he felt as if he could create anything and do absolutely anything. The feeling was fleeting but unforgettable. At this moment, Venom, who was dwelling in his right hand, couldn't resist asking curiously, "Syd, is this your reality manipulation ability? Why didn't the red light appear?" As he spoke, Venom couldn't help but emerge from his right hand. Like a ball of white light, a brilliant, liquid-like substance composed of radiance formed into a ferocious little head, curiously staring at the pink diamond. Ever since the light incarnation ability reached level 5, Venom's form had completely changed, transforming into this strange appearance. Syd was well aware of the situation. Under his influence, Venom had completely broken free from its parasitic state, becoming something like a subordinate existence. To put it more clearly, Venom was now like his hair, part of him, but something he could abandon and separate from at any time. Aside from that, Venom's power had also skyrocketed. Even if all the symbiotes were combined, they probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. End of chapter. Chapter 554. Hearing Venom's question, Syd casually replied, "No." Venom looked confused upon hearing the response. Then what was it? Ignoring Venom's puzzled expression, Syd continued with his testing. Casually, he tossed the pink diamond the size of a fist onto the ground. With a crisp sound, the pink diamond rolled to the corner of the alley. After tossing the diamond away, Syd continued his experiments. Stones, gold. Creation experience +1. Creation experience +1. Very quickly, a pile of various objects formed in the corner of the alley. Syd also realized that as long as he could imagine something, he could essentially create it. However, when he tried to create plants by picturing them in his mind, he encountered difficulty. The creation ability simply failed, as if plants could not be created at all. What's going on? Syd was stunned. Logically, since this was the authority of creation belonging to God, he should be able to create anything he wanted, right? The next moment, he came up with a theory. Is it because the ability level isn't high enough? Aside from that, he couldn't think of any other possibility. To verify his theory, he tried a few more times and discovered something important. As long as the objects had mysterious powers or didn't exist in reality, or if they were living beings, he couldn't create them. Maybe if I level up the creation ability, I can find out more. Syd could only hope that it was a matter of level limitation rather than a flaw in the creation ability. Creation experience +1. Creation experience +1. Creation experience +1. Under the abundant photon energy, he created one object after another. In less than a minute, the notification sound rang out. Ability, Creation, 0/500, Level 2. In an instant, Syd felt a significant improvement in the creation ability. He extended his right hand, visualizing a coconut in his mind. The next moment, strands of green quickly appeared in his hand. Very soon, a light green coconut the size of a human head appeared in his hand. As expected, Syd let out a sigh of relief. The next moment, he visualized a red rose, a chrysanthemum. One plant after another emerged from his hand. Next, he tried to create a living being. Unfortunately, it ended in failure. The creation ability didn't respond at all. Syd then visualized objects like Mjolnir, the Spear of Eternity, and even attempted to create items with slight mystical power. But unfortunately, all of them failed. Syd sighed. Let's get the creation ability to level 5 first, and in the meantime, I can accumulate energy points. He was quite eager to see what level 5 of the creation ability and the powers of God afterward would be like. Moreover, due to the abundance of photon energy within him and the minimal energy consumption of the creation ability, the entire process didn't hinder his energy point accumulation at all. Creation experience +1. Under Venom's astonished gaze, one strange object after another emerged from Syd's hands. After a few minutes, another notification sound rang out. Ability, Creation, 0 out of 1000, level 3. Even though the creation ability had reached level 3, Syd didn't pay much attention to it and continued practicing, intending to study it further once it reached level 5. Before long, thanks to his frenzied creation spree, the ability leveled up again. Ability, Creation, 0/2000, level 4. He continued practicing. Time flew by. When the final notification sound echoed, he finally stopped. Ability, Creation, max/max, level 5. In an instant, he felt the previously incomplete creation ability become whole. While feeling the completeness of the creation ability, Syd's eyes gleamed with curiosity. I wonder, can I create life now? Thinking it over, and under Venom's bewildered gaze, he moved instantly from the alley to the bank of a small stream. Under the sunlight, Syd walked to the riverbank, crouched down, and scooped up a handful of moist soil. He could have created the soil directly, but remembering how many myths described gods creating life from clay, he decided to try it the classic way. The next moment, he tried to shape the mud, eventually making a bizarre lump. Looking at the weird lump in his hand, Syd's mouth twitched. If this thing came to life, wouldn't ordinary people's sanity just collapse? The next moment, a flash of crimson light occurred, and the muddy lump transformed into a finely crafted lion figurine. First, the physical body. With a thought, the palm-sized lion figurine began to take on color, its clay body rapidly transforming into flesh and blood. Instantly, a vivid yellow male lion cub appeared in his hand. The gentle breeze made the lion's mane sway slightly. However, since it lacked intelligence, the lion remained motionless, its eyes dull and lifeless, like a corpse. It lacks a soul. Syd murmured thoughtfully. Can something like that even be created? With some uncertainty, he continued using the creation ability, following his thoughts to grant the little lion a soul. As his thoughts guided him and the creation ability took effect, wisps of soul energy began to form within the lion, eventually coalescing into a slightly translucent soul. Instantly, the little lion's lifeless eyes became filled with life, and even its eyeballs began to move. Syd placed it gently on the ground. Very quickly, the little lion started running around, rubbing affectionately against him. Venom watched in utter disbelief, while Syd was also somewhat surprised. He could even create souls. He even had a feeling that as long as he wanted to, and had enough energy to support him, he could create Mjolnir, the Spear of Eternity, or even Infinity Stones. Continents, oceans, even entire planets. Furthermore, the energy consumption of creating things was remarkably low. Chaos magic could also create some things, but its energy consumption was far greater than that of the creation ability. At this moment, Syd was even tempted to create an Infinity Stone. It could be said that he was now fully capable of serving as a creator, a true creator. From this moment on, he was truly a cosmic deity. Previously, compared to eternity, infinity, and the others, his foundation was too shallow, lacking many essential abilities. The light incarnation ability had some limitations. In some aspects, it couldn't compare to the natural creator gods like eternity and infinity. Unlock progress, 11%. Glancing at the unlock progress, Syd's eyes were full of anticipation. What abilities would he gain next? End of chapter. Chapter 555. Since Syd already had chaos magic, the creation ability wasn't exactly a groundbreaking improvement for him. It was more of a compensatory ability. Therefore, compared to the creation ability, he was still more eager to see what other abilities would emerge. Creation ability unlocked at just 11%. What will come next? Syd's eyes were filled with anticipation. Will the next ability appear at 15% or 20%, he wondered. What ability would come next? After these thoughts, Syd glanced down at the little lion and then grabbed another handful of moist soil. Very quickly, a female lion appeared in his hand. Under the power of creation, the lioness soon began moving. Soon, the two lions were curiously looking at each other. Ignoring the two lions getting acquainted, Syd focused his attention elsewhere. He scooped up another handful of wet soil, and under a flash of crimson light, the soil took the form of a man. He was preparing to create a human. Under the power of creation, the clay figure quickly became vibrant, possessing richer colors. As he created the body, Syd also began forming a soul for him. The next moment, strands of soul energy appeared, forming a translucent soul. However, after Syd stopped, his expression turned slightly awkward. Because he realized that in his carelessness, he had forgotten to modify the size of the little man, resulting in an actual tiny man. Looking at the miniature man on his palm, who was babbling excitedly and gazing at the world with curiosity, Syd shook his head and quickly corrected his size, simultaneously imparting some basic knowledge to him. Then, his other hand kept moving as he created clay figures one after another, rapidly giving them life. 5 minutes later, more than 20 men and women stood before him. The men were muscular, and the women were slender. All of them were exceptionally attractive. Additionally, to prevent these primitive humans from getting devoured by wild beasts in the wilderness, Syd specifically used his mental powers to bestow them with knowledge and granted each of them an ability related to light. Eye beams, clairvoyance, light illusions, and more. It was quite similar to the Eternals. Standing aside, Venom, who had witnessed everything with his own eyes, was utterly dumbfounded. Creating animals was one thing, but creating humans. Before encountering Syd, Venom had possessed other humans, gaining their memories. It understood exactly what this scene represented. In mythology, isn't this how gods created humans? This was the first time Venom had witnessed such a magnificent act of creation. It had always thought human myths were fake. Then, Venom suddenly came to a realization. Well, Syd is indeed a god now, a creator god. It's only natural for him to have this kind of power. At this moment, after experiencing the process of creating humans, Syd's mind shifted, and under the astonished gazes of the primitive humans, he vanished from the riverbank. Seeing this, the primitive humans who had been curiously observing each other and their new surroundings instantly panicked, their sense of security completely shattered. God. Father, don't leave. Having some basic human knowledge, they immediately cried out in panic, trying to make the God who created them stay. Unfortunately, no matter how they shouted, their God had already left. In their eyes, disappointment and sadness mixed with a determined resolve. They would definitely find their God. Immediately, the primitive humans began exploring their surroundings. Who knew when they would encounter modern humans? This place was only a few hundred kilometers away from the nearest city. Without bothering to pay attention to them, after experiencing the feeling of creating humans, Syd began to ponder a matter. Should I continue waiting for the unlock progress to increase, or should I explore other timelines or universes? To see what exactly happened after Baldur's unlock progress reached 100%. When it came to this matter, Syd was genuinely curious. While he was hesitating, something else was happening elsewhere. Back in the dark, secluded alley he had just been in, a drunk white man stumbled in. Staggering as he walked, it wasn't long before his foot hit something, causing him to trip and fall. Ouch! Cursing under his breath, the man named Marco got up and glanced back. Damn it, who threw a rock here? What kind of idiot does that? Because the alley was dimly lit, when he saw the fist-sized object on the ground, he assumed it was just a rock. However, after looking at it for a while, he felt something was off. It didn't seem like an ordinary rock. Hesitating, he crouched down and looked closer. The next moment, he was completely dumbfounded. A dazzling pink diamond, the size of an adult's fist, was lying on the ground. Marco's first reaction was, who the hell would go out of their way to make such a huge fake diamond? After all, how could a natural pink diamond of this size exist? Even the diamonds in the Queen's scepter and crown were nothing compared to this. Marco picked it up carelessly, examining it, but the more he looked, the more stunned he became. No, even if this was fake, it had to be worth a lot of money, right? Suddenly, his eyes lit up with greed. Clutching the fist-sized pink diamond, he eagerly began walking away. But before he could go far, he stumbled upon something else. Ordinary stones, glittering gold, crystals, various plants, and all sorts of strange objects were piled up on the ground not far away. Although most of the items seemed ordinary, a small portion of them looked incredibly precious. "Oh my God, are you trying to make me rich today?" Marco was overjoyed and immediately pounced on the pile of items. An hour later. Name: Marco. In an interrogation room, a SHIELD agent was questioning Marco sharply. As for Marco, he was sitting in a chair with a tearful expression. In the SHIELD director's office. Staring at the pink diamond on the desk, Fury was deep in thought. Beside him, Agent Hill reported truthfully. "Director, we detected extremely powerful energy from some of the items. They are incredibly dangerous." Hearing this, Fury frowned, his expression filled with concern. Not long ago, he had detected an area with highly unusual energy, so he sent a team to investigate. That was when they discovered these items. The white-clad hero incident had just occurred, and now there was something this bizarre. Fury sighed. What a troublesome time this was. Now, he could only hope that whoever was connected to these things wasn't some terrifying being. End of chapter. Chapter 556. However, no matter how one looked at them, these things clearly weren't ordinary. With that thought, Fury's heart filled with doubt. He didn't know how these things had appeared or who might be involved. While he was still puzzled. In another timeline. A massive Asgardian warship drifted through space, its decks strewn with corpses. Amidst the carnage, Ebony Maw strolled forward, speaking to a few survivors. "Be happy, and listen to me. You're alive only because of Lord Thanos' mercy. You may feel like you're drowning in pain, but this is redemption." Walking through the piles of bodies, Ebony Maw smiled. "Because of your selfless sacrifice, the balance of the universe won't be cruelly destroyed. Smile, even in death, because you are still the children of Lord Thanos." Not far away, Loki stood aside, his expression dazed, his eyes fixed ahead. There stood Thanos, clad in battle armor. Thanos slowly turned around and said, "I know what it's like to fail, believing you're destined to win, only to be utterly defeated." As he spoke, he bent down and grabbed the barely conscious Thor by the head, then walked toward Loki. The other 4 members of the Black Order loosely encircled Loki, making sure he couldn't escape. "Can't even stand properly now, can you? You think you can hide? Destiny always arrives. No one can escape fate," Thanos said with a grin. "And now, your destiny is here. Or rather, you could say, I am your destiny." Thanos raised his left hand. The Infinity Gauntlet on it shimmered with purple light, the Power Stone gleaming brilliantly. Then, he grabbed Thor by the head, who was bruised, bloodied, and missing an eye. Thor, despite his pain, forced out a taunt. "You talk too damn much." Thanos ignored him, his eyes locked on Loki. "The Tesseract, or your brother's head? I think you know the right choice." Disheveled, pale, and wearing black, Loki stiffly replied, "Of course." Then, he added, "Kill him." Thanos didn't waste words. He raised the gauntlet, the Power Stone pressing against Thor's temple. Crackling sounds rang out as Thor's skull began to fracture under the immense pressure. Loki initially tried to remain calm, but as Thor's screams grew louder, his expression finally cracked, and he shouted, "Enough. Stop." Thanos released his grip. Thor gasped violently for air. "It's not with us," he shouted. The Tesseract was destroyed with Asgard. Thanos showed no reaction, clearly unconvinced. Loki understood that well. He raised his right hand. In a flash of blue light, the Tesseract appeared in his hand. Thanos smiled. Thor looked devastated. "I knew it. I should have known you'd never change." Loki held up the Tesseract and slowly walked toward Thanos. While doing so, he looked at Thor and said, "I promise you, brother, we'll be fine." As Loki handed the Tesseract forward, Thanos remarked, "Asgardians sure love to run their mouths even at death's door." Loki forced a stiff smile. "Well, first off, I'm not Asgardian. And second, we have a Hulk." As the words left his lips, Hulk came charging from the distance, crashing into Thanos, and the two began to brawl. Unfortunately, Hulk was no match. Within moments, he was beaten to the ground, unable to move. Thor tried to rise and fight as well, but Thanos kicked him away with ease. Not far off, Ebony Maw waved his hand. Chunks of metal rose and flew through the air, tightly binding the struggling Thor. Seeing all hope vanish, Heimdall, lying on the floor, whispered, "Allfather, let me use the dark magic, one last time." The next second, a beam of the Bifrost shot down, instantly teleporting Hulk away. Thanos' voice turned cold. "You shouldn't have done that." As he spoke, he raised his blade and stabbed it into Heimdall's chest. "No." Thor screamed in despair. "You'll pay for that." Ebony Maw waved his hand again, a metal chunk flew over and sealed Thor's mouth shut. Then, he knelt, raising the tesseract he had just taken from Loki. "In the presence of your radiant glory, we are humbled. Only you, my lord, are worthy of such power. No one is greater than you. No, none more noble. You alone can wield 2 Infinity Stones in one hand. The entire universe rests at your fingertips." On his knees, he presented the tesseract to Thanos. Thanos took it, crushed it with one hand, and retrieved the Space Stone, embedding it into the Infinity Gauntlet. An immense surge of power erupted. Thor watched in absolute despair. "There are 2 more stones on Earth," Thanos said. "Bring them to me." The Black Order quickly replied with reverence, "We won't disappoint you." Just then, Loki's voice rang out. "Pardon me, but if you're going to Earth, you should take me. I know the place pretty well." He gave a pleasant smile. "You mean your failures?" Thanos said coldly. "Earthlings say failure is the mother of success," Loki responded humbly. "Omniscient and omnipotent Lord Thanos, I, Loki, Prince of Asgard. Son of Odin, rightful heir to Jotunheim, god of mischief." As he spoke, he slowly approached Thanos. Casting one last glance at Thor, his left hand moved behind his back. A dagger appeared in his grip. "I pledge my eternal loyalty to you." Then suddenly, he lunged, stabbing the dagger at Thanos' throat. But Thanos had anticipated it. The Space Stone on the gauntlet flared, freezing Loki in place. "You said eternal. You won't live long enough to understand what that means." Thanos gripped Loki's throat with his left hand and lifted him into the air. He looked once at the struggling Loki, then toward the panicked Thor in the distance, letting out a mocking chuckle. Loki understood then. With his dying breath, he said, You'll never be a god." Thanos' smile faded. His face turned cold. With a squeeze. Crack. Loki stopped moving. "No." Thor roared. Nearby, Thanos coldly said, "This time, he's truly dead." Soon after, he used the Power Stone to obliterate the entire place. Boom. Thor was sent flying, drifting helplessly through space. Luckily, the Guardians of the Galaxy, led by Star-Lord, happened to appear and rescued him into their ship. End of chapter. Chapter 557. Some time later. Thor sat in the spaceship, eating while listening to Gamera and the others talk. Gamera said, "Ever since I've known Thanos, he's only ever had one goal, to bring balance to the universe by wiping out half of all life. To achieve that goal, he kept on killing. Planet after planet fell, wherever he went, there was only destruction and death. At this point, Drax interjected, including my planet." Gamera continued, "If he gets all 6 Infinity Stones, he could wipe out half the universe with a snap of his fingers." "You seem to know quite a bit about Thanos," Thor said absent-mindedly, staring at the floor. Gamera didn't respond, but Drax explained, "Gamera is Thanos' daughter." Thor raised his head and locked eyes with Gamera, hatred flickering in his gaze. "It was your father who killed my brother." He stood up and slowly approached her. Star-Lord quickly stepped in to explain, "Hey, man, technically, he's her adoptive father. No blood relation. Plus, she hates Thanos just as much as you do." Seeing Thor inch closer, Drax subtly moved to stand beside Gamera, alert and ready. Thor and Gamera stared at each other for a while. Just when Gamera thought he might make a move, Thor simply patted her on the shoulder and said, "I get you. My father once told me I had a half-sister locked away in hell. I didn't know how she got out, but she took one of my eyes. I had no choice but to kill her. Maybe, that's just destiny." Star-Lord stepped in with a grin, putting himself between Thor and Gamera. "I get it too. Lots of drama on my end. My dad killed my mom, so I had to kill my dad. Honestly. That pain might have been even worse than killing your own sister. Then he added, at least I still have both my eyes. Hearing that, Thor set down his food and walked to one of the spaceship's control panels, tapping it repeatedly. How does this open? Do I need a password or something? Birthday maybe. What are you doing? Rocket couldn't help but ask. I'm flying the ship, Thor replied. Star-Lord coughed and tried to deepen his voice, rejecting the idea. That's not gonna happen. I'm not letting you fly my ship. Sorry, sir. Rocket noticed the change in his tone and teased, Quill, are you trying to deepen your voice on purpose? No, I'm not. Star-Lord denied it. Drax called him out, yes, you are. You're mimicking this guy, it's creepy. Star-Lord instinctively said in a low voice again, I'm not. He just did it again. My voice is like this naturally. Amid the bickering, Thor stepped forward, staring down Star-Lord. Are you mocking me? Star-Lord met his gaze. I'm not mocking you. Try mimicking me one more time, Thor warned. As the two argued, Gamera shouted from the side, enough. We still have to stop Thanos. We need to figure out where he's headed next, what his next target is. Hearing this, Thor temporarily dropped the issue with Star-Lord and answered, nowhere. How do we get to that nowhere place? Mantis, wearing green with antennae on her forehead, asked curiously. Nowhere. Star-Lord thought of the old mining colony. We've been to that dump before. As he spoke, he saw Thor helping himself to food from the fridge. Hey, that's our food. Gamera cut in, Thor, why would he go to nowhere? Because for the past 5 years, the Reality Stone's been there, kept by someone called the Collector. Star-Lord scoffed, if that's true, then we're in trouble. Only an idiot would trust the Collector with an Infinity Stone. Gamera asked, how do you know he won't go after another stone? Thor paused and thought, then explained, there are 6 stones in total. Thanos already has the Power Stone. Last week, he wiped out Xander. He also took the Space Stone from me. He destroyed my ship and slaughtered half of my people. As for the Time and Mind Stones, they're on Earth, protected by the Avengers. The strongest heroes on Earth. The Soul Stone, no one's seen it, no one knows where it is. Thanos can't reach it yet. So, his next target has to be the Reality Stone on Nowhere. Gamera thought for a moment. Then are we going to Nowhere now? Before she could finish, Thor interrupted, no, we need to go to Nidavellir. That's a made-up place, right? Drax quipped. It's real. Rocket said, surprised. Just hearing the name sparked memories in his mind. Nidavellir, the realm of the dwarves. I thought it was just a myth. But those dwarves made weapons so powerful, they could dominate the universe. I'd love to see it. Thor looked at him with some surprise. The little fox is right. Out of all of you, he's the smartest. Fox. Rocket blinked, baffled. Ignoring him, Thor explained, only the dwarf king Eitri can forge the weapon I need. A weapon that can kill Thanos. Hearing this, Star-Lord's eyes lit up. A weapon like that. Shouldn't we each get one? No. You don't have the power to wield it. Your body would be torn apart, or your mind would fall into madness. After a while, Gamera asked, but what if we don't go to Nowhere, and Thanos gets another stone? Then he'll be unstoppable. Thor nodded, agreeing solemnly, you're right. With 3 stones in his possession, no one can stop him. And by then, everything will be over. As he spoke, something came to mind. His expression turned distant, and he sighed. Star-Lord looked confused. Why the sigh? Thor replied, I just thought of someone. If he were still around, even with 3 Infinity Stones, maybe, just maybe, we'd still have a chance. End of chapter. Chapter 558. Event will start on Sunday, check out my Patreon for the details. As Thor finished speaking, everyone, Star-Lord and the others, looked surprised and confused, unsure who Thor was talking about. Who? Star-Lord asked in disbelief. That's 3 Infinity Stones. Who could possibly stop that? I think that sounds like a huge exaggeration, Rocket agreed. Gamera frowned. Who are you talking about? Not just Star-Lord, none of them seemed to believe what Thor had said. Under everyone's curious gazes, Thor answered, my brother, the legendary god of light, Balder. According to Asgardian legend, he possesses incredible power. No one could defeat him. If he were here, maybe Thanos wouldn't be a threat. Hearing this, the group was stunned. The god of light. Balder. Who was that? Did Asgard even have such a person? Then where is he now? Gamera asked with a frown. That was exactly what the others wanted to know. Thor shook his head. I don't know. Supposedly, he died young. I don't know exactly how. I only found out because my father told me. The others exchanged looks, a little speechless. That was as good as saying nothing at all. None of them believed this so-called god of light could really stand against 3 Infinity Stones. That was the Infinity Stones, after all, 3 of them. Even just one was terrifying. Let alone 3. It sounded like a fantasy. Star-Lord muttered, I think your dad must have been senile or dreaming when he said that. If that guy really existed, how could he have died so easily? Rocket and the others nodded in agreement. Thor wasn't angry. He shrugged and said with a hint of agreement, that's what I used to think too. Probably just a legend. Asgard was destroyed and he never showed up. Even if my brother did exist, he's probably long gone. And I agree the legends made him sound too powerful, it just doesn't seem real. He sighed. I was just saying. You don't need to take it seriously. Gamera and the others nodded, brushing it off as a myth. Soon after, they went back to discussing how to stop Thanos and decided to split up. Rocket and Thor would head to Nidavellir, while the rest would go to nowhere to try to stop Thanos. Time passed quickly. Not long after, Eitri the Dwarf King forged the Stormbreaker axe for Thor. At the same time, Thanos continued seizing the Infinity Stones, even sending the Black Order to Earth to obtain the Time and Mind Stones. Things escalated quickly, and the battles raged on. But in the end, not much changed. Thanos successfully collected all 6 Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers. Before the eyes of Thor, Captain, and others, Bucky and many more turned to dust. Wanda, holding Vision's lifeless body. Black Panther. Meanwhile, on the planet where Tony Stark and the others fought Thanos. The orange sunset bathed everything in its glow. Mantis suddenly sensed something and murmured, something's wrong. The next second, she dissolved into dust in Star-Lord's arms. Everyone was stunned. Then Drax looked at his hand, seeing it begin to disintegrate. Quill. He only had time to say Star-Lord's name before vanishing into dust as well. Tony Stark stood up in panic. Stay calm, Quill. But before he could say more, he froze. Oh my God. Star-Lord whispered. And then he, too, crumbled away. Not far off, Doctor Strange, lying on the ground, said solemnly, Tony, there was no other way. Then he also faded into nothingness. Mr. Stark. Wearing his spider suit, the still young Peter Parker stumbled over, his voice shaky, I don't feel so good. Tony turned quickly to him. You're okay, stay with me. Peter wobbled. I don't know what's happening. I feel awful. He collapsed into Tony's arms. Holding him close, Peter sensed what was coming, tears streaming down as he cried, I don't want to die. I don't want to die, sir. Please, I really don't want to die. And with that, Peter could no longer hold on. He slipped from Tony's arms and fell to the ground. I'm sorry. Looking at Tony one last time, Peter Parker also turned to ash, completely gone. Tony Stark reached out desperately, but his hands grasped only air. Staring at his empty palms, he was left in stunned, breathless silence. Not far off, Thanos' other daughter, Nebula, murmured, he did it. Back on Earth. Looking at Vision's corpse and the missing half of the population, the Avengers were left helpless. All across the world, people were thrown into panic. Oh God. What's going on? Where did all those people go? Why are they disappearing? Time passed. 5 years later. While Natasha and others still mourned the past, Scott Lang, Ant-Man, suddenly showed up. Muttering to himself, Scott caught the attention of Steve Rogers. "You okay, Scott?" Steve asked with a puzzled look. "I'm fine," Scott replied, then looked at Natasha and Steve with a serious question. "Has anyone here ever studied quantum physics?" The question left Natasha and Steve even more confused. They had no idea what he was talking about. Natasha responded, "We're fine with humoring you." "Okay." Scott paused for a moment, then said, 5 years ago, back before Thanos showed up, I was inside this place called the Quantum Realm. It's like a separate, miniaturized universe. You have to shrink really, really small to get inside." He then brought up his girlfriend, Hope. "She was supposed to pull me out. But then Thanos showed up, and I got stuck in there." Natasha nodded with sympathy. "That must have been a really long 5 years." "It was, but for me, it was only 5 hours." Scott explained. "Time moves differently in the quantum realm. Everything there is unpredictable." As he spoke, he grabbed a sandwich and began eating. Natasha and Steve were both stunned. Steve asked, "Scott, what exactly are you trying to say?" Scott replied, "What I'm saying is, the way time works in the quantum realm is different. The only problem is, we can't control it. But what if we could?" At those words, Natasha and Steve both froze, their minds racing with possibilities. End of chapter. Chapter 559. New Fanfics Event. Hi everyone, it's Zalem. The event will start Saturday. Now I will tell you how to participate on it so you can choose which fanfic you want to be translated. This time there will be 2 challengers. A Naruto and a Bleach fanfic, both I checked them and they both looks promising. The event consists on 3 rounds of challenges. 1. The likes round. If the post gets 100 likes it will earn a point, both can win that point, will start Saturday, this is in Patreon. 2. The Power Stones round. If the fanfic gets 1500 Power Stones in web novel gets a point. Both can win that point, will start Sunday. 3. The Reviews round. If the fanfic gets 50 reviews on web novel it will get a point. Both can win that point, will start Sunday. Now what would happen if both reach the 3 points? I will pick both. The true both are fun so I kinda don't care if both win, ha ha ha. So if you want, try to make me pick both by doing the event. Also as bonus, if any of the fics get into the top 10 in web novel I will make it a double chapter schedule for that FIC. Anyway, I thought it was going to be fun to do an event where you all get to participate, and if the event's successful I may do more of them, for more new fics or for current ones. Thanks you all for reading this, and I will see you later. Ciao. To be honest, I've been thinking, what if we could control that chaos, actually manipulate it? What if we could enter the quantum realm at a specific point in time, and come out at another point in time? Like. Scott Lang's voice grew excited, before Thanos arrived. Steve Rogers blinked. Wait a second, are you talking about a time machine? Scott paused, then blurted, no, of course not. It's not a time machine. It's more like a... He hesitated for a bit, then gave up trying to find a better word. Fine, it's a time machine. I know it sounds crazy, totally unrealistic, but I've been thinking this through. It might actually work. He then added with a sigh, although yeah, it does sound kind of impossible. Natasha comforted him, Scott, Rocket Raccoon can email me. I think anything's possible. Hearing that, Scott's confidence returned a bit. So, who do we talk to about this? Without thinking, Natasha and Steve both had the same person come to mind. Tony Stark. With a plan in hand, they immediately went to visit him. Unfortunately, even though Tony saw them, he had a family now, a child, and wasn't willing to take such a dangerous gamble. He refused them. With no other choice, Scott and the others turned to Bruce Banner. After they left, Tony picked up a picture frame. In it was a photo of him and Peter Parker. Staring at Peter's smiling face, Tony hesitated. Soon, a decision formed in his heart. Not long after, he dove into research. A while later, Tony drove to Avengers HQ with his completed invention in hand. Coincidentally, he ran into Steve Rogers, who had just stepped out after a failed experiment. Seeing the look on Steve's face, Tony joked, "Why the long face?" "Let me guess, during the experiment, he turned into a baby." Steve nodded. "And a few other things too." "What are you doing here?" Tony replied while stepping out of his car, "This is the Aparo paradox. Scott didn't travel through time, time flowed through him. It's complicated. Dangerous. No one warned you." "You were against this," Steve said. "I was." Tony smirked. "Lucky I came around." Then he raised his right hand, revealing a watch-like device. "I figured it out, a fully functional time-space navigation device." Steve's eyes widened. Time passed. With the new time-space navigator, Bruce and the others drove to Thor's current residence, hoping to recruit his help. But what they found was a beer-bellied, overweight Thor. The destruction of Asgard and the deaths of his people had broken him. Over the years, he'd become a shut-in alcoholic. Even though he initially resisted their talk of restoring the past and bringing the dead back, he eventually agreed to help. Meanwhile, Natasha tracked down Clint, Hawkeye, and successfully convinced him to return. Now, with Natasha, Steve, Clint, Tony, Scott, Rhodey, Rocket, Bruce, Nebula, and others all assembled, they were ready to act. They began a round of tests and successfully confirmed time travel was possible. Steve said thoughtfully, "Now that we can travel, we need to figure out when and where to go. Most of us have come into contact with at least one Infinity Stone," he added. Tony agreed, "Or in other words, we've all nearly died because of one." Scott looked around confused. "Not me. I have no idea what you guys are talking about." Bruce interrupted, "Long story short, our PIM particles only allow for one round trip per person. The 6 stones appeared in many places throughout history. But not as many as you'd think," Tony added. "We don't have that many options. So we have to choose carefully," said Clint. After some planning, they decided to split into teams. New York, 2012 was particularly valuable, it had 3 stones in one place. "It's settled," Tony said. 6 stones. 3 teams. 1 shot. We must get those Infinity Stones. Putting on the specially made Ant-Man suits, the team stepped onto the platform. The machine activated, and one by one, they disappeared, zooming through the quantum realm tunnel. If all went well, they'd arrive in 2012, at the moment of the Chitauri invasion of New York. Unfortunately, just as they began traveling, elsewhere. Under the brilliant sunlight. Syd furrowed his brows. This sensation, what is it? His conceptual form had always kept watch over Earth. At that moment, he sensed something strange, someone was indirectly traveling through time, heading into the past. This feeling was all too familiar. He'd dealt with it before, people trying to kill him in the past, only to be erased by chaos magic. Frowning, he thought, if he knew what was happening, he couldn't just ignore it. If the time travelers succeeded, they could change his past, and who knew what that would do. Of course, it was also possible they'd be wiped out by chaos magic before anything happened. He didn't bother trying to sense the specifics, who it was or what their purpose was. Just in case, he acted. He didn't do much. Simply raised his right hand, and a surge of crimson chaos magic burst forth. In an instant, vast energy radiated out, sending waves across the world. Agencies like S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately picked up on the disturbance, alarms blared. What's going on? What the hell is this? Looking at the readings, the staff could only gape in shock. What just happened? Before anyone could understand it, the chaos magic began warping reality, changing the time and location that Natasha and the others had traveled to. End of chapter. Chapter 560. Syd forcibly altered the Avengers' time travel coordinates, pulling them into his present timeline. While passing through the quantum tunnel, Tony Stark and the others were suddenly engulfed by a deep crimson light. This is impossible, this is the quantum realm. Scott Lang instinctively shouted. In the very next instant, their vision blurred, and they were forcibly ejected from the tunnel, reappearing in the real world. America, New York. Bright sunlight bathed them, but none of them were in the mood to enjoy it. They stood stunned, exchanging looks of confusion. Thor, weren't you and Rocket supposed to go to Asgard in 2013 to extract the ether from Jane? Why are you here? Natasha couldn't help but ask, turning to the pair. The others also turned their attention toward Thor and Rocket. You're calling us out? Rocket snapped. Clint, Natasha, you two were headed to Vormir for the Soul Stone. Why are you here? And you too, Rhodey, Nebula, weren't you going after the Power Stone? Everyone looked at one another, dumbfounded. Each wore the same confused expression. Something was very wrong. It didn't take long for them to recall the strange red glow they'd seen in the tunnel. You all remember that light, right? Scott asked. Nebula and the others nodded. Looks like whatever it was, it dragged us all here at the same time, Rhodey said, frowning. Before anyone else could comment, Scott exclaimed, but that was the quantum realm. How could any energy affect that? I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself. What the hell is going on? Everyone, including Tony, was equally puzzled. So, we failed. Scott said in frustration. The Pym particles were only good for one round trip, and now we've all ended up here. The implication was obvious. Hearing this, despair began to set in, especially for Clint, Thor, and a few others. The hope they had been given had just been crushed. Nothing was crueler. Just as hopelessness began to spread, Bruce Banner spoke up gently, let's figure out where we are first. Maybe, just maybe, we still have a shot at recovering the stones. His words offered a bit of relief. You're right, Bruce. Let's find out the current time and location. Well, for starters, this clearly isn't New York during the 2012 battle, too peaceful. They glanced around. The streets were calm under the bright sun. There wasn't even a hint of battle or chaos. They each pulled out their equipment to begin scanning for time and coordinates. Just then, 4 kids nearby noticed them. Hey, are you guys the Avengers? Oh my god, we're seeing the real Avengers. Quick, let's take some pictures. The 4 kids looked like teenagers, carrying phones and rushing over with excitement. Seeing this, Tony and the others grew tense. This was bad. Their original plan was to avoid interacting with anyone from the past to prevent altering the future. But now, they had been spotted. They exchanged uncertain glances, unsure what to do. To keep things calm, Natasha stepped forward quickly and blocked the kids from taking pictures. She crouched slightly and smiled so they wouldn't be scared. Kids, we can take photos later, all right? But can I ask you something first? The Battle of New York, when did the Chitauri invasion happen? Hearing this, all of the Avengers turned their attention to the kids. The boys looked confused. Why would an Avenger ask such a thing? Still, they didn't overthink it. One of them, Andrew, raised his hand and said, not that long ago. Maybe a few months back. Why? The Avengers exchanged looks, and their hearts sank. The Battle of New York had already passed. It had been their best shot at retrieving multiple Infinity Stones. And they had missed it. Now what? Just as they were panicking, the kid continued with a confused look, didn't the Chitauri get taken out by you guys, and White Robe? That made everyone pause. White Robe? Who's that? Scott couldn't help but ask. Silence fell. The kids stared at him as if he were a strange creature, or maybe even an alien. Their expressions couldn't have been more baffled. Seeing their reactions, Tony and the others became even more curious. Who was this White Robe? Where had he come from? They had no memory of such a person during the New York battle. One of the kids, named Walter, finally said, wait, you seriously don't know White Robe? Are you from another planet or something? An alien? In this day and age, someone doesn't know who White Robe is. Andrew and the other 2 nodded in agreement. So? Scott asked cautiously, who exactly is he? Walter responded casually, White Robe, Thor's brother. The god of light, Balder. Just as he was about to go on about Balder being a creator god or some such. He noticed the stunned looks on all the Avengers' faces, especially that weird, alien guy. One by one, their eyes all turned to Thor. And right then, Thor himself stood frozen, his face full of confusion and shock. White Robe, my brother, the god of light. Balder. End of chapter. Chapter 561. New Fanfics Event. Hi everyone, it's Zalem. The event will start tomorrow. Now I will tell you how to participate on it so you can choose which fanfic you want to be translated. This time there will be 2 challengers. A Naruto and a Bleach fanfic, both I checked them and they both looks promising. The event consists on 3 rounds of challenges. 1. The likes round. If the post gets 100 likes it will earn a point, both can win that point, will start Saturday, this is in Patreon. 2. The Power Stones round. If the fanfic gets 1500 Power Stones in webnovel gets a point. Both can win that point, will start Sunday. 3. The Reviews round. If the fanfic gets 50 reviews on webnovel it will get a point. Both can win that point, will start Sunday. Now what would happen if both reach the 3 points? I will pick both. The true both are fun so I kinda don't care if both win, ha ha ha. So if you want, try to make me pick both by doing the event. Also as bonus, if any of the fics get into the top 10 in webnovel I will make it a double chapter schedule for that FIC. Anyway, I thought it was going to be fun to do an event where you all get to participate, and if the event's successful I may do more of them, for more new fics or for current ones. Thanks you all for reading this, and I will see you later. Ciao. Scenes from the past flashed through Thor's mind, back when he introduced his legendary brother Balder to Star-Lord and the others. At that moment, Rocket also seemed to recall something, and with a surprised look, he said, "Wait, I remember now. Thor, didn't you once mention having a brother named Balder?" As his words fell, the others present all showed expressions of surprise. "Rocket, Thor told you about this Balder before?" Natasha asked in confusion. She didn't remember Thor having any brother by that name. Sure, Balder existed in Norse mythology, but in reality, she'd never seen him, and Thor had never brought him up. So what exactly was going on? It wasn't just her. Even Tony was full of doubt at this moment. Rocket paused for a second before explaining, "Thor told Quill and me about Balder before. He said if his brother really existed, then even if Thanos got his hands on 3 Infinity Stones, we'd still have a chance." As those words landed, Tony and the others, initially confused, now wore expressions of disbelief and shock. Scott nudged Thor's shoulder, teasing, "Dude, I never knew you were such a bragger." Rhodey nodded. "Thor, that's a bit much. We're talking 3 Infinity Stones here." The others nodded in agreement. Everyone present had dealt with the Infinity Stones in some way. Even Scott, who hadn't personally touched one, had been cramming on everything about them lately. They were well aware of the kind of power these stones possessed. They weren't just powerful, they were godlike. And 3 of them. Who could possibly resist that? It would be like trying to stop a freight train with a toothpick. They all assumed Thor had just been joking around. But Rocket went on, according to Thor, his brother Balder was incredibly powerful. Legend says no one could defeat him. As he spoke, all eyes turned to Thor. Scott asked curiously, "You really said something like that, Thor?" Still a little dazed, Thor nodded. "Yeah, I told Quill and the others back then. But even I thought it was just legend, way too exaggerated to be real. Plus, even when Asgard was destroyed, my brother never appeared. I figured, just like the old records said, maybe he died young. That's why I never mentioned him to any of you." Hearing this, realization dawned on everyone's faces. No wonder they'd never heard about this brother before. They also finally understood the exaggerated descriptions, probably something Asgard did to honor someone who died too early. Humans did the same thing all the time. Case closed, or so they thought. Tony and the others finally relaxed, until the voices of 4 astonished kids interrupted. "Are you guys nuts? How could the white-clad hero Balder be dead? 3 Infinity Stones. That's nothing. The white-clad hero could take care of that in his sleep. What is wrong with you Avengers?" Everyone instinctively turned to the 4 kids, whose eyes were full of disbelief, like they were staring at a bunch of lunatics. But no one paid attention to those strange looks. All their focus was on what the kids had just said. The white-clad hero Balder couldn't be dead. 3 Infinity Stones were nothing. Was it them, or had they heard that completely wrong? Thor and the others looked completely dumbfounded. While they were still processing all this, Natasha was the first to recover. She reached out and patted the heads of the kids, pretending to ask casually, "Why do you say that white-clad hero can't die? And those 3 Infinity Stones? Do you even know what they are? How could anyone deal with them easily?" As Natasha finished, all eyes locked onto the kids, full of curiosity and confusion. The boy named Walter lifted his chin like he was the white-clad hero himself and said, "Of course not. He's a super Omega mutant. What's 3 Infinity Stones to someone like him? Just a casual warm-up. And besides..." He was about to say more when Scott couldn't help but interrupt, "Hold up, what the heck is a super Omega mutant?" The 4 kids looked at them even more strangely now, eyes full of suspicion. Did these adults seriously not know? Or were they just messing with them? Because nowadays, everyone knew about the white-clad hero. Still, despite their doubts, the kids decided to explain. It basically means someone who surpasses everything, with unlimited potential and superpowers. Thor and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Surpassing everything? Unlimited potential? This white-clad hero was really that strong? He actually lived up to that title. Just as they were still stunned by this, Walter dropped another bomb. Besides, being a super Omega mutant isn't even the most important thing. What matters most is that he's a creator god. He said it so casually, but Tony and the others were completely baffled. Natasha asked in shock, "Creator god?" The term alone sounded way too unusual. But maybe they were just reading too much into it. Natasha followed up, "And what is a creator god?" With some hesitation, the 4 slightly wary kids finally spoke again. Legend says the universe has 5 creator gods: Eternity, Death, Infinity, Oblivion, and the World Devourer. As the kids continued explaining, Tony and the others finally started to understand what kind of being a creator god really was. The embodiment of cosmic concepts, universal-level deities. Time, space, death, void, balance. Together, they formed the very universe. End of chapter. Chapter 562. Hearing these mind-blowing revelations, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief and shock. Is this stuff for real? Hawkeye muttered, feeling like his entire worldview had just been turned upside down. Natasha continued questioning, "And what does all this have to do with the white-clad hero, Balder?" Walter furrowed his little brows and replied impatiently, "Of course it's related. The white-clad hero is the embodiment of the universe's light and heat. He's also one of the creator gods of the universe. What's wrong with you Avengers? How could you not know this kind of thing?" The words hit them like a thunderclap. Hawkeye and the others were left stunned, expressions of complete disbelief on their faces. Balder, the white-clad hero, Thor's brother, a universal-level god. You've gotta be kidding me. They couldn't bring themselves to believe something so absurd. Even Thor himself looked utterly shaken, his expression flickering with disbelief and uncertainty. Then another boy, Ovi, chimed in, "Forget about 3 Infinity Stones. Even if there were more, it wouldn't make a difference to the white-clad hero. Who could possibly beat a creator god?" Walter and the other kids nodded with certainty. After all, they'd seen the white-clad hero's power firsthand not long ago. At that moment, Banner couldn't help but ask, "Thor, are you seriously telling us Asgard had a god like this?" Under everyone's gaze, Thor looked completely lost. I don't know. There's barely any record of this brother in Asgard's archives. But it doesn't make sense. If he really existed, why didn't he show up during Ragnarok? Even now, Thor couldn't accept it. Was his brother Balder actually real, and a creator god? That sounded impossible. And Rocket, too, was clearly bewildered and ready to rant. Wasn't this just a myth? How did it turn out to be real? Scott suddenly said, "But there's real information about Balder here." Thor, what's going on? That was the question on everyone's mind. Suddenly, Scott's expression turned bitter as a thought occurred to him. "Hey, guys. I think we've got a problem. I mean, what if we're in the wrong universe? Like, a parallel universe." The scene went silent instantly. They had all considered the possibility, but no one had dared to say it out loud. "So what do we do now?" Nebula asked. "Can we still collect the Infinity Stones?" Does this mean our mission's a failure? The idea burned at them. None of them wanted to accept it. At that moment, Walter tilted his head curiously. You're talking about those colorful stones. Aren't they in the white-clad hero's hands? If you want them, you could try taking them from him. Though I doubt you'll even get close. He stuck out his tongue and made a cheeky face. Andrew and the other kids burst out laughing. While the kids were joking around, the rest of the group had expressions of complete shock. The Infinity Stones were in the hands of the white-clad hero, no, the god of light, Balder. It made sense, in a way. They were already fairly certain this was a parallel universe. If Balder really was as powerful as described, then of course the stones would be in his hands. We need to investigate first, Tony said calmly. I think it's time to adjust our plan. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Thor. So did Natasha and the others. Thor had a connection with this white-clad hero. Maybe. Just as they began to speculate, Walter suddenly narrowed his eyes with suspicion. Hey, what's up with you guys anyway? Why do you act like you don't know anything? You're supposed to be the Avengers, right? How could you not know this stuff? Unless, you're aliens in disguise. Walter's imagination ran wild, clearly fueled by too many sci-fi movies. He even took a few steps back, ready to bolt at any moment. Natasha quickly crouched down and explained with a gentle smile, we really are the Avengers. But during a mission, we got attacked and lost some of our memories. That's why we don't remember the things you mentioned. The four kids paused, half believing, half suspicious. Natasha kept smiling and added, it's a secret mission, okay. You guys have to promise Big Sis not to tell anyone for now, otherwise, the bad guys will win. That seemed to do the trick. The kids were excited but still hesitant. After quite a bit of coaxing, Natasha finally managed to calm them down and send them on their way. Watching the kids walk away, Hawkeye spoke up in a daze, honestly. I still can't believe what we just heard. A super Omega mutant. A creator god. That kind of thing actually exists. No one could blame him. Everyone present was still in disbelief. So much had happened in such a short time, it was overwhelming. With that in mind, Tony pulled out his tech and began to scan for local information. Images and data were projected into the air before them. And the more they saw, the more stunned they became. Messiah. White-clad hero. Reality manipulation. Creator god. Each piece of information hit harder than the last. At the same time, they realized, without a doubt, they had landed in the wrong place. This was a parallel universe. There was no other explanation for the massive discrepancies. It was like they'd come to a completely different world. Even the Battle of New York and other major events were different from what they remembered. But the most unbelievable part was everything about the white-clad hero. My God. Thor murmured. It's true. My brother is really a creator god. He couldn't believe it. A creator god, from Asgard. What the hell? After a long moment of stunned silence, they finally pulled themselves together, and realized something else. All 6 Infinity Stones were indeed in the hands of the white-clad hero, the god of light, Balder. He had actually taken Thanos' place and gathered them all. Yet another thing too unbelievable to comprehend. And now, their top priority was to find the white-clad hero. To find the god of light, Balder. End of chapter. Chapter 563. New Fanfics Event. Hi everyone, it's Zalem. The event will start tomorrow. Now I will tell you how to participate on it so you can choose which fanfic you want to be translated. This time there will be 2 challengers. A Naruto and a Bleach fanfic, both I checked them and they both looks promising. The event consists on 3 rounds of challenges. 1. The likes round. If the post gets 100 likes it will earn a point, both can win that point, will start Saturday, this is in Patreon. 2. The Power Stones round. If the fanfic gets 1500 Power Stones in webnovel gets a point. Both can win that point, will start Sunday. 3. The Reviews round. If the fanfic gets 50 reviews on webnovel it will get a point. Both can win that point, will start Sunday. Now what would happen if both reach the 3 points? I will pick both. The true both are fun so I kinda don't care if both win, ha ha ha. So if you want, try to make me pick both by doing the event. Also as bonus, if any of the fics get into the top 10 in web novel, I will make it a double chapter schedule for that FIC. Anyway, I thought it was going to be fun to do an event where you all get to participate, and if the event's successful I may do more of them, for more new fics or for current ones. Thanks you all for reading this, and I will see you later. Ciao. They had to find the white-clad hero, the god of light, Balder, and see if they could borrow the Infinity Stones from him. That way, they might still have a chance to save their universe. With that in mind, they immediately began investigating Balder's location, doing everything they could to track him down. While they were busy searching, on the other side of the city, Syd had already sensed their presence. The Avengers 4. On a sunlit street, a flicker of surprise flashed through Syd's eyes. He hadn't expected that even after so many changes to the storyline, the original Avengers 4 could still manage to cross over. They hadn't shown up during the Battle of New York, so why now? Naturally, Syd could guess what they were after. They're looking for me. Rubbing his chin in thought, Syd debated whether or not he should meet with these Avengers. After a while, he made his decision: he would see them. Even if he tried to hide, they would eventually find him once big events started to unfold. There was no point in avoiding them. But that didn't mean he was going to go to them. They were the ones in need, so they should come to him. With that, Syd activated a spatial shift and vanished from the spot, instantly reappearing above Stark Tower in New York. There, he closed his eyes and calmly floated in midair above the building, waiting for the Avengers 4 to arrive. Though his eyes were shut in apparent rest, the people of New York, and Tony inside Stark Tower, were anything but calm. Stark Tower. The white-clad hero. Why is he here? What does he want? Tony muttered in confusion. Didn't he ascend to the level of a creator god? Why would he show up here? It didn't make sense. Why would a creator god descend like this? Didn't he have better things to do? Outside, chaos was brewing. Panic spread through the streets of New York. Oh my god, isn't he supposed to be a creator god? Why is he on Earth? Run. Get out of here. Every time the white-clad hero appeared, it meant something huge was about to happen. No one wanted to become collateral damage. Many citizens began fleeing, some by car, others scrambling for flights or any means of escape. But there were exceptions. Some people, driven by desperate desires or hopes, and even a few devout monks, made their way toward him instead of away. Ever since his identity as a creator god had been revealed, his place in people's hearts had changed drastically. He wasn't seen as a mutant anymore. He was seen as a god. In the sea of people fleeing, the few moving toward him stood out starkly. Meanwhile, across the city, the Avengers 4 were all watching with shocked expressions. Tony's projection device displayed the live image of the white-clad hero floating above Stark Tower. They all stared in silence for a few seconds, before the murmurs began. That's him. The god of light, Balder. Thor, is that your brother? Their eyes turned to Thor, filled with surprise and confusion. Thor's eyes were wide as he murmured, I don't know. I've never seen him before. My brother only existed in legend. He was full of curiosity now, unable to take his eyes off the projected image. Was this really his brother? A creator god? Balder actually existed. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Then Natasha spoke. What's he doing up there? Why come to Stark Tower? Her eyes turned toward Tony. Tony frowned. I get the feeling he's waiting for us. He sensed our presence. The others stared at him in shock. No way. How could he possibly sense us? Yeah, that's way too far-fetched. They were stunned. Then Tony said, did you all forget what happened in the quantum tunnel? Everyone's minds flashed back to that moment. The red glow in the quantum tunnel, and then they had arrived here. Suddenly, a terrifying thought occurred to them. Could it be, they were pulled here because of the white-clad hero? The possibility chilled them. That's not possible, that's the quantum realm, Scott muttered over and over. This is just insane. Tony replied, his tone serious, we'll know for sure if we go talk to him. And we'll find out why he's waiting for us. It made sense, but Tony, weren't we trying to avoid drawing attention? Banner asked hesitantly. Showing up in public like this might not be the best idea. The others hesitated too. But Tony shook his head. If it's for the Infinity Stones, we can't afford to worry about that. This place isn't our world. Our presence here probably won't change anything. Hearing that, Natasha and the others thought it over and nodded in agreement. They quickly made their decision. Thankfully, they were already in New York, so they didn't need to travel far. Time passed. Sunlight gleamed off the surface of Stark Tower. Floating above it was a figure in radiant white, so dazzling that even the tower itself seemed to fade in comparison. At that moment, countless eyes were fixed on that shining figure. Around Stark Tower, agents in black shield uniforms, masses of civilians, a few monks, and police officers had all gathered. Drones buzzed overhead, capturing the scene. News stations broadcasted it live. People across the world were glued to their screens. Just then, 5 sleek black luxury cars pulled up quietly. Coulson and the other SHIELD agents maintaining order suddenly felt a headache coming on. Who's this now? Don't these people get how dangerous that guy is? Why come closer? As they muttered, one of the car doors opened. Out stepped a tall, muscular man in a white suit, his bald head shining under the sun, his presence towering and beyond ordinary. The moment Coulson saw him, his expression shifted slightly. He recognized him instantly. End of chapter. Chapter 564. At that moment, a young but firm voice rang out. Kingpin. What are you doing here? A red figure swung down from the sky, landing lightly on the ground. It was none other than Spider-Man, Peter Parker. And the towering man he was watching warily was indeed the infamous Kingpin, America's most powerful crime lord, known to be a formidable enemy to Daredevil, the Punisher, Spider-Man, and many other heroes. At the same time, Agent Coulson and the others had drawn their weapons, keeping a sharp eye on this criminal overlord. As SHIELD agents raised their guns, Kingpin's men exited their cars and did the same. A tense standoff began. Kingpin glanced at Spider-Man and then at Coulson and growled, "Spider-Man. You lot. I'm not here for you. Don't get in my way." Then, he lifted his bald head and looked directly at the glowing figure above Stark Tower, the white-clad hero. At the same moment, sensing the gaze, Syd slowly opened his eyes. His cold voice echoed through the area. "You're here for me." His tone was ethereal, like the voice of cosmic truth, reverberating over Stark Tower and making everyone who heard it feel a sudden chill, an eerie, almost divine clarity. But Kingpin, despite being the infamous boss of organized crime, didn't show any anger under that cold, condescending gaze from above. Instead, his eyes burned with passion. He understood very well that, in the eyes of someone like the white-clad hero, a man like him meant nothing. He was a speck, an ant. Even back when the white-clad hero had only been a super-omega mutant, Kingpin had known better than to provoke him, let alone now, when he was a creator god. So being acknowledged, even looked at, was already something that thrilled him. The white-clad hero actually noticed me. Even spoke to me. Kingpin's heart ignited with hope and longing. White-clad hero. Kingpin called out in a booming voice. "I have a request." Spider-Man, Coulson, the crowd, and even the Avengers 4 hiding nearby were all stunned. What does Kingpin want? As they wondered, Syd already had a guess. As one of America's most infamous villains, Kingpin didn't seem to have any great regrets. But there were 2 things that once truly mattered to him, his wife and his son, both long dead. In the next moment, Syd didn't bother using telepathy to probe. He simply asked calmly, "You want me to bring your wife and son back to life?" Spider-Man and the others looked on in shock. So that's why Kingpin is here? Kingpin himself was stunned. How did you know? Spider-Man and the others looked on with newfound awe and fear. He really does know everything. He's terrifying. It was like standing before a god, there were no secrets. Syd ignored their reactions, simply raising an eyebrow without confirming or denying anything. Bringing people back to life. For him, that wasn't even difficult anymore. Back in the day, it might have been a forbidden act. But now, it wasn't a problem. As one of the 6 creator gods, he had many ways to revive the dead. One option was doing what eternity had done in Thor, Love and Thunder, rebirthing someone through its essence. But Syd wasn't clear on the specifics of how eternity had pulled it off. If the girl who was resurrected gained divine power, it likely meant she had been reborn through eternity itself. If that was the case, Syd wasn't interested in that method. A better option. Just go find Death, one of the other creator gods. For a being like her, bringing someone back from the dead would be trivial. Then there were other methods too. The Time Stone combined with chaos magic, or even just chaos magic alone, would be enough to do it. And let's not forget about his creation ability. As a divine creative force, God's own power to create, it could reverse life and death with ease. As long as a soul still existed, crafting a new body would be simple. In that sense, life and death weren't boundaries for creation. And if you didn't care whether the resurrected was truly the same person, he could even create a clone with the same soul and consciousness. Whether that was the same individual, however, that was up for debate. Of course, using such brute force resurrection methods might attract the attention of Death. As these thoughts circled in Syd's mind, Spider-Man frowned below and said, "Kingpin, you're out of your mind. No one can bring the dead back to life." He wasn't alone in thinking that. Countless people around the scene, and even far off, like Tony and the rest, had similar doubts. In a dark alley nearby, Thor, Nebula asked, "Can the dead be brought back to life?" Everyone immediately looked at Thor. As the Prince of Asgard, he was the only one here who might have an answer. Thor shook his head. No. No one can truly come back from the dead. Death is irreversible. Even the Time Stone can't change that. Messing with the Time Stone recklessly can cause paradoxes and chaos. If the person only just died, you might be able to reverse time without affecting too much. He paused, then frowned. But I imagine Kingpin's wife and child have been dead for a long time. If they were truly revived, the consequences would be massive. As for those lost to Thanos' snap, they weren't truly dead. Their lives hadn't ended, they were just gone temporarily, in a sort of suspended state. Thinking of that, Thor's expression dimmed. His thoughts turned to Loki, his parents, and the many fallen Asgardians. Hearing his explanation, Tony and the others finally understood. So, death really was final. For a moment, mixed emotions swirled in their hearts. Their gazes turned toward Kingpin, full of sympathy. Some of them knew Kingpin's story. What will he do once he learns the truth? Just as they were wondering. Back at the scene, Syd finished his thoughts and looked down at Kingpin again. And then, in a completely unexpected move, he spoke. End of chapter. Cater 565. Event started. Pick up the new fanfic. Bleach, Why Am I, Kurosaki Ichigo, Not the Harem King. Naruto Travel Between Worlds of One Piece. Use your power stones on it, and by reaching 1500 PS and getting 50 reviews it will be picked up. I can bring the dead back to life, but why should I help you? The voice echoed across Stark Tower, mysterious, like the truth of the universe itself, yet also chillingly indifferent. Kingpin, who had been dejected after Spider-Man declared that death was irreversible, froze mid-thought. His expression twisted into shock and disbelief. The white-clad hero, what did he just say? He could actually bring the dead back. Kingpin was stunned, his mind struggling to comprehend. And he wasn't the only one. Spider-Man, who had just confidently stated that resurrection was impossible, now stood frozen, his face full of disbelief. How could something like that be real? Agent Coulson, the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, police officers, monks, and even civilians watching the scene through drones, every single one of them was floored. Is this real? Can someone actually be brought back to life? Oh God. Back in the dark corner of the street, the Avengers 4 were in complete shock. Nebula asked aloud, "Didn't you just say the dead can't come back?" Every eye turned to Thor. They all wanted the same answer. Just moments ago, Thor had declared with unwavering certainty that the dead could never be revived, and now the white-clad hero, the so-called god of light Baldur, was saying he could do exactly that. Thor stared ahead, stunned. It's impossible. How could anyone return from death? Unless, my brother is lying. Trying to trick that human. Tony and the others blinked. That, actually sounded plausible. Maybe he was giving that man false hope. While they were entertaining that theory, and while the whole world remained in disbelief, Kingpin, after his initial shock, began to tremble with excitement. His desperation to bring back his wife and son made him ignore the possibility that the white-clad hero might be deceiving him. This had to be real. He kept telling himself that. But soon, doubt and sorrow overtook him again. After all, why would the white-clad hero help someone like him? Money. The white-clad hero didn't need it. Even if he did, he could just take an entire nation's treasury with ease. Power. With a mere flick, he could wipe out all of New York. What need did he have for organizations or criminal empires? Kingpin couldn't think of a single thing he had that could be of value. But he couldn't give up. This was his only chance. After several seconds of agonizing thought, he lowered his head and muttered with despair and uncertainty, "I have nothing worth trading for this miracle." Then, more resolutely, he added, "But I'll give everything I have, if there's even the slightest chance." He lifted his head, looking at the white-clad hero with pure devotion in his eyes, silently begging for mercy. Murmurs spread through the crowd around Stark Tower. Does Kingpin really think he can bring people back from the dead? That's ridiculous. There's no such thing. And why would the white-clad hero even help him? But high above, Syd's eyes narrowed slightly. Kingpin's body was now giving off threads of faith. He was producing actual divine faith energy. Not the level of a fanatic, but solidly that of a true believer. It seemed his longing to bring back his family wasn't just genuine, it was desperate. Syd's interest was piqued. He had never actually tried resurrecting someone before. All the methods he'd come up with were still theoretical. This could be a perfect test. More importantly, he had made a promise once, to Caecilius. He'd promised to bring back his wife and child. He hadn't had the power at the time, so the matter had been delayed. Caecilius never pressed him, but Syd could still feel the man's pain and grief beneath his fanatical loyalty. Now that he had the strength, it was time to fulfill that promise. Kingpin's case would serve as the experiment. With a faint smile, Syd said, "I'm in a good mood today. I'll grant your wish. But I hope you won't regret it. Having a wife and child again will become your weakness." As he spoke, he cast a brief glance at Coulson and the others, not subtly at all. Coulson noticed and gave a bitter smile. Kingpin's expression changed momentarily, but quickly turned resolute. Seeing that, Syd didn't bother with more words. After a moment of thought, he decided to use chaos magic combined with his creation ability. First, he would use chaos magic to retrieve the souls of Kingpin's wife and son. Then, he'd use creation to craft new bodies for them. In the next instant, under the stunned eyes of people around the world, he raised his right hand and activated his power. A crimson glow surged to life. Simultaneously, he used his abstract divine form to sense the location of the two souls. He reached across heaven, hell, and various dimensions. Then, with a twist of chaotic reality, he altered their positions. Red light burst forth. Under the force of chaos magic's reality warping, two transparent soul forms, one adult and one child, appeared in the air. The two souls looked confused, unsure of what was happening. Bathed in red light, their forms were visible to everyone present, including Kingpin. Before anyone could react, the white-clad hero gently blew toward the souls. His supreme creation energy spread outward, touching both souls. And then something truly shocking happened. The two souls, previously intangible and ghost-like, began to solidify. It was like watching them come back to life. No, they were coming back to life. People stared in utter disbelief. No matter how hard they looked, they couldn't see the two figures as spiritual forms anymore. They looked real. Alive. At the same time, without anyone realizing, the deep red glow on Syd's right hand pulsed again. He twisted reality one more time, altering the fact that the two people had died at all. Now, they had never been dead. They'd only been in a state of suspended animation. This trick was meant to deceive Death herself. The creation ability alone was enough to resurrect someone, but if he used it carelessly, Death might immediately sense the anomaly. So Syd played it smart. End of chapter. Chapter 566. Looking at the woman and child, one tall, one small, floating before him, their faces full of confusion and disbelief, a trace of satisfaction crossed Syd's face. He couldn't help but admire the overwhelming might of creation and chaos magic. Creation alone was awe-inspiring, but even just chaos magic's ability to twist reality was already absurd. Syd fell into thought. In this universe, Doctor Strange had been crippled in a car accident, but in another, his hands were unharmed, yet Christine, his love, had died instead. To bring her back, Strange used the Time Stone, attempting to forcibly undo her death. But it was precisely Christine's death that led to the rise of the Sorcerer Supreme. That created a temporal paradox, a fixed point in time. No matter how many times he reversed time, Christine always died. Eventually, the corrupted Strange gained overwhelming power, forcibly overturned time, and the entire universe began to collapse. But if it had been chaos magic instead? What paradox? What fixed point? Under chaos magic, everything makes sense. All logic is self-consistent. Collapse. Impossible. Finishing his thoughts, Syd waved a hand. Kingpin's wife Vanessa and his son gently descended to the ground, returning to Kingpin's side. Not far off, Spider-Man Peter Parker's jaw dropped. His eyes widened as he stared in disbelief. They were really brought back. My God, people can actually come back to life. Peter stood there dazed, his worldview cracking apart. A flicker of desire sparked in his chest. He too wanted to bring back his loved ones. At that moment, Agent Coulson, the officers, the monks, and countless others watching across the globe were in shock. They had just witnessed a miracle. No, a divine act. Someone had actually come back from the dead. What kind of absurd power was this? So this is the power of a creator god. Coulson muttered, barely believing it. In the shadows nearby, Nebula, Thor, and the others stared, dumbfounded. Thor especially looked completely shaken. His brother, the white-clad hero, the god of light Balder, hadn't been lying to that mortal. He actually revived someone. Thor whispered, dazed, How can this be real? Tears welled up in his eyes as faces flashed through his mind. Father. Mother. Loki. Heimdall. If only they could come back too. While Thor was lost in thought, the others were equally overwhelmed. Then Hawkeye whispered, Thor. I think I actually believe it now. He really is a creator god. Kamartaj. The Ancient One, who had been silently observing from afar, worried that Syd might use the Time Stone to reverse time, showed a rare look of surprise. Even she felt her worldview shake. No one knew better than her how difficult it was to bring someone back. Death in the universe was tied to the force known as death, a cosmic constant. Not even magic could undo it. If resurrection had been so simple, she would have brought back Caecilius' family long ago. There was no way she would have waited until now. Meanwhile, not far away, Caecilius stared at the scene, a mix of shock and excitement in his eyes. Someone had actually come back to life. After the initial joy, though, sorrow crept in. His lord had once promised to bring back his wife and son. But it hadn't happened yet. As he watched, the doubt he had tried so hard to suppress stirred once more. Could it be, his lord isn't powerful enough? Could he be less powerful than the white-clad hero? Caecilius' eyes filled with uncertainty. But far away in New York, Syd sensed his thoughts and silently shook his head. The next moment, Caecilius froze. A mysterious voice echoed in his mind. If your heart longs so deeply for their return, then I shall grant it. As the words faded, Syd began channeling the power of chaos magic and creation once more. In an instant, Caecilius' pupils shrank. Two souls suddenly appeared before him, and a familiar sight followed. The translucent figures began to rapidly solidify, flesh, bone, breath, becoming real. What's happening? Are you, Daddy? The woman and boy blinked, confused and unsure. Caecilius was in complete disbelief. It was almost impossible to believe this was real. His wife, his child, had truly been brought back. And this process, it felt eerily familiar, like what had happened with the white-clad hero. Still, Syd had hidden the red chaos magic light this time, so Caecilius couldn't be sure. He hesitated, then told himself. Maybe, this is just how all great beings revive people. He couldn't imagine any other explanation. Almost simultaneously, a glowing yellow portal appeared nearby. The Ancient One stepped out in her golden robes, her eyes widening with shock. Just moments earlier, she had sensed an overwhelming surge of power from this area, and had rushed over to investigate. What she saw left her speechless. Caecilius saw her, but he paid her no attention. He was too overwhelmed, clutching his wife and son in a tight embrace. As he held them close, he murmured devoutly, "O Supreme Lord, thank you for your mercy upon your humble servant." His Lord's power, truly beyond imagination. And to think he had doubted that his Lord was weaker than the white-clad hero. He felt a pang of guilt. The Ancient One frowned as she listened, quickly piecing things together. But confusion still filled her heart. How could this be happening? If the white-clad hero had revived someone, fine, he was a creator god. It made sense that he could challenge natural laws and cosmic order. But this unknown dimensional deity? How could he possibly do the same? And even more strangely, the white-clad hero had just performed a resurrection, and then Caecilius' family was revived too. Could this unknown god be connected to the white-clad hero? The Ancient One's thoughts swirled with doubt. End of chapter. Chapter 567. At that moment, Caecilius, still holding his wife and child in his arms, began to undergo a subtle transformation. The threads of faith connecting him to Syd suddenly thickened, dozens of times over. Even his soul now shimmered with a faint glow. To put it simply, Caecilius' devotion had ascended to an entirely new level, beyond that of even a fanatic. At this point, his faith was practically unshakable. Even if asked to die, he would do so without question, simply believing it was his Lord's will, and obey gladly. Back in New York, Syd also sensed this change. Through the link of divine faith, he even felt as though his consciousness could now descend directly into Caecilius' body and control it at will. But he ignored that sensation and shifted his attention back to the scene around Stark Tower. Kingpin was also embracing his wife and son now, excitedly telling them what had happened. Meanwhile, murmurs spread among the surrounding crowd. Unbelievable. The power of a creator god. It defies science. But why would the white-clad hero bring Kingpin's family back? Where's the justice in that? Why does he get a miracle and not the rest of us? Why would the white-clad hero help him? With his divine senses, Syd heard the whispers from dozens, even hundreds of meters away, but he didn't react at all. Why? Because he wanted to. He felt like it. He would do whatever he pleased. What gave these people the right to question that? In this world, if it wasn't Kingpin, it would have been someone else. As long as humans existed, there would always be people competing for the spoils of darkness. Unless he wiped out all of humanity, like the biblical God's great flood, there would be no end to it. In some ways, Kingpin's very presence stabilized the underground world. And if having his wife and child again made him more vulnerable, that had nothing to do with Syd. Then, he heard the voices of gratitude. Divine One, thank you for bringing back my son, and me, Vanessa said sincerely. Kingpin and the boy both echoed her gratitude. After a while, seeing that the white-clad hero gave no reply, they respectfully said their farewells, and left in their cars, escorted by Kingpin's men. The moment they left, Syd heard a wave of desperate pleading from below. "O great creator God, please, have mercy on me too. Please bring my loved one back. God." Even Coulson and Spider-Man hesitated, as though wanting to speak but not daring to. Across the world, millions who saw the broadcast via drones were filled with fervent hope. They prayed silently, wishing the white-clad hero could grant their desires. At this point, they had completely forgotten how much they used to scorn mutants, or how hateful their words had once been. Hearing all of this, seeing the thick crowd swarming beneath Stark Tower, Syd simply closed his eyes. As if I'd help people like them. He wasn't some magical wish-granting machine. If he fulfilled every absurd request, then what, revive every dead human in history? That would surely enrage not only Mephisto and the lords of hell, but even the angels of heaven might descend to stop him. Worse yet, he would certainly alert death. Besides, a universe without death would be terrifying. Death is what makes new life possible. And when it came to heaven, Syd narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but think of the god he was now emulating. According to legend, heaven was created by God. Whether that was true or not, no one knew for sure. Earth, Asgard, Jotunheim, they were all part of the 9 realms. But in ancient times, there had actually been 10 realms. The 10th was heaven. Long ago, heaven suffered a rebellion. The queen of the angels offended Odin. In his rage, Odin severed heaven from the world tree itself. He cursed every angel with eternal banishment, casting them into the endless void. Thinking of all this, Syd's eyes flickered with doubt. In Marvel lore, God is a vague, undefined figure, and may not even reside in heaven. His power was also questionable. By right, the head gods of every pantheon, Zeus, Odin, etc., were supposed to be Skyfather-level beings. But one thing was certain, Marvel doesn't have a true, omniscient, omnipotent God. Of this, Syd was absolutely sure. Otherwise, Marvel's strongest entity wouldn't be the one above all, it would be God. He shook his head, thinking back to the divine role he was now emulating. He was fairly certain he wasn't imitating Marvel's vague God, but the true God, the omnipotent one. While he pondered this, his closed eyes and aloof demeanor made the crowd go completely silent. Not even Coulson or the others dared to interrupt him. Even the whispered discussions began to fade. Everyone was left wondering. Why had the white-clad hero, this so-called creator god, appeared here in the first place? They weren't the only ones puzzled. Hiding in secret, many aliens who had come to Earth to observe the rumored creator god were just as confused. But also thrilled. The being they'd only heard of in legend, was right in front of them. And just as Coulson, Spider-Man, and the world watched in confusion, a new group entered the scene, and gasps rippled through the crowd. Dressed in specialized suits, Captain America, Natasha, Tony, and others stepped out of the shadows. The crowd erupted. It's the Avengers. Coulson, in his black suit, blinked in confusion. Captain, what are you doing here? He wasn't the only one, other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents wore the same expression of bewilderment. They glanced at the uniforms the Avengers were wearing. Is this some kind of new mission gear? Could this be an assignment from Director Fury? Maybe that's why they'd come. As ordinary people exclaimed in awe and agents puzzled over the situation. Inside Stark Tower, and across S.H.I.E.L.D. and other facilities, some people were reeling in shock. Stark Tower. Tony stood before the tall windows, watching the scene below with a face full of disbelief. What was he seeing? He saw himself. A man, identical to him, was standing among the Avengers who had just arrived. Even Jarvis stuttered. Sir. I believe I'm seeing another you. What is going on? Via the security cameras, they had a perfect view of the other Tony Stark standing there in the crowd. End of chapter. Chapter 568. Tony Stark didn't bother answering Jarvis. Without a word, he pressed the arc reactor at his chest. In the next second, countless nanobots surged across his body, forming a red suit of armor. With a whoosh, he soared out of Stark Tower. At the scene, Coulson and the others were still wondering if Captain and the rest were on some secret mission when suddenly, a familiar red figure burst out of Stark Tower. Instantly, everyone, on site and across the world watching through drones, began to shift their eyes between the Iron Men in the sky and the one standing with the Avengers. Why are there two Tony Starks? Did Iron Man lend someone his Mark suit? They couldn't think of any other explanation. But the hovering Iron Man quickly dispelled those thoughts. Hovering in the air, the faceplate of the armor snapped open, revealing Tony Stark's unmistakable face. In that instant, silence fell. Everyone stared, mouths agape, at the two Tony Starks. God Almighty, two Iron Men. Am I seeing double? What the hell is going on? Two Mr. Starks? Spider-Man scratched his head, confused. The airborne Tony ignored the crowd's stunned faces. His eyes were locked on the other him standing with the Avengers. Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me? What kind of nonsense is Nick Fury pulling this time? Question after question shot out as a storm of theories raced through his mind. Then he turned to Captain America. What's going on here? Meanwhile, in Asgard. In the royal palace, watching Earth's projection, Thor and the Warriors 3 stood dumbfounded. Thor, when Heimdall said he saw another version of you, I didn't believe it, Hogun muttered. Now I do. Not far off, Queen Frigga covered her mouth in shock, and even King Odin frowned deeply. If not for the vast distance and restrictions, they might have already uncovered the truth. Back on Earth. Coulson's phone rang. He answered, and heard Nick Fury's urgent voice. Soon, Coulson learned, not just Tony Stark, Natasha and others with the group were also wrong. Because right now, Natasha was at S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ. As the call ended, Coulson immediately raised his pistol and aimed it at the Avengers standing in front of him. His voice was sharp. Who the hell are you people? Captain. Natasha. They're in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters right now, they're not here. The crowd erupted into a fresh wave of shock, even the flying Tony Stark looked stunned. Then, from among the other Avengers, Ant-Man Scott Lang raised his hands. Whoa, calm down, let us explain. Coulson hesitated for a moment, then lowered the gun slightly. Go ahead. Scott took a deep breath. Here's the deal. We're from an alternate universe. We're here to find the Infinity Stones. Without waiting for questions, he continued, in our universe. Thanos collected all 6 Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers. Half the universe's life vanished. And then he destroyed the stones. He explained how they tried to fix things by traveling into the past using quantum tech to retrieve the stones and bring everyone back. When he finished, Tony, Coulson, and everyone on Earth watching through drones were stunned. Thanos. 6 Infinity Stones. Half the universe just gone. They were shaken to their core. Could this really be true? If it was, the implications were terrifying. Coulson's brow furrowed. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he knew exactly how dangerous the Infinity Stones were, and he knew who Thanos was. What these people said, it was plausible. But there was one problem. Coulson shook his head. Impossible. With the existence of the Creator God, the white-clad hero, Thanos would never be able to gather the stones. Let alone erase half the universe. From above, Tony agreed. That lie fell apart fast. Next time you want to deceive people, try preparing better. All across the world, viewers watching the broadcast began to agree. The story from these fake Avengers was too ridiculous, full of holes. With a creator god like the white-clad hero around, would someone like Thanos even dare to show up? Forget that, even the Messiah would be too much for him. But just as Coulson was about to question them further, Thor from the alternate universe stepped forward, eyes full of sorrow. In our universe, the white-clad hero doesn't exist. His gaze instinctively rose to the figure floating above them, dressed in pure white, radiant like a god. His brother, who in his universe, had only ever been a myth, never once seen in real life. Coulson and the others were dumbfounded. What did he just say? No white-clad hero. Then Thor explained more differences between their two universes. Not only do we lack the white-clad hero, but the Messiah doesn't exist either. Because they're not there, our universe diverged in many ways. He paused, then added with grief, my father, my mother, my brother Loki, they're all gone. He proceeded to recount the destruction of Asgard, and his own painful journey. Elsewhere in New York. Impossible. Loki muttered in disbelief. Me. Dead. His expression twisted, then suddenly he scoffed. Umph. I'm the future king of Asgard. The brother of the creator god. Who could possibly kill me? Thanos. He wouldn't dare. He lifted his chin, pride and confidence radiating from his face. That other Loki from that other universe. A loser, nothing like him. Because he was Loki. The brother of the creator god. Umph. End of chapter. Chapter 569. Asgard. Listening to the alternate Thor's words, the Warriors 3 and others were all stunned. Thor himself was no exception. His parents. Frigga. Loki, all dead. Thor didn't want to believe it. Even just imagining such a scenario filled him with despair. If merely thinking about it felt this painful, how much worse must it have been for that version of him in the other universe? How could something like this happen? Thor murmured. At that moment, Odin, frowning deeply, said gravely, had your brother Baldur not existed, Ragnarok would have already come to pass. He paused and didn't continue. But though he stopped speaking, Thor and the others clearly understood the unspoken meaning. Which was to say, what the other Thor had experienced could very well be true. Asgard's destruction, Odin, Frigga, Loki, and their people all perishing one after another. The warriors Three and Heimdall felt a chill run down their spines. Thor, shocked and dazed, also couldn't help but accept that such a future was possible. He whispered with a hint of relief, "Thankfully, my brother exists. Otherwise." He couldn't bear to imagine that terrible scene. And as he thought of that, he cast a look of sympathy toward the Thor from the parallel universe. On Earth, at the scene. After listening to the alternate Thor's account, Coulson and the others imagined the possibility, and found it hard to deny. "So, Captain," Coulson asked cautiously, "you all came to our universe to collect the 6 Infinity Stones and restore the other half of the universe's life?" Black Widow, Steve, and the rest immediately nodded. Coulson scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, the problem is, none of the stones are scattered. They're all in the hands of the white-clad hero. We have no way of retrieving them for you. In fact, there's probably no one in this universe who can take them from him. Unless he's willing to give them to you." Coulson looked around and added in a more serious tone, "That means, Captain, it's up to your ability to persuade him. But I'd strongly suggest not trying to take them by force. That would be unwise." Of course, Thor and the rest understood the message loud and clear. Hawkeye forced a chuckle. "You don't need to say it, we know. We're not crazy enough to try and rob a creator god." Though he didn't say it out loud, there was still some skepticism in his heart. Is the creator god really as powerful as they say? Since they hadn't witnessed it firsthand, and given the limited intel, some of them still harbored doubts. Maybe it was all a bit exaggerated. Even if the white-clad hero wasn't as omnipotent as claimed, he was still far beyond their level. After all, reviving the dead, reversing life and death, was already beyond comprehension. Captain Steve nodded. "Coulson, we understand." Then he looked up at the sky. Floating above, clad in pure white and radiating divine mystery, the white-clad hero watched over them in silence. Steve hesitated, then stepped forward and spoke with solemn respect. "Unknown creator god, may we borrow the Infinity Stones? We'll only use them once. We'll return them immediately after." Hulk quickly chimed in, "Yeah. We promise, we'll give them back right after we're done." Beside them, Natasha and the others looked up with hope, their eyes full of quiet pleading. Thor shifted awkwardly. "Be brother." His face flushed red, he wanted to speak, but didn't know how. High in the sky, Syd opened his eyes and calmly looked down at them. A thought crossed his mind, and he summoned the Infinity Gauntlet. As the 6 radiant gems glittered in the light, Clint and the others couldn't hide their joy. Syd's voice rang out, serene, cold, unfathomable. "You want this? Do you understand the importance these Infinity Stones hold to this universe? If the stones are removed, this universe loses one of its greatest defenses. What if something goes wrong, and you fail to return them?" His tone was calm, yet it felt like divine judgment itself. The voice of cosmic truth echoed in their ears. The group froze, stunned. Then Hulk spoke up hastily, "Nothing will go wrong. We'll return them for sure. Creator God, please believe us." Syd didn't respond. He merely curled his lip in secret. "You say that now, Banner." But he hadn't forgotten what happened in their universe, how the Space Stone was lost when Loki stole it due to their carelessness. Because of that disruption, the Time Variance Authority ended up arresting Loki. And the Space Stone? It was never returned. What if something similar happened with these? In the multiverse, anything was possible. That said, for him, the Infinity Stones weren't all that crucial anymore. As he pondered this, his thoughts turned toward the power of creation, the divine ability of the god he was emulating. At that moment, on the ground, near Stark Tower, a portal of golden sparks opened beside Thor and the others. Out stepped a woman in yellow robes, the Ancient One. Everyone blinked. Who's this? They weren't familiar with her, but the magic circle of golden sparks was something they did recognize. Magic. That meant, this woman was likely a powerful sorcerer. Captain America and the others frowned slightly, already sensing something was off. Sure enough. The Ancient One walked forward, bowed respectfully to Syd, and said, "Greetings, great Creator God." Then, pausing, she added, "Creator God, I must warn that handing over all 6 Infinity Stones to these outsiders carries great risk." "What?" Rocket shouted angrily. "What the hell are you saying? What do you mean it's risky to give them to us?" Natasha and the others also frowned, clearly sharing the same sentiment. The Ancient One turned to them calmly. "Giving you the Infinity Stones may save your reality. But what about ours? If we lose all 6 stones, this world will be left defenseless against the forces of darkness." End of chapter. Chapter 570. Banner frowned and said, "We already promised, we'll return the Infinity Stones." The Ancient One calmly replied, "That promise is only good if you actually can return them." There was an undeniable distrust in her tone. Or perhaps, it wasn't distrust in them, but simply that she didn't want to test the bounds of human nature. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by 6 Infinity Stones? If even a single mishap occurred, the Infinity Stones from their universe could end up lost in another. And if that happened, recovering them would be a nightmare. In this moment, not only the Ancient One, but many watching around the world through drone feeds shared the same worry. Banner and the others were growing frustrated at her distrust, about to argue their case. But Thor didn't care for the back and forth. He looked up at the Creator God, his brother in this universe, and pleaded. "Is it really not possible?" Silence fell. Countless eyes turned toward the white-clad hero floating above. Syd glanced at him, then after a moment of thought, shook his head with a light sigh. "Fine. I really can't say no to you. Even if you're not the Thor of this world. I can lend a small helping hand." Of course, more than sympathy, Syd was curious about testing the upper limits of his creation ability. Hearing his words, Thor froze in place, and deep in his heart, a complicated mix of envy and longing surfaced. Why did his universe not have a brother like this? Or rather, why did his legendary brother never appear in real life? If he had. His gaze dimmed with sorrow and unwillingness. Meanwhile, the Ancient One's expression visibly changed. Steve and the others, on the other hand, were barely containing their excitement. Just as everyone thought Syd would hand over the Infinity Gauntlet, the unexpected happened. He released the gauntlet, letting it float beside him, and simply raised his right hand. His gaze locked on the time stone embedded on the gauntlet. He was about to recreate it. Activating the power of creation, divine energy surged from within him. Bright green light gathered in his palm. And in the next second, the energy of time rippled through the air. Within moments, a luminous green gem coalesced into form. A perfectly condensed time stone, complete. It worked. Syd looked down at the gem hovering in his palm, impressed by the overwhelming strength of creation. To avoid interference, he had crafted this time stone using the model brought by Infinity Ultron. The same task, attempted with chaos magic, would have exhausted him just to make a fake version. But with the ability of God's creation, it was different. As Syd admired the glowing gem. Down below, Coulson, Steve, the Ancient One, and countless people around the world watching the broadcast were stunned. What is that? The time stone. They were dazed, their eyes shifting between the original gem on the gauntlet and the new one in Syd's hand. 2. Time stones. What's happening? Thor and the others cried out in disbelief. Even the Ancient One's eyes widened, her worldview beginning to collapse. The time stone, one of the cosmic gems said to have been born with the universe itself, had just been created. And she had witnessed it firsthand. Time could be created. The Ancient One was reeling. Even knowing he was a creator god, this level of power still seemed unreal. Before she could recover, Syd casually flicked the time stone into the air. It began orbiting him like a satellite. Then he opened his hand again. Red light bloomed. Then purple. Then yellow. Under their astonished gazes, one infinity stone after another formed from the void, each glowing with unfathomable power. Syd's divine ability had produced 6 new infinity stones. Around the white-clad hero, the new stones spun in orbit. Everyone watching was silent. Finally, Rocket muttered, "I think I'm hallucinating." "You?" Ant-Man nodded slowly. "Same." So we're both seeing the same hallucination. Which means, this is real. He sounded like he was trying to convince himself. But none of them could deny what they'd just seen. Not Rocket. Not Thor. Not even Odin watching from Asgard, nor the hidden dimensional beings lurking in the shadows. Infinity Stones can be created. The white-clad hero just did that. What kind of power is this? While the entire world reeled in disbelief, Syd gently waved his hand. The 6 new Infinity Stones shot down and floated toward Steve and the others. Syd's tone remained calm. The Infinity Stones of your universe were destroyed. These 6 shall serve as replacements. Steve and his team stared blankly at the radiant gems. Though the Creator God spoke so casually, they still felt like they were dreaming. They had gotten the Infinity Stones. And not by fighting, or outsmarting someone, or barely surviving a heist. But by receiving brand new ones, created before their eyes. Carefully, reverently, they gathered the 6 stones. Even as relief settled over them, a profound realization dawned. The power of the white-clad hero might truly be beyond comprehension. At the very least, his strength exceeded that of the 6 Infinity Stones combined. Otherwise, how could he have created them? Just grasping the power of one stone was already difficult, let alone all 6. And now someone capable of crafting all 6 stood before them. Thor couldn't even begin to imagine it. Then. Your power is incredible, Steve said quietly, overwhelmed. Thank you. On behalf of all life in our universe, thank you. The others followed, bowing and offering sincere thanks. Afterward, they quietly began to prepare to leave. With the 6 Infinity Stones, we can finally. But just as they were about to say goodbye, Syd paused. Should I go with them? When he had unlocked Baldur's full progress, he'd been curious about the other universes. And now, after hearing their stories, he had guesses, but no certainty. End of chapter. Chapter 571. After thinking it through, Syd made a decision. Just as Natasha and the others were about to activate the device to return to where they came from, he calmly said, I'll go with you. His mysterious voice echoed through the air. Coulson and the others were visibly stunned when they heard him speak. Shield. Fury's eyes narrowed in suspicion. What does the white-clothed one want? It wasn't just him. At this moment, people across the world were all shocked and puzzled, wondering about the white-clothed one's intentions. At the scene, the core members of the Avengers also looked stunned. The god of creation standing before them was actually going to accompany them back to their universe. After a brief moment of shock, Ant-Man Scott wore an awkward expression as he offered a slight explanation. We use a special type of microparticle for time travel. The amount we have on us is only enough for a one-way trip. Captain America and the others beside him also looked apologetic. Thor, who had looked hopeful when he heard the white-clothed one wanted to go with them, quickly dimmed again after hearing there weren't any extra PIM particles. He seemed somewhat disappointed. Just then, Natasha came up with an idea. She opened her mouth to speak. However, just as she was about to say it, she recalled how Scott hadn't mentioned the PIM particles by name, which was probably intentional, so she changed her wording. She said, the scientist who created those particles is still alive in this time period. Maybe we can ask him for more. Then we can. Captain America and the others froze for a moment. Just as Natasha was about to continue, something completely unexpected happened. Syd said calmly, you can go ahead and travel back. I don't need the thing you're talking about. Natasha and the others were startled. They naturally understood what the god of creation meant. He didn't need to rely on PIM particles, he could travel through time and space on his own. Was this the power of the Creator God? They found it hard to believe. Hearing his words, Scott suddenly remembered something, his experience in the quantum realm. That blinding red light. The memory sent a chill down Scott's spine. He blurted out, the strange phenomenon we ran into in the quantum tunnel, could that have been because of you? As his words fell, Captain America and the others were reminded of the terrifying red light they'd encountered on their way here, a memory that still sent a shiver down their spines. We ended up at the wrong time and place because of that strange red light. Banner muttered. Looking up at the figure in white high in the sky, he asked, was that you? Amid their shocked expressions, Syd casually nodded. Seeing him nod, Scott couldn't help but shout, "That was the quantum realm." "Oh my God. Originally, we were supposed to end up during the Battle of New York in 2012, and you were precise enough to drop us here." The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Did this mean the quantum realm held no secrets from this being? Could he freely traverse time and space? Terrifying. Captain America and the others, hearing this, also came to the same realization and gasped. So they hadn't been wrong. This god of creation appeared over Stark Tower on purpose, waiting for them. As thoughts whirled through their minds, Coulson and the others nearby were also putting the pieces together. Even if they didn't understand everything, it was clear that the white-clothed one had influenced them, causing them to travel to the wrong time and place. Faced with something beyond comprehension, all they could do was be in awe. After a while, Captain America and the others calmed down again. They didn't dare to look at the terrifying figure in the sky anymore. After saying their farewells to Coulson, Natasha, and the rest prepared to leave. In the next moment, they activated their Ant-Man suits. Whoosh, in Coulson and the others' eyes, they disappeared in an instant, their whereabouts unknown. But although Coulson and the rest couldn't see, Syd could clearly see everything from the sky. He watched as their bodies shrank, and clearly perceived them entering the quantum tunnel. Syd's vast and abstract conceptual form, fully prepared, sensed where they were going. It was a universe almost identical to this one. Or rather, it was the same, until his appearance caused a divergence in the timeline, splitting it into a parallel universe. Syd didn't overthink it. Now that he had sensed the exact location, everything else was simple. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of Coulson, the Ancient One, the aliens, and people all around the world, space rippled. His figure blurred, and vanished on the spot. Coulson and the others looked at each other, speechless. Meanwhile, Captain America and the others exited the quantum tunnel and returned to the platform where they had first left. "We did it." Looking at each other, Hawkeye and the rest beamed with joy. The mission was a great success. Just as they were celebrating, Syd's figure appeared above them without warning, briefly surveying the area. He said, "So this is the divergent universe separated from Earth 616. The sudden voice gave the Avengers a fright. Looking up, they were stunned. This god of creation really followed us. Incredible, he's not even wearing an Ant-Man suit. Scott and the others were in disbelief. Among them, Thor, with long golden hair and a large body, had a trace of excitement on his face. Syd then looked toward them and turned his gaze to Natasha, speaking words that stunned the whole team. "Because of my presence, some of you have deviated from your original path. According to the normal timeline, not everyone would have returned. Someone should have remained in our world, forever." Hearing the mysterious words echo from above, Tony and the others fell into confusion and shock. Someone would have stayed behind. Did this being have the power to peer into all futures and destinies? End of chapter. Chapter 572. After all, what the god of creation had said really did carry such a meaning. That's what Ant-Man Scott was thinking. Then, they couldn't help but find it amusing. Were they seriously thinking of such absurd things? Just as the thought crossed their minds, Nebula's expression shifted slightly. She looked at Hawkeye and Black Widow with a complicated expression, and said in a low voice, "After my sister and Thanos went to Vormir, they never returned." Hearing this, Tony and the others' expressions changed as realization dawned upon them. Then came a wave of relief, followed by shock. This god of creation could even know something like that. Did he truly possess the power to peer into the fate and future of all beings? Was it the power of the Time Stone? Or something else? At the same time, they couldn't help but grow suspicious. What exactly was this god of creation's purpose? Why did he come to our universe? What does he want? As their thoughts grew chaotic and confusion about his motives deepened, Syd ignored their inner turmoil. After casually mentioning the topic, he closed his eyes to sense something. Relying on his avatar of light and the abstract concept body of the 616 Prime Universe, he sensed the presences of eternity, death, infinity, oblivion, and the planet devourer. This left Syd both surprised and unsurprised. In every Marvel single universe, there existed an incarnation of eternity. But the true form of eternity was unique, only one existed, and it was of the multiversal level. All the rest were avatars. Of course, even if they were avatars, they were relatively independent, each possessing their own thoughts and will. It was the same for the other primordial cosmic entities. They all had multiversal-level true bodies. With that in mind, Syd's expression grew a bit complicated. So, I might be the weakest among the gods of creation. His body was limited to a single universe, he didn't have a multiversal-level self. It might have been fine if he didn't know, but now that he did, Syd couldn't help but feel powerless and pressured. At the same time, a terrifying thought crept into his mind. If the multiversal-level eternity and the others one day sense me, what would they do? Frowning deeply, a series of frightening scenarios flashed through his thoughts, making him even more determined to grow stronger. He had to reach multiversal level as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he didn't consider eternity and the rest, there were already enough threats, like Thon, the god of black magic at multiversal level, and the secret masters behind Camartage, the Vishanti Trinity. Fortunately, the versions of eternity in the 616 Prime universe are independent enough. Their multiversal main body probably won't notice me anytime soon. As long as nothing too outrageous happens. But Syd wasn't the kind to rely on luck. The best path was to strengthen himself to multiversal level. The question was, when could he achieve it? Frowning, he murmured, seems like, the only hope is to continue unlocking God's powers. Hopefully, I can unlock some special abilities from God soon. Thinking about his 11% unlock progress on the God template, Syd felt a sense of anticipation. With those thoughts set aside, he refocused on this divergent universe. To be honest, while other beings might find it difficult to grow stronger, as a god of creation, he seemed to have a shortcut. At this moment, he could clearly feel that as long as he willed it, using his abstract concept body and the avatar of light, he could also become a god of creation in this divergent universe. At that point, he would possess the power of two universes. Say what you will, just having the power of two universes would be enough to defeat eternity in the 616 Prime universe. The only question was whether he could beat the 5 cosmic entities working together. Syd pondered silently. Of course, 2 universes' worth of power was still insignificant compared to the vastness of the multiverse. Countless single universes made up the multiverse, and new ones were being born every moment. Under normal circumstances, his avatar of light could never cover the entire multiverse. But that was just theoretical. Later on, the combined power of numerous universes could definitely speed up his spread across them all. At least, that was Syd's guess. So this is yet another path to reach the multiversal level. Then, he shook his head. There were still drawbacks to this method. The more universes he covered, the more anomalies would appear. That would make it easier for other multiversal entities to notice him. But that was a problem for the future, not now. Looking at this divergent universe, Syd resisted the urge to spread his presence, deciding instead to wait until he'd handled the Avengers' business first. With that thought, he turned his gaze to the stunned Tony and the others. He said, "Have you decided who will snap their fingers?" At his words, Thor and the others looked at each other. That finger snap, who would do it? It was a life-threatening issue. As for the creator god hovering in the sky, they didn't even consider asking. The fact that he created the Infinity Stones for them was already generous. They wouldn't dare ask for more. Likewise, Syd had no intention of snapping for them. Before they could even decide among themselves, Syd seemed to change his mind. He said, "Fine. I'll help you just a little more." As Captain America and the others watched in confusion, he raised his right hand. In the next moment, divine crafting power belonging to God himself surged forth. Then, a red, exquisitely designed mechanical gauntlet was swiftly created. What is that? The Avengers were dumbfounded. Syd explained, it's a mechanical version of the Infinity Gauntlet. Now, decide who will use it. With a wave of his hand, the 6 Infinity Stones embedded in Captain America's gear flew out and instantly slotted into the mechanical gauntlet. Casually tossing it to Captain America, Syd floated a short distance away, gazing at the beautiful landscape. Now that he had stepped aside, Tony couldn't resist taking the glove from Captain America and inspecting it. The more he looked at it, the more astonished he became. What an intricate design. This mechanical Infinity Gauntlet, was it really something that the god of creation made on a whim? He even understood technology. Even in Tony's opinion, this glove was astonishingly sophisticated. He himself would need some time to replicate it. Then, as he kept studying it, a strange expression began forming on his face. Tony muttered, "Why does this glove look kind of familiar?" It felt like. Beside him, Rocket the raccoon nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it kind of looks like one of your suits." Captain America and the others all looked surprised. Come to think of it, it did resemble his style a bit. What the hell was going on? End of chapter. Chapter 573. Staring at the red mechanical gauntlet before them, the Avengers wore strange expressions. Why did this thing look so much like one of Tony's suits? They didn't want to admit it, but no matter how they looked at it, the resemblance was undeniable. Not far away, Syd naturally heard their discussion and glanced at them. They noticed, huh? Well, it made sense. After all, this thing was based on the gauntlet Tony would create in the future. Of course it shared the same style. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but once again marvel at the power of divine creation. Even though he knew nothing about mechanics, as long as he had a clear image in his mind, a basic design and idea, his divine crafting power could bring it into existence. It was a process that completely disregarded scientific principles, creating something from nothing in the truest sense. In a way, it carried the very essence of omnipotence and creation from nothing. God's power of creation was worthy of the name. Seeing them still stunned over the gauntlet and unable to decide who would wield it, Syd frowned slightly and decided to clarify. "Stop guessing. I created this based on the gauntlet you'll make in the future," he said, eyes falling directly on Tony. The mysterious, cosmic truth-like voice left everyone frozen. They were all left in disbelief. Especially Tony, his face was full of shock. This thing was made according to the gauntlet he would design in the future. Even though Syd had said it outright, the implications were still overwhelming. Not to mention the paradox of creating something from the future, just the technological sophistication of the gauntlet was immense. And yet Syd replicated it. That meant either Syd's technological understanding was equally advanced, or he'd created it purely based on imagination. The former was acceptable, but if it was the latter? Tony took a deep breath, feeling his scientific worldview start to crack. "Are all gods of creation this ridiculous?" he muttered in disbelief. After a while, everyone gradually calmed down. Now, they began discussing who should be the one to snap using the mechanical Infinity Gauntlet. At that moment, the chubby Thor raised his hand. "I'll do it." The others were startled. "Hey! Stop right there. Thor, wait." Seeing him about to approach the gauntlet, Captain America, Hawkeye, and the others rushed to stop him. Captain America tried to politely dissuade him. "We haven't decided who's going to use it yet. So we just sit here and do nothing." Thor frowned. "Staring into space isn't going to bring everyone back. I'm the strongest Avenger. This responsibility has to fall on me." Thor said a lot, but Tony and the others still weren't convinced. Thor wasn't in the right state right now, he still hadn't pulled himself together. Given his current out-of-shape form, they were genuinely worried that one snap might cost him his life. As the debate continued, Banner finally spoke up. "Let me do it. You all saw what happened to Thanos, the stones nearly killed him. None of you can handle that kind of power." "How do you know you can?" Captain America frowned. "I don't." Banner shook his head. "But the radiation these stones emit is primarily gamma." As soon as he said that, realization dawned on everyone. Banner had transformed because of a gamma radiation experiment. He was, without question, the most resistant to it among them. At the very least, he could withstand more than anyone else. Everyone fell silent. Banner picked up the mechanical Infinity Gauntlet with both hands and said, "Let's do this." Tony gave a serious reminder. "Remember, everyone Thanos wiped out 5 years ago, you need to bring them back. Bring them to now, to today. Don't change anything from the past 5 years." "I've got it," Banner nodded firmly. With that, Tony and the others hurried to prepare. "Friday, activate containment mode." The mechanical voice responded. "Yes, boss." Metal plates descended from all around the room, sealing them inside to prevent catastrophic damage if anything went wrong. Those with suits immediately put them on, ready for anything. As for Syd, he simply watched with a calm expression, making no move to help. Even if something went wrong with the Infinity Gauntlet, or if all 6 stones activated at once, he could withstand it. His abstract concept body might reside in another universe, but that didn't mean his level had dropped below that of a single universe god. If he wanted, he could instantly call upon the power of his 616 prime universe concept body. There might be a bit of a delay or weakening effect, that much was true. But no matter how weakened, it would still be far beyond the combined force of the 6 Infinity Stones. Most importantly, the 6 stones in question were created from his own divine power, not natural ones, so it would be incredibly difficult for them to even scratch him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hulk Banner put on the mechanical Infinity Gauntlet. "Let everyone come back," he muttered to himself, focusing his mind on the thought. At the same time, as soon as he wore the gauntlet, a massive surge of multicolored energy erupted instantly. Banner dropped to the ground in agony, groaning and writhing in pain. The colorful rays of light crackled like dense bolts of lightning. The power of the stones burned through him. His right arm quickly turned black and charred. Seeing this, Thor panicked. "Something's wrong. Take it off, now." "Wait." Captain America stopped him. "Banner, can you hold on?" "Say something, Banner," Tony urged urgently. As the group grew nervous and chaotic, Syd off to the side couldn't help but purse his lips and shake his head. "I should have strengthened that glove a bit. This wasn't his fault, really." His divine crafting power had faithfully reproduced Tony's future gauntlet. At the end of the day, the flaw was in Tony's original design. It made him appreciate just how skilled the Dwarven King's forge had been. Tony's version might look like an Infinity Gauntlet, but it was little more than a container for the stones. In contrast, the Dwarven-made gauntlet actually protected its user and allowed for much better control over the stone's power. You could tell just by the expressions. Banner was in agony, while Thanos, though pained, still had a hint of grim satisfaction when using his gauntlet. End of chapter. Chapter 574. In truth, the difference in physical endurance between Hulk and Thanos wasn't that significant. The real issue lay in the gauntlet itself. When Thanos snapped his fingers, the main damage was done to the Infinity Gauntlet itself, though he did suffer some injuries. It was when he used the 6 stones to destroy the Infinity Stones that he truly paid the price, losing nearly half his life in the process. If Tony had used the gauntlet forged by the Dwarven King during the endgame battle, even as a mortal, he might have actually survived. As for why Tony didn't show any signs of pain when he snapped during endgame, aside from the fact that his suit absorbed most of the damage, a more likely reason was that his body was simply too fragile. The moment the power surged through him, his pain receptors might have been completely destroyed, like anesthesia, making him unable to even feel the agony. Otherwise, there's no way he wouldn't have shown any pain. Though all of this crossed Syd's mind, only a moment had passed in real time. Looking at the agonized expression on Banner's face, Syd frowned. To avoid these people thinking the gauntlet he created was defective, he finally spoke up. "You should quiet down." The mysterious, cold voice, like a universal truth, echoed within the sealed room, making the anxious and panicking Tony and the others freeze. Quiet down. Was he talking to them? Still dazed, they were suddenly stunned by what happened next. The overflowing energy radiating from the 6 Infinity Stones suddenly plummeted. In an instant, it dropped off a cliff, only a tiny trickle of energy leaked out now and then. This small amount of power, Banner could handle it easily. Heck, even Tony could probably take it without much more than a tingling sensation. Seeing this, not just the suffering Banner, but also Tony and the others were left speechless, staring in disbelief. What just happened? Did the stones shut down? Shocked, their eyes slowly turned upward, locking onto the mysterious white figure above them, filled with confusion and awe. Seeing their astonished faces, Syd calmly explained, "Did no one ever tell you, the Infinity Stones possess a form of instinct? Among them, the Soul and Mind Stones are the most sentient." His voice, filled with divine and universal resonance, echoed throughout the chamber. It was true. The Soul Stone was known to have awareness. The Space Stone had the precision to exile Red Skull. The Mind Stone once gave Vision strange sensations and guidance. The Reality Stone, as an ether form, could move around and even possess people. And while the Power and Time Stones hadn't shown much will explicitly, Syd had once clearly sensed, and even personally destroyed, the will within them. Since these Infinity Stones were created using the Ultron variant of the stones, this instinctive flaw carried over, and even got amplified by Syd unconsciously. And as their original master and creator, the stones would, naturally, obey him. Thus, with just a single command from Syd, the stones instinctively withdrew their energy and began supporting Banner instead. Everyone was stunned by this revelation. What? The stones have minds of their own. How is that even possible? In an instant, they were filled with both amazement and a strange chill. Then, it all made sense, the stones' obedience, their strange behavior, it was all because they were created by this god of creation. Once they accepted that fact, the group didn't dwell on it too long. Their attention shifted again to Banner. He took a deep breath and then calmly raised his right hand. With surprising ease, he snapped his fingers. Snap. In an instant, the stones surged again with multicolored energy, flashing with dazzling brilliance. But to Banner, the surge was nothing more than a tickle, completely harmless. Did it work? Banner looked around at the others, unsure. Nothing seemed to have changed. As they all exchanged confused glances, Syd's brow furrowed slightly. He looked up, sensing something. In his eyes, countless gray specks of dust were drifting down and gathering on the ground, gradually forming into human figures. At the same time, he sensed the soul stone connecting to a hidden dimension, and unlocking it. A vast number of souls were released, each one returning to its original body. Though this sounded long, it all happened in the blink of an eye, thanks to the time stone's manipulation. If not for his hyperfast perception, even Syd might have missed it. He let out a faint sigh, it was pretty much what he expected. Just then, a phone started ringing. Hawkeye walked over and picked it up. His eyes widened when he saw the caller ID. It was his wife, Laura, who had perished 5 years ago. He froze in disbelief, then murmured, "We did it." He quickly answered the call. As Hawkeye walked off in a daze, Banner and the others exchanged looks, and realization dawned on them. Soon, after checking around, everyone's faces lit up with joy. They had really done it. And this time, with no interference from Thanos, or perhaps because the Thanos of this divergent 616 universe didn't dare show himself, everything went smoothly and quietly. At least, it seemed quiet here. The world outside had already erupted into chaos. The people who had disappeared 5 years ago were suddenly returning. Shouts and cries of disbelief echoed across the globe. On a lawn outside a villa, an elderly woman with white hair was watering her plants when she suddenly froze. She stared in stunned disbelief as her son gradually reformed from the dust. Her face lit up with shock and joy. "Oh my God. Joel. You're alive. What happened?" He even looked so young, like nothing had changed, like it was still 5 years ago. Tears welled up in Sammy's eyes. And scenes like this were unfolding all around the world. Every global agency and government was scrambling to respond to the return of billions who had vanished. This event, where half the Earth's population disappeared and then returned 5 years later, would soon be known as the reversal. At that moment, Star-Lord, Spider-Man Peter Parker, Doctor Strange, and the others who had just come back exchanged excited looks. "We did it." Strange smiled faintly. But then, his expression turned somber. He murmured to himself, "Tony will seize that one chance." A vision of Tony's death flashed through Doctor Strange's mind. In his eyes, they had won the final battle thanks to Tony, but also because of that, he would. Not far away. Peter noticed his expression and asked curiously, "Doctor Strange, are you okay?" Strange shook his head slightly. "It's nothing." Just then, Star-Lord grinned. "Hey, cheer up, man. We're back. That means Cap and the others beat Thanos. We won." "What's with the long face?" "He's right." Drax and Mantis nodded vigorously. Strange sighed inwardly and didn't speak the harsh truth aloud. Instead, he said, "Let's head back." He waved his hand. Sparks flew into a swirling circle, a portal had opened. Doctor Strange stepped toward it, with Peter and the rest following close behind. End of chapter. Chapter 575. As he stepped through the portal, Doctor Strange paused, startled. The scene before him didn't match what he had envisioned. At this moment in time, shouldn't Thanos already be piloting his warship, invading Earth, and blasting the Avengers' headquarters to rubble? Why was it that the headquarters remained completely intact? Even Thanos' warship was nowhere to be seen. Where's Thanos? Doctor Strange stood there, dumbfounded. Doctor Strange, what's wrong? Peter Parker asked curiously. This isn't what I expected. The future shouldn't look like this. How could the time stone be wrong? Strange murmured in disbelief. What exactly happened? He had already prepared himself. After confirming that the Avengers base had been destroyed, he planned to head to Camartage and have Wong gather every available superhero using portals. They would all charge together, launching an all-out counterattack against Thanos and his army. He had even pictured the final outcome in his mind. Tony would seize that one fleeting opportunity and unleash a blinding snap. That was the one and only winning chance he had foreseen. But the current situation was completely beyond his expectations. It didn't match the future he had seen at all. What had happened? Hearing Strange's murmured words, Peter and the others also paused in confusion. Doctor Strange, you used the time stone. The future changed. While they were still puzzled, Strange, just to be safe, used a spell to send a message to Wong and the others, instructing them to begin gathering heroes. After that, he stood quietly in place, waiting, while Peter and the others looked on with concern. But no matter how long he waited, Thanos and his warship never appeared. Strange was baffled. Even if Thanos had a flair for drama, this delay was far too long. Hesitating, he finally opened a new portal, this one leading directly to the Avengers' headquarters. He stepped through, followed closely by Peter and the others, all still confused. Avengers' headquarters. The Hulk and the others were still basking in the joy of the successful snap when a portal opened before them. Seeing Doctor Strange step through, followed by Spider-Man and the others, the Avengers were filled with joy. Tony, in particular, strode forward without hesitation and pulled Peter into a huge hug. Mr. Stark. Peter was just as emotional. As they caught up, Strange couldn't hold back anymore and asked, "Where's Thanos?" The room fell silent. All eyes turned toward Strange, puzzled. A second later. "What do you mean, where's Thanos? Isn't he already dead?" Thor chopped off his head with an axe, remember. War Machine, puzzled, asked the question aloud. Thor and the others nodded in agreement, staring at Strange with confusion. Strange's shock deepened. He wasn't referring to this Thanos who had died early on. He meant the Thanos from the past timeline, the one who, through Nebula's interference, had been brought into the present with his warship, catching everyone off guard. In the vision he had seen, that past Thanos launched a devastating attack that leveled Avengers HQ with a single blast. But now, had the future really changed? How could this be? After a moment of silence, Strange finally explained, "I'm not talking about our Thanos. I mean the Thanos from the past timeline." Everyone froze at his words. The past Thanos? What was he talking about? What did the past timeline's Thanos have to do with them? Strange turned and looked out through the tall windows of the base, scanning the skies, still expecting to see the looming shadow of Thanos' warship. But no matter how hard he looked, he saw no warship. Instead, what he did see was a white figure floating serenely above the rooftop. Had it not been for his eyes spotting him, Strange wouldn't have even noticed. There had been no sense of presence at all. He hadn't sensed anything from that person. Eyes wide in disbelief, Strange asked, "Who is that?" Star-Lord and the others instinctively looked up as well, and saw Syd, dressed in white, radiating a mysterious presence. The moment they laid eyes on him, they froze. Just looking at him, they could tell, this was no ordinary mortal. He exuded an aura of mystery and awe that was impossible to fake. It took them a moment to snap out of their daze. Among them, Drax, bald and broad, his red body covered in ritual-like markings, couldn't help but ask, "Why can he fly?" Star-Lord glanced at Thor, then back at the mysterious man in white floating overhead. He mumbled, "Why do I feel like this guy is even stronger than Thor?" He hadn't said a word, yet just standing there, he gave off such an oppressive, divine pressure. At that moment, Star-Lord made up his mind. He would no longer try to mimic Thor. He wouldn't try to talk like him anymore. "Look at this guy in white, he didn't need to do anything to be cool. This was who he needed to study and emulate. As he daydreamed, picturing himself in white, radiating divine energy and stunning everyone. Thor and the others were just about to explain to them who this being actually was. But before they could speak, something strange happened outside. A ripple of yellow sparks appeared, a portal opening. The first to walk through were three dark-skinned figures, dressed in sleek, black vibranium armor. The one in the center was unmistakable, the Black Panther. They were people from Wakanda. Wakanda, a seemingly impoverished, agricultural nation in Africa, was, in truth, the most technologically advanced country on Earth, and the sole possessor of the precious metal vibranium. Still, they did kind of look like tribal warriors. At least, that's how it struck Syd, who watched them through the transparent windows with a slight frown. Something about their appearance felt off. Tony and the others inside could also see the portal and the three Wakandans walking through. Before they could even react, more portals began opening, one after another. End of chapter. Chapter 576. From the portals emerged an endless stream of warriors, soldiers, and high-tech aircraft. Famous superheroes were among them, Captain America's old friend Bucky, the Winter Soldier, the Scarlet Witch, and even the Valkyrie, one of Asgard's last survivors. Also arriving were many spellcasters from Kamartaj. Logically, once they passed through these portals, they were supposed to immediately face Thanos and his army. A fierce, grand-scale battle was supposed to erupt. But the scene before them was far from what Valkyrie and the others had expected. There was no sign of Thanos or his army, only calm, quiet peace. After a long moment of silence, someone finally broke. "Where's Thanos? What's going on?" Everyone looked around, completely baffled. Avengers headquarters. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Captain America and the others clearly saw the overwhelming scene outside. Besides shock and astonishment, they weren't quite sure how to handle this sudden development. At that moment, Doctor Strange waved his hand and opened a portal to the outside. He stepped through. Seeing this, the others thought for a moment and followed one by one. Soon, the anti-Thanos army stood face to face with Strange and the Avengers. Among them, the Scarlet Witch, hands glowing red, couldn't hold back her fury. "Strange, what is going on here? Where is Thanos?" Her eyes flared with hatred. She loathed Thanos with every fiber of her being, for taking everything from her. She had sworn to kill him, no matter what. Not far away, Black Panther also frowned. "Strange, what's the situation?" Countless questioning eyes fell on Doctor Strange. Even the Avengers beside him looked toward him in confusion. Realizing there was no longer any way to hide the truth, Strange took a deep breath and began to explain. "I used the Time Stone to see countless possibilities." Strange recounted how he had seen over 14 million futures, and only one where they won. During his explanation, he laid out the Avengers' original plan in detail. When he reached the part about how their time-traveling quest to gather the Infinity Stones would also inadvertently attract a past version of Thanos, everyone was stunned. Their gazes slowly turned toward Nebula. According to Strange's description, it was due to the past version of Nebula infiltrating the timeline that Thanos and his army had managed to travel to the present. Thanos' other adopted daughter, Nebula. All eyes turned to the blue-skinned, cybernetically enhanced woman. Feeling their stares, Nebula instinctively took a step back and gritted her teeth. "That has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything about it." She quickly added, "I never split off from the rest of the team." At that, the Avengers immediately stepped in to defend her. "She's right, Nebula never left our side. I can vouch for that." "So can I." Natasha and the others spoke up one after another. With that, the confused gazes turned back to Doctor Strange, waiting for his clarification. Strange, visibly puzzled, turned to Nebula and the team. "You didn't split up when collecting the stones." Black Panther and the others were just as confused, but Captain America quickly caught on. He explained, "Originally, that was the plan. Thor and Rocket went for the ether. Barton and Natasha went for the Soul Stone." He paused for a moment, then continued, "According to the original plan, Rhodey and Nebula were supposed to retrieve the Power Stone. Maybe something went wrong during that part. Maybe Thanos' people discovered her." At that, Natasha, Thor, and the others exchanged looks as things started clicking into place. Even Nebula seemed to realize something. Black Panther and the rest were momentarily stunned. Doctor Strange furrowed his brow. Wait. Original plan. He instantly realized something had changed, something during the mission to retrieve the stones had deviated from what he foresaw. That must be why this unexpected outcome had occurred. But the more he thought about it, the less it made sense. In theory, everything should have unfolded as expected. So what had the power to alter the future, even the one predicted by the Time Stone? Strange was both alarmed and bewildered. He couldn't believe there was something that could interfere with the vision of the Time Stone. What exactly did you experience? He asked gravely. Scarlet Witch and the others also looked on in confusion. At that moment, an image appeared in the Avengers' minds, a mysterious white figure. Captain America thought for a moment and said, "Our original plan was just as you described, Strange. But during the mission, something went wrong. Our travel was disrupted. There was a strange force in the quantum realm that interfered." At that, Strange and the others were visibly stunned. A mysterious force? What could do that? Some people in the crowd didn't know much about the quantum realm, but others did. From among the anti-Thanos army, the newly resurrected Wasp couldn't help but speak up in disbelief. That's the quantum realm. There's no way anything can affect it. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Captain America and the others shook their heads. He continued, because of that force, the time and location of our arrival were altered. All of us ended up in the same place. This revelation shocked Wasp and the others. Doctor Strange frowned and asked, "And then what happened?" The Avengers glanced at one another. As Black Panther and the rest began to grow impatient and even more puzzled, Ant-Man Scott had no choice but to speak up. "What happened next might be a little beyond what you're expecting. But I swear, it's all true." That statement stunned everyone. Beyond their imagination. What could possibly be beyond their imagination? They had no idea. End of chapter. Chapter 577. Under the watchful gaze of countless curious faces, Captain America slowly began to speak. Due to the influence of that mysterious force, we arrived at the wrong time and place. After some investigation, we discovered something. The place we arrived at was a parallel universe, almost identical to ours in every way. Events developed similarly, but... He paused, hesitating for a moment, carefully choosing how to describe what came next. While he was mulling over the words, Black Panther and the others were already showing surprise. A parallel universe. Though this was a bit unexpected, after everything they'd seen, it wasn't enough to shake them too much. If it's just a parallel universe, is that really worth such a fuss from Cap and the others? Yeah, seems a bit overblown. But just as their confusion grew, they noticed Captain America's expression darken with unusual seriousness, and that look alone made their hearts skip a beat. What was going on? The next moment, they heard him say with solemn gravity, "The biggest difference between that world and ours was a particular presence. That being was a god of creation." The words dropped, and silence swept the crowd. Whether it was Black Panther, Scarlet Witch, or Valkyrie from Asgard, everyone looked as if they had just heard something incomprehensible. A god of creation. Cap, are you joking? How could there be something like a god of creation in the universe? They didn't want to believe what he said, because it shattered everything they thought they knew. As one astonished gaze after another fell on him, Steve remained composed. After all, he'd been in their shoes not long ago. With a serious expression, he began to explain. Legend has it that our universe has 5 gods of creation. Each one embodies an abstract concept of the universe. They represent eternity, death, infinity, oblivion, and the devourer of worlds. Together, they form the framework of our universe. As they listened, whether it was Black Panther or Scarlet Witch or anyone else, their expressions morphed from doubt to shock and complete bewilderment. The universe was built by conceptual gods. Captain America paused, then continued, but the being I'm talking about wasn't one of the 5. This one was different. He isn't part of the legends, but he is a god of creation. The 6th one. Because of his existence, our 2 universes diverged drastically. At those words, everyone was stunned. By now, they understood, what had split the timeline and caused such differences between universes was this 6th god of creation. But, what did that have to do with Cap and the others? Even if such a being existed, it had nothing to do with them. There's no way the Avengers had direct contact with someone like that. So what does that have to do with you? Someone asked. Captain America replied seriously, remember what I told you earlier? That a mysterious force interfered with our travel through the quantum realm. That force came from the God of creation. Black Panther and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Wasp was completely stunned. A God of creation's power. Incredible. Something actually managed to interfere with the quantum realm. She wasn't alone, others also began to grasp how extraordinary such power must be. So this God of creation is the reason your time travel jump went wrong? Black Panther asked. Then what happened next? That was the question on everyone's mind. Under everyone's gaze, Captain America recounted their experience. When he explained how they discovered the 6 Infinity Stones were with this God of creation, and that he just so happened to be on Earth, everyone leaned in, not wanting to miss a word. We saw that white-clothed creator God bring 2 people back to life. When Captain America described how the creator God resurrected Kingpin's wife and son, the audience was stunned. Gasps filled the air. Bringing people back to life. That's impossible, isn't it? Everyone was shaken. Even among superheroes, the idea of reviving someone who had died years ago was utterly insane. They didn't even consider the idea that the Infinity Stones could do that, because in their minds, it was completely different. The stones were cosmic artifacts. The Creator's act was divine. Captain America shook his head. We saw him create 2 physical bodies and bring them to life. Beside him, Black Widow and the others nodded gravely to show they weren't lying. Even so, Strange and the others still found it all a bit too unbelievable. Among the crowd, Wanda's dull eyes lit up with a spark of hope. Then Captain America continued telling how they had asked the Creator God for the Infinity Stones. As they listened, many of them broke into a cold sweat. But when they heard that the Creator God casually raised his hand and created the 6 Infinity Stones, everyone's jaws dropped. He created the Infinity Stones. Cap, are you out of your mind? Those are the Infinity Stones we're talking about. Several of those present had interacted with the stones before. Scarlet Witch, Doctor Strange, and Star-Lord especially were well aware of the power those things held. Each stone contains virtually unlimited energy. How can something like that be created? Star-Lord exclaimed. He still remembered how the Power Stone had nearly killed him, and the thought alone made him shiver. So no, he absolutely refused to believe the Infinity Stones could be created. Even Doctor Strange, who had wielded the Time Stone often, nodded in agreement. He knew just how vast the power of time was. That kind of cosmic authority, how could it be artificially forged? Looking at their skeptical faces, Captain America and the others couldn't help but sigh. Telling the truth, and still no one believed them. That was when Banner raised his right hand, revealing the mechanical gauntlet, with 6 Infinity Stones embedded in it. He said earnestly, these 6 Infinity Stones were created by that being. We saw it with our own eyes. Just moments ago, I used them to snap and bring you all back. These stones are real. As his voice fell, all eyes focused on Banner's right hand. And the dazzling, multicolored Infinity Stones upon it. End of chapter. Chapter 578. With a serious expression, Black Panther asked, these Infinity Stones were really created by that so-called Creator God? Banner and the others nodded. Seeing their solemn, unwavering expressions, completely unlike someone lying or exaggerating, everyone felt a wave of shock. It took a long moment for the crowd to gather themselves, exchanging glances as they silently came to accept this earth-shattering truth. After some time, Doctor Strange suddenly spoke, eyes filled with disbelief, so it was the Creator God who caused the predicted future seen by the Time Stone to change. If such a being truly exists, then, yeah, even the Time Stone's vision being altered might actually make sense. Hearing this, Black Panther and the others nodded thoughtfully. So that was the reason the future he saw had changed. Just as the crowd began to digest this idea, Valkyrie asked curiously, so you guys just returned with the 6 Infinity Stones? And then used them to bring everyone back? All eyes again turned to Captain America's team. Natasha and the others nodded in confirmation. Black Panther and the others finally understood how everything had unfolded. But at that moment, Ant-Man suddenly remembered something and quickly said with a grave tone, "Wait, there's one more thing we forgot to mention. A very important thing." At that, Natasha, Steve, and the others immediately realized what he meant. Their expressions turned serious. Seeing their unusual reactions, Wanda and the others were puzzled. What could possibly be important enough to shock them like this? "What are you talking about?" Just as the questions were about to pile up, a blazing figure streaked down from the sky at incredible speed. Everyone turned instinctively to look, and saw a woman surrounded by glowing energy and radiant fire, floating above the ground. She had golden hair, a square-jawed face, and a strong, athletic build. Carol. Someone in the crowd recognized her. At the sound of that name, many others looked surprised and began murmuring. "I've heard of her. That Carol's supposed to be incredibly strong, famous across the galaxy. Stronger than all the Avengers combined, is that true? Is she really that powerful?" Hearing these comments, Thor looked displeased. He reflexively tightened his grip on Stormbreaker. Captain Marvel Carol noticed his reaction and looked straight at him. Their eyes locked. The tension between them instantly thickened. "What? You want to go a few rounds?" Carol rolled her wrists, clearly eager. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Star-Lord sighed and said, "Hey. If you're gonna fight, do it later. Let Cap finish what he was saying first." At that, both Carol and Thor paused and looked away awkwardly. The others quickly remembered, Cap's team had mentioned something extremely important just moments ago. Everyone turned their attention back, curious. Carol, still floating and surrounded by radiant energy, also looked intrigued. She'd heard some of the earlier conversation, and she was just as curious now. All eyes locked onto the Avengers. Ant-Man glanced at the others, and in the end, it was Captain America who stepped forward. He took a deep breath and spoke word by word, seriously. "The Creator God I spoke of, came here to our universe along with us." The moment the words left his mouth, the entire area fell into absolute silence. Those who were already aware of the situation, like Doctor Strange, were instantly stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Carol, unaware of everything, looked baffled. "What Creator God? What are you even talking about?" At that moment, Doctor Strange, deeply shaken, asked uncertainly, "The one who resurrected people, the one who created the 6 Infinity Stones, that Creator God followed you here?" "Yes," Steve nodded. "Hiss." The sound of collective gasps filled the air. Faces all around turned pale with astonishment and disbelief. No one even knew what words to use to describe their emotions. It felt like God himself was about to appear before their eyes. While shock rippled through the crowd, Captain Marvel frowned. "What is going on? A Creator God?" Seeing her confusion, Bruce Banner quickly gave her a rundown of what had happened. As he spoke, Carol's eyes widened gradually, her shock rising until it matched the rest. Resurrecting the dead. Creating 6 Infinity Stones. A god of creation. Carol had spent years wandering through space and had heard vague tales of creator gods. But to her, they were always just legends. Even then, she'd only ever heard of 5 such beings. Not once had she heard of this mysterious 6th creator god the others were describing. Could such a being really exist? Even if he came from a different universe, it still sounded far too unbelievable. Carol couldn't help but doubt. After thinking for a bit, she looked serious again and asked, "So, where is this creator god you're talking about?" The air tensed instantly. Everyone looked at Steve and the others, waiting for an answer. Tony and his team exchanged glances, then collectively turned to look behind them, at the Avengers' headquarters. That's when they realized. The majestic creator god hadn't followed them out here. Which could only mean, he was still inside. Seeing their reaction, Carol and the rest followed their gaze. "That being is, over there." Nervous tension built throughout the group. There was a moment of silent agreement. "Should we go take a look?" No one objected. In the next moment, a vast crowd of people, along with several spaceships, moved swiftly toward the headquarters. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far. It didn't take long for them to arrive. Inside, Syd floated peacefully within the building, enjoying the view outside. Through the glass walls, he calmly observed the sea of people approaching. Of course, he knew exactly why they were coming. But he didn't do anything special. He simply floated forward and slowly emerged from the building. Outside. Just as the large group arrived, Scarlet Witch and the others looked up, only to see a white figure float out from the building. End of chapter. Chapter 579. As they watched the white-robed figure hovering in midair, exuding an overwhelming sense of mystery and divine presence, Black Panther and the others momentarily froze. However, none of them immediately believed that this man was the so-called creator god. After all, with how Thor and the others had described him, so exaggerated, so awe-inspiring, how could this ordinary-looking person fit that image? Sure, he looked mysterious. His aura was powerful. But a creator god shouldn't appear so normal. At the very least, he shouldn't look this human. From the crowd, Star-Lord and Doctor Strange both suddenly blurted out, "It's him." Everyone turned in confusion and began to ask. "Strange, you know this guy. Who is he? Why's he here?" Facing the questions, Strange shook his head. "We don't know who he is. We just saw him once. If you want to know more, you'll have to ask Cap and the others." At that, all the curious gazes turned to Captain America and his group again. Captain America hesitated for a second, then said solemnly and clearly, "He is the creator god." The words echoed through the air. But now, no one had the mood to process the tone or phrasing. Everyone just stared blankly at the white-robed figure floating in the sky. He was the creator god. Black Panther and the rest couldn't believe it. Especially Star-Lord, Drax, Doctor Strange, and even Carol Danvers. All of them looked equally stunned. All of them were thinking the same thing. A creator god looks like that? Yes, he looked mysterious. Yes, his presence was striking. But, compared to the awe-inspiring title of creator god, he looked almost too normal. He just didn't look the part. For a few moments, no one said a word. Then, Captain Marvel Carol couldn't hold back. Staring at the man floating in the distance, she said with narrowed eyes. "This is the creator god you were talking about. He doesn't look the part to me." There was deep skepticism in her eyes. She continued, "I've spent years out in space, and I've heard tales of the creator gods too. But from everything I've heard, there are only 5, eternity, death, oblivion, infinity, and the world devourer. Each one is said to possess unfathomable power. As for this guy..." Her gaze landed sharply on the white-robed man. "You're telling me he is the same as them? That he's on the same level? Are you sure you all haven't been fooled?" Her words echoed loudly. And they instantly lit a spark of doubt in many of those present. Could Captain America and the others really have been deceived? Steve and the others frowned immediately, clearly unhappy. But before they could say anything, Syd, still floating in the air, turned his gaze toward Carol Danvers. To be honest, he'd never had much fondness for her. Not in this universe, and not in 616 either. He clearly remembered the time he fought her under the identity of the Messiah. Carol met his gaze without flinching, even emboldened by the belief that this man might be deceiving her friends. She was itching to test him. Her eyes showed it, defiance, challenge. Syd's expression remained calm. He said nothing. Instead, he simply released the divine pressure he had been suppressing. Suddenly, the air around him grew heavy and warped. His divine aura intensified. The mysterious aura around him bloomed into something overwhelming. Carol's face instantly changed. Caught off guard by the terrifying pressure, she dropped from the sky like a stone. Others were affected too. One by one, they either dropped to a knee or collapsed entirely under the weight of that divine force. Syd hovered in the air, looking down at them with cold, indifferent eyes. His expression didn't change at all. He'd expected this. After all, the divine pressure inherited from Orochi and Balder was already extremely formidable. He normally kept it sealed for that exact reason. But ever since ascending to a creator god, his presence had become something else entirely. His mere aura distorted reality. And this wasn't even him trying. If he had tried, it would have been far, far worse. As he looked down at them, a strange feeling bloomed in everyone's hearts. It felt like, this being above them was a true god, towering high above the sky, while they were nothing more than insects. Creatures born to crawl before his feet. The gap between them was too vast. Unimaginably so. Doctor Strange felt this even more acutely than the rest. His face twisted in shock. Not even Dormammu had ever given him this feeling. Could it be that he really is a creator god? Strange muttered, still in disbelief. Spider-Man Peter Parker was pale, sweat running down his entire body. Mister, he's terrifying. I've never felt anything this terrifying before. And he wasn't alone. Everyone felt the same, except for one person. Carol Danvers. Though shaken to her core, humiliation quickly replaced fear. She'd always been dominant in battle, especially out in space. She had never experienced anything like this before. Burning with defiance, she lit up in blazing energy, forcing herself to rise back into the air under the crushing pressure. Teeth clenched, she met the white-robed figure's gaze again. One look, filled with bitterness and fury. While his was calm and indifferent, as if nothing had happened. That dismissiveness only fueled her rage. Then, she prepared to attack. But before she could act, a golden spear formed entirely of divine light suddenly pierced through her abdomen. Her heavily fortified body might as well have been made of paper, no resistance at all. Thud. With a cry of pain, Carol was pinned to the ground. In the next second, 4 more spears of light appeared. Shunk, 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 shunk. They stabbed into her wrists and ankles. Everything had happened in a single second. By the time everyone reacted, Carol was already nailed to the ground, completely immobilized. End of chapter. Chapter 580. Even as she blazed with energy, radiating intense heat in her binary mode, it was no use. Captain Marvel Carol Danvers tried desperately to absorb the energy from the spears of light that pierced her. But the moment she tried, she failed. These spears felt as real as solid matter. Their density was unimaginable, completely immune to her absorption. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't drain even a flicker of power. Worse yet, a chilling realization struck her. If she had managed to absorb any of that energy, it might have torn her body apart. Shaken, Carol quickly tried a different method. In binary mode, she could control the entire electromagnetic spectrum, infrared, ultraviolet, X-rays, and more. But the next second, she froze. She couldn't manipulate anything. It was as if her connection to the electromagnetic spectrum had been severed entirely. What is this? Carol stared in disbelief. At the same time, Black Panther and the others were also stunned. Even if most of them didn't have a particularly good impression of the arrogant and brash Carol Danvers, no one could deny how powerful she was. Among them, she was one of the strongest by far. And now, that same powerhouse was pinned to the ground like an insect, unable to resist in the slightest. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. What kind of power is this? One by one, they lifted their heads with difficulty, staring up at the white-robed figure floating above, filled with awe and shock. Was this all his doing? Was this man really a creator god? It seemed too absurd to be true. But as they stared, Syd remained expressionless, unmoved by any of it. Through his telepathic powers, he could clearly sense the storm of disbelief and denial in Carol's mind. It almost made him want to laugh. How naive. Those spears may have looked small, but the energy they contained was beyond imagination. And with his absolute control, breaking free was impossible for a mortal like her. As for manipulating the electromagnetic spectrum, how ridiculous. Even though Syd had not yet formally become the creator god of this parallel universe, within the range of his perception, all sources of light, heat, and energy were already under his domain. Not even beings like death could take that control from him. It was his divine authority. Carol trying to manipulate it in front of him was just laughable. Hovering above them, Syd's eyes stayed cold as he looked down at Carol. Sensing imminent death, a wave of terror surged in Carol's heart. And for the first time, she truly realized, this being might actually be a creator god. Someone she should never have provoked. She braced herself for the end. But instead of striking, Syd simply looked away. As if she was no more than a pebble on the roadside, a gnat buzzing in the air, not even worth a glance. That indifference struck Carol harder than any blow. Her face flushed red with humiliation. She would have preferred he killed her, anything was better than this condescension. She was Earth's first Avenger. A warrior feared across the stars. A symbol of power and justice. And in his eyes, she was nothing. Her heart twisted in fury and frustration. But Syd paid her no mind. Instead, his gaze turned to the others below, to Black Panther and the stunned crowd. Then, he looked directly at Thor, Valkyrie, and the last remaining Asgardian soldiers. His voice echoed, deep and resonant, like a cosmic law. Come with me. We're returning to Asgard. The words stunned everyone. Valkyrie and the remaining Asgardians blinked in disbelief. Even Black Panther and the others looked utterly confused. Return to Asgard? What does he mean? Wasn't Asgard destroyed? They didn't understand what this so-called creator god meant. But those who had been to the other universe, Cap and his team, instantly caught on. Thor's eyes lit up with a glimmer of joy. Yes, Hulk's snap had brought many people back. But not his family. Not his father, Odin. Not his mother. Not Loki. And not Asgard. He had nothing left. So when he heard Syd's words, he couldn't help but feel joy spark inside him. This creator god, his brother, wanted to go with him. Balder, you're really my brother. Thor whispered, trembling with joy. Ever since visiting that alternate universe, he'd been jealous. Jealous of that version of himself, who had a brother like Balder. And now. Was this Balder truly accepting him? Acknowledging him? Did he finally have family again? Thor's eyes welled up with tears. He wasn't alone anymore. Above them. Syd watched as Thor's face shifted through sorrow and joy. His expression twitched slightly. A few seconds passed, and as Thor remained caught in his emotions, Syd prepared to speak. But then Thor finally composed himself. Brother, he said solemnly, Asgard is gone. You'll have to come with me to our new home. Before Syd could reply, the crowd around them erupted in shock. Brother. What did he just say? Did we hear that right? Eyes darted between Thor and the white figure in the sky. Thor just called him, brother. The shock rippled across the crowd like a tidal wave. Even Valkyrie and the remaining Asgardians were dumbfounded. His Highness Thor, what is he saying? Another brother. But Loki is gone. When did Odin have another son? They were all stunned and confused. Meanwhile, Syd remained calm. Hearing Thor's somber words, he gave the god of thunder a faint glance. And then, his voice echoed once more, like a cosmic truth. If Asgard is gone, then I will create a new one. Everyone froze. Black Panther and the others blinked in confusion. Create a new Asgard? What did he mean? Was he going to designate some land on Earth and call it New Asgard? That was the only thing they could imagine. Even Valkyrie and the surviving Asgardians thought that was what he meant. They didn't even consider the other possibility. Because it was simply unthinkable. But Thor, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Just as the terrifying thought crossed his mind, Syd raised his hand. With a wave, space shimmered like rippling water. A massive, circular portal opened in the air. It led directly to the remains of the destroyed Asgard. Let's go, Syd said calmly. And with that, he floated toward the portal and entered. End of chapter. Chapter 581. Syd drifted into the spatial tunnel. But behind him, Thor, Valkyrie, and the rest of the Asgardians stood there dumbfounded. They weren't particularly surprised by the sudden appearance of the spatial tunnel, but what troubled them was the view on the other side. Floating stones hovered in the pitch-black void of space, the entire area engulfed in dead silence. Even now, a massive amount of air was still being sucked into the tunnel from their side. Seeing this, Thor and the others exchanged glances. If they stepped through now, even as Asgardians, they'd only be able to hold out for a short while before their lives were endangered. After all, space, with its absolute cold and total void, wasn't something a regular being could endure. They instinctively glanced at the white-robed god drifting in the void on the other side of the portal, completely unaffected. The sight made their expressions twitch. The others, including Black Panther, also noticed. Even those among them without much scientific knowledge could guess that stepping through the tunnel meant certain death. While Thor hesitated, unsure how to proceed, Syd turned around and immediately understood why they were hesitating. Without any grand gestures, he created something. A soft glow emanated around him as limitless oxygen began pouring from his body. In an instant, the entire area was saturated with breathable air. The vacuum effect that had been pulling air through the tunnel vanished almost immediately. At the same time, Syd made subtle changes to reality, adjusting the gravity and temperature in that region to match Earth's parameters. In the blink of an eye, though nothing visually changed, the environment became suitable for survival. Of course, this was only temporary. Once Syd stopped exerting his power, everything would return to its original state. On the other side of the portal, Thor and the others seemed to sense the change. They stared in disbelief at the glowing figure drifting in the darkness, at the divine silhouette that alone lit up this void. Black Panther and the rest started whispering among themselves. That god, did he just do something? Could it be? As they speculated, Syd turned to Thor and said calmly, "Come." Then he turned once more and floated off into the distance. Still hesitant, Valkyrie and the Asgardians stayed behind, but Thor grit his teeth and stepped forward. "Thor," the Asgardians cried out, trying to stop him. But before they could finish speaking, Thor had already stepped through. Then he turned around, eyes wide with joy. "I'm fine. Hurry up. There's even solid ground here." He bounced a little to prove his point. Valkyrie and the others watched in astonishment. Though there was nothing beneath his feet, Thor stood as if supported by some invisible force. What is this? What did he do? Instinctively, they looked at the glowing figure now floating far away. Not only them, even Black Panther and the others were just as stunned. A mass of people silently watched as the Asgardians carefully stepped into the tunnel and crossed through, each one managing to stand safely on the other side, eyes wide with joy. But soon their faces dimmed, their eyes scanning the desolate scene around them. The surroundings were barren, filled only with countless fragments of rock. There was little light, so dark it felt suffocating. Only the soft glow from the distant figure brought some measure of brightness. None of this surprised Thor and his people. Asgard never had a star of its own, only a glowing orb of light that orbited the realm. This location was far from that orb, so it was natural that there was no light here. Just as Black Panther and the rest were about to observe further, the spatial tunnel began to close. Thor and the others noticed as well, startled. Before anyone could react, the portal rippled like water and vanished. The bleak ruins of Asgard and Thor's group disappeared from sight. Everyone looked at each other in shock. What do we do? I wanted to see what that god was going to do next. Same here. Truthfully, the idea that this god could just rebuild Asgard sounded unbelievable. At that moment, all eyes turned to Doctor Strange and the gathered sorcerers. Strange. They wanted to ask him something. Strange, already knowing what they were going to say, hesitated for a moment. Then he raised his right hand and summoned a portal with sparks of yellow magic. Soon, a golden portal replaced the vanished spatial tunnel. On the other side, Thor and the others standing in space spotted the portal immediately. They understood what was happening. Still, they didn't mind. If they wanted to come, then let them. One by one, Black Panther and the rest cautiously walked through the portal and stepped into Asgard's space. We're really okay. Star-Lord stomped his foot with curiosity. Seriously, what are we even standing on? There's gravity. And oxygen. Others began testing the environment too, and a few reckless ones even tried wandering toward the edges. Hey! Are you nuts? Go any farther and you'll die. Someone snapped at them. After a while, the crowd calmed down and turned their attention back to Thor and the mysterious god in the distance. Thor, gazing at the glowing silhouette floating through the dark, finally called out with hesitation, "Brother, what are you planning to do next?" The next moment, a voice resonated in their ears, mysterious and majestic, like the very truth of the universe. "Didn't I say it already? Asgard is gone. So I'll just make another one." Everyone was dumbfounded. Then, under their stunned gazes. End of chapter. Chapter 582. Clad in white, bathed in a soft glow, the mysterious being drifted slowly through the pitch-black void of space, his voice quiet yet resonant. Let there be light. The moment that voice, like the truth of the universe, rang out, a miraculous scene unfolded before Thor and the others. Endless radiance erupted from the darkness, emerging from the void itself. Light banished the shadows and illuminated all. Tony and the others, for a moment, were so stunned they thought they had returned to Earth at the break of dawn. The light of dawn, symbolizing rebirth, bathed everything in brilliance. A thought surfaced in Tony's mind. Where did this light come from? From where they stood, they could see that the figure in white, this godlike being, was now emitting a blinding radiance. Then, as if echoing the laws of existence, that cosmic voice once again reverberated. Let the waters divide, above and below. With his words, creation began to flow forth, molding reality. Brilliant light surged across the heavens. Within it, water vapor gathered and coalesced overhead, forming clusters of beautiful clouds. Below them, water pooled and spread, forming lakes and rivers. The scene became still. Silent. The vast crowd was completely entranced by the divine spectacle. As they stood stunned, Syd, wrapped in endless white light, continued weaving the world into being, his expression thoughtful. Since he was going to rebuild Asgard, it was only right to recreate it exactly as it once was. Although he only had a general impression of Asgard's appearance, lacking detailed understanding posed no obstacle to him. He instantly thought of a solution. To see how Asgard had once looked, besides manipulating time to glimpse the past, light also preserved the record of all that had ever existed. In the next instant, all the information and imagery of Asgard before its destruction surged into his mind, recorded by light itself. Every tree, every stone of the old realm appeared clearly in his mind. With those memories and his divine powers of creation, nothing remained difficult. As the others watched in a daze, he casually waved his hand, rearranging the clouds and the waters below. Then, creation accelerated. From the water rose solid ground, quickly expanding across a vast area. The sight left Tony Stark and the others completely dumbfounded. In their gaze, the white-clad god floated above, radiating blinding brilliance, while beneath him, a massive continent rapidly formed. Tony muttered, dazed, "Is this creation? I think science just got overturned." The rest of them weren't doing much better. Every face was filled with shock. Especially Dr. Banner and the other learned minds among them, this was utterly incomprehensible. If physicists and other scientists had been here, their worldviews would likely have collapsed on the spot. Yet, the act of creation was still not over. There were clouds in the sky now, and land and water below, but it was all barren, lifeless. A world devoid of vitality. Syd's divine light surged again, flooding across the new landmass of Asgard. And then, the miracle deepened. One by one, plants began to emerge, trees, grass, and flowers, spreading rapidly across the reborn realm. A moment later, that same voice, divine, as if it were the order of the cosmos, rang out once more. Let there be celestial bodies to mark the day and the night. Under the astonished eyes of Thor and the others, the glowing sphere that had once circled the destroyed Asgard now surged toward them. Under the authority of light, the stars themselves moved, shifting in mere seconds. Radiant light flooded the new Asgard. For a moment, Thor and the others felt as though they had returned to the realm they had lost. But just as they thought it was all over, something even more astonishing happened. That luminous figure raised both hands, and birds appeared out of thin air. They chirped joyously, reluctant to fly away, flocking affectionately around him. The act of creating life left Black Panther and the others speechless. If clouds, water, and land were still somehow within the bounds of explanation, this was something else entirely. Creating life? This scene was just like the myths. No, this was the myth. Tony and the others fell into a daze, thoughts drifting back to Earth's origins. Was Earth really a product of natural evolution? Or had it been created? And just when they thought it couldn't get any more overwhelming, Syd spoke again, his voice absolute. Let the earth bring forth living creatures, each according to its kind. Invisible divine power surged forth, carrying out his will. Birds, beasts, insects. Every creature that had once existed in Asgard reappeared, created within seconds. In the blink of an eye, the once lifeless land blossomed into a world teeming with life. Everyone stood there in stunned silence. Thor and his people were especially overwhelmed. A vast, flat land floated in the darkness of space. Mist drifted around it like a sacred realm from legend. The glowing orb illuminated the land, its reflection making the new Asgard appear even more divine and beautiful. Most incredible of all, the realm was identical to the Asgard they remembered. Not a single detail out of place. Everything, except the people, was as it had been. Valkyrie murmured in awe, a miracle. Even if they had once considered themselves gods on earth, in the presence of this radiant, divine creator, they had no choice but to admit. This was a true god. This was a miracle. While they remained entranced, Black Panther and the rest were equally shaken and bewildered by one specific detail. Asgard isn't a planet. It's flat. This kind of world structure completely defied their understanding. But what shocked them the most was still the one who had created it all. Among the crowd, many were Christians, or at least familiar with the phrases of faith. How often had they exclaimed, "Oh my God," in surprise. But now, having witnessed the act of creation firsthand, their minds couldn't help but recall the book of Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was over the surface of the deep. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. How could this scene be so identical to what was written in Scripture? A man named Frank, wearing a black jacket and sporting a thick beard, stared blankly and whispered, "Is he God?" End of chapter. Chapter 583. The moment Frank spoke, the people around him all paused. God. Countless eyes turned toward the radiant, distant figure cloaked in divine light. Honestly, this being did resemble God far too much. And with the title of Creator attached to him, it made the thought even harder to dismiss. Not to mention, they had just witnessed the act of creation. Asgard had been rebuilt before their very eyes. Could he really be God? Speculations ran rampant, and the gazes of the crowd grew more reverent by the second. Among them, some of the faithful couldn't help but mutter devoutly, "O Lord." Without realizing it, several believers had emerged from the crowd like blooming flowers of faith. In that moment, threads of faith energy surged toward Syd from all directions, startling him slightly. He could clearly sense that this faith wasn't intended for him, but for God. And yet, it was still flowing into him. After a brief moment of thought, he understood why. In a sense, to a certain degree, he really was a version of God. An incomplete one. At the moment, he had unlocked 11% of that potential, still far from complete, but it was enough for him to receive a portion of that directed faith. Thinking of this, he blinked in realization. Could he eventually absorb all of the faith meant for God? There were billions of people in the world who worshipped that name. The sheer amount of faith energy produced every moment was beyond comprehension. Even for someone like him, it would be a tremendous boon. Curious, he gave it a try, but soon shook his head. Beyond this area, he couldn't sense any more faith flowing toward him. Almost immediately, he figured out the reason. His current unlock progress was too low, only 11%. That limited the range of faith he could receive. Once he unlocked more, maybe reached 100%, that might change. Although, by then, I probably won't even need faith anymore, Syd murmured with a slight smile. Pushing those thoughts aside, his attention returned to the newly created Asgard. It was identical to the old one. Absolutely flawless. Except, one thing was still missing. The Asgardians, or rather, the Aesir gods. Syd's eyes glimmered with thought. In the distance, Thor and the others stared at the new Asgard with expressions of bittersweet joy and sorrow. Black Panther and the others looked on with curiosity and admiration. By now, everyone, Thor, Valkyrie, the rest of the Asgardians, and the Earthborn guests, assumed the act of creation was finished. After all, Asgard was complete. But just as the thought settled in their minds, something even more astonishing began to unfold. Before their very eyes, the light around the white-robed creator flared once again. Vast power surged from his being. In Syd's mind, memories of the old Asgard flashed by, along with the images of its fallen people. The next moment, particles of dust appeared out of nowhere around him, each gathering, coalescing, until they formed into human shapes. Almost simultaneously, these dust-formed figures transformed into bodies of flesh and blood. Clad in plain white robes, they floated in midair with their eyes closed, surrounding Syd like stars around the sun. Black Panther and the others were stunned. Who are they? While they whispered in confusion, Thor, Valkyrie, and the other Asgardians were completely shaken. That's Heimdall. And that one. They recognized them all. Each and every one of them, Asgardians. But, didn't they die? What are they doing here? Valkyrie stood speechless, utterly shocked. Thor, too, was stunned. But then, a thought struck him. His voice trembled as he whispered, "No way." His gaze turned to the luminous, divine figure floating in the distance. Then, under the eyes of all present, Syd, still cloaked in divine light, blew gently toward the newly formed figures. Unseen by the others, a blend of chaotic magic and divine creation flowed with that breath, warping reality and infusing it into the bodies. Meanwhile, far away, in a fog-draped land resembling a heavenly realm, was the sanctuary of the dead, Valhalla. This place, reserved for the honored fallen of Asgard, was warm and radiant, with mountains, rivers, and magnificent halls. At that moment, within this sacred place, the spirits of the fallen Asgardians, those slain by Thanos and others, suddenly froze. What is happening? I feel something pulling me, somewhere. Heimdall, tall and dark-skinned with golden eyes, looked shocked. Others near him echoed his confusion. You too, Heimdall. I feel it too. But before they could discuss it further, their expressions suddenly changed. What is this power? A red light enveloped them. The next second, they all vanished, without a trace, as if they had never existed. Back in Valhalla, Odin, Frigga, and Loki stared in astonishment. Where did they go? Loki said, gaping. Frigga looked anxious. Odin, however, wore a deep, grim expression. He muttered, which deity is capable of this? Only the highest-tier beings in the cosmos could meddle with the spirits within Valhalla. And that thought alone filled him with dread and confusion. Where had they gone? Why had they been taken? Even he did not know. Beside him, Loki frowned. A deity. He wasn't sure what that meant. Anyone Father called a true deity had to be unimaginably powerful. Back on the new Asgard. Under the power of creation and the reality-warping forces, the spirits of Heimdall and the others were drawn from Valhalla and elsewhere, pulled into the newly formed bodies. As their eyes fluttered open, the first thing they saw was a figure surrounded by radiant light, exuding a pressure as vast as the stars. Who is he? Is he the one who brought us here? Heimdall and the others were filled with confusion. But before they could say more, they heard a wave of shocked voices from afar. Oh my God! They're really alive again. Heavens! Black Panther and the others stared at the scene in utter disbelief. End of chapter. Chapter 584. No one was more shocked than Valkyrie and the other Asgardians. Their faces were filled with awe and disbelief. The once dead Asgardians had actually been resurrected. Looking at the crowd of Asgardians now filling the sky, they were overwhelmed with emotion and could hardly believe what they were seeing. At that moment, among Black Panther's group, Frank muttered to himself, "Is this the creation of men?" Hearing this, those around him paused, especially the believers among them, whose eyes widened. Truth be told, this scene truly did resemble the biblical tale of creation. They couldn't help but recall that moment in the scriptures where God created mankind. Then God said, "Let us make men in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, the livestock, and all the creatures that crawl on the earth." So God created men in his own image. The scene unfolding before them, first the creation of the world, and now people, was nearly identical to those divine legends. The more they thought about it, the more fervent and awed their gazes became. Was this truly God? Meanwhile, Heimdall and the others turned toward the commotion and spotted Thor and the others in the distance. Prince Thor. That's Valkyrie. What are they doing here? Wait. Did they die too? Are they in Valhalla? As the resurrected Asgardians muttered in confusion, Thor and the others couldn't help but look at each other, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Then Thor grinned joyfully and called out, "Hey! Heimdall! This isn't Valhalla, look around you carefully." Heimdall and the others blinked in confusion and glanced around. And then, their expressions froze. Their eyes widened. Beneath them lay a vast and familiar land. This is Asgard. How is this possible? Didn't Surtur destroy it? We saw it explode. Many of them had witnessed the fall of Asgard firsthand, the moment it was engulfed in flames and shattered. So how could Asgard be here again? Even Heimdall, always composed, stared in disbelief and asked, "What's going on?" Under the stunned gazes of the resurrected crowd, Thor immediately began explaining what had happened. As he slowly recounted everything, Heimdall and the others gradually understood. And when they learned that this Asgard had been newly created, their minds reeled. And when they were told that they had been brought back to life, they froze completely, stunned and bewildered. Were they dreaming? Otherwise, how could something so unbelievable be happening? The creation of a new Asgard, and the resurrection of every Asgardian. Then, Thor took the opportunity to explain the identity of the creator, and turned his gaze toward the divine figure in the distance. My brother, the creator god of the universe. He created this Asgard and brought all of you back. His words left Heimdall and the others utterly speechless. They turned to look at the radiant being shining so brightly they could hardly gaze at him directly. The creator god. They trembled inwardly. What kind of power was this? Not only to recreate Asgard, but to resurrect the dead, seemingly with ease. The creator god of the universe. As for Thor referring to him as my brother, that part was either ignored or misunderstood by the others. Most assumed Thor had misspoken or they'd misheard. Meanwhile, Black Panther's group was just as dazed. Not long ago, they'd assumed this divine being would simply choose a new place and name it New Asgard. They never imagined something like this. Asgard wasn't just rebuilt. The people were resurrected. The Aesir gods were reborn. At the same time, in the realm of death. A realm the living could not enter. Because so many Asgardians were suddenly resurrected, even with chaos magic distorting reality, one of the universe's primordial deities, Death herself, began to sense something amiss. Back on Asgard. Syd didn't bother dwelling on what Heimdall and the others were thinking. He simply waved his hand. In the next moment, space rippled, and in a blink, Heimdall and the rest found themselves standing before Thor. They stared at each other in silence. After a moment, Thor blinked and muttered with a hint of sadness, "Where's father? Mother? And Loki?" Hearing this, Heimdall and the others also looked around and realized, King Odin, Queen Frigga, and Loki were nowhere in sight. Confusion filled their faces. Syd, noticing this, glanced over at them. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about Odin and the others. But everything had to be done in order of importance. Their revival would come last. Thinking this, he raised his hand once more. Before everyone's eyes, brilliant golden blood began seeping from his hand. In the crowd, Scarlet Witch, Doctor Strange, and Spider-Man sensed the energy in that blood and immediately paled. The power radiating from it was terrifying, beyond comprehension. Syd ignored their reactions. With a few drops of divine blood, he poured his power into it. His power of creation surged again, fueling the formation of 3 divine bodies. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, Odin, Frigga, and Loki stood together, uncertain of what was happening. Suddenly, their faces changed at the same time. Loki's eyes widened in shock. Odin's expression turned grim. Such immense power. He could feel it clearly now, and his face grew darker with each passing second. Before they could react, everything went white. The next moment, the 3 of them vanished from Valhalla, and awoke inside the newly formed divine bodies. The instant they regained consciousness, they were overwhelmed by the sheer power surging within them. Loki's jaw dropped. His eyes nearly bulged out of his head. This power. His gaze grew obsessed. He swore he had never felt anything like this. He didn't even bother looking around. A confident smile spread across his face. With this power, how could Thor ever hope to surpass him? "Who am I?" he chuckled. The greatest sorcerer of the 9 realms, Loki. But just as he was basking in his newfound might, a familiar voice rang out. "Father. Mother. Loki. Thor." Loki's entire body jolted. He snapped his eyes open and turned instinctively. Sure enough, Thor was standing there, waving with joy. Why was he here? Had Thor died too? Loki was stunned. But beside him, Odin and Frigga were already noticing something strange. This wasn't Valhalla. They exchanged glances. And the next second, Queen Frigga turned toward Thor, frowning slightly. Thor, what is going on? Where are we? End of chapter. Chapter 585. Thor, what's going on? Where are we? Queen Frigga's voice trembled with uncertainty. As she spoke, she suddenly noticed something, and froze. That being in the distance, radiating with blinding light, yes, he was already shocking enough, but what truly caught her attention was what lay beneath them, the vast realm of Asgard. Then came a cry of disbelief. Asgard? Loki stared wide-eyed. Wasn't Asgard destroyed? How could it still exist? Was he dreaming? Or was this some kind of illusion? Frigga and Odin were just as stunned. Their hearts raced with a flood of impossible emotions. As their minds reeled, Thor quickly stepped forward and began explaining, "Father, Mother, here's what happened." With his calm recounting, the three slowly began to grasp the situation. But instead of easing their hearts, the truth shook them even more. The creation of Asgard. The resurrection of every Asgardian. The creator of the universe. A god. You mean the great deity you once mentioned is this creator? Loki's voice trembled. He gazed at the luminous figure in the distance, his expression overwhelmed. Beside him, Odin and Frigga did the same, their eyes filled with awe. Then Thor dropped a bombshell. He's the creator god of another universe, but also Balder. The god of light from Asgardian legend. Father, do you remember the stories you told me when I was young? About my amazing little brother. I thought you made those up, but they were true. I really do have a brother, and he's this powerful. The creator of the universe. This is unreal. Who could have imagined that Asgard had a creator god? I never would have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Thor grew increasingly excited as he spoke. But everyone else, Black Panther, Natasha, the Asgardians, were completely stunned. Brother. The creator god is Thor's brother. Mouths dropped. Though they had vaguely heard Thor refer to him that way earlier, none of them had taken it seriously. Now, it struck them fully. Asgard had a creator god. Heimdall and the other Asgardians were in disbelief. Meanwhile, Odin, Frigga, and Loki's emotions were also surging chaotically. Balder. Odin whispered. His expression went distant as he drifted into memory. A vision surfaced in his mind, a flawless infant bathed in divine light. That child, the moment he was born, grew swiftly into an adult, possessing godlike wisdom and unimaginable power. That power had even made Odin feel suppressed. It had sparked an instinctive wariness in him. The boy was too perfect, like a true god, without flaw. But perfection, perhaps, was a curse. It didn't last long before the boy turned into light and vanished, completely and inexplicably. That moment had been long ago, yet Odin remembered it vividly. As he stared at the radiant figure in the distance, the two images began to overlap. That's Balder. Odin could hardly believe it. Even if he came from another universe, this was still Balder. And that alone left him shaken. After a long silence, a question surfaced in his heart. Where was this universe's Balder? If the one from another reality still existed, then their own Balder should too. He sighed and said, "Our Balder disappeared long ago. He turned into light and vanished. Even I don't know where he went." Thor blinked in surprise. After a moment of reflection, realization dawned. This Balder was indeed his brother, but from another universe. He wasn't his Balder. That thought stung. A faint bitterness rose in his chest, tinged with envy. Staring at the divine figure floating in the air, Thor muttered defiantly, "I don't care. He's my brother." Hearing this, Odin and the others were momentarily stunned. But despite their helpless smiles, they couldn't deny it. In a way, this being was Balder, no different from the one who had once existed here. Frigga's eyes welled with emotion. Her face flushed with joy, her eyes red, almost on the verge of tears. Then Loki muttered, "But what about our Balder?" He wasn't the only one wondering. Thor, Natasha, and the others were asking the same in their hearts. At that moment, Syd, hovering in the distance, fell into contemplation. One of his purposes in coming to this universe was to find out what really happens when Balder reaches 100% progression. And now, he was starting to understand. So this is what happens at 100%. In other universes, fragments of himself had appeared. Wait, no, this wasn't just fragments of information. Based on what Odin had said, he had actually existed here once. A trace of doubt flickered in Syd's eyes. Could it be their memories were altered? Fabricated? To confirm it, he quietly activated the time stone, rewinding the past. The power of time surged. Brilliant light shimmered. And within that light, he saw it, the birth of an infant bathed in divine radiance. Syd's eyes widened in shock. This wasn't a fake memory. This had really happened. As he watched further, more pieces came into focus. This version of Balder wasn't truly him. At best, it was an information-based projection, carrying fragments of his consciousness and a sliver of his power. He watched as the glowing figure vanished into light, confirming his conclusion. Not even a proper parallel version, just an echo. Syd exhaled in relief. If this had been another full incarnation of himself, things would have been complicated. Thankfully, it was just a projection, harmless, just a ripple of his presence across the multiverse. But just as he was thinking that, his mind suddenly paused. A thought struck him. End of chapter. Chapter 586. If I use the dreamwalking spell from the Darkhold, would my consciousness be able to travel to other universes? Previously, due to the lack of a parallel self, Syd hadn't been able to use dreamwalking to traverse other realities. But now that this form of information projection had emerged, perhaps it was worth trying again. Truthfully, Syd still held deep curiosity toward the multiverse. So far, the universes he had traversed were all diverging branches from the main 616 universe, realities where events developed similarly. But in truth, within the multiverse, anything was possible. There were even versions with a female Tony Stark, not to mention countless other divergences. For instance, Syd remembered one reality quite vividly, an extreme divergence where a zombie virus had transformed nearly all beings into the undead. And another? The Cancerverse, often dubbed the Cthulhu universe. The multiverse was terrifying. Far from the calm and order of the main universe, catastrophic annihilation was routine. As he mulled over this, a curious voice suddenly broke his thoughts. Creator God, do you know what happened to our universe's Balder? It was Steve Rogers, Captain America, who asked. Others, like Tony Stark, also looked on with curiosity and concern. After all, if this world had possessed such a powerful being all along, perhaps none of their tragedies would have happened. Thanos? He wouldn't even dare show his face. They couldn't help but feel a little envious of the other universe. Syd glanced at them, then calmly replied, strictly speaking, the Balder from this universe was merely my projection. Once a certain point is reached, he naturally dissipates. Silence fell. Everyone stared at the radiant figure floating in the air. Projection. They couldn't believe it. Especially Odin and the Asgardians, they were stunned. They understood what he meant. He was saying, he was the only real one. The others were nothing more than fragments. Echoes. A chill ran down their spines. Especially Tony and the Earthborn heroes, the thought made their blood run cold. They'd already encountered parallel universes. They knew other versions of themselves existed out there. So the multiverse was real. And now, this divine being claimed to be the only version of himself across all universes. That the others were merely projections. What kind of power is this? A force beyond the multiverse. A multiversal tier being. They stared at him in awe and fear. If he was telling the truth, then the power he had displayed so far was only a fraction of his true might. His real strength. Likely beyond their comprehension. They were shaken to the core. From afar, Syd twitched slightly at their expressions. He could tell they'd misunderstood. If only he was that powerful, it'd be wonderful. He sighed inwardly. To meet those expectations, he would have to truly become a multiversal-level entity. And besides, being unique wasn't all that rare. Most multiversal beings were unique, any others were just lesser aspects or avatars. At that moment, Thor, now filled with envy, suddenly thought of something. If this Balder was real, and their Balder was fake, then didn't that mean this one was his true little brother? A joyful light filled his eyes. Odin and the others nearby also looked on, their gazes conflicted. While emotions swirled around them, Syd suddenly sensed something. His gaze shifted toward the distance. Seeing his movement, Thor and the others instinctively turned to follow his line of sight. And the next moment, they froze. In the previously empty space, a shadow had silently appeared. A figure draped in a pitch-black robe, its hood covering its face. The parts that were visible chilled the soul. No flesh. Only bone. This skeletal figure stood motionless, its empty eye sockets glinting with eerie light, as if it were gazing at them with curiosity. Anyone caught in its gaze felt their soul tremble, like death was creeping in. A skeleton. Who is that? The crowd murmured in alarm and fear. A skeleton had just appeared. And it was watching them. But it wasn't just that. The moment it looked at them, it felt as if something ancient and cold had grabbed their hearts. Unable to bear the tension, Thor asked aloud, "Who are you?" The skeletal figure opened its jaw, and the next moment, a chilling voice echoed directly into everyone's mind. "You may call me the goddess of death." The crowd blinked in disbelief. Thor, in particular, scratched his head. Goddess of death. Wasn't Hela the goddess of death? This skeleton was claiming the same title. Valkyrie and the others were equally confused. Then, a cold chuckle spread through the air. "I am the true death." What did that mean? They were even more confused now. But Syd was calm. Unlike the others, he instantly recognized this being. He spoke in a serene, transcendent tone. One of the 5 primordial creator gods, Death. He fell briefly into contemplation. As an abstract cosmic entity, this being had no fixed form. Like eternity and the others, death could appear however it pleased. This time, she had chosen the form of a robed female skeleton. Sometimes, she manifested a fleshed form, but more often, she preferred the skeletal visage. As Syd's voice, like the truth of the cosmos, resonated across the area, everyone froze once again. Creator God. Death. End of chapter. Chapter 587. As the words echoed in their ears, everyone froze. Creator God. Death. By now, thanks to Thor's earlier explanations, they understood what creator gods were. These were cosmic-level entities, literal aspects of the universe itself. Abstract, absolute concepts incarnate, wielding powers that defied understanding. And now, this skeletal figure in a black robe was the creator god of death. Tony Stark and the others looked on in disbelief. At that moment, hearing Syd's calm acknowledgement, the goddess of death tilted her head in mild surprise. "You know me?" she asked, her tone curious. She was genuinely surprised. Typically, she remained in the death realm and only ever manifested before those who caught her interest. But this radiant being in front of her, she had neither met him nor shown herself to him before. So, how could he recognize her? Her hollow eye sockets flickered with doubt. While she was caught in thought, Tony and the others were furiously trying to guess her intentions. Why is one of the creator gods, Death, here? What does she want? Among the crowd, Dr. Strange had a hunch, and a look of worry crept across his face. Could it be? Then, amid the hushed whispers, the goddess of death seemed to lose interest in her curiosity and instead gave a cold smile. A moment later, her gaze locked onto Syd, and she spoke again. "How did you do it? How did you manage to deceive me? If you hadn't resurrected so many, I wouldn't have sensed the anomaly." Her voice dropped in tone, colder, heavier. "Your actions violate the laws of death. You've disturbed the balance of the universe. They were not meant to live again." She glanced toward Odin and the others. The moment she said that, Dr. Strange's heart sank. So she really is here to pass judgment. He couldn't deny it, Syd had revived too many people. If he were in her place, he wouldn't have ignored it either. The tension in the air thickened. Tony, Thor, and the others were quick to catch on, and unease flickered in their eyes. Are they about to fight? Who would win? None of them were sure. If anything, they leaned toward the goddess of death. After all, this universe wasn't Syd's home turf. He held no natural advantage here. Not to mention, she was death itself. Ancient. Enduring. Absolute. Just thinking about it made the concern in their hearts deepen. Then, as if verifying their fears, Death spoke again, eyeing Syd. You, who are you? You don't belong to our universe. Clearly, she had detected something. Syd replied calmly, I am light. Light. Death murmured, clearly puzzled. She didn't quite grasp what he meant. As she stared at the divine glow surrounding him, she pondered silently. Some kind of light god. That wouldn't be surprising. Many pantheons had their own gods of light. But to Death, beings like that meant very little. To mortals and lesser deities, they were powerful. But to her? They were insects, no different from ordinary humans, only larger, slightly harder to crush. Still, in that silence, someone in the crowd mumbled softly. He's a creator god, from another universe. That single sentence drew every gaze, including Death's, to the speaker. The skeletal goddess visibly froze. A creator god, from another universe. She blinked, if a skeleton could blink, visibly confused. She shook her head. There were only 5 creator gods in any universe. Even in parallel ones, that number remained fixed. A 6th? Impossible. With that thought, her empty gaze locked back on Syd. It was time to discipline this imposter. She began to raise her skeletal hand. But then paused. She felt it. A familiar pressure. Several presences watching her. And she immediately recognized them. Eternity. Infinity. Oblivion. Her gaze flickered. She was surprised, but not entirely. Still, it was rare for those 3 to be so nosy. They really had nothing better to do. Truth be told, they really didn't. At that very moment, those 3 abstract gods were observing the situation. Death's out of her realm again. What's she up to this time? Picking a fight with some unknown being. Interesting. They watched, amused. But none of them were particularly worried. After all, who could beat Death? She was the embodiment of the end. She could wield infinite power, command souls, kill or resurrect at will, control entire pantheons. Even the gods of Asgard or Olympus bowed to her domain. This glowing figure might be powerful, but the result was inevitable. As those gods spectated from afar, and the others held their breath, Death prepared to strike. Only to be stopped by something unexpected. Syd moved first. He didn't attack. He simply surrendered himself to a feeling deep within, to become the light of this universe. And in the blink of an eye, before Death could act, he vanished, dissolving into countless strands of light. The skeletal hand hung in the air. Death froze. She sensed a subtle shift in the laws of this universe, but it had happened too fast for her to fully grasp. What did he just do? She muttered. Even eternity, infinity, and oblivion felt a jolt of confusion. Not far away. Thor stared, wide-eyed. Where did he go? Black Panther and the others were equally confused. But then, something impossible occurred. From the spot where the white-robed god had vanished, an indescribable light burst forth. In a flash, that strange, sacred brilliance swept over them all. And in an instant, all of New Asgard was bathed in that divine radiance. End of chapter. Chapter 588. But it didn't stop there, the light was still spreading at an astonishing speed. What is this? The goddess of death stared in utter shock. She wasn't the only one. Eternity, infinity, and oblivion, the other 3 creator gods, also sensed something incomprehensible. The very laws of the universe were changing. The light spread beyond Asgard. This indescribable brilliance surged across space at an unfathomable speed. In just a blink, the entire universe was bathed in its glow. Sensing this phenomenon, Death, the other creator gods, and even Galactus, who was floating through space in search of a world to devour, all froze in place. What is this? What exactly has he done? Not just the abstract beings, on New Asgard, Black Panther and the rest were also stunned. Before their eyes, the entire sky had turned into a sea of light. What's happening? What did he do? Forcing themselves to endure the overwhelming light, they instinctively looked back to the source. Meanwhile, on Earth and across the cosmos, all sentient beings were shocked beyond words. Even when half the universe's population vanished, or when they were resurrected, it hadn't shaken them as deeply as this light did now. Then, a strange, indistinct voice began echoing throughout the universe. It was like a song or a chorus of praise from countless beings. Light. Master of the eternal radiance. The Creator. The words were jumbled, scattered, but clearly reverent. As people listened in awe, the infinite light suddenly began to fade. The brilliant universe dimmed, and returned to its quiet, lifeless black. New Asgard. He affected the entire universe. The goddess of death's tone was more serious than ever. She could feel that light, heat, and other essential forces of the universe had changed. There was something new, an unfamiliar will, as though part of the universe now belonged to someone else. She knew this feeling well. This guy. Death's hollow face filled with disbelief. How did he? He actually became a creator god, an abstract concept itself. He was now like them, an indispensable part of the universe. If removed, the cosmos would collapse. As death reeled, the dark, lifeless universe suddenly lit up once more, no longer frigid, but now warm and radiant. Then, the boundless light began to shrink rapidly. Near New Asgard. Amid the fading chants of praise, the remaining light gathered and formed a humanoid shape. It was a being made of light. Radiating sacred brilliance, its face could not be seen. It was blurred, unreachable, divine. What is that? Black Panther and the others were still in a daze. But Death understood instantly. You, what are you? Her hollow eyes stared directly at this sacred being. At the same time, eternity, infinity, and oblivion all turned their attention here. Under their gaze, the glowing figure calmly spoke. I already told you. I am light. The others fell silent. They remembered, he had said that before. Back then, they hadn't taken it seriously. But now they understood. He was light. The embodiment of radiance and warmth. The positive force of the universe. They felt it clearly, just as they could sense their own dominion, they now felt his. And that was what left them all unsettled. How did this happen? How did he suddenly become one of them? Then Death narrowed her eyes, as if something finally clicked. Are you truly a creator god from another universe? She had scoffed at the idea when the mortal said it earlier. But now, she could no longer deny it. A sudden flash of insight struck her. Muttering to herself, she said, could it be, when your universe was born, there weren't 5 of you, but 6? And the 6th was you. The more she said it, the more certain she became. And she wasn't alone, eternity and the others had come to the same conclusion. It was possible. In the multiverse, anything was. Maybe his universe had birthed 6 abstract entities instead of 5. He was the 6th. That would explain why he could seamlessly merge with this universe's rules, why he could become a new creator god here. In a sense, he was now one of them. Or rather, he had always been. For the creator gods, relationships between them were often referred to in familial terms. And now, as the light and warmth of the universe, its positive force, this new being was unmistakably their youngest sibling. With that realization, death, eternity, infinity, and oblivion all grew quiet. Even Death, who moments ago was ready to strike, now hesitated. What was she supposed to do now? Had this been an ordinary god, violating the natural order, ignoring her domain, recklessly reviving the dead, she would have brought down swift judgment. She might have punished them cruelly, even toyed with them a little. But if it was family, then it was different. Fine. So what if they'd resurrected some gods? As long as they didn't revive the entire universe, she could turn a blind eye. Thinking this, her anger began to fade. And with that, Odin and the resurrected Asgardians vanished from her perception. She didn't recognize them anyway. And she didn't care. But her interest in this new brother only grew. He had already revived the Aesir and created an entire new Asgard. What else could he do? What was his true power? She wanted to know. And so did Eternity and the others. If this new sibling turned out to be weak, they wouldn't do anything about it. But they certainly wouldn't take him seriously. Of them all, Galactus was the most excited. He had long hated being the weakest among the cosmic beings. Now that someone else had joined the circle, maybe he could finally drop that title. End of chapter. Chapter 589. While the goddess of death and the other cosmic entities, Eternity, Infinity, and Oblivion, were deep in thought, Syd was quietly examining his own state. After becoming a creator god of another universe, he could clearly feel that his power ceiling had been greatly elevated. In fact, he could faintly sense that the forces of both universes were overlapping within him. Of course, although he could now draw upon the energy of the other universe, the separation between universes caused some attenuation. Still, even with that, the boost was tremendous, enough to push him beyond the norm, exceeding the strength of standard creator gods. Just how much stronger he had become, however, was hard to say. He hadn't tested it in combat yet. And now, he was deeply curious. What exactly was the power of his current abstract concept body? Syd focused and began sensing carefully. Light. And since light is an electromagnetic wave, he now indirectly controlled one of the fundamental forces of the universe. In addition, he discovered that he could now govern heat, cosmic warmth itself. But that wasn't all. To his surprise, he also began sensing another form of power. Emotion. More specifically, positive, radiant emotions. Syd immediately made the connection and murmured to himself. So my guess was right. Baldur's light doesn't only represent visible light, but the light within people's hearts. He suddenly recalled how Eternity had once described him. The one who represents light and heat, and the positive aspect of the universe. Syd grew thoughtful. Meanwhile, Tony Stark and the others were nervously speculating from a distance. Staring at the black-robed skeletal figure, Death, and the white-robed being of divine radiance, Syd, their whispers floated through the air. Do you think the two of them are still going to fight? Maybe not. Baldur Sama's power just increased a lot. But before anyone could reach a conclusion, Death's skull-like jaw moved, her hollow voice laced with amusement. My youngest brother, newly born. I wonder, between us, the indelible powers of the cosmos, who is stronger? I wanted to strike earlier, but didn't expect you to be hiding your identity. Turns out, you're one of us after all. She paused, her voice growing more playful. Well, this is fine. As fellow creator gods, it won't look like I'm bullying you. I just wonder, will you be able to withstand me? If not, don't forget to yield early. And before Syd could even frown, she moved. Without hesitation, the goddess of death launched the first blow. Under the stunned gazes of Thor and the others, twin streams of red flame shot from Death's hollow eye sockets. Boom. In an instant, all they saw was fire, a blazing inferno engulfing the heavens, charging at incredible speed toward Syd. Flames. Syd frowned slightly. They looked ordinary. Unremarkable. Even if they were hellfire, they would mean nothing to his current abstract form body. After all, he could feel the transcendence of his new being. Any attack below the level of a single universe-class entity would likely be completely ineffective. So why was she using flames? He wasn't the only one confused. Even Thor and the others found it odd. Just fire. Even we could block that. As the flames surged forward and engulfed him, Syd's expression abruptly changed. He felt it. Hidden within those flames was divine power. Without question, it was the goddess of death's own power. His mind raced back to the lore he had studied. He remembered. Any attack from the goddess of death is lethal. Any contact with her power means death. Touch equals death. Even among abstract beings of their level, her abilities were no joke. Getting hit wouldn't kill them outright, but it would hurt badly. Even if the flames looked ordinary, they could burn even an abstract concept's essence. And not just him. Even Eternity, Infinity, and Oblivion would suffer the same if struck. Death's divine power was unique. Even a mortal, granted a portion of her strength, could harm abstract gods. He recalled one infamous case, when Deadpool, empowered by death, managed to punch eternity and injure him. It was absurd. A mortal, harming a cosmic concept. Ridiculous, yet real. So no, Syd had no intention of testing those flames. With a flicker of thought, he dissolved into light, his body disintegrating into strands of brilliance. Tony and the others saw the flash, then watched in awe as the white-robed being slipped effortlessly through the fire, emerging untouched. Some were puzzled. Why dodge ordinary fire? But the goddess of death's chuckle answered them. So, you sensed it too? Yes, those flames may look harmless, but they carry my divine power. Anyone, mortal or divine, who touches them, will die. The casualness in her voice left Thor and the others stunned. Wait, you die just by being touched? That's cheating. If anyone can be killed instantly, how do you even fight someone like that? Their gazes turned again to Syd. How was he supposed to win this? On the other side, the other creator gods began to whisper amongst themselves. Death's divine power really is troublesome. I wonder, how will our youngest brother handle this? Besides, that was just a test, she hasn't even gotten serious. Their eyes glimmered with interest. Even before Syd became a creator god, they believed death could beat him. Now, their opinion hadn't changed. The real question was, how long could he last? And in the shadows, Galactus, who had been watching everything, was nearly giddy with excitement. At last. He wouldn't be the weakest anymore. End of chapter. Chapter 590. It seemed, their youngest brother wasn't so weak after all. Could it be that he was no longer the weakest among the creator gods? That thought alone made Galactus visibly excited. At that moment. You better be careful, my dear little brother. He. The goddess of death let out a soft chuckle, raising her skeletal hand to cover her mouth playfully. The sea of flames shifted direction, sweeping back toward Syd once more. Seeing this, Syd furrowed his brows. The mockery, the toying tone, it irritated him. The next second, he didn't hold back. With a single thought, he summoned all the light and heat of this universe, unleashing it upon the chuckling death. In an instant, the entire silent, black cosmos became even darker. As if someone had switched off the universe's lights. Nearly all light and heat, even those radiated from stars and suns, vanished. Only what was required to sustain the bare minimum cosmic balance remained. Everything else gathered into one place. A kaleidoscopic, multicolored ocean of blinding light. It surged like a tidal wave straight toward the goddess of death. Radiance beyond imagining. Wah. The skeletal face of the goddess froze mid-laugh. Her expression shattered. Have you lost your mind, brother? Her skull jaw gaped open so wide, it almost didn't close. She had just been playing around, lightly testing him. And now, he'd gone full power. Was this even fair? Even the hidden onlookers, eternity, infinity, and oblivion, were stunned. Is he trying to destroy the universe? In New Asgard, the people stared, dazed, their eyes flooded by the endless light. They could see nothing but luminescence. Within the ocean of prismatic light, the goddess of death invoked the full force of her dominion, the laws of death. A shimmering violet shield of divine law formed around her, resisting the oncoming tidal wave of light and heat. Boom. An unfathomable shockwave exploded outward. Ah. Bang. New Asgard, newly reborn, was blown apart in the blast. And not just New Asgard, Thor, Loki, and the others were caught in the wave too. They barely had time to react before it hit. No. I'm the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms, Loki. Despite his newfound power, Loki's strength meant nothing in the face of this god-tier clash. In the next second, he, and Odin, Frigga, and countless others, were obliterated. Boom. Under this catastrophic shockwave, even space itself began to melt and distort. Air, stone, stars, everything was reduced to nothingness. Within the ocean of light, inside her flickering violet shield, death was no longer smiling. She looked, horrified. Staring out at her glowing little brother, who stood outside the light storm, calmly releasing divine laws, she finally cried out. Stop. If this continues, the entire universe will break apart. She paused, sensing the widespread destabilization. Then she sighed with awe and reluctance. I didn't expect your strength to be this incredible, almost equal to mine. She added more solemnly. Please stop. We're evenly matched, there's no point in dragging this out. If we keep going, the universe itself will collapse. Just then, several mysterious voices echoed through space. Youngest brother, stop this. You mustn't continue. If you do. Hearing the voices of eternity, infinity, and oblivion, Syd narrowed his eyes slightly and checked the state of the universe. Indeed, the balance had begun to crack. New Asgard and the others, including Loki, had been wiped out in the blast. But that was no issue. He could revive them after the fight. His gaze returned to Death, still shielding herself in the sea of light. They were evenly matched. Unless they battled endlessly for eons, no victor would emerge. But if they did keep going, this universe might not survive the aftermath. Even if eternity and infinity could eventually rebuild it. Syd frowned slightly. Is this really where it ends? He didn't want that. But unless an outside force interfered. Suddenly, a thought lit up in his mind. His eyes gleamed. The other universe. Without hesitation, he connected to his abstract concept self in the 616 main universe. Boom. A surge of titanic force flooded in from across dimensional boundaries. The full might of the 616 universe poured into him. Invisible to all, the two universes trembled. They began to resonate, like two planets drifting toward each other, pulled by an unknown gravity. Whatever might happen afterward. He didn't care. Right now, with the 616 power fully fusing with him, the prismatic sea of light and divine law erupted. Within her violet shield, the goddess of death sensed it instantly. Shock overtook her entire form. Boom. The surging light storm and divine force slammed into her shield. The violet laws of death flickered. Then, crack. Shatter. Her protective shield was broken. She had no time to react. The divine ocean swallowed her whole. Impossible. She screamed as her skeletal body, her abstract conceptual form, dissolved into the radiance. Oh. With a final cry, she vanished into the ocean of light. And in that moment, eternity, infinity, and oblivion were left speechless. No way. Our youngest brother just defeated death. What did he do? Confusion. Disbelief. Awe. How could the youngest being among them, newly born, barely ascended, defeat the embodiment of death itself? This shouldn't have happened. And yet, it did. End of chapter. Chapter 591. What exactly did this youngest brother do? Why is he so powerful? Eternity and the others were filled with questions. After carefully sensing the situation, they realized that a continuous stream of power was being transmitted to him from a distant place. At the same time, they noticed that the universe was undergoing some sort of anomaly, being drawn and shifting toward that direction. Despite their confusion, they turned their attention back to the battlefield. By now, Death's conceptual avatar had vanished, clearly destroyed by their youngest brother. It seems our youngest brother's strength ranks at least in the top 3 among us. I just don't know if he can beat you or Annihilation. The one who spoke had a black and yellow body, laced with black lines on the surface, seemingly female, and represented the concept of infinity and the boundless nature of space. She glanced at her elder brother Eternity, and the previously youngest and strongest, Annihilation. As for herself and Galactus, there was no need to even consider it, they definitely couldn't win against this newly emerged sibling. With that thought, Infinity frowned slightly and murmured in confusion, does being the youngest mean being the strongest? Of course, raw power was one thing, but it didn't mean there were no weaknesses. Aside from strength, they also valued capabilities. Among them, Annihilation possessed the most potent abilities, which made him the strongest. I wonder, what kind of powers does our youngest brother actually possess? Eternity whispered with curiosity. Beside him, Infinity and Annihilation were also quietly speculating. Of course, they had their guesses, they assumed his powers were all related to light. But if it was only that, it shouldn't be anything too extraordinary. So how was this brother so powerful? Did he also possess abilities related to matter? He could even recreate a new Asgard. And he had some connection to the concept of life. He could even resurrect the people of Asgard. Just what other secrets was this brother hiding? While they were deep in thought, Galactus's face was filled with disbelief, dismay, and confusion. He had thought this youngest brother wasn't that powerful. He assumed he was no longer the weakest of the creator gods. He never expected that this newcomer would be even stronger than Death. If he could defeat Death, he could certainly defeat Galactus as well. Galactus's excitement completely vanished, replaced by bitterness and disorientation. This brother who was just born is already stronger than me. When will I finally recover the portion of energy I lost? Due to a deficiency at his creation and some unforeseen accidents, Galactus had always lacked a portion of his core energy and remained incomplete. To make up for this, he had to constantly seek planets with life energy to devour. As a result, his power fluctuated greatly, and he was frequently tormented by hunger caused by his incompleteness. He clenched his teeth in frustration, continuing to move through the cosmos, determined to find a new life-bearing planet to consume and reclaim what he lacked. What he didn't know was that once he did recover it, he would attain multiversal-level strength and transform from Galactus the World Devourer into the Bringer of Life. But when that time came, he would also face judgment from the Living Tribunal. He represented cosmic balance, the force responsible for consumption in the cycle of matter's gain and loss. If he became a bringer of life, no longer devouring but constantly creating planets capable of supporting life, that kind of power would severely upset the balance of cosmic exchange. Judgment would be inevitable. Unaware of all this, Galactus continued his tireless search for planets teeming with life. As for his youngest brother, he no longer paid attention. In his mind, the battle was already settled. And he wasn't wrong. Although only an avatar was destroyed, in the universe, the power that avatars could exert wasn't much different from their original selves. If this youngest brother could destroy Death's avatar, then surely he could destroy the real thing. So there was no point in continuing the fight. At the battlefield, Syd quietly waited for a moment. When it was clear that the goddess of death wouldn't reappear, he turned his gaze to his surroundings. All around him was a vast void, pitch black and lightless, as if he had stepped into nothingness. Their battle had not only destroyed the new Asgard, but even the radiant sun had been obliterated in the crossfire. What's more, Thor and the others had vanished as well. Seeing this, Syd frowned and raised his right hand. In the next instant, a golden infinity gauntlet appeared on his hand. The 6 infinity stones shone with an intense brilliance. But not only that, an overwhelming crimson energy flared up. It was the power of chaos magic. The next second, time began to reverse. The vanished matter and everything else reappeared in rapid succession, as if the entire process were being rewound. However, there were some anomalies. For instance, the goddess of death and certain other entities did not return. With chaos magic's ability to rewrite reality, everything now made sense and adhered to logic. Thor and the others reappeared where they had stood, and new Asgard was rebuilt in the blink of an eye. Even the light and heat that had once been drawn away were restored to the cosmos, and stability returned to the universe. In a flash, it was as if nothing had ever happened. Ugh. We're still alive. Tony and the others stood stunned, exchanging looks of disbelief. When they turned to look at New Asgard, they found it completely intact. Instinctively, they looked at the white-robed creator god bathed in light. There was no need to ask, they knew all of this was his doing. The realization left them reeling. They were also confused, unsure who had won the battle between this white-clad creator and the goddess of death. But as they looked around and saw no sign of her, it became clear. The goddess of death is gone. Don't tell me. Staring at the radiant creator god, they couldn't help but guess, and feel overwhelming awe. At that moment, Syd ignored their thoughts and looked down at the infinity gauntlet on his hand. By now, the golden gauntlet had turned pitch black, clearly burned out. For an artifact that was already half ruined, it wasn't surprising that it couldn't withstand an operation on a universal scale. End of chapter. Chapter 592. In the past, he might not have had a way to deal with this kind of situation, but now, it was a simple matter. Syd immediately activated his power of creation. The next second, light surged in all directions, and the previously charred infinity gauntlet swiftly recovered, returning to its original golden form. After restoring the gauntlet, his gaze turned to Thor and the others. I've finished handling things here. If there's nothing else, I'll return to Universe 616, he said, looking at Thor. The moment he spoke, everyone was stunned. Universe 616. It didn't take them long to understand what he meant. Thor looked a bit flustered and hurriedly said, "Can't you stay here? Our universe is pretty great too." Syd gently shook his head. Because of his presence, Natasha didn't die, Tony Stark survived, Baldur's unlocking percentage had been fully discovered, Loki and others were revived, and he had even become the creator god of this universe. Everything he needed to do here was already complete. There was no reason to stay any longer. Just as he was about to dissolve this conceptual divine body. From within the crowd, the Scarlet Witch gritted her teeth and stepped forward, pleading, "Noble creator god, could you help me revive Vision?" Silence instantly fell over the scene. Tony and the others exchanged complex glances with Wanda. They were well aware of the history between her and Vision. Some of them had even witnessed Wanda herself, in agony, destroy Vision in order to stop Thanos from getting the Mind Stone. Although in the end, Thanos still obtained it. And once the stone was taken, Vision naturally perished. Their eyes turned toward the white-robed creator god. No one knew whether he would revive Vision. After all, he had no ties to either Wanda or Vision. If he helped, it would be an act of mercy; if he didn't, no one could blame him. Who would dare command a creator god? All they could do was plead. Hearing Wanda's words, Syd frowned slightly and waved his hand. In the next instant, his creative power surged, and Vision's vibranium body quickly materialized, complete with the yellow gem on his forehead. Of course, the yellow gem wasn't the real Mind Stone, but a replica he created casually. Still, it was enough for Vision's use. As for his consciousness, Syd's gaze turned toward Earth. Simultaneously, the chaos magic light in his hand and the glow from the 6 stones on the Infinity Gauntlet flared once more, especially the Time Stone. The vision before his eyes began to rewind. In no time, he reached the moment when Thanos tore out the Mind Stone and Vision died. Syd's eyes lit up, and he immediately used Orochi's soul extraction technique. Without alerting Thanos, he pulled Vision's soul from that moment in time. All of this seemed lengthy, but under the influence of the Time Stone, it all happened in an instant. To the onlookers, it looked like a flash of light, then the white-robed creator god reached toward some invisible point in space and suddenly held a glowing yellow sphere. "What is that?" While they were still dazed, the sphere was tossed into Vision's head, merging with the fake Mind Stone. Soon after, Vision slowly opened his eyes in a daze. Without paying him any mind, Syd casually waved his hand and used chaos magic to gently float him to the stunned Wanda. Having done all this, Syd didn't bother to look at Wanda's shock and joy. He turned to Thor and said, "The light of this universe is also me. If anything happens, you can pray to the light, I'll know." And with that, to avoid being pestered for more resurrections, he willed his ineffable divine form to dissolve into countless beams of light. Before anyone could say a word, the light vanished. Seeing this, Tony and the others looked at each other in astonishment. Thor, however, wore a face full of sorrow and reluctance. But the moment he remembered that the light of this universe was also his brother, his mood improved significantly. Looking at the surrounding radiance, he suddenly felt as if his little brother was still by his side, and couldn't help but smile foolishly. In the shadows, having dissolved into light and now ready to withdraw his consciousness, Syd caught sight of Thor's expression and couldn't help but be speechless. The next second, his divine awareness, along with the dissipated divine body, slipped into the quantum tunnel, following a faint connection to return to Universe 616. At that moment, the abstract entities, eternity, infinity, death, and annihilation, faintly sensed something and grew contemplative. Another universe. Perhaps over there, we'll get to see that little brother again, heh? As they conversed, Syd's vision blurred, and he found himself once more in Universe 616, standing beneath the sunlight, basking in its familiar warmth. But just then, as he stood there, he faintly sensed something strange. As part of the universe itself, he could feel that Universe 616 was being drawn toward something, gradually shifting in that direction. Syd frowned and pondered. Soon, he had a rough idea. It was probably because of his influence that this was happening. Eternity and infinity in Universe 616 didn't stop this. Aren't they worried about a multiverse collision? While he was puzzled, eternity, infinity, and the others within Universe 616 were also struggling to understand this anomaly. They didn't know what had happened or why this was occurring. Faintly, they sensed that it might have something to do with their youngest brother, the one who had only recently been born. They had originally wanted to get a better sense of this younger brother's strength and abilities, to determine if he was worthy of attention. Now, they had yet another reason to meet him. They decided to seek him out for answers. With their power, it didn't take long before they locked onto Earth. They had sensed their little brother's presence on the planet. Eternity, infinity, annihilation, death, and even Galactus, all began to move at once. With their abilities, even Galactus could reach Earth in seconds. And at that moment, Syd was staring at the unlocking progress of God's power. Unlock progress, 11%. Do I get a new power at 15% or 20%? As he checked the progress bar and the rate of energy accumulation, he felt both frustration and anticipation. While waiting for the energy to accumulate, his attention shifted to the Darkhold and its technique, dreamwalking. He was ready to give it a try and see if he could use his consciousness to traverse into a brand new universe. End of chapter. Chapter 593. Syd's focus shifted to the dreamwalking spell. The next second, a ripple in space flickered, and a pitch-black, sinister-looking book appeared before him, the Darkhold. Now, as a creator god, looking at this book again didn't bring him any comfort. On the contrary, it made him feel even more wary. Only after reaching the level of a single universe god could one truly understand how terrifying a multiversal level being really was. Before, he hadn't taken the Darkhold's master, Thon, the ancient god of chaos, very seriously. Looking back now, that was far too naive. Syd's expression grew serious as he recalled the faint whispering he'd heard not long after awakening his chaos magic. That voice, it might have come from Thon himself. Clearly, his sudden emergence as a chaos magic user had already attracted Thon's attention. It was just that Thon remained sealed and unable to manifest yet, which was why trouble hadn't arrived. But Syd was certain, once Thon escaped his prison, it wouldn't take long before he came looking for him. And Thon would escape. It was just a matter of time. If Thon were to break free before Syd's strength reached the multiversal level, he'd have to deal with the god of dark magic Thon, the vaguely linked trinity god of white magic, Vishanti, the looming threat of the outer god's true forms, multiversal beings like eternity and infinity. Even the time variance authority, possibly connected to the remnants of the multiversal variant Kong. Not to mention Erisham the judge, who fled and might return with stronger celestials. Thinking of all this made Syd's head ache. Only now did he realize just how deeply entangled he had become with so many multiversal-level beings. Even if there wasn't deep enmity, that didn't mean they wouldn't act. Maybe one of them was just having a bad day, and if they noticed him. Syd didn't dare gamble his life on the whims of such beings. That thought filled him with a rising sense of crisis and an even more urgent desire to grow stronger. Reining in his thoughts, he turned his attention back to the Darkhold. Looking again, he sensed a faint connection between the book and something else. He immediately suppressed his curiosity and resisted the urge to explore it. No doubt, that link led to Thon. It was entirely possible Thon could transmit his power through the book. Syd flipped through the pages until he found the dreamwalking spell. He compared it to what he remembered from before and, finding no inconsistencies, began to cast the spell. A radiant white glow burst forth from his body as his internal energy began to deplete. In an instant, Syd noticed a stark difference from before. He could faintly sense countless universes, and countless versions of himself. Of course, these were only projections, not true parallel selves. It actually worked. A flicker of amazement crossed Syd's eyes. He could feel that his consciousness could be projected into any of these versions of himself, allowing him to control them, just like the Scarlet Witch had done in Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. But before he could act, something went wrong. Even though he hadn't used the Darkhold to cast the spell, he still sensed a dark energy slowly creeping toward him, trying to corrupt him. Syd immediately sensed it. That energy twisted minds, corrupted spirits, and altered one's essence to become compatible with a particular entity. The final goal, body possession and rebirth of that entity. Of course, this wouldn't work on just anyone. Only those with high compatibility could serve as Thon's vessel. Like the Scarlet Witch. Or, himself. Syd's brow furrowed. His body flared with light, resisting the encroaching darkness. On the surface, it seemed he had held it off, but what lay beneath, he couldn't be sure. He knew far too little about the tricks of multiversal beings. Once I finish testing this dreamwalking spell and understand its principles, I'll make my own version. Syd's wariness grew stronger. But once he understood how it worked, he was confident he could create a similar spell on his own. In traditional mythology, gods were born of the world itself. Magic was just a secondary force. If a god desired to learn it, mastering it was effortless. As the god of light, Balder, Syd naturally inherited this trait. Even from his early days experimenting with various magic types, he could wield them all with ease, proof enough. In this case, as long as he understood the theory, creating his own version of dreamwalking should be within reach. With that thought, he refocused on the projections. Strangely, he noticed that some projections were brighter while others were dim. The bright ones gleamed like daylight, the dim ones like dying embers. Curious, Syd chose the weakest and dimmest one to test. The next second, he felt part of his consciousness being pulled away. That part of his awareness traveled into the faint projection. Just as he began testing dreamwalking. Beyond Earth, something else was unfolding. 5 beings descended upon the planet. One was cloaked in darkness, resembling the starry night sky, with galaxies and stars within his body, eternity, the embodiment of universal time. Another was black and yellow, her body traced with black lines, appearing female, infinity, the embodiment of space itself. A third, draped in a black robe, had the form of a skeletal woman, death, the embodiment of the end of all things. The fourth wore a crimson robe, had gray-black skin, and glowing white eyes, looking terrifying and fierce, annihilation, the embodiment of destruction. The fifth wore purple armor and towered like a giant, Galactus, the world devourer. Of course, these were not their true forms, only manifestations created for the understanding of lower beings, and shaped according to their own preferences. Even Galactus, who had a physical form and wasn't an abstract cosmic concept, was currently not showing his true body. Next to him floated a small silver figure, Silver Surfer, his faithful herald, gliding silently on his silver board. End of chapter. Chapter 594. He was once a man who, to save his homeworld from being devoured by Galactus, voluntarily became his herald. In return, he gained superhuman strength, an indestructible body, and eternal life. Now, trembling behind Galactus, the Silver Surfer dared not raise his head. Though his body no longer feared cold or heat, he still shivered. Because he knew all too well what kind of beings had just arrived. The 5 most supreme, most powerful entities in the universe, no exception. The creator gods of the cosmos themselves. Eternity, infinity, death, annihilation, the very embodiments of universal principles and abstract concepts. Even Galactus, though the only one among them who was a physical being rather than an abstract force, had been born at the same time as eternity and the others. So this is Earth? Staring at the beautiful, blue planet before him, Galactus's eyes flashed with a trace of greed. From this small world, he sensed an immense surge of life energy. In just an instant, hunger rose within him. He wanted to devour this world. To beings like Eternity and Galactus, Earth, even as vast as it seemed to mortals, was insignificantly small. They could destroy it with a mere thought. Even in his weakened and starved state, Galactus still had the power to consume the planet. And now, with the 5 of them manifesting bodies far larger than Earth itself, it was as if the planet was no bigger than a basketball in their palms. Drawn by the rich life energy, Galactus, clad in purple armor, extended his right hand. He seemed ready to act. The moment he did, the other 4, eternity, infinity, death, and annihilation, frowned slightly. At that instant, the trembling Silver Surfer behind Galactus could no longer hold back. Though he served as Galactus's herald, imbued with the power cosmic and possessing immense strength, he was still, at heart, the same man who had once sacrificed himself to protect his homeworld. His name was Norinrad. And even now, he couldn't bear to watch another inhabited planet with intelligent life be destroyed. Whenever possible, he guided Galactus toward lifeless planets filled only with energy, no sentient civilizations. Seeing Galactus reaching for Earth, he quickly stepped forward and said with a trembling voice, "My lord, this planet, it's one that the being cares about. If you devour it, it might ruin your relationship with him." Galactus's hand froze midair. His eyes flickered with clarity as he forcibly suppressed his hunger. In his mind, he saw that glowing figure, his youngest brother, the one who had radiated divine light and terrifying power. He paused, and then his voice rumbled through the void. "You're right. I'll let this planet go." To him, offending that youngest brother over a single planet simply wasn't worth it. Suppressing his hunger, he slowly retracted his hand. The Silver Surfer let out a sigh of relief. Eternity and the others cast approving glances toward the tiny being. Those glances only made Norrin Radd tremble harder. Then. Enough. "Let's find out where he is," Death said, her voice impatient. The five gods turned their gazes toward Earth, searching for their hidden younger brother. But they were surprised to find that Earth was veiled by an abstract divine force that greatly weakened their perception. If they hadn't been intentionally observing, they might have missed it entirely, like humans overlooking the bacteria on their skin. After all, the planet's presence was almost too small to notice. But now that they were focused, the divine concealment quickly lost its effect. Especially for eternity and infinity, in a moment, they had already locked onto a likely target. While the gods were observing Earth, chaos was erupting on the planet. Their descent had not been subtle. Galactus alone had blocked out part of the sun, casting much of the world into sudden shadow. People looked up and froze, mouths agape. "Oh my God! What is that?" All around the globe, panic swept through the cities. At major space agencies and research institutions, the satellite feeds clearly showed what was happening. 5 indescribably massive beings had appeared outside Earth's atmosphere. Who are they? Why are they here? Wait, is that Eternity? Some staff members recognized the figure among them, Eternity, the embodiment of time. They had seen him once before, during the incident with the Celestials and the white-clad warrior, when Thanos made his infamous wish. Eternity had briefly appeared then, though at a much smaller scale. But now, with a closer look, they confirmed, that was indeed Eternity. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury's face was grim. Panic edged into his thoughts as he muttered, "Those 5, don't tell me they're all creator gods. What do they want on Earth?" 1,000 terrifying thoughts flashed through his mind, each more suffocating than the last. While panic and fear gripped the planet, Syd, still on Earth, also sensed the arrival of Death and the others. He could more or less guess why they were here. But right now, his attention wasn't on that. He had just projected a part of his consciousness into one of the weakest projections he had found. In an instant, his awareness took over the projection. There was no resistance at all. And then, the previously faint and illusory projection immediately solidified into a tangible existence. Syd found himself in a pitch-black space, surrounded by a watery substance. And he was incredibly weak. A single moment was all he needed to grasp the situation. This projection hasn't even been born yet. His eyes widened in surprise. Carefully sensing the state of this body, he realized how frail and faint it was. Without his arrival, it likely would have dissipated naturally. No wonder it had felt so dim in his perception. End of chapter. Chapter 595. For now, Syd paid no mind to the arrival of Death and the others. His attention was fully focused on the projection of another universe. In his perception, this projection was extremely weak, still in the embryonic stage of an unborn infant. But for him, resolving such a situation was trivial. At the moment, he resisted the urge to reconstruct the body and instead turned his attention outward, curious about the surrounding environment. His powerful mind extended in a subtle wave, sweeping gently beyond. In an instant, sounds and sights reached him. He saw a young woman with noble elegance, golden hair cascading down her shoulders, hurrying down a palace corridor. It wasn't long before she entered a lavish hall. "Odin, I have good news for you." Frigga stepped into the room, smiling at the armored man with a broad frame and the eternal spear in his hand. "Frigga, what is it?" asked a slightly younger Odin, a hint of surprise on his face. Frigga gently placed her hand on her belly, radiating maternal warmth as she said, "There is new life inside me." Odin was stunned. "Are you serious, Frigga?" She nodded softly. Odin quickly extended his senses toward her abdomen, only for his brow to furrow deeply the next moment. "He's too weak. He won't be a worthy warrior." Though he was initially excited, once he sensed the child within, disappointment crept into his voice. To him, the child was too feeble, so fragile it seemed like he could vanish at any moment. Even if born, he would surely remain weak. To be a son of Odin, he should at least not be this weak, Odin thought bitterly. Frigga's expression darkened. Odin, is battle all you ever think about? What's wrong with not being a warrior? What if he's weak? As long as he's happy and safe, that's all that matters. Then she paused, puzzled. Wait. I think he's growing, very quickly. It feels like he's about to be born. Odin blinked, startled. That's impossible. How could he be born so quickly? Even for Asgardians, this speed was unheard of, far beyond anything even Midgard's humans could experience. But when he focused again, he could clearly sense it, the child's growth was accelerating at an unbelievable rate. He was nearly ready to be born. What is going on? Syd, too, sensed it, and though surprised at first, he wasn't too shocked. After all, this was just a projection of information. Rapid growth was to be expected. Before long, Frigga clutched her stomach in pain, her body trembling. Ah! She cried out. What's wrong? Odin asked, suddenly alarmed. I'm going into labor, she groaned. What? That quickly? Odin stood frozen in disbelief. But there was no time to think. As Frigga doubled over in pain, he rushed to the door and shouted, "Someone! Help!" Soon after, attendants poured in to assist with the delivery. Odin, meanwhile, stood outside, waiting nervously. Despite the child's frailty, he was still his child. As he anxiously stood by, Odin's senses stirred, he could feel the infant nearing birth. Just as he thought about checking on the child later, Syd made his move. He hadn't come to this universe just to look around. His true purpose, aside from observing the 616 universe, was to invade this new universe and become its creator god, thus stacking and amplifying his divine influence. Now that he was here, he didn't hesitate. He followed the pull of destiny and began to merge with this universe's abstract essence, its creator deity. In an instant, before he was even born, a horrifying phenomenon occurred. An indescribable, radiant brilliance erupted from Frigga's womb, flooding the entire palace. In the blink of an eye, that strange, sacred light blanketed all of Asgard. Inside the chamber, Frigga stared at her belly in disbelief. The maids were frozen in place. What's happening? What's that light? Their eyes snapped to the queen's abdomen, but after barely a glance, the light stung so fiercely they had to look away. And then they felt it, a terrifying power radiating from Frigga's womb. Outside, Odin was just as stunned. The light enveloped all of Asgard, and he had no explanation for it. Throughout the realm, Asgardians stared at the radiant sky in awe and fear. What's going on? Where is that light coming from? Cries of confusion echoed everywhere. Meanwhile, a young boy, short and golden-haired, resembling a miniature Thor, looked around in astonishment. At first, it seemed like that was the end of it. But Odin, Heimdall, and other powerful beings suddenly realized something was very wrong. The light hadn't stopped, it was still spreading, rushing outward. The speed, it was impossible to describe. At the Bifrost, Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, stood stunned. His golden eyes, capable of seeing across the 9 realms, were filled with shock. The 9 realms, the entire universe, it's glowing. In his eyes, the cosmos had become a sea of blinding light. Nearby Asgardians gasped at his words. The entire universe. Glowing. Heimdall, are you serious? Meanwhile, across the universe, various powerful entities sensed the shift. Something had changed. A new will had emerged. What was going on? End of chapter. Chapter 596. At that moment, the brilliance that lit up the entire universe suddenly contracted, converging toward a single point. Asgard. An infinite radiance now gathered in Frigga's womb, and in the next instant, a baby cloaked in divine light, hazy and indistinct, as if he were light itself, descended into the world. Faintly, it seemed that the entire universe began to echo with praises and hymns. Great light. Master of 10 billion rays. O Creator. These voices resonated not only in Frigga's and Odin's ears, nor just among the people of Asgard, but throughout all of existence. Every sentient being in the universe paused in stunned reverence. Suspended in the palace air, Syd hovered, cloaked in a boundless glow, utterly indescribable. The next moment, Odin burst into the palace and froze at the sight. "Is this, my child?" he murmured in a daze, instinctively reaching out with his senses. And in that moment, his expression turned to pure shock. What he sensed was not a frail newborn, but boundless light, an entire universe. The immense energy concentrated within the child frightened him just by its presence. He staggered a step back. How can he be this powerful? The very presence of this seemingly fragile child filled Odin with suffocating fear and disbelief. Before he could gather his thoughts, the infant, shrouded in immaculate brilliance, gently descended to the ground. Under the astonished gazes of Odin, Frigga, and the attending maids, the baby began to grow. His body elongated, and his facial features matured from soft and childish to sharp and dignified. In mere moments, he transformed from a newborn into a radiant youth of 17 or 18. The holy light surrounding him solidified into a pure white divine robe, faintly glowing with every movement. As the brilliance gradually retracted, his full appearance was revealed. He was flawless. So perfect, it was as though the universe had crafted him as its most refined creation. A radiance of warmth, majesty, and divine mystery cloaked his entire being, declaring him the most exalted existence in the cosmos. The moment Odin and the others laid eyes on him, they were overwhelmed with an inexplicable joy. Joy that surged from the soul. Irresistible and pure. Fortunately, this strange emotional influence faded quickly, otherwise, even Odin would have feared for his sanity. Syd opened his golden eyes, gazing calmly at the stunned crowd before him. Then, in a voice as mysterious and profound as universal truth itself, he declared, "I am the god of light across the cosmos, Balder." His voice echoed across the palace. And not only there. It rang across the entire universe. Every living being, mortal and divine, heard the celestial proclamation. Those who heard it froze. Regardless of species or language, all instantly understood the meaning, even if the words weren't in their native tongue. And then, shock, awe, and uproar. God of light. Where did this deity come from? Was that earlier cosmic anomaly because of him? How terrifying. When did the universe gain such a powerful god? Across the cosmos, every technological power and pantheon began fervently discussing what had just occurred. Meanwhile, on Earth, still in its medieval age, humans were utterly stunned. There really are gods? Balder. Is that the name of this god? God of light. Is this the second coming? In this age of fervent belief, countless followers in the West were overcome with joy and awe. It was common knowledge that the true name of the Lord was a mystery. Every name across religious texts was a stand-in. Now, they began to wonder if this Balder, the god of light, was in fact the one true god. While humans on Earth reeled in disbelief, back in Asgard, Odin stared blankly at the being before him. This child, this impossibly perfect being who radiated divinity from every pore, was supposed to be his son. And yet, deep within his heart, a sense of unease began to bloom. This divine being was far too powerful. Just brushing against his energy earlier had sent shudders down Odin's spine. Even as his father, Odin couldn't help but feel dread. Just then, a weary voice broke the silence. Balder. Frigga, pale and drenched in sweat, called out weakly. Syd turned his golden gaze toward her. Seeing her state, he gently raised his right hand. In an instant, the power of creation surged forth. Frigga felt a mysterious force flow through her, and all fatigue, all discomfort vanished in an instant. It was as if her very essence had been restored. She blinked in disbelief. What kind of power is this? Odin, too, had sensed what happened. His face only grew more shocked and tense. Syd ignored their reactions, his gaze drifting beyond the palace to the entirety of Asgard. How is this universe different from Earth 616? What unique features does it hold? Curiosity stirred within him. He was just about to activate his abstract conceptual form to begin analyzing the universe, when the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Syd's gaze easily pierced through the palace walls, seeing the group rushing toward them. Heimdall, a younger Thor, and others. Odin and Frigga also turned to look. Soon, Heimdall and the group arrived outside the palace. With Odin's permission, they stepped inside. Their eyes immediately scanned the grand hall. They spotted King Odin, of course. They also saw Queen Frigga, standing neatly, no trace of childbirth left on her. But what caught all of their attention, what utterly stunned them, was a stranger. He wore a robe of immaculate white that glowed faintly, his very body emanating radiant light. His features were strikingly handsome. And his presence, unfathomable. Who was this being? End of chapter. Chapter 597. Check this new FIC, not mine, the divine throne of ship girls. Staring at the unfamiliar figure before them, Heimdall and the others were momentarily stunned, confusion filling their eyes. Your Majesty, who is this? Heimdall asked curiously. Odin hesitated for a moment, then began to explain. As the truth came out, the expressions of those present gradually shifted from confusion to utter shock. The youngest son of King Odin. Thor's brother. It had only been a short while, and suddenly the Allfather had another son. Heimdall and the others exchanged bewildered glances, disbelief thick in the air. Especially among them, young Thor stood frozen in place, eyes wide. What shocked them even more wasn't just the sudden appearance of another prince, it was his name and presence. According to Odin, this prince had only just been born, and yet here he stood, fully grown and named Balder. Their minds echoed with the voice that had earlier proclaimed across the universe. Could this prince be the god of light, Balder? Heimdall asked, his voice uncertain. Odin and Frigga both nodded. Seeing the Allfather and Queen confirm it, the group's disbelief only grew deeper. They all remembered it clearly, the light that had filled the cosmos, a divine proclamation that had stunned gods and mortals alike. If that being was now standing right in front of them. Just how terrifying was this new prince's power? As such thoughts circled their minds, Heimdall and the others looked at Balder with hesitation, doubt, and awe. At this moment, a short, golden-haired boy stepped forward from the crowd, young Thor. He tilted his head back to look up at the taller, regal presence before him, struggling to accept what he saw. Not only was this brother suddenly added to his family, but the guy even looked older, more like a big brother. It was infuriating. And in Thor's young heart, defiance burned. He doesn't believe any of it, this whole, lighting up the universe, stuff. That's just impossible. No way someone from Asgard is that powerful. His childish voice rang out, and Heimdall and the others instinctively looked over at the little prince. Truth be told, even they couldn't help but feel the same. It was just too unbelievable. But then Thor's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. If you're so powerful, then tell me about my future. Will I become a great warrior? That's called a prophecy, right? Only great gods can do that. Everyone went silent. A prophecy. Even for Asgardians, prophecy was considered both a miracle and a taboo. One by one, all eyes turned toward Balder, radiant in divine robes, surrounded by soft glowing light, exuding divine mystery and nobility. Could he really do it? Even Odin was curious. Frigga, meanwhile, opened her mouth to speak, wanting to step in, to shield her newborn son from impossible expectations. After all, he had just been born. How could he possibly make a prophecy? Wasn't this too much? Feeling all their gazes, including Frigga's worry and hesitation, Syd glanced at young Thor. Prophecy. That was easy enough for him. He could casually state anything from the future. But that only applied to normal circumstances. This universe might not be the same as Earth 616. Who knew how things would unfold here? If he gave a fake prophecy and it later turned out wrong, it would be bad. Which meant, in this situation, the best course was a real prophecy. And for him, even that wasn't difficult. Even though this was just a projection body, just a fragment of his consciousness, he was still a creator god. He could connect with his true body and borrow its power. And truthfully, he was just as curious about how this universe differed from 616. Balder, don't mind your brother's words. You're still young, and a prophecy. Frigga smiled, trying to diffuse the moment. But before she could finish, under everyone's gaze, the divine figure of Syd raised his right hand. In that instant, crimson energy pulsed through the air. Everyone, including Thor, paused, minds racing with possibilities. Is that divine power? Or magic? As they watched, Syd activated the power of chaos magic. Immediately, the red energy transformed into green. It was the power of the Time Stone. Within the shifting energies, a translucent stone flickered in and out of existence, though it never fully materialized. He didn't bother forging a real Time Stone. All of this, hidden under the mingling glow of red chaos and green time, went unnoticed by Odin and the rest. Syd's mind brought up the ancient spells related to the Time Stone stored in Camartage. Naturally, these spells were sourced from the minds of Caecilius, Doctor Strange, and others. With a casual gesture, the combined powers of chaos magic and the phantom Time Stone conjured the most probable future, one without his direct involvement. That's the power of time. The Time Stone. Impossible. Odin's face turned pale with shock. He could feel something familiar in the energy Baldur was wielding, something he'd once sensed from Earth's Sorcerer Supreme. Is he using the Time Stone? Odin whispered. Then quickly shook his head. That's impossible. Baldur had just been born. How could he have gotten the Time Stone? Besides, it was still with the Sorcerer Supreme on Earth. There was no way it could be here in Asgard. Which left only one terrifying possibility. He can freely wield the power of time. He was born with the ability to control it. Odin's voice trembled as he spoke, the realization leaving him shaken. Those nearby, Heimdall, the others, were equally stunned. At that moment, Syd gave a gentle wave of his hand. The image of the most probable future appeared in the air, projecting itself for all to see. Everyone stared at the vision, Odin included. Even Syd himself looked on with curiosity. He hadn't previewed it beforehand, so this was his first time seeing this universe's future as well. The sky in the image was gray and heavy, a world of ice and snow unfolding before them. With just one glance, Odin immediately recognized where it was. End of chapter. Chapter 598. Jotunheim. Odin frowned deeply, as did the others. The realm of the frost giants, one of the 9 realms. Why would the vision show Jotunheim? The next moment, in the snowy landscape, they saw the towering figure of King Loki wielding his ice hammer, locked in fierce combat with Odin, who held his spear. His Majesty Odin is fighting Loki. Heimdall and the others were surprised at first, but didn't think much of it. In their eyes, Odin's victory was all but certain. How could Loki, a frost giant, possibly defeat him? But then, they saw the unthinkable. Loki's hammer pierced through Odin's abdomen. Blood exploded across the snow. Impossible. In shock, Heimdall and the rest watched Odin fall to the frozen ground. Syd's golden eyes glimmered as he whispered softly. A cold, mysterious voice, like a cosmic truth, resonated in their minds. Though it may seem a fair fight, fate leans toward Odin. In myths, the noble hero always defeats the monster. But, what if this time is not like the stories? A heavy silence fell upon the hall. Then. This must be fake, young Thor shouted, shaking his head furiously. There's no way that frost giant could beat father. It's fake. He glared at Syd with defiance. But the vision continued. After Odin's death, Loki invaded Asgard. In the midst of the terrified crowds, his gaze landed on the child, Thor. He narrowed his eyes, scheming. To Heimdall and the others' shock, the frost giant king adopted young Thor, and imprisoned Queen Frigga. Thor, now Loki's ward, vowed that one day he would destroy Jotunheim. Time passed. Then, Loki's true son, Loki, appeared. After certain events, he and Thor formed a deep bond. Thor grew into a powerful warrior, defeating many formidable enemies. The frost giants, who revered strength, came to favor him, especially Loki, who began to treat Thor like his own son, even naming him heir to the throne. Meanwhile, Loki, being cunning but not a warrior, was increasingly neglected. Lonely and desperate, Loki formed a bond with the imprisoned Frigga. He longed for Midgard, the realm of stories Frigga spoke of. Time passed again. Thor eventually inherited the royal weapon, a hammer named Icebreaker, and became heir to the throne. Loki, by contrast, remained in the shadows. Still, Thor treated Loki like a brother. One day, Thor revealed that Loki wanted them both to help conquer Muspelheim, the land of fire giants ruled by Surtur. But Loki refused. Instead, he knocked out the guards, freed Frigga, and used her magic to summon the Bifrost to escape to Midgard. But just as they reached the bridge, Loki and Thor appeared. Thor's skin had already turned the characteristic icy blue of the frost giants. Loki had known all along. He had let them get this far, just to kill them here. As Loki raised his weapon toward Loki, Thor pleaded with him to stop. In the chaos, Loki struck first, killing Loki. Furious, Thor turned on Loki. "No, no, no, what have you done?" Thor screamed, wielding Icebreaker as a storm of frost raged around him. A deadly surge of cold exploded from the hammer. Loki, terrified, would have been struck down, if not for Frigga. "Loki! Look out," she cried, hurling herself into him. No. The frost engulfed her. A large part of her body froze over. Loki scrambled to her side, holding her in panic. "Thor, what have you done?" Frigga, now mostly frozen, murmured weakly. "Thor, was that really you?" She turned toward him, trying to see him clearly, but the frost spread over her completely. In Loki's arms, her body shattered into a pile of glistening ice. "What did my father and his cursed hammer do to you? You don't even recognize your own mother." Before he could finish, Frigga had crumbled away in his embrace. Loki screamed in agony and attacked Thor. But he was no match. Thor, now the god of winter, defeated him easily. Yet in the end, Thor relented and let Loki escape across the Bifrost to Midgard. They never saw each other again. Loki lived a peaceful life on Earth. Thor remained in Jotunheim, king and guardian of the realm, the cold sovereign of winter. Image after image played before their eyes. No one could believe what they were seeing. Especially the part with Frigga and Thor. Little Thor clutched his head and backed away in terror, screaming. "The prophecy's fake. It's fake. I'd never hurt Mother. I don't want to see it anymore. I don't." His face twisted in fear and dread. He no longer dared look at Balder, the terrifying god who conjured the vision. Then he screamed and fled the palace. "Thor!" Frigga called out, chasing after him. As she left, the prophecy vanished from above. But no one's heart had calmed. Their expressions were heavy with turmoil. Was that real? Heimdall asked suddenly. Syd answered calmly. "What do you think?" He didn't say yes. But everyone, especially Odin, understood it could be real. Yet emotionally, they couldn't accept it. Then Heimdall's eyes lit up, noticing something. "Balder-sama, you weren't in the vision. Could that mean it's inaccurate?" Odin blinked. His heart lightened slightly. "That's right. Maybe it's changeable." His eyes turned toward Syd with hope. Syd said flatly. "Time cannot predict me." The crowd went still. Time can't predict him. Impossible. And yet, here he stood. If it were true, then Balder's existence was more terrifying than they imagined. Feeling their eyes on him, Syd fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke. "What I showed you was merely the most probable future. It's not set in stone. With my arrival, the future has already changed. Aside from Ragnarok, which is destined, you needn't worry. Just act as if you never saw this prophecy." As he spoke, he floated calmly out of the palace, lost in thought, experimenting with a new chaos magic technique similar to dreamwalking. Crimson light shimmered from his fingertips as he worked. Odin and the others let out a collective sigh, then froze again. "Ragnarok," Odin murmured. "He even knows about Ragnarok." He was stunned. A child just born, and he already knew of the twilight of the gods. Meanwhile, far beyond the multiverse, tentacles began to emerge. A massive, unknowable, and utterly terrifying presence drifted closer. The true body of the Old One. Its voice echoed across the void. "Insect. You dare destroy my avatar. I warned you. It's far from over. When I descend, it will be your end. You will be my puppet. The power you wield will be my dessert." Insect. A creature not even on the level of a single universe god, a crawling bug, dared defy him. He would crush that ant. Now. End of chapter. Chapter 599. The true body of the unnameable Old One brimmed with malice, its thoughts consumed with how it would crush that defiant insect who dared challenge its will. A being so insignificant, how dare he provoke it? Soon, very soon. It won't be long. It began imagining whether it would annihilate that wretch with a glance, or obliterate him with a single syllable. While the Old One's true body surged toward the 616 main universe, Syd's consciousness projection was still calmly studying the spell of dreamwalking. Suspended in the air, deep crimson light pulsed from his palms as he continued experimenting and refining the technique. This part is used to separate consciousness, and this part. With his divine-level talent as Balder, he swiftly broke down the spell's inner workings. In no time at all, he fully grasped its core principles. And once the underlying mechanics were understood, replicating and improving the spell became far easier. To accelerate the process, Syd's abstract conceptual consciousness enveloped all of Asgard's libraries, absorbing all their magical knowledge. He didn't stop there, even Earth's Camartage was not spared. In an instant, his vast will spread over the ancient sanctum. Who? This presence. It's terrifying. The current Sorcerer Supreme on Earth was filled with shock. Just sensing the tip of this will filled him with fear and a reverent awe. What kind of god is this? He fell silent in dread. But Syd ignored him. In the blink of an eye, he had absorbed all the magical knowledge hidden in Camartage. As his consciousness swept across, countless arcane texts and forbidden tomes were scanned and rapidly understood. Asgard. 10 minutes later. Syd opened his golden eyes, shimmering with strange brilliance. Ancient runes occasionally flickered across his irises. With the divine superiority granted to him by nature, and having absorbed nearly all magical knowledge from Asgard and Camartage, it had only taken 10 minutes for him to develop a new dreamwalking-like spell. Of course, having the original technique as a reference made this even easier. And on top of that, he improved it, adapting the spell to fit his divine nature. Now, it's not just projection. As long as any universe contains my information, I can send my consciousness, or even my body, there. Syd understood very well, though projection and body travel might sound similar, the difference was vast. Some universes didn't have Asgard. Which meant no Odin, no Frigga, and thus, no Balder. But while Asgard might not physically exist in those timelines, it didn't mean Asgardian mythology didn't. Almost every universe had tales of Asgard and Norse mythology. Even in those where they didn't exist originally, now that Balder's progression was at 100%, fragments of his identity had already spread into those realms. Syd's gaze gleamed. Using his new dreamwalking spell, he could detect the traces of himself in various universes, allowing him to descend into them. With those universe coordinates, crossing over wasn't limited to consciousness, his body could follow as well. It's time to leave, he murmured. He had completed what he came for. Of course, it was only his consciousness departing. A portion of this universe's light now belonged to him, and from 616, he would still be able to monitor it. In the next moment, before the eyes of countless Asgardians, his figure blurred, and in a flash, scattered into radiant strands of divine light. Brilliant rays shimmered in the sky. Then slowly faded. As if he had never existed. Everyone, Heimdall, Odin, and others, stared, dumbfounded. Thankfully, just before departing, Syd remembered that this Asgard was still relatively fragile. A thought crossed his mind. And in an instant, the power of creation surged across the entire realm. To Odin and the others' shock and awe, they felt their bodies undergoing immense transformation. Within seconds, bathed in white light, the ordinary citizens of Asgard gained physical strength that surpassed even Hulk and Thanos. As for Odin, Frigga, and the royal family, radiant golden blood now coursed through their veins. Boundless abstract conceptual divine power flowed into them. In an instant, their auras surged to astonishing levels. With these powers, it wasn't an exaggeration to say their strength now rivaled the Celestials. Odin's strength, in particular, had grown even more terrifying. And with that final act, Syd's consciousness withdrew from the universe and returned to his true body in the 616 universe. But his departure left Asgard in uproar. This power. Heimdall clenched his fist, marveling at the overwhelming strength in his body, shock still etched across his face. The rest of the realm was equally stunned. What happened? How is this possible? Even Odin looked dumbfounded. The upheaval lasted for some time before Odin stepped forward to calm everyone down. But the question remained, what exactly had happened? It didn't take long before they all reached the same conclusion. It must have been Baldur-sama. Incredible. No one else could have possibly done this. Yet, to their dismay, Baldur-sama had vanished. No matter how they searched, he could not be found. While they scoured for him, Eternity and other cosmic beings also silently descended upon Asgard. But no one noticed. They had only one thought. Where is he? 616 Main Universe. Syd opened his eyes. Now I hold power from 3 universes, but I still need to move faster. Fortunately, with the new dreamwalking spell, universe conquest would accelerate greatly. And I can't neglect the God unlock progress either. That's still the top priority. His gaze turned toward the system's interface. Unlock progress, 11%. Then he glanced at his energy points and shook his head. Still not enough to push the progress to 15%. He needed to accumulate more. End of chapter. Chapter 600. As Syd pondered, he suddenly sensed something. He faintly detected several gazes observing him. Looking up, his eyes met with the massive shadow hanging in the sky. An unspoken exchange occurred through space itself. Galactus and the others, have they found my location? He was a little surprised. Still, he wasn't too concerned. After all, now that he possessed the power of 3 universes, not even Annihilus at his peak would be a match for him. With that thought, he temporarily dismissed the looming presences of the cosmic entities. His attention shifted back to the dreamwalking spell. In the next moment, he activated it. Brilliant light flared from his body as a portion of his consciousness separated, vanishing like a streak of starlight. The sensation was similar to Thon's dreamwalking spell, except this time, there was no darkness, no threat of corruption or invasion. His consciousness blinked and arrived in a new universe. And immediately, he frowned in surprise. In this universe, his previous projection had already naturally dissipated. In other words, he no longer had a vessel to anchor to. Fortunately, even just a fragment of his will could access his main body's power. If needed, he could craft a new vessel on the spot. But this time, it wasn't necessary. Without delay, Syd began radiating his divine light across the universe. In an instant, endless brilliance flooded the void. The entire universe was lit up once more, triggering shock and awe across countless worlds. After a while, the phenomenon receded. The infinite light converged into a single form, his abstract conceptual body. Syd was about to depart again, preparing for his next dreamwalk. But then he sensed something wrong with this universe's Earth. His attention was instantly drawn to it, and what he saw made his eyes narrow. New York City. Wails and howls echoed through the streets. Countless gray-skinned zombies roamed the ruins. Zombies. Syd raised a brow. A moment later, his body dissolved into pure light and vanished from the sky. Then, in the blink of an eye, he appeared above a tall building in New York. At the same time, red chaos magic shimmered in his hand, overlapping with green light, the power of the time stone. In his golden eyes, the recent past began to unfold. He quickly understood what had happened. Hank Pym, the creator of the Pym particles and the original Ant-Man, had ventured into the quantum realm in search of his wife, Janet Van Dyne, the Wasp, who had been lost in that dimension. But what he didn't know was, Janet had been infected by a quantum zombie virus. When Hank reached her, he embraced her without hesitation, and was bitten. Both returned to the real world as zombies. From that point, the virus spread rapidly. In just a few days, New York was overrun. The Vision continued to play. The Avengers fell. Tony Stark, Captain America, even the Scarlet Witch, all infected. And the worst part? Even though they had become zombies, they had not lost their powers, or even all of their intelligence. They could still fight. Still wield armor and magic. Only a handful of heroes and civilians managed to survive. As Syd reviewed the timeline, a roar echoed across the city. On a nearby rooftop, a zombie leaped toward him. "Look out!" A voice rang from the distance. A red-suited figure swung through the air, shouting in warning. Peter Parker, Spider-Man, desperately tried to reach him. But he was too far. All he could do was hope this glowing being noticed in time and evaded the zombie attack. If that being gets infected, what kind of nightmare would that be? A moment later. Before the zombie even came close, it was vaporized in a flash of light. Gone without a trace. Syd turned his gaze toward Spider-Man, finally acknowledging him. The zombies. Not even worth a glance. Peter landed nearby, still shaken. Oh my God, you're amazing. In the blink of an eye, that thing had just vanished. But more howls erupted nearby. Drawn by the noise, a swarm of zombies approached. We've got to go. Now. Peter waved anxiously. There's too many of them. Syd looked at him. And in the next second, Peter froze. A blinding white light swept across the streets. In the span of a breath, all nearby zombies vaporized into nothingness. Silence returned to the ruined city. Peter stared, jaw slack. You. He could barely form words. Syd ignored him and scanned the planet once more, his expression darkening. He knew a fair bit about zombie viruses. And this wasn't the only universe plagued by such outbreaks. In Earth 2149, tensions between humans and mutants had reached their peak. In a desperate move to empower mutants, Magneto had retrieved a virus from another dimension, one supposedly harmless to mutants. But upon arrival in that dimension, the virus mutated. Not only did it infect humans, it infected mutants too. The outbreak was catastrophic. Even Hulk, Wolverine, and Jean Grey, wielding the Phoenix Force, were infected. Even the corporeal form of Galactus became a zombie. Ridiculous, totally broken, Syd muttered. His gaze drifted over the decaying Earth. At the rate the virus was spreading, if Spider-Man and the remaining survivors couldn't stop it, it would soon consume the entire universe. If this universe turns into a zombie realm, and I've become part of it, would I be affected too? He was curious. End of chapter. Chapter 601. Syd pondered what might happen if this universe completely turned into a zombie universe. At the current rate of virus spread, if the little spider and the others couldn't stop it, it really could spread across the cosmos. He was curious, if the universe became a zombie universe, what would happen to him, as a part of it? After a moment of thought, Syd shook his head. Most likely, nothing will happen to me. Except for the planet devourers who have physical forms, abstract concepts like myself and the others, eternity, infinity, oblivion, death, don't meet the conditions to be infected. In the end, once this universe turned into a zombie universe, those zombie superheroes would begin heading toward other universes. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but sigh. Eternity, infinity, oblivion, death, those guys really don't care about anything. Unless the matter involves the destruction of the universe, they rarely appear. Even with something as serious as a zombie outbreak, none of them had shown up to stop it. After finishing his thoughts, in order to prevent the zombie virus from spreading to the 616 main universe, Syd extended his right hand. Crimson light from chaos magic shimmered, interwoven with the green glow of the time stone. Next to him, Peter Parker, Spider-Man, was completely dumbfounded, having no idea what was happening. Then, Peter felt like he was dreaming. Everything around him began to rewind. Buildings that had collapsed reassembled in reverse, and even the dead stood up, restored to life. In Peter's stunned expression, in the blink of an eye, everything had returned to normal. The streets bustled with life, people were laughing and talking as if nothing had ever happened. Under the power of chaos magic and time, it all seemed so natural, so logical. Peter could hardly believe his eyes. He felt like he was hallucinating. How could something this surreal be real? What did you just do? After a long pause, he turned stiffly to look at the glowing figure hovering midair, surrounded by radiant light. Syd glanced at him and said casually, I reverse time. Everything has returned to the beginning. You'd better go stop Dr. Hank Pym while you can. If the zombie virus breaks out again, I won't intervene. As he spoke, his form shimmered and began to fade. In Peter's eyes, streams of light flowed out from this incomprehensible being. Then, with a blink, Syd disappeared, only a few scattered strands of light remained, gently glowing in the air. Holy crap! Peter Parker was completely dazed. For a long while, a bold thought popped into his mind, that guy, was he a god? Because aside from a god, he couldn't think of anyone who could reverse time like that. Lost in a daze, Peter finally snapped out of it. He had to stop Hank Pym. With no time to think more, he fired his webs and sped toward Dr. Hank Pym's house, simultaneously contacting Tony Stark and the others to report everything he'd just witnessed. A while later, after hearing Peter's full explanation, Tony and the others were in utter shock. The zombie virus? A god who reversed time? Was this for real? Iron Man, Tony Stark, and the rest could hardly believe it. Half skeptical, they went to Hank Pym's place, and after questioning him, they found out that Hank was indeed preparing to enter the quantum realm to rescue the Wasp, Janet. Realizing this, Tony and the others were shaken. They proceeded into the quantum realm and, just as Peter had warned, discovered that Janet had been infected with the zombie virus. At Hank Pym's pleading, they didn't kill her, but instead detained her, hoping to research a cure for the virus. Thus, the zombie crisis was temporarily averted. It was only then that they truly believed Peter's words, and were profoundly shaken. A god who could reverse time. Unbelievable. While they were still stunned, on the other side, in the 616 main universe, Syd had already reabsorbed the consciousness fragment he had sent out. Sensing the faint connections forming with 4 different universes, he felt quite pleased. With power from 4 universes now, within the single universe tier, no one is my match. At this point, only multiversal-level beings were still a threat to him. With that in mind, Syd muttered, I have to speed up the assimilation of the multiverse. Only by truly becoming a multiversal-level being could he finally be at ease. With that thought, he immediately began using dreamwalking again and again. In an instant, parts of his consciousness detached and flowed into unknown universes. At that moment, he discovered a universe belonging to the X-Men, and it piqued his curiosity. But just as his attention shifted slightly in that direction, a mysterious voice echoed in the minds of everyone on Earth. Our youngest brother, we need to speak with you. The ethereal voice of eternity reverberated across the planet. Everyone was stunned. Soon, people realized that eternity and the others were talking to just one person. The white-clad hero. Curious, they wondered what the 5 cosmic beings wanted from him. While the world speculated, Syd, standing alone in a deserted corner, thought for a moment and decided to meet them. In the next second, his body rose into the sky, flying beyond Earth's atmosphere to converse with the cosmic entities. At the same time, quietly, his power surged. 5 universes. 6 universes. One after another, universes formed a connection with him, slowly assimilated into his being. During this process, he spared some attention to the X-Men universe. Just one glance, and he showed a surprised expression. The timeline's still early. Xavier and Magneto are still young. It seemed like the X-Men prequel era. At this stage, there was only one individual worth noting, Sebastian Shaw, the Black King, a mutant with energy absorption abilities. His ability to absorb energy made him nearly invincible. He could even absorb the energy of a nuclear reactor, making him a pseudo-Omega-level mutant. I used to compare my early-stage energy absorption, when it was only level 2, to his. Syd shook his head with a smile. They both had energy absorption, but in the beginning, the difference between them was vast. Shaw was leagues ahead in power. If not for his ability evolving recently. End of chapter. Chapter 602. Thinking about it, Syd grew curious. I wonder, does my current energy absorption ability count as a pseudo-Omega level, or is it already Omega level? Between me and the Black King, who's stronger now? At the same time, he was also curious about the younger versions of Professor X and Magneto. With that, he decided to go check things out, not just with his consciousness, but in person. The next second, Syd activated a combination of spatial shift and portal magic. A golden spatial gate appeared before him. As he stepped through it, his figure vanished instantly. Beyond Earth. Eternity and the others, who were patiently waiting for their youngest brother, fell silent as they stared at the strange move he had just pulled. Wasn't he supposed to meet with them? Where did he vanish to all of a sudden? Fortunately, streaks of divine light began to shimmer in front of them, and an indescribable abstract conceptual form slowly emerged, which eased their curiosity for the time being. While controlling his abstract divine form in that realm, Syd's attention turned toward the X-Men prequel universe. There, his godly body appeared high above Earth, in the cloud layer tens of thousands of meters up, observing below with curiosity. But as he observed the Earth's surface, satellites quickly picked up his presence. The American authorities were stunned by the sight of a glowing figure floating in the clouds, gazing down at them. Who is this guy? Is he a mutant? Unease spread through them. Soon, the incident was reported to the top brass of the United States and garnered immediate attention. Above the clouds, Syd had only been observing for a short while before 3 fighter jets were dispatched and came flying his way. Without a word, the jets opened fire. Multiple small missiles streaked through the sky, heading straight for him. Hearing the commotion, Syd glanced at the incoming missiles. He was about to erase them outright, but then paused. He suddenly remembered he hadn't tested his energy absorption ability in actual combat yet. Curiosity sparked. So, he simply let them come. Moments later, thunderous explosions rang out as his figure was engulfed in fire. Inside the cockpits, the pilots radioed back excitedly. Target hit. Target down. But just as they made their reports, they all froze. The explosions were rapidly shrinking in size. Looking closely, they witnessed a terrifying sight. This white-clad figure extended his right hand, drawing all the explosive energy into it. In just a few seconds, the energy of all the missiles was gone. The men remained untouched, completely unharmed. Monster. That was the only word that flashed through the pilots' minds, fear written all over their faces. And it wasn't just them, the U.S. High Command and military officers watching were equally dumbfounded. This mutant can fly, and absorb energy too. They felt fear rising, and a killing intent. They wanted this threat eliminated. Immediately, they issued an order to the fighter pilots, eliminate him at all costs. Though the pilots were afraid, they steeled themselves to obey. But just as they made that decision, ready to die for their country, Syd glanced their way. In the next instant, 3 golden beams of light descended from the sky, piercing the jets in an instant. Boom. Explosions erupted. The 3 fighter jets became nothing more than fireworks above the clouds. As for the pilots' dreams of dying for their country, that was simply laughable. Even if this hadn't been his abstract divine body, even with just his physical god body, those jets wouldn't have been able to scratch him, even if he just stood there doing nothing. Ignoring the explosions behind him, Syd floated leisurely toward the Black King's location, planning to observe his energy absorption ability and see if there was anything worth studying. Maybe, the energy absorption X gene in the Black King's body could help further perfect my own ability. Syd pondered this. If so, the gains from this trip would be tremendous. After all, energy absorption determined the upper limit of energy point accumulation, and if that could be improved, then the progress of unlocking godhood would skyrocket. Syd felt a wave of anticipation. While admiring the scenery, he drifted slowly through American airspace. His carefree attitude and relaxed pace were like a taunt to the American upper echelon. Arrogant. A mutant who dared to ignore the authority of the United States. Who did this guy think he was? They were the #1 country in the world, how dare a mutant act so blatantly? Drifting slowly, as if sightseeing, without a trace of fear. The higher-ups scoffed coldly, deciding to teach this mutant a harsh lesson. In the next moment, nearby military bases sprang into action. More fighter jets and missiles were launched toward the flying Syd. Boom. 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 Thunderous roars echoed across the sky. Wherever Syd's gaze landed, golden beams shot out, vaporizing the incoming jets and missiles one by one. Throughout the entire process, he remained untouched. U.S. High Command. A middle-aged white man sneered. I don't believe he can use his mutant power forever. He'll burn out eventually. His words drew immediate agreement. He's just showing off. He thinks having mutant powers makes him untouchable. That mutant is too full of himself. Let's see how long he lasts. The U.S. officials sneered with disdain. These days, who still believed having mutant powers made one invincible? To defy the U.S. Even the strongest mutants never dared pull such stunts. They figured this guy had probably just awakened his powers and didn't know the rules yet. As they watched with mocking grins, waiting to see him fall, the battle's chaos grew increasingly obvious to the world. The noise was overwhelming, jets, missiles, explosions, hard to ignore. Even ordinary citizens could hear the blasts. Before long, American news networks began reporting on the event. Countless civilians and mutants alike learned that a mutant was facing off against the U.S. military in open sky combat. End of chapter. Chapter 603. With the news coverage of the event, countless ordinary Americans believed the mutant in question had gone insane. How could someone so arrogant think they could challenge the military? Even the mutants watching the broadcast had the same thought. Inside Professor X's mansion. At this point in time, the young Magneto, Professor X, Beast, Mystique, and the others had not yet parted ways over ideology. They watched the news together, wearing expressions of helplessness. They all thought the mutant in question was far too young, completely ignorant of the military's true power, and reckless for showing himself like that. This was bad, really bad. "Charles, can you locate that mutant kid?" the young Eric, Magneto, asked with a frown. "I can try," Charles replied calmly. With that, he led the group into the Cerebro room and activated the recently developed Cerebro device. As the machine powered on, Mystique and the others watched curiously while Charles closed his eyes, beginning his search for the mutant currently under military attack. He focused his mental scan on the skies. It didn't take long before he sensed a few presences at high altitude. However, much to his confusion, all of them were ordinary humans. There didn't seem to be any mutants among them. What's going on? Unable to sense Syd, Charles wore a baffled expression. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, Syd was still casually playing around with fighter jets as he flew toward the Black King's location, planning to extract his X gene. At that moment, he felt a wave of psionic energy sweeping through the skies, a familiar kind of mind wave. Syd recognized it instantly. Boom. The air warped around him. A vast wave of psionic power burst from his consciousness, coming into contact with Charles's scan. In an instant, the mental field of Professor X, amplified by Cerebro and enough to qualify him as a level 5 mutant, was completely overwhelmed and invaded. In that brief connection, Syd saw everything Charles was seeing, and understood his goal. With a knowing look, Syd gently withdrew his psionic presence. Back in the mansion, Mystique and the others watched in confusion as Charles's face suddenly turned pale. He opened his eyes in shock and gasped for breath. Huff. Huff. What happened? Eric asked, frowning. Charles took a moment before speaking through labored breaths. I found the mutant. That's great news, isn't it? Hank asked, confused. Magneto and Mystique both nodded. But Charles gave a bitter smile. If only it were that simple. At first, when his scan failed to detect the mutant, he assumed there was a problem with Cerebro, or maybe the mutant wasn't in the area. But just as he was shifting focus elsewhere, a terrifying wave of psychic energy exploded from the very area where he had detected nothing. The force of it completely crushed him. Even with Cerebro's amplification, he was no match at all. As he explained, Magneto and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Charles had always been the most powerful psychic they knew. Was there really someone out there stronger than him? How could that be possible? Then Charles grew solemn. That psychic energy, it definitely belonged to the one we were searching for. And it wasn't just the mind. I sensed something else in his body, some terrifying form of energy. I've never encountered a mutant like this before. He paused, then added gravely, he might be an Omega-level mutant. His words left everyone stunned and wide-eyed. Omega-level. Charles had never sensed a mutant this powerful before. Charles, don't you think that's a bit exaggerated? Eric asked, still in disbelief. Mystique and Beast nodded. They, too, thought Charles might be overreacting. After some quick discussion, they decided they couldn't just sit back and watch. They had to try contacting or helping this mutant. Meanwhile, the young mutants they had recently brought in had also heard about the incident, and were eager to join. Professor, is that mutant really that strong? Professor Charles, aren't you exaggerating a little? Considering they had undergone training and gained some combat ability, Charles ultimately decided to bring them along. Soon, they boarded the Black X-jet, heading straight for the battlefield. While they moved out, Syd had already reached the skies above a city. From his divine observation, he could tell that the Black King, Sebastian Shaw, was inside a large mansion at the city center. Without hesitation, he flew straight for it. At the same time, several fighter jets had locked onto him and opened fire again. Syd glanced at them casually. Boom, boom, boom. Golden beams rained from the sky, obliterating 6 more jets in seconds. The surroundings fell quiet again. After clearing out the pesky flies, Syd continued his slow flight toward the city center. But while he had moved on, the American High Command, who had been watching, were left seething. Murmurs and complaints echoed. Damn mutant, why is he still standing? This is ridiculous. Seeing him enter city airspace, they were filled with unwilling rage and resentment. Now that he was above a civilian area, they could no longer launch missiles, and for the moment, they had no way of dealing with him. That was when a white-haired senator suddenly brightened, chuckling coldly. He's flying into the city to take shelter. That means he's running out of power. This bastard's about to burn out. His confident assertion made the other officials' eyes light up. The more they thought about it, the more it made sense. Confidence returned to them, and along with it, disdain. So much for that earlier arrogance, now he was forced into retreat, hiding in a city to escape. Humph. They sneered with satisfaction. After a brief discussion, they decided to send 10 more fighter jets. As for missiles, they held off for now. End of chapter. Chapter 604. After issuing their orders, the American High Command began closely monitoring the white-clad mutant using satellites and surveillance footage from within the city, eager to see what he would do next. Under their watch, the white-clad figure flew toward the center of the city and hovered over a luxurious villa, complete with a pool and other lavish amenities. At the same time, the explosions from the earlier aerial combat had caught the attention of civilians below. With the deafening noise echoing through the city, it was impossible not to notice. Very quickly, the people realized, the mutant making headlines across every major news station had come to their city. Panic and confusion rippled through the population. Many looked up and saw the white figure floating above a villa. What is he doing here? Whispers filled the streets. Just then, under everyone's watchful eyes, 4 people emerged from the lavish mansion. Leading the group was a man in his 40s, dressed in a sleek black suit, Sebastian Shaw, the Black King, a mutant with the power of energy absorption. Next to him stood a woman dressed in all white, her wavy platinum hair cascading down, Emma Frost, the White Queen, with psychic abilities and a secondary mutation allowing her to transform her body into diamond. The other 2, one was red-skinned and devilish in appearance, Azazel, the Red Devil, known for his teleportation abilities. The last was a man in his 30s capable of manipulating storms, Riptide. All of them lifted their heads to gaze at the white figure hovering above. Emma, Azazel, and Riptide wore wary expressions, clearly on alert. But Shaw. He appeared utterly relaxed, smiling as he calmly observed the powerful mutant making waves across the nation. From afar, civilians and American officials watching the feed furrowed their brows. More mutants. Azazel's inhuman appearance made it clear. There was no hiding what he was. So what was the white mutant doing here? While everyone speculated, Syd, hovering in the sky, also turned his attention toward Shaw and the others. More precisely, his focus zeroed in on Sebastian Shaw. Level 4, possibly pseudo-level 5 energy absorption. Let's see what secrets your body holds. Without anyone noticing, a wave of psychic energy flowed from Syd and enveloped Shaw. Simultaneously, detection spells from Kamartaj and Ascard formed in his mind. Mystic runes flickered through Syd's eyes as he began probing Shaw's body. Within seconds, the data of Shaw's X gene unfolded in his mind. He rapidly absorbed the information on Shaw's energy absorption ability. Before long, he had parsed through much of it. This part can refine my own absorption. This one is useless. Quickly, Syd discarded the irrelevant data and retained the beneficial portions. The more he analyzed, the more satisfied he became. Sebastian Shaw's X gene, despite its flaws, held some value. Most importantly, by integrating this refined genetic data using his chaos magic and creative powers, Syd could enhance his own energy absorption ability. This meant faster collection of energy points, and an accelerated progression toward mimicking the divine. He could hardly wait to upgrade himself and push the pace of his divine unlocking process. But, there were still loose ends to tie up. Syd glanced at the circling fighter jets above the city, and at Shaw's group below. Just as he was about to speak, Sebastian Shaw beat him to it. With a smile, Shaw looked up and said, "So, you're the one bold enough to challenge the military. Are you here for me? Ready to join my ranks?" After a moment's thought, Shaw nodded and commented confidently, "You've got potential. If you become my subordinate, I'll help you deal with the military." He then cast a dismissive glance at the fighter jets in the sky, his expression full of contempt. Emma and the others beside him remained composed, clearly thinking the same. Truthfully, with his pseudo-level 5 energy absorption ability, Shaw was nearly invincible. Whether bullets, missiles, or heat shock waves, he could absorb them all and redirect them. If his ability were completely passive, he'd be nearly unkillable short of continuous nuclear bombardment. Unfortunately, Shaw's power was subject to his own will, and therein lay his fatal flaw. Without his helmet to block psychic interference, he could be mind-controlled, and that's exactly what happened in the future, controlled by Xavier, and then killed by Magneto with a coin through the head. A shameful and anticlimactic death, one that never even let him use his power to fight back. While Syd pondered this, a new sound came from the sky. Everyone turned, and saw a black jet approaching at high speed. The X-Jet. Inside, Eric, Magneto, immediately saw Sebastian Shaw and a flash of hatred surged in his eyes. It was Shaw who had caused his mother's death. Eric wanted nothing more than to grind him to dust. Charles, noticing his change, quickly placed a hand on Eric's shoulder. "Stay calm, Eric." Charles knew full well how powerful Shaw was. Even together, he and Eric likely wouldn't stand a chance. With Shaw wearing his helmet to block mental attacks, Charles's psychic powers were useless. And Eric alone? Not enough. Eric gritted his teeth but nodded, holding back, for now. Outside the villa, Shaw gave the incoming X-Jet a cursory glance, unimpressed. His attention returned to the white-clad figure above. "Well, have you made your decision?" Shaw asked with a smile. His tone was full of confidence. In his mind, if the white-clad mutant wanted to survive, he'd have no reason to refuse his offer. Emma and the others smiled as well, they were sure how this would go. But just then, Syd looked down at them and said coolly, "I refuse." The moment the words fell, Shaw, Emma, and the others froze, staring up in disbelief, stunned by what they'd just heard. End of chapter. Chapter 605. Event. Starting as a Class 5 mutant, finish line. Every 100 Power Stones equals +1 chapter. Start on the Power Stones reset this Sunday. Sebastian Shaw had been absolutely confident that this white-clad mutant, who looked like he had nowhere else to go, would eagerly accept his offer. He wasn't alone, Emma Frost and the others shared the same expectation. Who would have thought, just as he asked for a response, he'd get an answer no one expected? Rejection. The mutant actually refused. And not just that, his tone was so indifferent, so dismissive, as if none of them were even worthy of his attention. Shaw, Emma, and the rest of the Hellfire Club stood there in disbelief. Then, dressed in black, Riptide stepped forward. "You're way too arrogant. Don't think fighting the military for a while makes you invincible. Let me teach you a lesson." A cold grin stretched across his face as he extended his hands, summoning his power. Moments later, a massive 10-meter-wide tornado formed with a roar, swirling violently under his control. With a wave of his hand, it surged toward the floating white-clad mutant. Emma smiled at the scene. "Riptide, make sure to teach this arrogant fool a lesson." Azazel nodded in agreement. Shaw's eyes gleamed with interest. This white-clad mutant was strong, sure, but he was clearly too full of himself. Let's see how he handles Riptide's power. A little pain might humble him. From afar, civilians and U.S. military officials saw this scene and brightened. Let the dogs bite each other. Best case, they both end up wounded. The U.S. officials watched with anticipation. On the X-Jet. Seeing the tornado, Beast, piloting the aircraft, quickly banked hard to avoid the blast radius. Inside, Professor X, Magneto, and the others watched the whirlwind closely. Could this mysterious mutant withstand that? Charles's heart was tense. For some reason, he felt a strange familiarity with the white-clad boy, and didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Under everyone's gaze, the storm closed in fast, while the mutant in white floated in place, unmoving. What? Even Riptide was confused when he saw the mutant make no attempt to dodge. The tornado engulfed him completely. This. How could someone just stand there and take it? Even if he were weak, he should have at least tried to avoid it. Shaw frowned, disappointed. Riptide, on the other hand, smiled triumphantly. No matter how strong someone was, getting hit by one of his storms was going to hurt. That guy would definitely come out bleeding. Back on the X-Jet, Charles, Eric, Hank, and the younger mutants' faces shifted dramatically. Charles immediately placed 2 fingers to his temple, preparing to psionically control Riptide to prevent him from using his powers again. Magneto raised a hand as well, ready to manipulate nearby metals to block the storm. He didn't know why, but he liked this white-clad mutant. He didn't want to see him die like this. Meanwhile, the US officials weren't buying into the hype. They had little hope the tornado would do much. Sure enough, the next moment, everyone watched as the storm began to shrink, from the inside out. What's happening? Riptide was stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. Emma and the others were just as confused. As the tornado thinned and dissipated, they finally saw the figure at its core, the white-clad mutant, completely unharmed. With each rotation of the storm, it shrank further, as if the wind itself was being devoured by him. What the hell was going on? Their eyes widened in disbelief. Then they saw him raise his right hand. Syd calmly absorbed the kinetic energy of the storm. Then, he looked straight at Riptide, and pointed his hand at him. In the blink of an eye, he released all that energy, using terrifying control to compress and launch it like a cannon blast. Boom. A thunderous sonic boom cracked the air. The condensed energy rocketed through the remnants of the storm and slammed into Riptide before he could react. Bam. He was sent flying, smashing hard into the villa's outer wall. Bones cracked loudly as he collapsed to the ground, bloodied and unconscious, like a broken doll, no trace of his former arrogance left. Emma shuddered, instinctively transforming into diamond form. She stared in shock. What kind of power is that? In just a heartbeat, Riptide had been destroyed. Azazel's face darkened. He became visibly tense, prepared to teleport away at the first sign of danger. On the X-Jet, Charles and the others watched in awe. The US military officials, meanwhile, just nodded, their faces calm. They'd expected this. While emotion swirled through the crowd, Shaw's expression suddenly changed. He had sensed something. His face darkened. You absorbed kinetic energy. That's your mutant power. How many abilities do you have? The words hung in the air. Emma and the others looked startled. They knew exactly what Shaw's ability was, energy absorption. It was what made him so formidable. But now Shaw claimed this white-clad mutant had the same ability. They couldn't believe it. Back on the X-Jet, Beast had deployed a surveillance drone to listen in, and picked up Shaw's words. A mutant with the same power as Shaw. This mysterious kid has that ability too. Charles and the others were stunned. Back on the ground, Syd calmly responded to Shaw's question. You're talking about mutant abilities. I have many. Which one are you asking about? Silence fell. Shaw and his group stared in disbelief. Then, they couldn't help but laugh. What kind of nonsense was this mutant spouting? Even Charles and the X-Men didn't fully believe it. They assumed he was just joking. But then, many abilities. Shaw repeated, shaking his head, eyes now cold. Young man, let me tell you, there's a gap between mutants and mutants. End of chapter. Chapter 606. Even if you do have energy absorption, that doesn't mean you can defeat me. If you surrender now and become one of my subordinates, I can spare your life. Young man, my ability is not something you can compare to. Sebastian Shaw's calm voice echoed throughout the area. Emma Frost and the others, hearing this, began to relax again. Aboard the X-Jet, Magneto's expression grew darker. No one understood the strength of Sebastian Shaw's power better than he did. What Shaw said wasn't wrong. Two people may have the same power on the surface, but that didn't mean they were equal. Shaw's energy absorption was absolutely among the most powerful. Syd, hearing Shaw's words, replied with a calm tone, "Is that so?" As Shaw prepared to make a move, Syd casually raised his right hand. In an instant, a deep crimson glow of chaos magic erupted. Before Emma and the others could even react, whoosh, Sebastian Shaw was blasted away by the energy. Boom. The villa's wall was shattered as Shaw was flung through it, crashing into the ground on the other side. Dust filled the air. Emma and Azazel stared in disbelief. Sebastian Shaw was sent flying in an instant. From the ground, Shaw slowly got up, wiping off dust and asking in shock, "What kind of power is this?" "Telekinesis. You have that ability too." The disbelief on his face deepened. How could one person have so many mutant powers? But a moment later, both Shaw and his allies eased up again. Patting the dust from his clothes, Shaw stood there completely unscathed and shook his head. "Don't waste your strength. Whether it's telekinesis or any other power, you can't hurt me." Syd tilted his head. "Really?" The next moment, something happened that left not only Shaw but also Magneto and everyone else completely stunned. A crimson glow radiated from the mysterious white-clad mutant, then in the blink of an eye, Sebastian Shaw's black suit turned into a clown outfit. Even his face changed, a big red nose appeared, and the helmet that protected him from psychic intrusion twisted into a colorful explosion wig. In an instant, he looked utterly ridiculous. Emma, Azazel, and the others were frozen in place, staring blankly at Shaw's clown appearance. On the X-Jet, Magneto and the others were speechless. The American officials monitoring the scene stood up abruptly, stunned. Shaw instinctively reached for his head and felt only a puff of fluffy clown hair. His hand moved to his nose and then to the ridiculous outfit he now wore. His calm demeanor vanished. His face was full of disbelief. How did this happen in the blink of an eye? Shaw raised his head and glared furiously at the white-clad mutant hovering above. "What did you do to me?" Everyone's eyes were now locked on the figure floating in the sky. Syd looked around casually, clearly dissatisfied with the environment. Suddenly, a sweep of deep crimson light surged across the ground. And an entire amusement park appeared out of nowhere, merry-go-rounds, roller coasters, pirate ships. Even the grand villa behind Emma and the others turned into a Ferris wheel. Their clothes. Clown suits. The once elegant Emma Frost now looked like a complete joke. She stared at herself in disbelief. Not just her, the entire crew aboard the X-Jet watched in stunned silence. Then, a voice, mysterious and resonating with the weight of cosmic truth, echoed in everyone's ears. No, not just theirs. The entire population of Earth heard it. "Oh, I forgot to mention. I also have the ability to rewrite reality. If I want to, I can change anything, or anyone, into whatever I wish." On Earth, billions of people froze in place, their eyes wide with shock as the words rang in their minds. At the scene, Shaw, Magneto, Charles, and the others stood frozen, their expressions blank. Reality manipulation. What kind of power is that? How could something like that even exist? Professor X shouted in disbelief. Magneto and the rest were visibly shaken. Meanwhile, the clownified Shaw stood still for a moment, then cried out, "That's impossible." "Is it?" Syd tilted his head again. The next moment, a far more terrifying scene unfolded. A torrent of crimson light flooded the sky and earth. In the horrified eyes of the American command and those watching, the entire United States, no, all of North America, was swept in a wave of red. People in every country across the continent stared, stupefied. Clouds in the sky turned into colorful cotton candy, forming into animals, elephants, lions, tigers. As far as the eye could see, everything was transformed. The ground turned into a cartoonish amusement park. Buildings became rides. People's clothes morphed into clown costumes, everything looked absurd. Even bridges, vehicles, everything had become animated, cartoon-like jokes. What they saw was only the beginning. U.S. officials saw even more through satellite feeds. All of North America had become a circus. The entire world seemed to fall silent, stunned at what had just happened. At the scene, a man in a black suit, looking like a government agent, had been covertly observing the area. Suddenly receiving an urgent message, he turned pale and exclaimed, You turned all of North America into this. How did you do it? Do you even realize what you've done? At that moment, whether it was Shaw, Professor X, or anyone else, their faces were blank with shock. End of chapter. Chapter 607. Event. Starting as a Class 5 mutant, finish line. Every 100 power stones equals +1 chapter. All of North America turned into that. Sebastian Shaw, Professor X, and the others were left completely dumbfounded. Before the white-clad figure spoke, they hadn't really thought about it. They assumed the changes were limited to a small area. But then, he said it casually, all of North America had been transformed. That was an entire continent. With multiple countries and massive landmass. How is that even possible? Emma Frost stared in disbelief. You're not joking, right? All of North America changed like that. How could there be a mutant this powerful? All eyes shifted to the agent who had broken the news. Under their gaze, Agent Dean stared up at the glowing figure floating in the sky, his face grim and serious. It's true. I just received confirmation moments ago. Senators and other officials saw the change with their own eyes via satellite surveillance. There's no mistaking it. His heavy words dropped like bombs, plunging the entire scene into silence again. One by one, everyone turned their eyes back to the white figure in the sky. This kind of mutant ability actually exists. How could that be possible? While everyone reeled in disbelief, Agent Dean forced down his fear and questioned, do you even know what you've done? North America is paralyzed. Every nation has suffered catastrophic losses. How could you do this? How is something like this even possible? Faced with his interrogation and the others' horrified expressions, Syd remained calm and indifferent. Before anyone could react further, his divine body suddenly dissolved into countless strands of glowing light, vanishing on the spot. Everyone was stunned. Then, a blinding surge of white light burst forth. It engulfed the entire United States, then spread outward to envelop the entire Earth, and then the entire solar system. What's that light? Ah! Countless people felt the overwhelming brilliance erase everything in their view, unable to comprehend what was happening. But soon, they noticed the white light was converging, spiraling outward into space. Sebastian Shaw, Emma Frost, Azazel, Professor X, and billions of people across Earth all looked up in dazed wonder. And then, they saw it. Bathed in a hazy, divine radiance, they beheld a colossal figure, so immense it dwarfed the Earth itself. In reverent whispers of praise and awe echoing across the stars, they watched as this indescribable, glowing form gently cupped the Earth in two vast hands, like one might hold a basketball. Thanks to Syd's power, everyone saw it clearly. And then, a cosmic voice, mysterious and vast like the laws of the universe itself, rang out through the solar system. It's just North America. If I want, even the entire Earth can become what I desire, a toy in my hands. The sacred tone of the voice echoed. Hearing it, Shaw, Emma, Azazel, Charles, all were utterly paralyzed, faces blank. Agent Dean stared skyward, his lips trembling as he muttered. This has to be fake, this can't be real. The reality shattered his mind. Turning the Earth into a toy. What kind of mutant could do that? How can a mutant be this powerful? His sapphire eyes had lost their focus. And it wasn't just him. Aboard the X-Jet, Magneto sat frozen in his seat. He muttered in disbelief, Charles, this is the mutant you said had a powerful presence. Then, after a pause, his voice cracked with disbelief. This isn't just powerful, this is too much. The young mutants behind them echoed in confusion. Professor, this is the powerful mutant you mentioned. Professor Charles, did you underestimate just a little? They all stared at the divine being in the sky and questioned everything they had ever known. Charles himself was no exception, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He had never imagined a mutant could be this powerful. At the scene, Emma, who had just questioned everything a moment ago, stood frozen. Turning all of North America into a cartoon theme park had already shattered her understanding of reality. But now, watching Earth being held like a toy in massive divine hands, she began to wonder if she was dreaming. This can't be real, she murmured. Azazel was similarly stunned. And Shaw, who who had prided himself on his power and calm demeanor, could no longer maintain his composure. His face betrayed true fear. He didn't want to believe it either. But the truth was undeniable. It stood before him. He began recalling the things he had said earlier. There's a gap between mutants. But that gap was nothing like what he had imagined. How could the gap be this enormous? His heart filled with bitterness, jealousy, disbelief. But none were more terrified than the high-ranking U.S. officials. Thanks to Syd's power and satellite footage, they had seen everything. They saw the glowing, divine form. They saw it hold the Earth like a toy. Their expressions twisted with confusion, terror, dread, and regret. They suddenly remembered all those missiles they had launched earlier. Why had this being not retaliated? Why had he just floated toward the city? Because he was exhausted? No. It was painfully clear now. He was never tired. His power was never depleted. He was just toying with them. The white-haired senator who first suggested Syd was weakening, Senator Dagger, began to tremble. The rest of the officials weren't much better, shaken and full of terrified hope. He's so powerful, maybe he won't notice us, right? We're probably fine, right? They could only pray. Across the globe, billions of humans stared at the sky in stunned silence. My God. God. Murmurs of fear and awe echoed worldwide. As emotions surged, Syd calmly looked down at Earth, eyes coldly focused on Sebastian Shaw. This was the first time he had taken on such a massive form. Oddly enough, it wasn't uncomfortable. For beings like Galactus who possess physical form, size has meaning. But for abstract conceptual beings, like the creator gods, they are, in truth, part of the universe itself. To eternity and infinity, all life exists within them. End of chapter. Chapter 608. After his thoughts settled, Syd's focus returned to the stunned Sebastian Shaw. Then came a voice, mysterious, echoing like the truth of the universe itself. It resounded across the entire Earth. Sebastian Shaw, didn't you say nothing can harm you? Then let me test that. As the shocked Professor X and the wide-eyed Shaw looked up, a pale golden beam shot down from the clouds, linking heaven and earth, locking directly onto Shaw. Scorching, terrifying energy waves rippled outward. Emma Frost, in her diamond form, scrambled to flee in panic. Azazel vanished instantly with a teleport. Boom. The heat was so intense, even the water in a nearby swimming pool began to steam. Within the golden beam, Shaw grunted in pain, body trembling under the assault of solar energy. At first, he managed to absorb the heat and smiled grimly. But very soon, his expression twisted. He staggered and tried to escape. But no matter where he ran, the beam followed, leaving a blackened, flaming trail behind. Oh! He screamed in agony. Watching from a distance, Emma, Azazel, and Professor X all showed signs of disbelief. What's going on? This was the first time Emma had ever seen Shaw look like this. No matter what he had faced in the past, Shaw always appeared calm and untouched. He never wore expressions of pain, until now. They were confused. But Syd wasn't surprised. After all, while Shaw's mutant power allowed him to absorb and redirect all forms of energy, there was a limit. Once he exceeded his internal energy storage cap, it would start to damage him. At that moment, under everyone's gaze, Shaw realized something was terribly wrong. He used the solar energy he had absorbed to enhance his body, boosting his speed and narrowly escaping the beam temporarily. Then, he thrust out both arms and unleashed all the energy inside him. A blinding golden flash erupted from his hands. Boom. The descending golden beam froze momentarily as Shaw's solar-powered energy clashed against it. Shaw finally smiled. In the distance, Emma Frost and Azazel smiled too. That was the Black King they knew, unshakable. Aboard the X-Jet. Magneto's face darkened again. He muttered, even a mutant this terrifying can't deal with Shaw. Charles's expression also turned grave. If that were true, this was bad. Very bad. But far above Earth, Syd remained calm. That beam. It was just a speck of solar energy he had drawn from the sun. Compared to what he used against death, it was barely a grain of dust. And then, the voice of the cosmic truth returned, echoing across the globe. Not bad. But let's increase the energy now. What? Everyone, Shaw, Emma, the X-Men, froze in alarm. Boom. The golden beam intensified in an instant, richer, heavier, more divine. The solar energy Shaw had released was instantly blown away, and the ground beneath his feet turned to molten lava. No. Stop. Shaw shouted, but before the words even left his lips, he was consumed by the golden light. The energy surged, brighter, holier than before. Even without anyone knowing, Syd had just laced the beam with a trace of conceptual divine power, power from a creator-level abstract god. The pain was unbearable. Shaw's face twisted in terror, disbelief, and agony. Aya! In the next instant, his body was completely swallowed by the beam, gone. The golden light faded slowly. And what remained in Emma's and Charles's eyes was a deep crimson crater. Shaw was nowhere to be seen. He was just gone. Emma and the others stood frozen. He's really dead, Emma whispered, trembling. But she knew. This wasn't because Shaw was weak. It was because that being in space was too terrifying. And more importantly, this was barely even a fraction of his true power. She looked up at that massive, divine figure, larger than the earth itself. There was no way this was all he could do. In fact, she suspected. If he wanted, he could destroy the planet with ease. The possibility. Nearly 100%. Anyone with basic common sense could see that, just from his size alone. Inside the X-Jet, Magneto sat in stunned silence. Shaw was really dead. Part of him felt the satisfaction of revenge. But another part was lost, uncertain. Behind him, the younger mutants murmured in awe. That power is insane, we're all mutants, but how is the gap this big? I'd be happy just having 1/10 of his power. No, 1% would be enough. While they marveled, Syd's attention shifted to the American High Command. He had been bombarded with missiles earlier. He hadn't retaliated at the time. But that didn't mean he had forgotten. A pulse of psychic energy swept the earth. Every human who had shown hostility toward him stood revealed. And under the scorching sunlight, they began to scream. No, what's happening? They had been noticed. They screamed in pain, in fear, in disbelief. And under the burning solar light, and the screams of those around them, they all turned to ash. Outside Earth. After cleansing the High Command, Syd turned his gaze back to Charles, the X-Men, and his next objective, the energy absorption ability. End of chapter. Chapter 609. Syd's objective in coming to this X-Men prequel universe was essentially fulfilled. But since he had already run into this universe's Professor X and others, he figured, might as well leave them something useful, so they wouldn't be killed by some new American government scheme in the future. Raising his right hand, a shimmering, platinum-white, wriggling liquid appeared, clearly a spawn of venom. The next moment, he casually flicked it toward Professor X and his group, then stopped paying attention. Even though it was a spawn restricted by the original venom, it still had a basic intelligence. The moment it touched Charles, Wolverine, Magneto, and the others, it would automatically bond with them. With a venom spawn on their side, they'd no longer die so easily. Even if Sentinels showed up, they'd survive. And under Syd's current power, even this spawn's strength had grown far beyond what most could imagine. Having done that, Syd ignored the stunned expressions of the X-Men and directly dispersed his abstract conceptual form. On Earth, somewhere remote in the United States, streaks of divine light coalesced as Syd's physical body reappeared. Let's see how much the energy absorption ability can improve. There was a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. With the complete X-gene blueprint of Sebastian Shaw in hand, his own energy absorption ability was about to get a major upgrade. His energy point absorption speed, and more importantly, the progress of mimicking God, would both be boosted. Light energy plus 103. Light energy plus 103. God progress, 11%. As the system's voice chimed in with the light energy gains, Syd's eyes shone with anticipation. He extended his right hand. The next moment, creation power activated. A transparent glass test tube rapidly formed from bottom to top. Now came the key part, crafting a gene-enhancing serum to optimize his energy absorption X gene. Syd recalled every detail of Sebastian Shaw's energy absorption ability. Following his thoughts, a clear liquid formed inside the vial, designed to perfectly suit his own body's structure. Terrifying energy radiated from the serum, warping the surrounding air with its pressure. Syd stared at the vial with intense anticipation. Compared to the last version crafted with chaos magic, this one, made with his full creation power, was flawless. A serum tailor-made for him. One that would maximize his energy absorption capacity. He raised the vial and drank it down. Lychee flavor. Naturally, he'd set the flavor himself. No way he was leaving that to random chance. As the clear fluid hit his stomach, it transformed into a warm current, rushing through his limbs and bones. Syd could clearly feel his X gene mutating, refining under the serum's effect. And he didn't stop there. 1 vial, 3 vials. He continued producing and consuming more, until his body no longer reacted. At that point, drinking the serum felt no different than drinking water. Finally, he stopped. And then he felt it. Massive changes. His energy absorption capacity had multiplied, at least dozens of times over. Even more surprising, his ability could now absorb psychic energy, and convert absorbed energy into permanent cellular enhancements. His eyes lit up with shock and excitement. This meant the energy absorption ability was now truly perfected. If Shaw had this version of the ability, he would have been nearly invincible among mutants. At the very least, no normal person could kill him. Even Jean's Phoenix Force, he might have been able to absorb a fragment. Of course, only fragments. A complete Phoenix Force would be something else entirely. After all, the Phoenix Force was said to be the embodiment of life and psychic power from the origin of the universe. It represented the spiritual connection to all existence in the multiverse, past, present, and future. It was the source and creator of all psychic energy, the vessel and ruler of all emotional and life-based power. That said, a complete Phoenix Force had never once appeared, only fragments had ever been seen. Even so, Syd now felt confident. Maybe he couldn't go toe-to-toe with the Phoenix Force itself, but his energy absorption ability was no longer weak. Previously, he wasn't even sure if his ability was truly level 4 or 5. But now, there was no doubt, his energy absorption ability had reached full Omega level tier 5. More than that, because the absorbed energy could now permanently enhance his body, this power had effectively no ceiling. Done with his thoughts, Syd closed his eyes and focused on absorbing energy. High-frequency light rays surged into his body. His mimic ability triggered, rapidly transforming absorbed energy into energy points. Light energy plus 5,157. Light energy plus 5,157. Just like that, his efficiency had multiplied nearly 50 times. He did a quick mental calculation, then his eyes lit up. If before I could accumulate 2% of God mimic progress in a day, now I can max it out in 1 day. Even Syd himself had to take a sharp breath at that realization. Omega-level abilities were on a whole different scale. Feeling satisfied, Syd looked around at the world of the X-Men prequel universe and prepared to leave. But then, he paused. Wait, that black stone artifact that predicts death. I haven't used that in a while, have I? Ever since solving the last crisis with it, he'd completely forgotten. That was careless. Still not cautious enough. What if something had happened and I wasn't even ready? With a serious look, Syd summoned the black stone artifact from his dimensional ring. Holding it in his hand, he began channeling light energy into it. Soon, the black stone began to radiate a dense black light, and strange, familiar energy began to ripple outward. But then, something unexpected happened. He didn't feel the usual pulling sensation. End of chapter. Chapter 610. Or rather, it wasn't that the pull wasn't there. It was that the pulling force was now too weak to draw in his consciousness. Syd frowned. He immediately understood why. His strength had grown too much, making the black stone artifact ineffective. The thought filled him with frustration. This black stone artifact had always been extremely useful. If it could no longer function. But the next moment, an idea sparked in his mind. He extended his will, and invoked his creation power. A mysterious energy surged forth and wrapped around the black stone, rapidly enhancing it. A terrifying wave of energy spread outward, while eerie black light began to flicker from the stone. After several seconds, the process ended. Syd examined the now altered black stone artifact. Then, he channeled his divine power into it again. The familiar tug returned. It worked. Without resisting, he let himself be pulled in. In a flash of light, the world spun, and Syd found himself within a new, unfamiliar scene. What he saw immediately triggered a sense of unease. Outside a pitch-black universe, a figure emerged, an unfathomable being, shrouded in thick black mist. It was massive, with most of its form hidden. But even the small portion exposed dwarfed the universe nearby, making it look like a mere marble. A single tentacle of this entity coiled around the marble, a broken and collapsing universe. Syd recognized them instantly. Eternity, infinity, death, oblivion, and Galactus. They were there, but they were being destroyed. The universe itself was collapsing. Insolent insect, this is the end that awaits you. To become my puppet is your only fate. A twisted, mocking voice echoed in all directions. One of the monstrous tentacles pierced a glowing cosmic figure in the chest. The light surrounding that being began to dim, as though it were the twilight of the gods. Even an abstract conceptual body was succumbing to terrifying mutation. Syd felt it, that was himself, in that future. And his consciousness was being erased. Before he could process more, the vision froze. And in a blink, he returned to reality. That's it. Syd muttered. It had ended so quickly. The entire death scene lasted only a few seconds, far shorter than any prediction he'd seen before. Was it because that being was too powerful, and the artifact couldn't handle it? That was the only explanation he could think of. Even with the artifact enhanced by creation power, it had only been able to glimpse a few seconds. Or, perhaps the problem wasn't the artifact, but his own level of power. He hadn't unlocked enough of God's power to fully use creation. After all, creation was a divine ability granted by God. He had only mimicked 11% of God's total capability. Without unlocking more, he couldn't bring out the full potential of the artifact. That realization left his mood heavy. And yet, there was no mistaking it. The entity from the black mist and tentacles was an outer god. The original. So that's the true body of the old one. What level is that thing, multiversal? Its body was massive beyond measure. It hadn't even been scratched, yet it casually annihilated the universe, even turned conceptual gods like eternity and infinity into puppets. A wave of dread filled him. To think, the first enemy to arrive is the true body of an outer god. And its power. What am I supposed to do against that? He had no answer. Against an existence at that level, no amount of struggle would matter. It seemed like he was doomed to die, to be turned into a puppet. Then, his eyes shifted. Wait. His gaze landed on the god-mimic progress bar. That was the only way forward. Only by unlocking more of God's power could he hope to overcome this looming catastrophe. It was his only hope. He remembered, the black stone artifact could only predict death based on his current strength. It couldn't foresee what would happen after more of God's power was unlocked. So as long as he increased his god-mimic progress, the future could still change. That thought gave him a small sense of relief. There's still a chance. He shook his head, no longer thinking about it. With a wave of his hand, he activated space shift and portal magic. A swirling yellow gate opened before him, its other side revealed a familiar scene, the black void of outer space, just beyond Earth. Syd's figure glided forward and stepped through. The next moment, he returned to the 616 main universe, floating above Earth. Immediately, his attention was drawn to a nearby gathering. 6 indescribable figures stood in space, radiating abstract divinity. They were eternity, infinity, death, oblivion, Galactus, and his own abstract conceptual form. As Syd arrived, the cosmic entities turned their attention to him, eyes flashing with surprise. A moment later, they turned their gaze back toward his radiant form hovering nearby. Infinity tilted her head. That's your material body? She looked curious, then added. Wait. I'm sensing the rules of another universe on you. The others, eternity, death, oblivion, also noticed it. But before they could fully analyze it, the yellow portal behind Syd closed. Their attention shifted back to him. Earlier, they had descended to Earth and requested a meeting with their youngest brother. But shortly after, Syd's material form entered a portal and vanished, and his abstract body appeared in its place. He had only said, "Wait," and then vanished. So they had waited, silently. And now, finally, his material form had returned. He really went to another universe during that time. They were all astonished. Nearby, Syd said nothing at first. His material body glowed, then merged into his conceptual body, becoming one. Then, at last, he turned to face the 5 beings before him. He looked at their indescribable forms, shimmering in the void. "This is the first time we've met, in the 616 main universe." End of chapter. Chapter 611. 200 PS. At the moment when Syd and the 5 Eternals were facing off, countless people on Earth were feeling nervous and fearful. It wasn't just that the 6 beings in their creator god forms looked bizarre and terrifying, their sheer size, each larger than Earth itself, was enough to inspire deep dread. Everyone feared that if even one of these 6 creator gods accidentally brushed against Earth, they would all be caught up in the ensuing disaster. At this moment, Syd's physical body had fully merged into his abstract conceptual form. Facing the 5 Eternals before him, his voice, mysterious and echoing like the truths of the universe, resonated. "What do you want from me?" As soon as he spoke, the 5 Eternals exchanged glances. Infinity, the one representing space, stepped forward and spoke. "Not long ago, we sensed an anomaly in the universe. It seems related to you." They wanted to ask what was going on. Why would the universe suddenly face a problem like this? Hearing Infinity's words, Syd wasn't surprised at all. Under their watchful gazes, he calmly replied. "Because of me, our universe has been attracted to another one. You don't need to worry about it, I'll handle the matter." Syd truly didn't see this as a major concern. Ever since gaining the power of multiple universes, he had absolute confidence in dealing with cosmic collisions. Moreover, the universes being attracted were linked to him, resolving it would be even easier. Upon hearing the youngest brother's casual statement, the 5 Eternals were stunned. The universe was being attracted elsewhere. And he could resolve it. They were filled with doubt and astonishment. However, since he said it so plainly, they could only reluctantly believe him. At that moment, the weakest among the 5, Galactus, couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Would you let me witness your strength and abilities?" As he spoke, an expectant look appeared in his eyes. After all, without testing each other's strength, no one would know who was truly stronger. And as the weakest among the 5, he had long wished to shake off that humiliating title. The other 4 also shared the same thought, curious about their youngest brother's true strength and whether he truly deserved to be called a creator god. If he turned out to be too weak, even if they wouldn't act against him, they would hardly regard him with much importance. Seeing their expressions, Syd raised his eyebrow, immediately understanding their intentions. "So they want to test my strength, maybe even give me a little lesson to help me recognize my place." Syd contemplated silently. In the next second, he turned his senses inward to evaluate his current strength. During this period, although his material body had traveled to other universes, his abstract conceptual form had not been idle. Using his dreamwalking technique, he had traversed many universes, becoming their creator god. Through his senses, he immediately connected to 71 universes, including the X-Men prequel universe, each linked faintly to him, a clear indication that they had become part of him. Syd could clearly feel that, after becoming the creator god of 71 universes, his upper limit of power had skyrocketed to a terrifying level. And that was without actively channeling and merging the power of those universes into himself. If he did summon and combine all that power, even he wasn't sure how strong he would become. Could I easily destroy a universe? Syd pondered with a bit of hesitation. Even though the vast distances between universes would weaken the transmitted power, it would still be far beyond the limits of a single universe's standards. Probably somewhere between the power of a single universe and that of a multiverse, maybe what could be called a super-large universe-level power. Of course, even without actively summoning dozens of universes' powers, Syd estimated that his normal state was already strong enough to easily destroy the main 616 universe. Having thought through this, he turned his gaze toward the five Eternals. As the two sides prepared for battle with growing anticipation, countless people on Earth were thrown into shock and panic. Since neither Infinity nor Galactus had made any effort to hide their conversation, all of Earth now knew. They intended to fight. The first reaction among people was fear. One after another, voices of panic and speculation rose up. We're doomed. If these creator gods start fighting, won't Earth be destroyed? Be a little more confident. Remove the word won't, not just Earth, the entire solar system could vanish. Damn it. I just finished paying off my mortgage, I don't want to die yet. Besides the widespread panic and fear, governments across the world also began heated discussions about who would come out on top. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury frowned deeply, falling into serious thought. The white-robed hero probably wasn't a match for the five Eternals. Although the white-robed hero had always displayed terrifying might on Earth, facing the five Eternals was an entirely different matter. Recently, Fury had asked Carol about the creator gods and also obtained information from one of Thanos' former followers. He now had a clear understanding of the situation. The five Eternals had been born alongside the universe itself, they were the universe's gods. Meanwhile, the white-robed hero's emergence as a creator god was a recent event. Given these facts, it wasn't hard to guess who would be stronger. A newly born creator god against five ancient ones. It was obvious. And it wasn't just him thinking this. Inside the Stark Tower, Iron Man, Tony Stark and the rest of the Avengers were coming to similar conclusions. Across the dimensions, countless eyes turned toward the solar system. Mephisto, Lucifer, Dormammu, those hiding in the shadows, all focused intently. To be honest, some of them had never even seen all five Eternals together before. After all, aside from Galactus, the other four almost never manifested unless a universe faced true annihilation. Thus, seeing the five gathered here, along with the mysterious white-robed hero, was an event too big to ignore. Hearing the Eternals' conversation, some dimensional demon gods began muttering darkly to themselves. The white-robed hero's defeat is certain. Is that even a question? Maybe he could beat Galactus, but the other four? Forget it. Those who had witnessed the Eternals' true power couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Meanwhile, Dormammu and the others, who had long-standing grudges against Syd, were gloating in secret. Hopefully, the white-robed hero would finally be taught a proper lesson, so he would understand true strength. While they were thinking these malicious thoughts, facing the five Eternals, Syd nodded calmly and agreed to their challenge. Without wasting any more words, he began drawing upon the power and laws within his being. In the next second, an overwhelming aura burst from his form, a boundless sea of light surged forth, engulfing the five Eternals standing before him. End of chapter. Chapter 6:12. The originally dark universe grew even darker, with even the stars ceasing to shine. Light and heat were instantly drawn away. While attacking, Syd also spared a thought to protect Earth and the solar system. Boom. Infinity and the other four had just been smiling, about to say something, when their expressions abruptly changed at the sight before them. Good heavens, he had gone all out from the very start. Daring to strike at all five of us at once, isn't our youngest brother being a bit too arrogant and reckless? Exactly. He's insane. The good impression they had just formed of him instantly plummeted, replaced by a sense that he was being wildly overconfident and looking down on them. Who were they? The original creator gods of the universe. This youngest brother, who had only recently been born, actually dared think he could handle all five of them at once. How arrogant and mad must he be? Even among them, the strongest, Oblivion, would never dare take on all five at once. And yet this newly born brother dared. With that thought, the five shared a telepathic exchange, preparing to give their youngest sibling a painful lesson. Eternity and Infinity raised their hands. Death, Oblivion, and Galactus all moved to unleash their powers. But then, something utterly unexpected happened. Whether it was Eternity's or Infinity's power, or Death's, Oblivion's, and Galactus's attacks, all of them were instantly overwhelmed and shattered by the sea of light. The terrifying light engulfed their abstract entities. In an instant, they were swallowed by the radiance. Impossible. This power. At that moment, all five of the Eternals were filled with shock and disbelief. Their attacks, broken in an instant. The infinite light pressed down on them, leaving them unable to move. Although they realized they could theoretically struggle free, the moment they tried, they understood something critical. Their youngest brother's power had completely surpassed their expectations. By an overwhelming margin. Even if they managed to escape temporarily, it would only delay the inevitable, they would still lose in the end. No matter how many tricks they pulled, against such overwhelming force, it was meaningless. Worse yet, they faintly sensed that this youngest brother was holding back, deliberately restraining his strength. Was he afraid that too much power would damage the universe? How could that even be possible? The five Eternals stared in stunned silence. Noticing that they had lost the will to continue fighting, Syd withdrew his attack. In an instant, the brilliant light dispersed, and the surroundings returned to their original state, as if nothing had happened. However, despite the restoration, the atmosphere was incredibly silent. The five Eternals exchanged glances, looking at their youngest brother, who still radiated divine light, their hearts filled with shock and bewilderment. After a long silence, the skeletal death goddess spoke first. "You win. You defeated all five of us." Unable to suppress her astonishment, she blurted out. "Why is your power so strong? How can you be so much stronger than us?" She could hardly believe it. This sibling, who had only recently been born, was already vastly more powerful than they were. He dared face all five of them, not out of madness or arrogance, but because he truly had the power. The other four stood beside her, similarly filled with disbelief and confusion. They simply couldn't understand why this newly born brother was so strong that he could utterly crush them with ease. Could it be, the younger you are, the stronger you are? Death thought dazedly. And it wasn't just the five Eternals who were stunned, the dimensional demon gods secretly observing the battle were also left speechless. The white-robed hero actually won. How is this possible? His strength, it's completely beyond reason. Sensing the vast, endless power emanating from the figure wrapped in divine light, the demon gods were filled with fear and uncertainty. In the dark dimension, Dormammu, seeing the scene unfold, felt his heart fill with panic, muttering, "How has the white-robed hero become this powerful?" On Earth, countless people were equally stunned. They had clearly heard Death's words, and, through satellite footage, had witnessed the battle themselves. In such a short time, the white-robed hero had defeated five creator gods. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was left dumbfounded. This outcome was far beyond anything he had imagined. Five creator gods who had existed since the dawn of the universe, defeated by the white-robed hero alone. Nick Fury was both shaken and utterly bewildered. At the same time, Tony Stark and the others in Stark Tower were filled with turbulent emotions. Outside of Earth, hearing Death's questioning, Syd chose not to answer. Seeing his silence, Death and the other four had no choice but to suppress their curiosity for now. At this moment, Galactus let out a deep sigh, muttering to himself, "I guess I'll always be the weakest." He sighed again, full of unwillingness. Suddenly, he thought of something, his eyes lighting up. The next second, pretending to be curious, he asked, "Our youngest brother, aside from mastering the light of the universe, do you have any special abilities?" At these words, the other four Eternals froze briefly, then their eyes lit up with interest as well. Maybe they could salvage a little pride here. Having overwhelming strength was one thing, but it didn't necessarily mean he had strong abilities too. As creator gods, each of the five had areas of specialty, abilities that transcended the imagination of normal beings. Among them, Oblivion possessed the most special and powerful abilities, which was partly why he was so strong. From what they had seen, their youngest brother hadn't seemed to use any particularly special abilities yet. It had been pure, overwhelming abstract divine power, light, heat, laws and rules, nothing more. The more they thought about it, the better they felt. Maybe this youngest brother was mighty, but when it came to unique abilities, he surely couldn't compare. Facing the five Eternals' expectant gazes, Syd fell into brief thought. In his mind, a list of abilities appeared. Chaos magic, creation, embodiment of light, solar radiance, black particles, divine finger. After thinking for a moment, Syd calmly said, "I haven't fully mastered the abilities of a creator god yet. Give me a few more days, I'll show you then. You'll understand." As for when? Naturally, it would be when his god's mimicry progress reached 100%. He just hoped that by then, they would still have the curiosity and daring to ask. As his words fell. A few days. The 5 Eternals were startled but quickly exchanged glances and thoughts, secretly growing excited. They figured the little brother must be stalling because he was embarrassed, having nothing impressive to show. But that was fine. In a few days, they would definitely return. And then, they would truly get to see what he was capable of. The 5 shared secret smiles and anticipation as they waited. End of chapter. Chapter 613. Faced with the 5 Eternals' obvious desire to see his abilities, Syd felt a little speechless. He casually found an excuse to delay for a few days, planning to wait until his god's mimicry progress reached 100%. He said, "We'll talk about it in a few days. I have something to attend to." In the next instant, his abstract conceptual body turned into threads of light, disappearing from the sight of the Eternals and countless people on Earth. Seeing him vanish, eternity, death, oblivion, infinity, and Galactus couldn't help but show looks of anticipation. Infinity smiled and said, "Then we'll wait. In a few days, we'll come see your abilities, little brother." As he spoke, there was a lightheartedness in his heart, and the other 4 shared similar smiles. The way their youngest brother had hurried away only confirmed, in their minds, that he was making excuses. Perhaps his strength was great, but surely his abilities couldn't compare to theirs. Otherwise, why delay? The 5 Eternals became even more determined. In a few days, they would return to Earth to see just what kind of abilities this little brother could display. The 5 gods shared this thought with inner amusement. The next moment, except for Galactus, the abstract conceptual bodies of eternity, death, oblivion, and infinity dispersed, disappearing who knew where. As for Galactus, he flew out of the solar system, planning to search for a life-rich planet to consume. On Earth. Seeing that even Galactus had begun to withdraw, people all over the world who had been watching couldn't help but start talking. "Is it over? Thank God. I thought I'd be dead by this time next year." Relaxed and joking on the surface, inwardly, they were still filled with wonder. They had clearly heard the last exchange between the creator gods. Many began to speculate. Was the white-robed hero deliberately stalling, or did he realize that his abilities couldn't match up to the 5 Eternals, so he was delaying? Across the globe, curiosity grew. Regardless, they would have an answer in just a few days. While they were speculating and wondering, in a city somewhere in the United States, beams of light began to appear. Through the use of his light incarnation ability, the beams of light converged, forming a material divine body, Syd's physical form. As soon as he arrived, he fell into deep thought. Light energy plus 5157. Light energy plus 5157. Unlock progress 11%. Hearing the constant notifications and seeing the unlocking progress for God's mimicry, Syd's eyes were full of anticipation. At the current rate of energy collection, it wouldn't be long before his God's mimicry progress reached 100%. As he was thinking. Suddenly, Syd paused, sensing something, and turned his gaze into the distance, picking up on a familiar aura. The power of the Phoenix. His golden pupils swept the surroundings, and he realized the place seemed familiar. It was where he had once fought against Dark Phoenix Jean. Syd suddenly understood. When he had been in the X-Men prequel universe, while enhancing his energy absorption abilities, he had naturally thought about the Phoenix Force. When he randomly chose this location earlier, he hadn't thought much about it. By pure coincidence, he had selected this familiar place. Now, with his golden pupils piercing across vast distances, he saw the old battlefield. It was right here where Jean Grey, the Phoenix, had disappeared. Even at the time, he had sensed something was wrong. He had felt that Jean might not have truly died. But back then, his strength was too low, and he couldn't confirm it. Now, he closed his eyes, and the consciousness of his abstract conceptual form swept toward that location. Following the lingering aura, he sensed a special space where Jean Grey was sleeping with her eyes closed. Syd was a bit surprised. Phoenix Jean was indeed still alive. Her body was even perfectly intact. Then again, he wasn't particularly concerned. After all, the Phoenix Force itself was the embodiment of destruction and rebirth, so this outcome was perfectly reasonable. Sensing the probing presence, a sharp bird cry suddenly erupted from Jean's sleeping form. A roaring flame blazed to life, forming a massive fiery bird that gazed toward Syd across layers of space. Sensing this, Syd frowned slightly. The Phoenix Force? Luckily, it was only a fragment of a fragment, not a full manifestation. Moreover, with Jean Grey herself as a burden, it couldn't unleash its full power. Thus, Syd wasn't particularly afraid. Sweeping his golden eyes over the sleeping Jean Grey, he grew a little curious. Was she still in her normal state, or had she already fallen into darkness? The Phoenix Force was the embodiment of life and the emotional spirit of the universe. Any host it possessed would have their inner emotions stirred up, and if reason failed to suppress desire, Dark Phoenix would be born. Of course, it wasn't the Phoenix Force itself that turned dark, but the host. Modern humans, bound by countless rules suppressing their desires, were particularly vulnerable. Once unleashed, blackening was almost inevitable. Thus, Syd wasn't surprised that Jean Grey might have fallen to the Dark Phoenix. Come to think of it, I'm probably also suitable for hosting the Phoenix Force, aren't I? Syd mused with curiosity. The Phoenix Force preferred hosts with incredibly strong spiritual and mental power. And his current mind and spirit far surpassed Jean Grey's. Of course, Syd was just thinking aloud. He had no real interest in merging with the Phoenix Force. After all, the Phoenix Force wasn't a dead thing, it had its own consciousness and preferences. Plus, its full power was far too massive. Syd was genuinely concerned that absorbing even a fragment might cause trouble later when encountering a more complete Phoenix Force. Glancing once more at the still sleeping Jean Grey, Syd considered whether to wake her. Forget it. With my current strength, Jean Grey isn't much of a threat. I might as well wake her up. She could even help protect Logan, Professor X, and the others. The next second, he waved his hand forward, using space transfer and portal magic. Beneath the sleeping Jean Grey, in that mysterious space, a golden portal opened. Moments later, the portal swallowed her. At the same time, Phoenix Jean Grey appeared in the real world, falling out of the portal, almost crashing to the ground. However, the raging Phoenix Force around her caught and supported her. Looking at the Phoenix Force so close at hand, Syd's expression didn't change in the slightest. With his Omega-level energy absorption ability, he wasn't even slightly intimidated. Even without it, he wouldn't have been overly concerned. At that moment, relying on his abstract conceptual body, he faintly sensed something unusual. He frowned. He could sense a subtle connection between his material divine body and the Phoenix Force, a link so faint that without his conceptual form's strength, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. What is this? Syd's frown deepened. End of chapter. Chapter 614. Suddenly, a thought struck Syd, and his face turned grim. Could it be? Staring at the Phoenix Force that was continuously destroying the land before him, Syd fell into deep thought, recalling the descriptions of the Phoenix Force. The Phoenix Force was the manifestation of the original universe's life energy and emotional energy, linking the life and spirit of all things. It was both the storage and the ruler of life and spirit. In simple terms, life and spirit were both part of it. It was just like how light was a part of Syd, connected intrinsically to him. Syd's brows furrowed tightly. Given that kind of connection, he seriously suspected that this fragment of the Phoenix Force could potentially draw out the life energy and spiritual energy from his own body. While he was frowning and pondering, suddenly, Phoenix Jean Grey opened her eyes, her gaze filled with confusion. "Where is this?" she asked, looking around bewilderedly, before locking eyes on the white-robed figure standing before her. Hearing her voice, Syd snapped back to reality and glanced at her, confirming a previous doubt. The Jean Grey before him was her normal persona, not the darkened one. So the dark personality is still hiding. Thinking that, Syd didn't pay it much mind. After all, it wasn't his problem. Whether Jean's potential dark personality awakened or not could be left for Logan and the others to handle. Right now, his main concern was how to deal with the connection between his divine body and the Phoenix Force. The next second, in Phoenix Jean's astonished gaze, the space around Syd rippled, and he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a completely confused Jean Grey. After a long while, she finally collected herself and hurried away, intending to contact Professor X and the others. Meanwhile, elsewhere, space rippled, and Syd reappeared in another city. As he walked forward, his brow remained tightly furrowed, his mind weighed down with serious thought. If the Phoenix Force fragment can casually draw out life energy and spirit energy, then... Suddenly, he stopped walking, his expression growing even more serious. Because of the Phoenix Force matter, he realized something even worse. His divine body might not only be linked to the Phoenix Force, but also to beings like eternity and infinity. After all, the true forms of eternity and infinity could be said to be the universe itself. And everything existing in the universe was naturally connected to them, part of their being. Thinking of this, Syd's brows knitted even tighter. Troublesome. How do I sever this connection? After a long time of contemplation, he still couldn't come up with a good solution. I'll have to try things one by one. If he didn't resolve this hidden danger, it would definitely cost him dearly in the future. At that moment, Syd thought of something else. His focus shifted to the progress of God's mimicry, and fragments of descriptions about God surfaced in his mind. He had a strong premonition, this matter might ultimately depend on the progress of his mimicry of God. Moreover, the true bodies of the old ones would soon descend, and that too would require God's power to deal with. Thinking of this, Syd turned his attention to the energy points he was gathering and quietly began waiting. Light energy plus 5,157. Light energy plus 5,157. Thanks to his extremely efficient absorption of light energy, the panel showed his energy points rapidly increasing, soon enough to push his unlocking progress from 11% to 15%. Syd focused on the panel. Name, Syd. Age, 17, normal lifespan, infinity days. Mutant abilities, mimicry, energy absorption. Current mimic target, God, titles, creator, maker of worlds, omniscient and omnipotent one. Unlock progress, 11%. Abilities, creation, max/max, level 5, unlocked. Energy points, 5,420,000. Glancing at the energy points, Syd didn't hesitate. With a single thought, he poured all the points into unlocking progress. Energy points, 0. The unlock progress fluctuated slightly. Unlock progress, 15%. Syd's eyes were filled with expectation. But even after a long wait, no new notification appeared. Looks like 15% isn't enough. Syd sighed quietly, muttering. Maybe it's 20% or 25%. Fortunately, the rate at which he was gathering energy now was extremely fast, otherwise, he would be far more anxious. Time passed slowly. After several hours, the progress continued to rise. Unlock progress, 20%. Unlock progress, 25%. Under Syd's intense anticipation, the unlock progress shifted once again. Unlock progress, 30%. And then, a joyful notification rang out in his mind. What will it be? Full of expectation, Syd eagerly awaited the result. Soon, a new ability appeared. Ability, self-existence, unlocked. Ability, self-existence, 0 out of 100, level 1. This ability is... Syd froze, his face filled with astonishment. Immediately, a description flashed through his mind. Legend had it that God was self-existent. Existing because he willed it so, relying on nothing external for his birth or survival. He existed purely because he chose to exist. There was no beginning and no end, he was the origin of all matter and life. This ability. Syd grew even more astonished. However, a strange realization quickly followed. Although he had obtained the ability self-existence, he felt no noticeable changes in himself. Even using the power of his abstract conceptual body, he could sense no difference. It was as if nothing had happened. Syd's expression turned puzzled. Moreover, he had another concern. How exactly was he supposed to level up this self-existence ability? He was momentarily baffled. During all this mental scrambling, only a few seconds had passed in the real world. Then, a notification suddenly sounded. Self-existence experience +1. Ability, self-existence, 1/100, level 1. Hearing this, Syd's eyes widened. I didn't do anything, did I? And yet, it improved. He hurriedly checked himself, confirming that he hadn't performed any action whatsoever. To be sure, he even shielded himself from external influences like light and matter. Yet the next second, Another notification came, just as calmly. Self-existence experience +1. Is it leveling up on its own? And at such a fast speed? Syd was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but grow excited and curious. What would happen when self-existence evolved? Would it change him? Would it alter the outside world? Would this ability eliminate the hidden risks from things like the Phoenix Force? Under Syd's eager and curious gaze, the self-existence trait continued to upgrade automatically and rapidly, like a true God-tier perpetual motion machine. It was absolutely absurd. End of chapter. Chapter 615. 400 PS. Self-existence experience +1. Self-existence experience +1. Under Syd's watchful gaze, this newly obtained divine trait of God continued to level up rapidly. Soon, a notification sounded. Ability, Self-existence, 0/500, Level 2. As self-existence advanced to Level 2, Syd, who had been closely monitoring himself, immediately noticed a difference. Faintly, he could feel his body connected to countless things, an overwhelming sensation of interconnectedness spread through him. These connections, like a vast spiderweb, seemed to entangle him. What is this? Syd's eyes showed confusion. He carefully channeled his power to sense more clearly. Using the might of his abstract conceptual body, he faintly realized that these countless invisible connections were somehow tied to the laws of the universe. A moment later, some clarity dawned on him. Although his divine body had been heavily modified and enhanced, its essence was still formed from the matter of Earth, meaning it naturally had ties to all things, to the universe itself. Now, with self-existence reaching Level 2, the endless web of connections binding him to all things had significantly thinned out, some links had even completely snapped. However, because there had been so many, the change wasn't yet dramatic. Level 2 isn't enough, huh? Syd instantly grasped the situation. He then relaxed, smiling to himself. Luckily, this God-tier perpetual motion machine called self-existence is extremely powerful. The leveling speed is insane, I won't have to wait long at all. With that thought, he quietly waited. Self-existence experience +1. Self-existence experience +1. About half an hour later, another familiar notification echoed in his mind. Ability, Self-existence, 0/1000, Level 3. As self-existence reached Level 3, Syd's abstract conceptual senses picked up dramatic changes. The countless threads binding him were severed in an instant. His perception of the surrounding world suddenly became far clearer and more expansive. However, Syd's brow furrowed slightly as he carefully sensed his surroundings. While the dense network of connections had vanished, a few immensely powerful and stubborn links still remained, now clearly visible to his perception. Among them, Syd sensed his ties to the Phoenix Force, to the universe itself, and to time. These few remaining connections were incredibly resilient. Even the divine trait of self-existence, at Level 3, hadn't broken them. Syd frowned again but didn't dwell too much on it. After all, Level 5 was supposed to be when the ability reached full perfection. It was normal for Level 1 to 3 to still struggle against such massive cosmic forces. Compared to beings like the Phoenix Force, his Level 3 ability was still far too weak. As he waited patiently. Nearly another hour passed. Ability, Self-existence, 0/2000, Level 4. Upon reaching Level 4, those stubborn links weakened significantly, so much that without careful observation, they were almost invisible. Seeing this, Syd was somewhat surprised. Even Level 4 can't completely sever them. It'll have to be Level 5 then. He wondered. What kind of transformation would occur once self-existence reached its maximum? With a sense of eager anticipation, Syd kept his eyes on the panel. Time continued to slip by. About 2 more hours later, the progress was approaching its final breakthrough. Ability, Self-existence, 1999/2000, Level 4. Self-existence experience +1. With the final notification, the data on the panel changed. Ability, Self-existence, Max/Max, Level 5. In an instant, something extraordinary happened. Mysterious fluctuations surged through Syd's body. Those lingering, stubborn connections snapped completely. In that moment, Syd felt an incredible shift. His body, his soul, his mind, every part of him, was no longer linked to anything. He was no longer the product of any biological or material origin. His existence was tied to nothing but himself. He existed solely because he willed himself to exist. And if he no longer wished to exist, he had the faint sense that he would simply vanish into absolute nothingness. This feeling was indescribable, impossible to put into words. If I decided not to exist anymore, what would happen? The thought flashed through Syd's mind, and he was momentarily curious. However, after sensing the nature of his new ability carefully, he wisely abandoned that suicidal idea. Instinctively, he could tell that if he truly willed himself to cease existing, he would completely disappear, not even leaving behind a void, true annihilation. It was terrifying. Syd dared not experiment lightly. He couldn't even be sure he could return afterward. If he couldn't, that would be the ultimate, irreversible death. Of course, it was possible he could return. Aside from that, Syd realized self-existence wasn't as simple as it appeared. After reaching level 5, although on the surface nothing seemed to change, the reality was drastically different. Following a subtle intuition, Syd raised his right hand. A golden infinity gauntlet appeared, fitted securely onto his arm. The next second, the time stone on the gauntlet lit up with a green glow. Instantly, the power of the time stone enveloped him. Syd tried to slow down the flow of time around him. But then, something unexpected happened. The time stone's power brushed past him, without causing any effect at all. Recalling the severed connection to time he had sensed earlier, Syd muttered. So it's true. Self-existence might have appeared unremarkable outwardly, but internally, the changes were massive beyond imagination. Now, he was no longer affected by the flow of time. To put it more vividly, any influence of time had absolutely no effect on him anymore. Syd even suspected that if someone tried to travel back to the past to assassinate his younger self, it would fail completely. In simple terms, he had transcended the timeline. Syd's golden eyes gleamed brightly. This was an extremely crucial power. At his current level, the beings he had to face were all terrifying entities. Take the Phoenix Force, for example. On the surface, it only seemed capable of destruction. But in truth, it could also resurrect, reverse causality, alter timelines, rewrite history, or even annihilate historical existence altogether. Syd wasn't sure whether the fragment of the Phoenix Force he was dealing with could wield such abilities. Jean Grey, while using the Phoenix Force, had only displayed destructive power, rapid healing, and occasional glimpses into the future. The deeper, scarier abilities hadn't been shown. End of chapter. Chapter 616. It wasn't just the Phoenix Force. After reaching the single universe level, many powerful beings possessed abilities related to time. For instance, Khan the Conqueror, the hidden mastermind behind the Time Variance Authority, had the ability to prune timelines. Even Eternity, who appeared to have lost when facing Kong in direct combat, hadn't actually unleashed the full extent of his time-related powers. He should have been capable of doing similar things. After all, he was the personification of time itself. In short, time-based powers were extremely common once you reached the single universe level and beyond. If one wasn't careful, it was easy to fall victim to them. But now, with self-existence, none of that could touch him. Time could no longer influence him. This ability is such a cheat, or rather, God himself is kind of a cheat, Syd sighed. At this point, he even felt confident enough to enter the Time Variance Authority. Kang's greatest strength lay in manipulating time. Now that time-based attacks were ineffective against him, Kang's threat level had dropped by several tiers. Aside from time, recalling the other stubborn connections he'd sensed earlier, Syd thought. Abilities related to causality should also be useless against me now. After all, he was no longer entangled in any karma or causal threads. After marveling at how powerful self-existence was, just as Syd thought all the changes had settled, his consciousness suddenly wavered. He found himself at the very beginning, before the universe had even been born. A pitch-black void, devoid of any life, stretched infinitely. Only he existed there, alone. His whole body radiated light, illuminating the endless darkness around him. Syd felt a profound sense of boredom. He had no idea how long he drifted there. Suddenly, apart from himself, another point of light appeared. Within the dark emptiness, a singularity, or what could be called a cosmic egg, exploded in a blinding flash. The Big Bang had occurred. With the Big Bang came the birth of the four abstract conceptual beings, eternity, infinity, death, and oblivion. And also, the sole survivor from the previous universe, absorbed into the cosmic egg and now reborn alongside them, Galactus. As the Big Bang expanded, Syd's indescribable form also began influencing this new universe. His being, alongside the others, became one of the foundations and pillars of the cosmos. The universe evolved. Heat, light, energy, all things began to fill the expanding universe. Syd personally witnessed the entire process of cosmic evolution. After a time, eternity, infinity, death, oblivion, and Galactus each became aware of his presence. They sensed him, and realized what he was. A creator god, just like themselves, part of the universe, embodying aspects like light, heat, and positivity. Without him, there would be no light, no warmth, no positive forces within the universe. Sensing a being of equal standing, they naturally felt a deep goodwill toward him. Yet at the same time, an odd feeling stirred within them. You seem to have been born even earlier than us. Infinity, the goddess representing space, conveyed her thoughts telepathically, filled with disbelief. Hearing her words, eternity, representing time, also froze. He felt the same. He spoke. You feel it too. The five creator gods of the universe all exchanged shocked and confused thoughts. How could you have been born before us? Their perceptions couldn't possibly be wrong. Maybe one could make a mistake, but not all of them at once. They each sensed it, clearly, unmistakably. Thus, it had to be true. A deep sense of awe and reverence naturally rose in their hearts. This mysterious existence, they instinctively respected him. More ancient than them. Stronger, perhaps, than them. Initially, they had perceived him as embodying light, heat, and positivity, core aspects of the universe. But now, they weren't so sure. After all, if he existed before even they were born, then those assumptions might not be entirely accurate. What was he, truly? Faced with their questioning thoughts, Syd pondered briefly. Then, he chose not to answer. In the next moment, he vanished. His consciousness returned to reality. Hugh. Syd opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment flashing through them. He had appeared before eternity and the others, even earlier than they did. No doubt about it, it had to be the effect of the self-existence trait. Still, he couldn't help wondering whether what he'd just experienced was real or some kind of illusion. As he was deep in thought. Meanwhile, in the realm of death, and in other hidden corners of the universe where eternity, infinity, oblivion, and Galactus dwelled. All of them suddenly froze. Their expressions turned distant, as a new memory surfaced in their minds. Suddenly, they recalled something. At the dawn of the universe, they had indeed seen that younger brother of theirs. Although he hadn't appeared afterward, their memories of that ancient presence, of the one who embodied light, heat, and positivity, remained vivid and unmistakable. Most importantly, he had existed even before them. Such a mysterious being, how could they possibly forget? As they thought about it, the five Eternals' faces grew increasingly strange. Now, they each possessed two conflicting sets of memories. One memory saw Syd as their younger brother. The other saw him as an ancient elder, a figure older and greater than themselves. For a moment, their minds were in complete turmoil, unsure which memory was real. Even eternity, the personification of time, carefully examined reality but found no flaws. No sign that anything had been tampered with. Confused and uneasy, the others turned to eternity. Eternity, what's going on? Infinity, death, oblivion, and Galactus all reached out to him telepathically, seeking answers. But the next second, they heard eternity's own confused voice. I don't know either. Even as he answered them, eternity's consciousness returned to the birth of the universe, searching for clues. After careful examination, he was stunned to discover that Syd had indeed existed at the dawn of time. Yet this conflicted with all their previous memories. Could it be that their memories had been wrong? Or perhaps, tampered with? But that was impossible. At that moment, Infinity, full of doubt, couldn't help but voice her thought. Could it be, our little brother traveled back through time and altered the past? Hearing this, Galactus, Oblivion, and Death all felt a jolt of realization, maybe that was the answer. Yet surprisingly, Eternity did not agree. After a moment of deep thought, he shook his head and said, "You all know, I am time itself. If our little brother had traveled back and altered the past, there's no way I wouldn't have noticed." At those words, the other four fell silent. End of chapter. Chapter 617. The four, Death, Oblivion, Infinity, and Galactus, had just been wondering whether their little brother had used time travel abilities to go back to the beginning of the universe. But just as they voiced this suspicion, Eternity immediately denied it, leaving them all stunned. At that moment, the goddess of death pondered aloud. "That's true. If our youngest brother had really used time powers, Eternity, you would have sensed it. But if he didn't use time powers, how could he have existed at the birth of the universe?" This question left even Eternity at a loss. Yes, if no time travel had been involved, how had their little brother existed at the universe's beginning? Surely it couldn't be that their memories were wrong. The five creator gods thought in amazement. After a while, Galactus suddenly said, "Why don't we just go ask him directly?" At his suggestion, the other four immediately agreed. Very soon, each of them used their own means to contact their youngest brother, who was still on Earth. Meanwhile, not just the five, countless beings across the universe were also left dazed and confused. In their minds, two different memories had surfaced. In one memory, there had always been five creator gods. In the other, there had always been six creator gods, including a mysterious one representing light, heat, and positivity. This mysterious creator god had never appeared publicly. Few even knew of him, only those who had closely interacted with the five might have heard whispers of his existence. He had never shown himself. No one had seen him. Among the six, he was the most enigmatic. He had long been the subject of speculation and discussion across the cosmos. Many had debated why this creator god had never revealed himself. Now, sensing the two conflicting memories, beings all over the universe were left stunned. What was happening? How could there be an alternate memory? Had there really always been six creator gods? Countless individuals were plunged into confusion. Earth. At that moment, Syd was still pondering whether what he had experienced earlier had been real or not, when the voices of Eternity and the others reached his ears. "Our youngest brother, there's something we wish to ask you." Hearing their explanation, Syd's eyes flickered strangely. That memory, even the five creator gods possessed it. And it wasn't just them. Apparently, throughout the universe, there were legends of a sixth creator god. Even more, Eternity had firmly confirmed that this phenomenon had nothing to do with the manipulation of time. That's why they had come to ask him directly. Listening to them, Syd was increasingly astonished. He thought to himself, self-existence, could it really have nothing to do with time? He had assumed it was a temporal manipulation. But clearly, it wasn't. Under the five's watchful gazes, Syd fell into deep thought. After a while, a new idea struck him. Could this be related to causality? After all, while the Big Bang Theory explained the origin of the universe, it didn't explain the cause of the singularity, the cosmic egg's existence. Many theologians and philosophers had long argued for the concept of a first cause or an ultimate cause. This concept was meant to explain the origin and reason for the existence of everything, emphasizing that every effect must have a cause, and that cause must ultimately trace back to something that itself had no cause. Otherwise, there would be an infinite regress of causes, which is illogical. Thus, there must be a first cause. And traditionally, that first cause was God. He occupied the position of the first cause and ultimate reason. Syd speculated. So, maybe self-existence connects me to the first cause. Is that why I appeared before the birth of the universe? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Yet he also felt it couldn't be explained so simply. After all, God himself was a literal bug, and causality alone probably only explained part of it. More likely, deeper divine forces were involved. As he continued pondering, Syd suddenly noticed something strange. It seems I haven't claimed the first cause of the multiverse, only that of this universe. He immediately tried sensing it carefully. And sure enough, he discovered that in the other universes he'd visited, such as the X-Men prequel universe, he had indeed appeared before their big bangs. The next moment, he casually used dreamwalking, sending part of his consciousness to a brand new parallel universe. A few seconds later, after becoming that universe's creator god, he confirmed one thing. Only in universes he had visited could he occupy the position of first cause. In universes he hadn't visited, self-existence had no effect. In other words, self-existence, for now, only operated at the single universe level. It had not yet reached the multiversal level, or beyond. It hadn't even influenced the earlier history of the 616 main universe. Syd hadn't forgotten what Galactus truly was. Unlike the four abstract beings, eternity, infinity, death, and oblivion, Galactus had once been a mortal being. He was the sole survivor of the previous universe, absorbed into the cosmic egg and reborn. Strictly speaking, Galactus was not so much a creator god as he was holding a cosmic position. Every time a universe was destroyed, the last living being would become the next Galactus. That's why Galactus was so different. He had a physical body rather than being a purely conceptual existence. It was also why he was often weaker, and why he could be defeated or even killed without the universe collapsing. Whenever great cosmic disasters struck, Galactus was usually the first to fall. Whereas Eternity and the others rarely encountered real danger. Simply put, poor Uncle Galactus, defeated again and again. 616's main universe was born after the destruction of the previous one. Syd frowned, feeling a wave of disappointment. Self-existence seemed powerful, but it hadn't allowed him to seize the first cause of the multiverse. Nor even the first cause of the earliest history of 616. The more he thought about it, the deeper his disappointment grew. But then, he suddenly realized something, freezing in place. Wait, this might not be a problem with self-existence itself, it's my problem. While he had obtained the self-existence trait, its effectiveness clearly depended on his own strength. After all, I'm not even at the multiversal level yet. Naturally, self-existence can't touch the multiverse. Realizing this, Syd finally understood. The issue wasn't the ability itself. It was that he lacked the full godhood necessary to unleash its true effects. He was missing the true components needed to claim the ultimate first cause. Similarly, he recalled that Chaos Magic's reality warping ability also depended heavily on strength and completeness. End of chapter. Chapter 551. New fanfic. Naruto, 1 wish per day. Looking at Baldur's 99% unlock progress, Syd's eyes were filled with anticipation. Photon energy plus 103. In just this short while, the energy points had skyrocketed to a considerable amount, likely enough to push the final 1% of progress. After all this time, Baldur's panel is finally about to improve. Syd muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he poured all his energy points into Baldur's unlock progress. Energy points depleted. Energy points, 0. Unlock progress, 100%. The moment the unlock progress hit 100%, Syd immediately felt a change. This feeling. Syd was slightly stunned. Compared to before, he had grown incredibly powerful, able to perceive far more than before. Syd could only feel that, under his influence, the history of this universe seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. What is this? He couldn't help but frown. Instinctively, he rejected this change, not wanting it to occur within the main universe of 616. After all, the current situation was already good enough, there was no need for unnecessary changes. Following his will, the changes to the 616 main universe disappeared. However, the changes resulting from Baldur's 100% unlock progress didn't just stop there. With his powerful perception, Syd faintly sensed that such changes were occurring in other universes. He could feel that some information related to him was beginning to appear in other universes. As for what exactly that information was, it was too far away, beyond the range of his abstract perception, so he couldn't be entirely sure. Thinking about this, a hint of curiosity appeared in Syd's eyes. What kind of information will appear in other universes? Once I finish dealing with the new mimicry target, I'll go take a look at those other universes. Syd thought to himself with great interest. Thinking of this, his attention was naturally drawn elsewhere. With Baldur's unlock progress reaching 100%, he immediately sensed the existence of another panel. A panel belonging to a new mimicry target. In an instant, curiosity and anticipation surged in Syd's heart. Who could it be? This feeling of opening a mystery box and drawing a prize was pretty good to him. but I hope it's someone strong. Syd prayed silently. I'm not asking for someone like Balder, but at least someone on par with Orochi. That way, as the unlock progress improves, it'll be of some use. With this thought in mind, and feeling like he was opening a mystery box, he looked expectantly at the newly appeared mimicry panel. Then, in the next second, he was stunned. Name, Syd Castell. Age, 17, normal lifespan, infinity days. Mutant abilities, mimicry, energy absorption. Current mimicry target, God, titles, creator, God of creation, omniscient and omnipotent one. Unlock progress, 1%. Abilities, not unlocked. Energy points, 309. First of all, the name was fine, just as before, so he ignored it. The age was also accurate. Compared to before, he had indeed gone from 16 to 17. However, what was displayed in the parentheses after his age had changed, from remaining lifespan to normal lifespan. And the number of days after his lifespan was now represented by an infinity symbol. Syd was very familiar with this symbol. It had appeared in some anime and TV series before. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, certain God cards had this value, and in the TV drama Pawnshop number 8, the number 8 represented infinity. When he was a child, he didn't understand it, but when he grew up, he understood. Infinity represents infinity, something endless, also known as a Mobius strip. If a person keeps walking along a Mobius strip, they can never stop, as it never ends and keeps looping. In other words, his lifespan was now infinite. Of course, this was only normal lifespan, it didn't mean he couldn't die. If someone killed him, having an infinite lifespan would be useless. This only meant he no longer had to worry about lifespan and had truly become a god. He had already anticipated this, so he wasn't too surprised. The mutant abilities also displayed correctly, but what shocked him was the new mimicry target. God. Syd was stunned. If it was just these two words, he might not be sure, but with the titles that followed, he instantly recognized who this existence was. Creator, God of creation, omniscient and omnipotent one. Syd muttered to himself. This time, the mimicry target was actually God. Just moments ago, he was praying, hoping that the mimicry target wouldn't be too weak, at least on par with Orochi. Otherwise, it wouldn't be of much use. He hadn't expected that not only was the new target not weak, but it was. Syd's heart was racing. Compared to Orochi, Scarlet Witch, and Balder, this time's target was definitely several levels above them. If the myths were true, and the title of Omniscient and Omnipotent One was real, then Syd couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become. I was just thinking about how to reach the multiverse level, but it seems I don't need to worry about that anymore. After pondering for a moment, Syd shook his head. Forget it, only children make choices. I'll choose both paths. On one hand, he would increase the unlock progress of God, while on the other, he would explore the multiverse to find other ways to enhance his strength. Speaking of which, he really did come up with a way to reach the multiverse level. Killing the one behind the time variance authority, Khan the Conqueror, and taking his place in managing the sacred timeline. Just like in Loki Season 2, where Loki's final ending allowed him to transcend the tiers and become the god of time, a multiverse-level deity. Of course, the downside was obvious. This kind of action was a form of sacrifice, giving up one's own freedom. To free each timeline, Loki's true self was practically confined to that place, unable to leave. As for whether Loki could create avatars to travel through different timelines, that was unknown. In the end, Loki never displayed much power, it was only speculated that his power level was at the multiverse level. As for what his true power was, that was still unclear. After thinking it over, Syd shook his head and immediately abandoned that idea. Compared to sacrificing himself to liberate the multiverse, he would much rather become a god who could act however he pleased. Moreover, even now, Syd still felt wary of Khan the Conqueror. That guy seemed like an ordinary person, but Syd couldn't figure out his true nature. If even Loki could achieve that level of power, would the one who controlled the sacred timeline, Kang, be weak? In the Loki series, Kang had already shown his ability to manipulate time and edit it as he pleased. End of chapter. Chapter 619. This fanfic already ended in P at Trian. Feeling the universe rapidly growing stronger for no apparent reason, Eternity and the others were filled with astonishment and confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, they sensed something. They realized that the portion of the universe representing light, warmth, positivity, belonging to their youngest brother, was rapidly becoming stronger. Because that portion had grown too powerful, the rest of the universe was being affected, and was strengthening alongside it. What did our youngest brother do? Sensing this phenomenon, they were filled with disbelief. What had he done to cause the part of the universe associated with him to suddenly become so overwhelmingly powerful? And even more unbelievable, it was dragging the rest of the universe along, making it stronger too. While they were bewildered, on the other side, Syd was also feeling the surge of power flooding in from those 100 or so universes. At this moment, he had the sensation that with just a flick of his hand, he could easily destroy the 616 main universe, or even several universes. In short, he could feel that he had completely transcended the single universe level. After soaking in this feeling for a while, Syd quickly pulled himself back together, his expression turning serious. I've only conquered about 100 universes, and I already have this much strength. What about those multiversal level beings like the True Eternity and others? He had never forgotten that the Eternity in the 616 main universe was merely an avatar, the True Eternity was at the multiversal level. And their strength. To put it figuratively, the 616 universe was like a single cell, and countless such cells made up the multiverse, forming the true multiversal Eternity and others. Thinking about this, Syd felt a heavy weight settle on his heart. He murmured to himself. Compared to the multiversal Eternity, I'm still far too weak. I wonder when I'll truly reach the multiversal level. Suddenly, he noticed that the speed at which self-existence and eternal being was lighting up universes was indeed accelerating with time. Realizing it wasn't just his imagination, Syd immediately formed a guess. The more universes that get lit up, the stronger self-existence and eternal being becomes, and the faster its efficiency. He recalled how at the first level, self-existence and eternal being had upgraded itself automatically. Now, even at level 5, it still functioned like a divine perpetual motion machine. His eyes lit up. This meant that as time passed, he would continue to grow stronger. Eventually, he might even become multiversal. However, there might not be enough time left for him to fully grow. Syd pondered grimly, recalling the death scene he had glimpsed when he used the black stone artifact not long ago. Facing the true body of an old one, he might not have enough time to reach the multiversal level before dying. Syd's gaze shifted back to his panel, focusing on the God imitation progress. Unlock progress, 30%. The next moment, he poured all the energy points he had accumulated recently into the unlock progress. Instantly, the progress value changed. Unlock progress, 39%. Syd frowned slightly, doing a quick calculation in his mind. The consumption rate increased, he muttered to himself. Normally, his progress should have reached over 40% by now, not just 39%. However, he quickly composed himself and wasn't too surprised. When he had previously unlocked the powers of the Great Serpent, Scarlet Witch, and Balder, he had encountered similar situations. It was within expectations. Besides, things were different now. He was accumulating energy points at an absurdly fast rate, so higher consumption didn't matter much. After organizing his thoughts, he focused again on the 39% unlock progress. I wonder, will I gain a new ability from God at 40%? Or will it be at 45%, or even 50%? And will God's omniscience and omnipotence finally appear? Syd's eyes were filled with anticipation. It won't take long at the current speed of energy accumulation. Just then, he heard the astonished voices of Eternity and the others. The universe is suddenly getting stronger, what's happening? Hearing their questions, Syd was momentarily stunned. He really didn't know how to answer them. He couldn't very well tell them that he had just gained the power of over 100 universes, indirectly strengthening the 616 main universe, could he? For this situation, he could only continue to vaguely reply, I'm not sure. While he was casually dealing with the 5, elsewhere at Xavier's Academy. On the school's open grounds. Professor X, Logan, Iceman, and other mutant students looked up at the sky, watching as a red-haired woman floated down. As she landed, Logan and the others immediately rushed toward her. Jean. Is it really you? Cyclops asked, his voice trembling. Jean, you're alive. What happened? Logan and the others were overwhelmed with emotion as they stared at her. Jean smiled warmly and quickly explained. Hearing that a mysterious figure in white had saved her, Professor X and the others instantly thought of a particular figure. The white-clothed hero. They exchanged glances, shocked, but also understanding. It had to be the creator-level white-clothed hero. Who else could have the ability to revive Jean? They each filled in the blanks in their minds, picturing the scene. Photon energy plus 5,157. Photon energy plus 5,157. Having shaken off the Five's questioning, Syd continued to wait as his energy points grew and self-existence and eternal being lit up more universes. Suddenly, he remembered something and took out the black stone artifact. With my current strength, could I hold out against that old one's true body? With that thought, he immediately poured energy into the artifact. The familiar pulling sensation appeared, and Syd's vision blurred. Outside the pitch-black universe, a nameless, formless being cloaked in dark mist emerged. However, what followed was almost no different from before. The old one's tentacle still pierced through his chest effortlessly, he couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. The familiar contemptuous voice sounded. A feeble ant who dares to offend me, this is your fate. Becoming my puppet will be your final destiny. Suddenly, the vision froze and he was pulled back to reality. Even after gaining the power of over 100 universes, I'm still no match for that old one's true body. The gap is still this vast. Syd frowned deeply. Feeling the crushing difference, he dared not idle any longer. While self-existence and eternal being automatically lit up more universes, he frantically began casting dreamwalking. One by one, his consciousness fragments entered different unfamiliar universes. Each time he became a creator within a universe, his consciousness would quickly return, repeating the process in a cycle. With the combined effort of himself and self-existence and eternal being, the speed at which universes were conquered increased dramatically, and his strength soared. One universe after another became part of him. Just as he was growing stronger, after about an hour, something abnormal happened outside Earth. A massive space fluctuation appeared. The sudden wave jolted Syd awake. He immediately turned his gaze toward outer space, silently on alert. Is the old one's true body arriving? Making the worst-case assumption, Syd prepared to flee the 616 main universe if necessary, though he knew that if the being was as strong as the death vision had shown, his chances of escape were slim. While he observed, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, and some other sorcerers at Kamartaj also sensed the anomaly. A massive spatial fluctuation. Who could it be? The Ancient One and others hastily cast spells to investigate. Under their and Syd's watchful eyes, a colossal spatial rift appeared in outer space. Then, one after another, giant beings exuding vast auras appeared. The moment they descended, their overwhelming presence surged outward, pressing down on Earth and causing countless hearts to tremble. It's the Celestials. Seeing the colorful giants, the Ancient One and the others' faces grew grave and shocked. And not just them, countless people across the globe noticed the abnormality. Government agencies scrambled to redirect satellites. When they saw the Celestials, they were stunned. Celestials. Hundreds of Celestials floated densely around Earth, eyeing the planet like predators surrounding prey. And what they intended seemed obvious. Most likely, they were here for the white-clothed hero. At that moment, a familiar red-armored Celestial stepped forward. Glaring down at Earth, his gaze ice-cold, he declared. White-clothed hero, I told you, I would return. The voice of Arishem the Judge echoed across Earth, reaching everyone's ears. Many who had witnessed previous events immediately realized who he was, the Celestial who had once been defeated by the white-clothed hero and barely escaped. At the same time, Syd was also observing the Celestials. His gaze swept across the 5 strongest Celestials at the front. These 5 felt overwhelmingly powerful to his senses, comparable even to the earlier strength of the abstract entities. Of course, the abstract entities had grown stronger recently thanks to him. Well, all except Galactus. At that moment, among the 5 powerful Celestials, a fully purple one frowned and said, Arishem, are you sure this white-clothed hero is really on this planet? Is he truly as powerful as you claim? Even as he spoke, there was visible skepticism in his eyes. The other 4 elite Celestials, and indeed most of the Celestials present, also harbored doubts. How could a single being on one planet possibly be so powerful? And even be acknowledged as the 6th creator? There were supposed to be only 5 creators. How could there be 6? What was going on? While the hundreds of Celestials watched, Arishem solemnly nodded. Meanwhile, on Earth, staring at the surrounding Celestials, Syd's brow furrowed slightly. In the next moment, he activated his space-shifting ability. Under the watching eyes of Arishem and the Celestials, his figure instantly appeared outside Earth. The moment they saw him, Arishem's gaze turned even colder. Nearly 200 Celestials stared intently at the men in white. The tension thickened rapidly. On Earth, governments nervously monitored the situation. Even dimensional demon gods sensed the disturbance across the solar system. In Asgard, Heimdall, observing the 9 realms, immediately reported the situation to Odin. Soon, Thor and the others also turned their attention toward the solar system. At Omnipotent City, also known as the Pantheon, Zeus and other gods, who had been keeping an eye on Earth, now focused their full attention. All the god pantheons were secretly watching. At the same time, as part of the universe itself, eternity, infinity, death, oblivion, and even Galactus all sensed the turmoil within the solar system. Since this was the home of their youngest brother, they couldn't ignore it. The moment the anomaly erupted, they immediately noticed. Seeing nearly 200 Celestials, eternity simmered with anger. What is Arishem trying to do? Most of these Celestials weren't even Eternity's creations, they were foreign invaders. Especially those 5 strongest Celestials. They nearly matched his previous strength and posed a true threat back then. Though surprised by their strength, he wasn't entirely shocked. Most of the Celestials within the universe were originally created to maintain balance, but because of their divided duties, the majority weren't particularly powerful. Hence, Celestials occasionally dying wasn't rare. They weren't supposed to be stronger than him. However, some Celestials from beyond the universe were exceptions. They were relics of earlier cosmic epochs, some of them were even stronger than him. Now, the attention of the 5 abstract entities turned toward their youngest brother. Could he handle the Celestials? Would they need to intervene? While they watched. In the solar system, facing the army of Celestials, Syd's brow furrowed slightly. He, too, had sensed everything. And he understood even more than Eternity did. He knew full well. Among the Celestials from beyond the universe, some possessed terrifying strength. It wasn't just the colorful Celestials, there were also the dark ones. Before the Marvel multiverse even existed, there was only a single universe, its sentient being known as the First Firmament. Feeling lonely, the First Firmament created the earliest Celestials, the Black Celestials. Later, the Black Celestials, modeling themselves after their creator, created the colorful Celestials. As time passed, ideological rifts developed between the two types, eventually culminating in a war. The battle was so intense that it even damaged the First Firmament itself. Its shattered fragments later formed the multiverse. Thus, the early Celestials were unimaginably powerful. They had torn apart the First Firmament's body, after all. Thinking of this, Syd's brow furrowed tighter. While he was deep in thought. From afar, Arishem saw his expression and sneered inwardly. Now you're afraid. Where's all your arrogance from before? Today will be your death, he declared coldly. End of chapter. Chapter 620. 700 PS. Under the gaze of countless people on Earth, dimensional demon gods, gods from Asgard and other pantheons, and even the 5 abstract entities, the celestial judge Arishem spoke. Facing the white-clothed figure floating outside Earth, he said coldly. Today is your day of death. His tone was utterly firm, without a hint of hesitation, filled with confidence that his words would become reality. Hearing his words, nearly 200 Celestials present, whether it was the 5 strongest or the others, held the same belief. This white-clothed creator was indeed strong, but against 5 beings of comparable level plus the aid of countless Celestials, how could he possibly win? He would inevitably fall. They were filled with absolute confidence. As Arishem's words fell, the leaders of nations across Earth were shaken. That guy really thinks he can defeat the white-clothed hero. Could the white-clothed hero actually lose? The thought left them stunned. And it wasn't just them, even the hidden dimensional demon gods were startled. Were the Celestials really that confident? Sensing the terrifying pressure released by the 5 strongest among the nearly 200 Celestials, even the demon gods had to admit, Arishem might indeed have some basis for his confidence. So what would happen to the white-clothed hero? At that moment, the gods of the various pantheons shared the same uneasy feeling. Under the watchful eyes of all these beings, the white-clothed existence they focused on spoke calmly. Is that so? His voice was mysterious, like the very truth of the universe, echoing through space. Hearing him, many Celestials sneered. Still boasting even at the edge of death. Arishem exchanged glances with the others and ordered coldly. Attack together. Don't give him a chance to escape. The Celestials all nodded. The next second, multicolored beams of energy erupted from their hands, along with psychic powers and other abilities. A multicolored ocean of energy surged toward Syd at astonishing speed. Watching the tidal wave of energy approach, Syd remained indifferent. With a mere thought, he drew upon gamma-ray bursts occurring across the universe. He even actively created more gamma-ray bursts, imbuing them with his divine conceptual power. Boom. Invisible gamma-ray bursts swept across the entire solar system. Of course, under Syd's control, they caused no harm to anything within the solar system, only targeting the Celestials. Boom. The gamma-ray bursts, moving at unimaginable speeds, collided head-on with the Celestials' energy attacks. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave spread across space. Seeing this, Arishem and the others were stunned. This guy actually blocked the combined attack of the Celestials alone. Before they could process it, Syd, who had casually unleashed gamma-ray bursts, slowly raised his right hand. A deep crimson light of chaos magic flared up. He closed his hand into a fist toward the gathered Celestials. In a flash, agonized screams erupted. Countless witnesses were stunned to see 71 Celestials enveloped by the crimson light, compressed into tiny masses. Their armor twisted, their bones shattered, and blood splattered across space. In the blink of an eye, these 71 Celestials were crushed to death by chaos magic. Seeing the white-clothed creator casually obliterate 71 Celestials with a single gesture, even Arishem and the 5 strongest Celestials showed utter disbelief. How could it be so effortless? Just like that, 71 of them gone. Vaguely, they began to realize something was wrong about this white-clothed creator's strength. While they were reeling in shock, everyone on Earth, governments, demon gods, and pantheon gods alike, were left speechless. At the same time, Syd didn't wait for them to react. He wasn't interested in playing around anymore. Slowly, he closed his eyes. In the next moment, infinite light gathered around him, and for an instant, the entire universe was illuminated. Outside the solar system, a colossal being shining with radiant, indescribable, and unbearable brilliance manifested. The being stretched out a hand. In the palm of its hand, the entire solar system sat. Syd looked down indifferently at the tiny Celestials scattered across the solar system. The next second, the power of over 100 universes surged forward like an ocean of light, enveloping the 5 strongest Celestials and Arishem along with the others. Boom. Under the disbelieving gazes of Arishem and the others, their bodies froze entirely. They were like insects trapped in amber, fragile and pitiful. They looked upward and saw the white-clothed creator, who now seemed larger than the entire solar system itself. But what truly terrified them wasn't the size. It was the overwhelming power blanketing them. No matter how they struggled or resisted, they couldn't move at all. Simultaneously, a deep crimson light of chaos magic shrouded them, twisting and altering reality. Their special abilities were completely disabled, sealed off and silenced. This absolute, crushing force left even Arishem and the Celestials in a state of disbelief. How can your power be this strong? How could such power even exist? Arishem murmured in stunned disbelief. At the same time, the 5 strongest Celestials, each comparable to the earlier abstract entities, were also completely dumbfounded. Among them, a blue Celestial named Damien exclaimed in panic. Even if you're the creator of this universe, you shouldn't be this powerful. This isn't normal. Each of us 5 is close to the strength of eternity and the others, how could you possibly? His furious and terrified voice echoed through the void. Hearing these words, many Earthlings, who had assumed the Celestials were just weaklings, froze in shock. The 5 strongest Celestials' power was close to that of the abstract entities. Then how could the white-clothed hero crush them so effortlessly? Surely it couldn't be that the white-clothed hero could also easily suppress Eternity and the others. They found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, the demon gods across various dimensions were equally stunned. Compared to humans, they could sense far more. They clearly felt the vast power radiating from the 5 Celestials and realized they weren't lying. What shocked them now was the white-clothed hero's own power. The level of this strength. In Asgard, Odin, Thor, and the others were dumbfounded. In other pantheons like Omnipotent City, Zeus and the other gods felt much the same. End of chapter. Chapter 621. 800 PS. At this moment, feeling the radiant light that enveloped and imprisoned them, along with the deep crimson energy that suppressed their powers, another celestial named Tolt muttered in disbelief, "This power far surpasses the level of a single universe. Could it be that you're a multiverse-level being?" "No, that's impossible." Just as his shocked words fell, ordinary people on Earth like Tony weren't too fazed, they didn't really understand what it meant. But at Camartage, the Ancient One and Doctor Strange exchanged glances and gasped sharply. Multiverse level. In their eyes, only the Vishanti, the triad who backed Camartage, could ever reach that realm. The Vishanti were known as guardians of the multiverse. Besides them, there was also Sidorak and a few other entities they knew of who transcended single-universe boundaries. These beings were unimaginably rare. Each of them was incomprehensibly powerful, terrifying, even. Yet now, a Celestial had declared that this man in white had exceeded the single-universe level and stepped into the multiverse realm. How could that be? As everyone grappled with shock and disbelief, the demon gods across various dimensions were no less stunned. Multiverse level. Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension, was utterly dumbfounded. This kind of power utterly eclipsed his own. How could this white-robed man possess such might? Not just him, Mephisto, Lucifer, and other great beings shared the same feeling in their hearts. In the Omnipotent City, gods like Zeus all gasped in horror. Meanwhile, Eternity, Infinity, Death, Oblivion, and the World Devourer were all dumbfounded. Multiverse level. They were nearly frozen in disbelief. No one understood more than they did what it truly meant to be multiverse level. But now, their youngest brother had reached that level. While they were still reeling, the celestial judge Erisham was overcome with despair. A proper creator god should never grow in strength this fast. His hopelessness deepened, and he shouted, "You're a monster." Outside the solar system. Looking down upon the solar system from afar, the white-robed figure, Syd, was eerily calm. A voice echoed, mysterious, as if it were the truth of the cosmos. "Looks like today is your day to die." Hearing the very words he himself had once uttered, Erisham's heart filled with bitter resentment. Syd, still gazing at the Celestials' pitiful state, sensing their unwillingness, terror, despair, and hatred, didn't say a word. He simply ended it. In the next instant, golden beams composed of light, heat, and abstract concepts surged forth and pierced through the Celestials. "No. Spare us!" Erisham and the others screamed in agony. As their bodies rapidly dissolved under the golden light, their hearts were consumed with hatred and despair. But no matter how much they screamed or resented it, the result was the same: they faded into nothingness. Soon, silence returned to the solar system. All the Celestials that had appeared were now gone. With the Celestials dealt with, Syd had no intention of lingering. His abstract form dissolved into beams of light and disappeared beyond the solar system. Watching him vanish, whether it was the countless humans on Earth, the dimension gods, or the divine pantheons, or even beings like Eternity, they were all left in stunned silence. That was it. That fast. Back in the dark dimension. The Celestials were actually killed off just like that. That white-robed freak is a monster. Dormammu growled, fear gripping his heart. He immediately shrank back and did everything he could to hide, terrified that the white-robed one might notice him. He didn't even dare to respond to his own worshippers on Earth anymore. As countless beings were discussing the event. In a quiet corner of New York, Syd reappeared. After glancing around, he fell into thought and muttered to himself, "Finally took care of that nuisance. That celestial judge Erisham was finally dead." But I just don't know if the deaths of these Celestials will attract attention from others outside this universe. After pondering a while, he didn't dwell on it. Whatever came, he would face it. The most important thing now was to keep getting stronger. As long as his strength kept rising, what could the Celestials do to him? With that in mind, Syd immediately began using his dreamwalking technique. His consciousness split apart and traveled to countless unknown universes, gathering experiences and then returning. At the same time, Self-Born Eternal was at work, lighting up universe after universe like tiny points of light. Syd noticed the efficiency of Self-Born Eternal growing at a remarkable rate. Realizing this, his anticipation surged. Before long, the speed at which Self-Born Eternal lit up universes would reach a staggering level, spreading like a virus. And when that time came, that will be when I truly become multiverse level. Syd whispered to himself. Of course, imitating God might also help him reach that step even faster. Unlock progress, 39%. With great anticipation, Syd continued lighting up universes while silently accumulating energy points. Photon energy plus 5,157. Photon energy plus 5,157. 3 hours passed, and his energy point count shifted. Energy points, 21.53 million. Unable to resist, Syd dumped them all into unlocking progress. The next moment, the progress bar changed. Unlock progress, 48%. Syd's eyes gleamed with hope. But to his disappointment, the expected system notification didn't come. Does it need 50% or more? He sighed and could only continue stockpiling energy points and sending his consciousness across universes, supporting Self-Born Eternal's mission to ignite more worlds. 1,100 universes. 1,200 universes. As Self-Born Eternal grew stronger, its universe ignition speed increased dramatically. The torrent of energy from over 1,000 universes surged into him, making him vastly more powerful than before. At the same time, Universe 616, being anchored to him, also grew several times stronger. By now, eternity, infinity, death, oblivion, and the World Devourer had grown completely numb. Feeling the strengthening of the universe, they had initially felt discomfort. Now, they were almost used to it. Of course, they could tell what was causing it. The sheer abundance of light, heat, and positivity had grown overwhelming. No matter how much they asked, their youngest brother never answered. They could only continue to observe with suspicion and awe as the universe grew ever stronger. Still, it wasn't all bad. Eternity, infinity, death, and oblivion were pleasantly surprised to find their powers also increasing significantly. As for the one exception, the World Devourer was consumed with envy, practically wishing he could take Syd's place. End of chapter. Chapter 622. As Syd continued gathering energy and lighting up universes, while countless beings were still discussing recent events. Inside the Time Variance Authority, Mobius and the others had also just witnessed the fall of Arishem and the rest of the Celestials. Beyond feeling pity for Arishem and his kind, they were utterly shaken by the power displayed by the men in white. He's getting stronger. How is this happening? How is he doing this? Whether it was Agent Mobius or the others, all were equally horrified and stunned as they watched the demise of so many powerful Celestials. They had heard Tolt's final words before his death too. The men in white had possibly reached multiverse level. Their archives certainly contained records of such terrifying beings. And just thinking about such entities made their scalps tingle and filled them with dread. At that moment, a black-suited man in his 30s, named Patrick, said anxiously, "We can't let this white-clad man continue growing stronger, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." As soon as he said this, a series of frightening images flashed through everyone's mind. Syd's current strength had already surpassed the single-universe level and was suspected to have reached multiverse tier. If allowed to continue, there would be no more doubt, he would become multiversal. And when that happened, the Time Variance Authority would definitely be in trouble. They hadn't forgotten how many times they had offended him before. Once he became a true multiverse-level being, they might be the first target he'd eliminate. That thought made Mobius and the others deeply uneasy. Patrick scanned everyone's expression and suddenly said, "Let's prune the timeline of Universe 616. It's the only way to truly get rid of him." Silence fell. Mobius, Judge Renslayer, and the others exchanged looks. Finally, they made their decision. Even though the 616 universe was tied into the sacred timeline, they had no other choice now, they had to prune it. Compared to preserving the 616 timeline, erasing this anomaly, the white-robed being, was far more important. Once decided, they immediately ran to the timeline pruning console and began operating it. This time, they didn't even notify the timekeepers. A short while later, all eyes were fixed on a monitor. A glowing thread representing the 616 timeline was slowly fading from existence. Seeing this, they began to smile. It worked. We finally got rid of that white-robed freak. They were ecstatic. With the erasure of the 616 timeline, its entire universe would vanish. No matter how powerful that man was, once the timeline ceased, so would he. As they stared at the screen in excitement and anticipation. Meanwhile, in Universe 616, on a remote, uninhabited part of Earth, Syd was seated with his eyes closed, performing dreamwalking and assisting Self-Born Eternal in lighting more universes. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart, and his eyes snapped open. What's this? He sensed that something was wrong with the universe. It was collapsing. It was a familiar sensation. He had felt the same in Universe 838 when he seized the Darkhold, exploring the remnants of a shattered universe. Immediately, his vast, abstract consciousness swept across the entire universe to probe deeper. And the next second, he found it. The timeline. Someone was trying to erase the timeline of Universe 616. He instantly knew who was behind it. The Time Variance Authority. I haven't even gone after you yet, and you dare come after me. Syd's gaze turned icy. Ever since he had gained Self-Born Eternal, he had lost all fear of time-related powers. Even if the 616 timeline collapsed, he would remain unaffected. At most, the rest of Universe 616 would fall apart, but the part that belonged to him would remain intact. In a sense, he had already transcended time itself. The TVA's threat level had dropped several tiers in his eyes. If not for the sake of caution, and needing to gather more power, he would have long since obliterated their entire headquarters with a single blow. As he pondered this, he frowned. Even though he wouldn't be harmed, Odin, Thor, Frigga, Tony, Logan, everyone he knew, would be doomed. Everything familiar to him would disappear. He would never allow the TVA to succeed. Besides, something like this was simple to deal with. Syd muttered, TVA, do you really think that if the timeline breaks, the universe must collapse? Yes, under normal logic that's true. But in the next instant, light erupted throughout the universe. Outside Earth, Syd's abstract concept body materialized. Simultaneously, his material divine body on Earth dissolved into beams of light and merged with the abstract form. His appearance stunned everyone on Earth. They were bewildered not only by the strange change in their surroundings, but also by the sudden appearance of the white-robed men. At the same time, eternity, infinity, death, oblivion, and the world devourer sensed something was wrong. In the starry void, the Silver Surfer stared in surprise as he saw the world devourer's face contoured in shock. A second later, the devourer whispered in disbelief, the universe is collapsing, what's going on? He tried to halt the process, only to realize, to his horror, that he couldn't. The collapse felt inevitable. As panic set in, he too noticed the anomaly manifesting outside Earth, the arrival of his youngest brother. He's noticed it too. Can he stop this? The world devourer muttered anxiously. Meanwhile, inside the TVA, Mobius and the others were still monitoring 616 and had also seen the spectacle outside Earth. Seeing the white-robed figure appear, Patrick and the others sneered, shaking their heads. It was obvious that the men had noticed something was wrong and had come to intervene. But would it work? The timeline's been erased. The collapse of 616 is guaranteed. No one can stop it. Not even you, white-clad one. They spoke with smug certainty, waiting eagerly for the look of despair to appear on his face. Unfortunately for them, his abstract concept face was cloaked in divine radiance, they couldn't see a thing. Just as they were lamenting that, they saw him slowly raise his right hand. End of chapter. Chapter 623. Syd extended his right hand, and in that instant, a deep crimson glow of chaos magic lit up around it. Boom. Amidst the stunned gazes of countless beings, a terrifying surge of chaos magic erupted. The next second, even the panicking World Devourer and other cosmic entities couldn't help but freeze in astonishment. They could feel it, the universe's collapse was stopping. Inside the Time Variance Authority, Patrick and the others, who had been excitedly awaiting the 616 universe's destruction, suddenly froze. Their expectant expressions turned stiff, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? They were completely stunned. The collapse of the universe had actually stopped. What did that white-robed man do? How could this happen? They refused to believe it. The timeline had already been erased, how could the universe remain unaffected? Then, all eyes locked onto Syd's right hand, and the crimson energy radiating outward. Did he rewrite the universe's reality? He changed the logic that says, if the timeline collapses, the universe must collapse. How could something like this be possible? Mobius and the rest were utterly shaken. Just then, they noticed something on their display screen. The time thread of the 616 universe, which had nearly vanished, was rapidly recovering. This scene shocked them to the core. They immediately began frantically operating the controls, trying to erase the 616 timeline again. But to their horror, they discovered that their commands were no longer affecting the timeline at all. What's going on? While panic and disbelief overtook them. Back in the 616 universe, drifting through the cosmos, the World Devourer sensed the universe's collapse halting, and couldn't help but exhale in relief. Then, as he looked toward Earth and the dazzling white-robed figure hovering outside it, his face filled with wonder. He could feel it clearly now, some of the universe's core logic had been altered. This youngest brother of theirs had rewritten reality. So this is his ability as a creator god. This kind of power, it's truly remarkable. The World Devourer was stunned. He had once thought his little brother's powers were limited to controlling light, nothing too special. But now he saw that Syd could distort and rewrite the very fabric of reality itself. That kind of power was no joke. Was he trying to give us a surprise? To think he hid such a terrifying ability from us. If we hadn't found out now, we really would have been shocked when we met in a few days. The World Devourer smiled faintly to himself. When they met up again, he planned to have Syd demonstrate this power for them in detail, just to see it firsthand. But clearly, Syd's surprise had been spoiled. The other four cosmic entities, Eternity, Infinity, Death, and Oblivion, were thinking the same. Thankfully, they had found out in advance. Otherwise, they'd truly have been floored. Syd's planned surprise had completely backfired. The four laughed to themselves. Outside Earth, looking over the now stabilized universe, Syd withdrew his chaos magic-imbued right hand, without much surprise. After all, when it came to altering reality, chaos magic had no issue handling this kind of situation. Even if the logic was completely broken, chaos magic could simply rewrite it. Now, thanks to the spell, the 616 universe's timeline had become a mutation. With the collapse crisis resolved, Syd turned his attention toward the Time Variance Authority. In a few hours, I'll deal with you. Once he made further progress on mimicking God's abilities and unlocked another skill, gaining one more trump card, he would invade the TVA directly. He was getting seriously fed up with those troublesome people. If not for Khan the Conqueror still being a wild variable, he'd have already crushed them long ago. Just as well, I'll use this time to visit Asgard. Syd had made up his mind to head to Asgard, to help Thor and the others improve their strength. After all, if they were too weak, they'd die at the drop of a hat, which would be troublesome to deal with. If the TVA came knocking again, Thor and the rest wouldn't stand a chance. With that thought, Syd's abstract divine body transformed into threads of light and vanished. A moment later, his physical divine body reappeared. He waved his hand, and a golden portal to Asgard opened. With a flicker, his figure drifted through and appeared in the skies above the realm of the gods. He hadn't tried to hide his presence, so Heimdall sensed him immediately. After Heimdall's notification, Thor and the others quickly got the message. Soon, they emerged from the palace and gathered in Asgard's grand plaza. Gazing up at the white-robed figure in the sky, Thor shouted joyfully, "Brother, you've finally returned to Asgard." Beside him, Odin frowned slightly. "What's going on?" Under everyone's watchful gaze, Syd slowly descended and calmly said, "I've come to enhance your powers." Surprise spread across their faces. Enhance our powers? How? Both Odin and Thor looked confused and curious. Without explaining, Syd simply extended his right hand and activated his creation power. Instantly, mysterious divine energy spread and flowed toward Odin. The aging All-Father, with white hair and a massive frame that had grown weak, suddenly felt a divine, incomprehensible energy envelop him. Under this divine power, every flaw and hidden wound in his body was healed, and his decaying flesh was replenished with vitality. Odin's eyes widened in disbelief as he removed his golden eye patch. Thor and the others were stunned as they saw a new eye rapidly grow in Odin's left socket. Even his once white hair darkened into a rich black, and the wrinkles on his face faded away, leaving behind a strong, youthful face. In just a blink, he looked like a man in his early 30s again. Seeing Odin's familiar, younger appearance, Frigga gasped in shock, her face filled with disbelief. "Father." Thor stood frozen beside her, completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, their father had been frail and aged, and now he was young again. How was this even possible? Thor turned to stare in awe at his floating, white-robed brother. Then, an overwhelming aura burst from Odin's rejuvenated body. Now free of physical limitations, his power surged, surpassing even what it had been in his prime. The godlike power of old, in the body of youth. Feeling the divine strength coursing through him, Odin whispered in shock, "Such tremendous power." And just when he thought it was over, strands of familiar golden divine blood began to emerge inside his body. End of chapter. Chapter 624. Strands of golden divine blood carrying a familiar aura surged into Odin's body, initiating a complete transformation. His Asgardian physiology was evolving into that of a true god. These blood traces, they carry Baldur's presence. Odin could feel his power soaring, and more astonishingly, he could no longer sense the limitation of mortality. It felt as though he had become immortal. Realizing this, Odin stood there in stunned silence. And at that moment, from the golden divine blood, a unique golden divine energy was born, its strength vastly superior to Odin Force itself. With the birth of this divine power, Odin sensed that he had formed a connection to a great being. He could draw strength from it, just like the sorcerers of Camartage drew their magic from the Vishanti. In that instant, Odin felt stronger than he had ever known. The Celestials he once fought in ancient times now seemed insignificant. He was utterly astonished. Lifting his gaze toward the white-robed figure floating in the sky, Odin understood that it was all the work of Baldur, his youngest son. Beside him, Thor asked curiously, "Father, how are you feeling?" Everyone around turned their attention to Odin. Sensing the tremendous power within himself, Odin said with reverence, "I feel like I could destroy the Celestials with ease." Thor and the others froze. They all knew what the Celestials were. Yet their father, Odin, now someone vastly beyond his former self, had just claimed he could kill them easily. How strong had he become? While they were still caught in shock and disbelief, Syd clenched his right hand, releasing a vast wave of creation power that washed over all of Asgard. In an instant, all Asgardians began undergoing transformation. The regular citizens gained incredible strength, with physicality on par with the Hulk or Thanos. Their lifespans were altered, they would now live forever, unless slain. With just one move, Syd had elevated them from an alien race into true gods. As for Thor, Frigga, and the others, their bodies were transformed into divine forms, and they too received the same borrowed divine energy as Odin. Even if the Dark Elves were to attack now, Frigga alone could annihilate them. She wouldn't even have to move, their attacks couldn't pierce her defenses. Simply releasing her divine aura would obliterate them all. And she wasn't just physically empowered, Frigga had deep mastery of magic. Previously, she was limited by energy sources, but now, her magical prowess rivaled Agatha Harkness or even Doctor Strange. It was just like Loki's case, once known as the Nine Realms' greatest sorcerer, he had become an assassin due to circumstance. But in his true form, even a mere projection of Loki could overpower Doctor Strange, truly making him the Nine Realms' top mage. Boom. 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 Suddenly, golden lightning crackled across Thor's body. His eyes lit up, crackling with divine thunder. Above Asgard, the sky turned dark, storm clouds gathered and roared. Heimdall and the others, now more powerful than ever, looked at Thor in awe as an overwhelming aura pulsed from his body. Thor's power. Why does it feel terrifying, said Fandral, one of the Warriors 3, his heart trembling with reverence. Ha ha ha. I'm invincible now. Thor roared, golden lightning surging from his form. Anyone want to fight? I feel like I could crush the world. Except for my brother, of course, he quickly added with a grin as he blurred forward. Boom. A flash of thunder and he vanished, reappearing several hundred meters away in an instant. Everyone gasped in disbelief at his display. While they were still absorbing what had happened, Syd spoke again, your powers have all been enhanced. I'll return to Earth now. If anything happens, just pray to the light, I'll hear you. He lifted his right hand. A golden portal opened to Earth, and before anyone could say a word, Syd stepped through and vanished. Thor froze. He wanted to say something, but by the time the words formed, his brother was already gone. His eyes were filled with a sense of loss. The others, who had just moments ago been filled with excitement, suddenly fell quiet. As they stared at the portal closing, they couldn't shake the awe from their hearts. In just a short while, they had become incredibly powerful. All of it, every miraculous change, had been granted by their great creator god, Baldur. His divine power is unimaginable. I can't even think of something he can't do. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, back on Earth. In a quiet, uninhabited corner of America, Syd reappeared. He fell into deep thought. After a while, he murmured, all right, since I've helped Thor and the others, I might as well upgrade Magneto and Professor X too. But first, I should change outfits. With a thought, his appearance shifted, the white robe darkened into black, taking the shape of the Messiah's attire. The next second, an image of Xavier's school surfaced in his mind, and he activated spatial teleportation. A spatial ripple emerged, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared above the Xavier Institute. Before long, students from the school noticed him. Is that the Messiah? Why is he here? It's been ages since he last appeared, what is he doing here now? Iceman Bobby and others were shocked. Even while still processing it, they quickly began calling for the others. Soon, Professor X, Wolverine, Cyclops, Jean Grey, and even Rogue, who had recently escaped from a lab, all emerged and gathered in the courtyard, gazing up at the black-clad figure floating above. Syd. Wolverine shouted with a grin. Where've you been? No word from you for ages. Beside him, Chris, the first mutant Syd had met, added, yeah, where did you go? You didn't run into any trouble, did you? What brings you to the school? Professor X asked, eyeing him curiously. Syd shook his head and said plainly, I'm here to upgrade Professor X's powers. Hearing this, Charles and everyone else looked confused. Syd didn't bother explaining. Instead, he focused his attention squarely on Professor X, staring for a few moments at that famously bald head. End of chapter. Chapter 625. 900 PS. Syd remained thoughtful. Come to think of it, both the main universe's Professor X and the one from Universe 838 had their powers nerfed. In the comics, the Cerebro amplifier had already been transformed into a portable model. That meant that when Professor X traveled, he would wear the cerebral amplifier as a kind of helmet, essentially making him a level 5 mutant at all times. But in the movie universes, that portable helmet version simply didn't exist. If the Professor X from Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, the 838 universe, had access to that helmet, then Wanda likely wouldn't have been able to massacre the Illuminati so easily. The Professor with Cerebro and the one without it were two completely different beings in terms of power. As he thought, Syd slowly raised his right hand and activated his creation power. Under the gaze of Professor X and the others, a blue helmet marked with an X symbol gradually formed in his hand. Seeing the helmet, everyone around showed surprise and confusion. What's that? A helmet. The Messiah just created a helmet. Since when could he do that? They were full of bewilderment and curiosity. What exactly had the Messiah gone through during his absence? Where had this new ability come from? For a while now, many had believed the white-clad man had surpassed the Messiah, but now they weren't so sure. The Messiah still exuded a mysterious aura, shrouded in fog, impossible to fully understand. Facing their puzzled gazes, Syd calmly explained, "This is a portable cerebro. You can wear it at all times. It doesn't require a cerebro chamber." Everyone went silent. A moment later, they understood the weight of his words. Iceman Bobby and the other students immediately gasped. "A cerebro, you can wear all the time. That's so broken. Oh my God." They all knew just how terrifying Professor X's powers were with cerebro. Now that he could have that power anytime. Syd's thoughts stirred again. He activated spatial transfer. In front of everyone's eyes, the helmet in his hand flashed, and in the next moment, it appeared in Professor X's hands. Seeing this, Wolverine grinned. "Come on, Charles. Try it on." The students around him all nodded wildly. Taking a deep breath, Professor X placed the blue X helmet onto his head under everyone's watchful gaze. The next instant, he was stunned. His mind expanded infinitely, and he could feel everything. Every mutant and human mind across Earth became visible to his mental senses. But more than that, Professor X felt something different. His psychic power had evolved. He had gained new abilities. "I think I have new powers," Charles said, stunned. Everyone froze. Floating above them, Syd's expression grew contemplative. He had created the helmet based on its comic version, even adding enhancements of his own. So the professor's new power made sense. A moment later, Syd's voice echoed in their minds. "Your current psychic ability should allow you to peer into a person's soul, to copy their memories, thoughts, and essence. If you find a way to create physical bodies, you could embed souls into those shells, bringing back deceased mutants with their memories intact." In the comics, a few powerful mutants had created self-sustaining bodies, while Professor X copied souls and minds to resurrect countless mutants. Of course, this wasn't the comics universe. Here, no such mutant team existed, so creating bodies would likely rely on cloning technology. Only then could Professor X achieve resurrection. Whether or not those clones would have problems, or if the resurrection was truly a resurrection, was still unclear. It might just be recreating someone from scratch. The moment he finished speaking, Professor X and the others were stunned. Bringing back the dead? That's something only a god could do. Now, Professor X had that power. Even if just a portion, it was enough to leave them breathless. "This helmet is way too powerful." Their gazes turned from the helmet to the figure floating in black above them. They hadn't forgotten, this device was created by the Messiah. Even Professor X looked up in shock at the being in the sky. Without responding, Syd simply extended his right hand again, silently modifying Professor X's body. In a flash, Charles felt his entire body lighten. And for good reason, Syd had altered his lifespan using creation power. Though his appearance remained unchanged, his body had been freed from decay. Ignoring the professor's stunned expression, Syd turned his attention to Wolverine. As one of the few familiar faces, he certainly hadn't forgotten Logan. Since he was helping Professor X, he might as well help Wolverine too. Seeing the Messiah's gaze fall on him, Logan tensed instinctively and tried to speak. "Syd." But before he could finish, Syd activated his creation power. A surge of divine energy wrapped around the adamantium in Logan's body. Instantly, the adamantium began to transform, from metal, into bone cells. But despite becoming cellular in nature, the adamantium retained all of its original properties, remaining indestructible. Even more, these cells now carried regeneration factors. As a bonus, Syd used creation power to enhance Wolverine's healing factor. And it worked perfectly. Based on his assessment, Syd concluded that with this level of regeneration, even if only a single cell remained, Logan could eventually regenerate completely. More importantly, the adamantium bone cells were nearly impossible to destroy. This essentially made him immortal. As the transformation finished, everyone around could sense the change. Logan even looked visibly younger. "Logan, you." Scott narrowed his eyes. The more he looked, the more he saw the change. Logan clenched his fist. His entire body felt lighter. The burden he'd always carried, gone. He bounced on his feet a few times and was shocked. His once heavy adamantium body now weighed nothing at all. "Syd, this was you. What did you do to me?" Logan stared up at the floating men in black, awe and disbelief in his eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 626. 1000 PS. My body. Syd, what did you do? Logan asked in shock. Syd shook his head without answering, his gaze shifting to Chris, who stood beside Logan. Chris was the first mutant he met after escaping from the lab. Naturally, he hadn't forgotten him. On his right hand, the power of creation surged forth. In Syd's mind, the X-gene profile of the Black King surfaced. The next moment, Chris's X-gene began to transform, shifting toward the gene structure of the Black King. Chris felt a warm sensation flood through his body, as if something had changed, though he couldn't quite explain what. Noticing Syd's gaze, Chris quickly realized that this change must be Syd's doing. Before he could even ask, the transformation completed. Syd calmly said, "I need to go to Magneto next, strengthen his abilities. I'm off." With that, he manipulated the abstract conceptual divine body and marked both Professor X and Chris. As long as they were in mortal danger, the divine body would pour divine power into them and provide assistance. Once everything was in place, spatial ripples appeared and Syd vanished from the skies above Xavier's school. Watching his swift departure, Professor X and the others were left stunned. Especially Logan and Chris, they hadn't even had time to ask Syd what he had done to them. "How do you guys feel?" Cyclops Scott asked curiously. Chris and Logan exchanged a glance and saw the same look of confusion in each other's eyes. Both of them shook their heads. Seeing this, Hank, covered in blue fur and towering like a beast, rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "Let's head to the lab. I'll run a few tests." Logan and Chris agreed without hesitation and followed him. Jean Grey and the others, driven by curiosity, also tagged along to see what changes had occurred in the two. A few minutes later, they arrived at the lab. Under Hank's arrangement, Logan and Chris stood beneath a series of diagnostic machines. Once all the scans were complete, Chris asked eagerly, "Well, what did you find?" Everyone turned their eyes toward Hank. He stared at the monitor, stunned, his expression growing more and more shocked by the second. "Messiah, he..." Hank muttered in disbelief. He couldn't help but explain, "Logan, the adamantium in your body has mutated. And Chris, your X-gene has undergone significant changes." As he spoke, he brought up a series of data and began explaining the transformations they had undergone. Everyone was dumbfounded by his report. After several rounds of testing, they finally figured out what had happened. The adamantium in Logan's body had mutated into a form of osseous cells, and his healing factor had grown unimaginably powerful. As for Chris, his transformation was just as startling. In addition to his original mutant powers, he had now acquired a second ability. The energy absorption power of the Black King. Professor X, who had personally experienced the Black King's power, understood better than anyone just how terrifying it was. Unknowingly, the lab fell into silence. "How did the Messiah do this?" Cyclops Scott muttered in shock. "He actually has such a power. This kind of matter and gene-altering ability. Doesn't that mean he can casually create mutants? And even wield countless mutant abilities himself? How is that any different from being a god?" Until just now, he had always thought that compared to the white-clad hero, the Messiah, despite being a super Omega-level mutant, was far inferior. After all, one had become a creator god, and the other was just a super Omega mutant. How could the two be placed on equal footing? But now, Scott suddenly realized he may have completely underestimated the Messiah and never truly seen the extent of his power. This ability to alter matter and genes could fully qualify as a super Omega-level power. Not to mention, Syd still had many other unknown abilities. Messiah was like a figure wrapped in layers of mist, mysterious and impossible to see through. Scott even began to feel the illusion that Messiah might be as powerful as the white-clad hero. As he sat stunned, Logan and the others were also overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, Iceman Bobby muttered the thought lingering in everyone's hearts. Could it be that the Messiah is no weaker than the white-clad hero? Maybe even on par with the creator god. With those words, silence once again fell upon the room as everyone looked at each other in disbelief. No way, right? That's a bit much. They were filled with doubt and anxiety. Even after a long discussion, they couldn't come to a conclusion, only that the Messiah was cloaked in mystery, impossible to decipher. There was, however, one more thing that concerned them. When he left, didn't he say he was going to find Magneto to enhance his powers? The thought sent chills down their spines. They couldn't even imagine what Magneto would become after his powers were strengthened. Magneto had always been regarded as a dangerous extremist among mutants. X-Men had clashed with him more than once. Still, they had to admit one thing: Magneto only targeted humans. He rarely harmed fellow mutants, and even when provoked by other mutants, he usually just taught them a lesson. Otherwise, the X-Men would have been wiped out long ago. Now, they were torn between fear and curiosity. What would Magneto become with Messiah's enhancement? To what extent could the Messiah transform him? At this moment, Chris, surrounded by the others, seemed to recall something. A hesitant expression appeared on his face as he said, "There's something I need to tell you all about the Messiah." His voice echoed in the lab, catching Professor X and the others off guard. What could he be so serious about? Something regarding the Messiah? While Scott and the others were full of curiosity and confusion, Syd, guided by his abstract divine body, located the Brotherhood of Mutants base. Spatial ripples formed, and he activated his teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the skies above the Brotherhood's stronghold. Before long, his presence was noticed by the Brotherhood members, Toad and the other mutants. They looked up in unison. That's Messiah. What's he doing here? Quick, alert Magneto. Toad and the others only needed one glance to recognize him. Their scalps went numb, and it felt like their souls were about to leave their bodies. No matter who it was, no matter how stubborn before, none of them dared to act rashly. They quickly scrambled into the base to find Magneto. End of chapter. Chapter 627. A few minutes later, Magneto, helmeted and cloaked, walked out from the Brotherhood base. Standing among the crowd, he looked up at the figure in black floating in the sky and exclaimed with emotion, "Child, have you come to see me? Are you ready to join the Brotherhood of Mutants? Come, child. Only with us, the Brotherhood, will you find your true home." Hearing Magneto's impassioned words, Syd twitched at the corner of his mouth and shook his head. "I didn't come here to join the Brotherhood of Mutants." Magneto's face subtly changed, a hint of disappointment flickering across his features. "Then, what for?" Toad, Sabretooth, and the others nearby looked just as puzzled. Instead of answering, Syd descended slowly and began walking in circles around Magneto, carefully observing him. Toad and the others instantly tensed, suspecting Syd might be planning something hostile. But Magneto waved them off. "Relax," he said, puzzled. "Is there something wrong with me?" As he continued his circling, Syd calmly asked, "Your ability is to control metal, right?" Magneto blinked, confused by the question. "Yes, is there a problem?" Toad and the others were just as baffled. Wasn't this common knowledge? Under their watchful gazes, Syd continued circling him and said in a calm tone, "Your power should be to control magnetic fields, one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, electromagnetism. So why are you limited to just controlling metal?" Magneto froze, momentarily stunned. At that moment, information about Magneto surfaced in Syd's mind, and the reason became clear. As he pieced it together, Syd explained, "There's a kind of invisible restraint in your mind, subconscious programming, if you will, that convinces you can only control metal. This subconscious limit restricts your power, making it so you can only manipulate magnetic forces through metal." Magneto stared at Syd, stunned. In his understanding, Messiah was known for his overwhelming power, but he hadn't expected the men to understand his ability in such depth. What Syd said next left them even more shocked. "If you can break through that restraint," Syd said slowly, "you'll undergo a secondary mutation. Your power will truly awaken, and no longer be limited to just metal." Syd recalled that mutants could undergo secondary mutations, a phenomenon where their powers evolved or amplified significantly. It could be triggered by external stimulation, such as drugs, or simply by further mutation of the X gene. This could lead to anything from new powers to massive boosts in existing ones, or even physical transformations. For instance, Beast, originally just a mutant with incredible speed and agility, underwent a secondary mutation that made him regress into a blue-furred, muscular creature with claws and fangs. Kitty Pryde may have experienced similar changes, gaining the ability to phase people's consciousness through objects. Even the Black King experienced this. After his secondary mutation, he could absorb not just energy, but even psychic powers, making him nearly invincible in all aspects. Unfortunately, he died too early. Syd reflected, my own energy absorption ability, could that count as a secondary mutation too? It was a subtle concept, he might have overlooked it altogether if not for Magneto's issue. As he pondered, Magneto and the others looked at him with shock. Not limited to metal. Magneto muttered, stunned. He had always believed that controlling metal was the extent of his power, but now, he realized there might be more. Controlling magnetic fields. With trembling breath and a look of longing in his eyes, Magneto instinctively tried activating his power. A distant piece of metal floated into the air. He clenched his fists, focusing with all his strength to control something other than metal. But no matter how hard he tried, no matter how he willed or convinced himself, he could only manipulate metal. He simply couldn't achieve what Messiah described, control of the magnetic field itself. Toad, Sabretooth, and the others watched with growing doubt. Is Messiah really telling the truth? Could he be messing with Magneto? Syd heard their whispers clearly and gave them a sidelong glance. Magneto, now visibly disheartened, stopped trying. With a sigh of disappointment, he said, I can't do it. Syd wasn't surprised. If it were that easy, Magneto would have figured it out by now, and become unstoppable. Secondary mutations were extremely difficult to achieve and typically required external help. In X-Men, Apocalypse, for example, Magneto only achieved it after being enhanced by Apocalypse. At that time, his powers changed drastically. The environment around him would distort under his influence, clear signs of magnetic field manipulation. Whole cities crumbled under his power. Matter disintegrated and floated into the sky, he was a true force of nature. But aside from that one encounter with Apocalypse, he was never able to replicate that feat. If he had been able to, even a plastic prison wouldn't have been able to hold him. Nothing would have. With these thoughts swirling, Syd looked at the dispirited Magneto and calmly said, I can help you. Magneto, looking like he had aged several years in mere moments, paused, stunned. His eyes widened as he looked up at the floating Messiah. Help me. You can help me undergo secondary mutation. His voice was filled with disbelief. Could Messiah really do that? Not only Magneto, Toad and the others were equally shocked. Without saying more, Syd raised both hands. On his right hand, the power of creation activated. A mysterious force enveloped Magneto, strengthening the X gene within him. On his left, red-shrouded chaos magic activated, targeting Magneto's mind, twisting and rewriting his subconscious. A silent hum echoed. In that moment, the mental restraints holding Magneto back shattered. Magneto's expression turned dazed as he felt something change within, both physically and mentally. Chapter 628. Under the power of creation, Magneto's X gene was rapidly enhanced, and with the influence of chaos magic, the invisible restraints in his mind were utterly shattered. Syd even used his creation ability to discreetly extend Magneto's lifespan. Right now. Watched closely by Toad and the others, Magneto slowly raised his hands and stared at them in a daze. A moment later, he tentatively activated his mutant ability. Under the astonished gazes of Toad and the others, he floated into the air, ripples like waves forming around his body. In the next instant, countless materials on the ground rose into the air, and nearby buildings began to disassemble inch by inch. In a blink, a wide swath of structures was heavily damaged, and a massive amount of debris floated in the sky, blocking out the sun. Even worse, an unintentional electromagnetic pulse released during Magneto's manipulation of the magnetic field swept across the city, paralyzing countless electronic devices. Oh my God! What's going on? Cries of alarm echoed across the city. Fortunately, Magneto snapped out of it just in time and hurriedly deactivated his power. Otherwise, the entire city might have collapsed within minutes. Staring at the buildings he had inadvertently destroyed and the masses of floating debris still suspended in the air, Magneto muttered in shock, This is my power. Feeling this almost omnipotent strength, even he couldn't help but feel intoxicated. I think I could destroy a city with ease now. He whispered to himself. While Magneto was lost in thought, Toad, Sabretooth, and the others were completely dumbfounded. Lord Magneto. What terrifying power! The sight before them filled their hearts with dread. It was now painfully clear how powerful Magneto had become after being transformed by Messiah. It was simply unbelievable. Their eyes flickered between Magneto and Messiah, their hearts shaken. Never mind Magneto, Messiah actually had the ability to grant such power to others. Suddenly, their gazes toward Messiah became heated with desire. If only Messiah could help us too. Just imagining it made their hearts pound with anticipation. Meanwhile, Syd ignored the blazing stares of Toad and the others, keeping his eyes on Magneto and the floating debris overhead. He wasn't surprised at Magneto's display of city-destroying power. After all, even Apocalypse's enhancement had allowed Magneto to do something similar. With both creation and chaos magic involved, it was expected that the result would be even more terrifying. And this was just the beginning of Magneto's secondary mutation. He hadn't even fully mastered his new powers yet. Once he did. Syd hesitated slightly. Did I just unleash a monster? With his current strength, Magneto might very well be capable of establishing an entire nation for mutants. But he quickly shook his head, brushing the thought aside. Not my problem. If there's trouble, it's the American government's mess to clean up. He didn't care what happened to the US. Besides, with Professor X and the others around, Magneto probably wouldn't do anything too crazy. Hopefully. Not thinking further on it, Syd turned his attention back to Magneto and said, "Now that your secondary mutation is complete, I'll be leaving." He was about to depart when Magneto suddenly called out, "Wait." Syd paused and turned to look at him, curious to hear what he wanted to say. Magneto's expression was incredibly complicated. Staring at Messiah not far away, and feeling the immense power now coursing through his body, he couldn't help but ask, "Why did you help me?" Toad, Sabretooth, Mystique, and the others were also filled with confusion. Under their expectant gazes, Syd answered calmly, "No reason. I just felt like it." That left them all speechless. Just felt like it. Was it really that casual? As they stood there dumbfounded, Syd added, "Anyway, I'm leaving now." With matters concerning both Professor X and Magneto taken care of, it was time for him to return and continue using dreamwalking to light up the universe and gather energy points to accelerate his path to the multiverse level. In the next second, he activated spatial transference. As the ripples spread, he vanished from sight right before their eyes. Staring at the spot where he disappeared, Magneto's gaze grew even more conflicted. Sigh, if only he'd agreed to join the Brotherhood. He felt a pang of regret. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at Messiah's ability to grant someone a secondary mutation at will. In just a brief moment, his power had skyrocketed to the point of being able to annihilate a city. The boost was simply unimaginable. So then, how powerful was Messiah himself? While Magneto was deep in thought, Mystique, Raven, rushed over and warned, "Eric, the government's definitely detected the anomaly here. We need to leave." Magneto blinked. The massive commotion surely alerted government agencies. In fact, they'd probably already pinpointed their location. Out of instinct, and following his old habits, his first thought was to evacuate. After all, they weren't like Messiah or the white-clad hero, who could fly boldly over cities without fear of retaliation from the American government. Every mutant in the Brotherhood was precious and couldn't be risked unnecessarily. But then, Magneto paused. He suddenly realized something. After Messiah's transformation, he wasn't the same anymore. A wicked grin crept onto his face. "Why should we run?" Raven and the others were stunned. While Magneto and his group were still discussing, back at Xavier's school, Professor X and the others were frozen in disbelief. Moments earlier, after Messiah left, Chris had said he had something to tell them about him. At first, no one took it seriously, but once Chris hesitated and then spoke up, they were left completely dumbfounded. "Chris, what did you say?" "Syd is the child of Professor X and Magneto." Logan asked, stunned. "Chris, man, that's not even funny." Logan was speechless. His first reaction was to think Chris was joking. After all, what sane person would believe something that absurd? Messiah is the child of Professor X and Magneto. Ha! Even Professor X himself, Charles, couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. Chris, that's quite the joke. Everyone was expecting Chris to admit he was just kidding. But instead, Chris shook his head solemnly and said with great seriousness, I'm not joking. It's true. End of chapter. Chapter 629. 1100 PS. Chris began explaining slowly. As he spoke, Logan and the others were left in a daze, especially Professor X, Charles, who was completely dumbfounded. Messiah has both my and Eric's genes. His thoughts spiraled into confusion. Even though his relationship with Eric was quite close, the idea that the two of them had somehow produced a child together left him stunned. And that child was none other than Messiah, the terrifying super Omega-level mutant who had shocked and awed him so many times. How could this be? It took the group a long while before they finally recovered. If this is true, Cyclops Scott asked hesitantly, should we tell Magneto? Everyone looked at each other, uncertain. Professor X's face flushed slightly, and he stammered, let's wait. We'll tell Eric after we've investigated it more thoroughly. Just as he was about to say more, a mutant student burst into the lab, panting as he called out, Professor, check the latest news. Startled, the group turned toward the tablet the student was holding. On the news feed, a section of a city was shown, buildings collapsing, debris floating in the air. The terrifying footage stunned them all. What's going on? What happened? The student hesitated and then said, It seems to be Magneto. As he spoke, he adjusted the video feed, revealing the figure of Magneto, Eric. He hovered in midair, ripples of energy surging around him, with an enormous field of floating debris, stones, building fragments, and more, circling him like a storm. Magneto did this. Staring at the footage, Professor X and the others couldn't believe their eyes. When did Magneto become this powerful? He could control so much at once. Most importantly, they could clearly see that it wasn't just metal he was manipulating. Stones, rubble, entire sections of buildings, all of it hovered in the air under his influence. How was that possible? Wasn't Magneto only able to control metal? How is he manipulating all this? They even watched, frame by frame, as an entire building disintegrated and floated upward. The concrete debris, bricks, and non-metallic materials were also suspended. As confusion set in, Scott suddenly remembered something. Didn't Messiah say earlier that he was going to enhance Magneto's abilities? That line snapped everyone to attention. Realization dawned. Messiah enhanced Magneto. Because of Messiah. Looking again at the overwhelming force Magneto displayed in the footage, they could hardly believe it. What kind of power was this? A mere enhancement from Messiah, and Magneto had become this terrifying. At that moment, looking at Professor X, Scott asked, What should we do, Professor? All eyes turned toward Charles. He hesitated, then said, We're going to meet Magneto. I need to speak with him. Logan and the others nodded in agreement, unsurprised by the decision. Soon, they arrived at the X-Jet hangar. Jean Grey, Logan, Scott, Hank, Chris, and Professor X all boarded the black X-Jet. The jet streaked across the sky. While Logan and the others were en route, the American authorities were also mobilizing. Teams of agents were dispatched toward Magneto's location. Satellites locked onto the floating figure of Magneto, feeding live footage to military officials. The U.S. military and intelligence agencies stared at the images in disbelief. Was Magneto always this powerful? Soon, a convoy of armored vehicles and field agents arrived at the scene. On one vehicle, a middle-aged officer lifted a megaphone and shouted, Magneto. What are you doing? Stand down immediately. As he barked the order, the agents and soldiers beside him raised their plastic firearms, discreetly aiming at the figure floating in the sky. Hovering above, Magneto fixed a cold gaze on them. Their so-called threats meant nothing to him now. If it had been before, he might have exercised caution. But after Messiah's enhancement, he had no need to fear them. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze to the horizon. A familiar aircraft was swiftly approaching. The X-Jet. Charles. Frowning slightly, Magneto held back from striking the approaching military forces. Meanwhile, the US troops also noticed the new aircraft. Uncertain of its origin, they held their fire. Moments later, the X-jet landed on a nearby open field. The ramp descended, and Logan and the others, clad in their black X-suits, stepped out. Magneto, still floating in midair, immediately noticed something strange. That was Charles. Charles isn't in his wheelchair. And what's that he's wearing on his head? As he watched Charles walk down from the X-jet alongside Logan and the others, Magneto's mind reeled. Without waiting for a response from the military, he floated over and looked down at Charles. Charles, your legs, they're healed. How did that happen? Logan and the others tensed as Magneto approached. But Professor X wasn't alarmed. Instead, he looked up at him and smiled gently. Messiah healed me. Messiah. Magneto blinked, stunned. As the two spoke, more military vehicles rolled into position, surrounding them. The dozens of agents, soldiers, and officers at the scene had also heard what Charles said. Messiah. These people had dealings with Messiah. They were stunned. Among them, a 30-something major named Pedro quickly pulled out a communicator and reported the situation to command. On the other end, a stern male voice replied at once. Do not engage for now. Let's hear what they have to say. Pedro's expression showed that he had expected as much. He wasn't surprised. Both the white-clad hero and Messiah were taboo subjects to the military. If they could avoid provoking them, they would. Putting away the communicator, Major Pedro fixed his gaze on Magneto and the others, ready to listen in on their conversation. End of chapter. Chapter 630. 1200 PS. What are you doing here? Magneto frowned as he looked at Professor X and the others approaching from the X-jet. At his words, over 100 agents, soldiers, and officers stationed in the distance tensed up, their eyes filled with curiosity and caution. No one knew what these newcomers intended. All eyes shifted to Professor X's group, waiting to see how they would respond. But instead of answering directly, Charles, wearing his cerebral amplifier helmet, countered with a question. Eric, as I recall, your powers never reached this level before. What happened to you? He glanced up at the sky, at the countless objects swirling through the air under the influence of Magneto's magnetic field. Magneto narrowed his eyes and didn't answer right away. But before he could change the subject, Charles suddenly said something that froze him in place. Was it Messiah? Did Messiah enhance your abilities? Charles asked cautiously. The moment the words left his mouth, Magneto's expression visibly changed. He frowned deeply. Charles, how do you know about that? Everyone in the group stiffened. So it really was Messiah. That power. I can't believe it. He really strengthened you to this extent. Even though they had guessed as much, hearing it confirmed still sent shockwaves through Cyclops and the others. They were amazed at both Magneto's sudden surge in power and Messiah's frightening ability to cause it. Their reactions weren't the only ones. The surrounding military officers, agents, and even the hidden government officials watching the situation from afar were equally stunned. Messiah. Magneto suddenly became this powerful because of Messiah. Messiah enhanced Magneto's abilities. How the hell is that even possible? They all knew Magneto's prior power level well. Yes, he was dangerous, but nothing like this. This was a whole different league. And now, just from a single enhancement by Messiah, Magneto had become a monster of unimaginable might. They didn't want to believe it. Messiah had already been terrifying enough on his own, now he could give others that level of power. Back on the scene, Magneto frowned again. Charles, you still haven't answered my question. Messiah helped me too, Professor X said with a small smile, tapping the cerebral helmet on his head. That helmet? Magneto asked, looking puzzled. He had noticed it when Charles stepped off the X-jet and had wondered why Charles would be wearing something like that. Now, seeing Charles's expression, it was clear, this device had something to do with Messiah. Charles nodded. Messiah made it for me. It enhances my mental powers. He cast a brief glance at the government agents nearby and decided not to say more. If he revealed everything, those people might panic. Magneto nodded slightly. He was curious, but didn't press further. Instead, he shifted topics. Then why are you here? Eric, the damage you've done to this city is serious. Try not to hurt innocent people, Charles urged. Lately, his outlook had changed. If Eric took action against the government or the military in defense of mutant rights, Charles could almost turn a blind eye. But when innocent civilians were caught in the crossfire, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Humph. You're still too soft, Charles, Magneto replied coldly. Charles didn't argue. He simply sighed and, after a moment's hesitation, said, Eric, there's something important I need to tell you. It's about Messiah. Magneto blinked. What is it? Charles scanned the surroundings, noting the nearby agents. Then he released a powerful surge of psychic energy. In an instant, over 100 agents and soldiers were enveloped by it. Their eyes glazed over, and they stood motionless, their resistance completely suppressed. Magneto's curiosity deepened. What could Charles possibly have to say that requires this level of secrecy? Something about Messiah. What? Under his watchful gaze, Charles began slowly. Eric, Messiah, he. As the explanation continued, the curious expression on Magneto's face faded, replaced by shock and disbelief. Messiah is our child? Magneto asked stiffly, his face rigid. You're not joking. Charles nodded solemnly. Seeing that, Magneto's eyes went wide. For a moment, he wasn't sure if he was hallucinating. This is insane. He and Charles had a child. And that child was Messiah. The being who was practically a mutant god was his son. His mind went blank. He almost forgot how to think. It took a while before he came back to himself. His heart raced, and after the initial shock passed, a sense of joy and realization began to settle in. So that's why Messiah helped me. Suddenly, everything made sense. Magneto's expression shifted to one of deep regret. He was now kicking himself for not stopping Messiah from leaving. At the same time, he wasn't sure how to face Messiah, or even Charles. Seeing that Eric had come back to his senses, Charles silently released the agents from his psychic hold. Major Pedro and the others blinked, momentarily dazed, but none of them noticed anything had happened. Magneto noticed too, but at this point, he had no interest in those people. In fact, his earlier desire to unleash his power and teach them a lesson had completely vanished. He said in a low voice, Charles, I need to go somewhere to clear my head. And with that, he turned and flew off, intending to leave the area. But just as he took off, Major Pedro called out loudly, Wait, Magneto. You haven't given us an explanation. You activated your powers without warning and caused major damage to the city. As he started to deliver a threat, Magneto suddenly stopped in midair and turned his icy gaze toward them. Then he slowly raised his right hand. Seeing this, Major Pedro's heart sank. A terrible feeling crept over him, and he shouted, Open fire, now. End of chapter. Chapter 631. Agents and soldiers all raised their plastic guns, preparing to shoot at Magneto. However, they were already too late, and even if they had plastic guns, it was useless. Eric had discovered that he could not only control magnetic fields but also generate magnetic fields in any object. That meant, even plastic, or things that typically had no magnetic field, could now be controlled by him. He even vaguely sensed that through magnetism, he was touching upon the grand unified theory, possibly even influencing gravity itself. Feeling this power surge, Eric couldn't help but marvel at the strength granted by the Messiah ability. From the ground near Major Pedro and the others, chunks of stone suddenly floated into the air and then shot forward like lightning. It all happened so quickly that Pedro and the others had no time to react. In an instant, the stone bullets pierced straight through their chests. Ah! Blood splattered as screams filled the air. And it didn't stop there. Countless objects floating in the sky suddenly shifted direction and launched toward them like a storm. Before Professor X and the others could react, Pedro and his men were swallowed by the barrage. The whole thing took only 2 or 3 seconds, then everything fell silent. As dust settled over the corpses of Pedro and his team, Professor X and the others stood stunned. Too fast. Far too fast. They had no time to stop it. Pedro and the rest were dead just like that. Eric, you. Professor X began, shocked, trying to speak. Magneto coldly cut him off. Charles, stop being so merciful. Only by showing strength will they respect and take us seriously. With that, he disappeared into the horizon. Watching him vanish, Professor X sighed deeply. With no other choice, he and Logan returned to the X-Mansion. But though they left, the incident's consequences had only just begun. News stations everywhere began reporting on it, triggering intense public backlash among ordinary people. Elsewhere, Syd was still using dreamwalking, splitting his consciousness and traveling across universes. Thanks to the eternal attribute, he became a primordial creator god in every universe he entered. As for what happened with Magneto, that wasn't his concern. With the attention of abstract conceptual deities on them, neither Professor X nor Magneto could die. As for the soldiers and agents of the American military, he simply didn't care. Ever since he escaped the lab, he had been hunted. No one except mutants ever helped him. If he didn't hold back his rage, he could have crushed the entire solar system. The fact he hadn't was already mercy. Feeling the ever-growing power of his eternal attribute, Syd smiled. Almost there. Multiversal level. Time passed slowly. Another 3 hours went by. Unlock progress, 48%. Unable to resist, Syd poured all his stored energy points into his progression. As he watched with anticipation, the system prompt changed. Unlock progress, 55%. Seeing it reach 55%, Syd felt a twinge of disappointment. There was no prompt announcing a new power. Is it at 60% or 70%? Frowning, he sighed. He had to keep accumulating more. Just as he was about to resume his efforts, something unexpected happened only half an hour later. Syd sensed another anomaly in the universe. He looked beyond Earth. And he wasn't the only one. At that moment, eternity, infinity, oblivion, death, and Galactus also noticed something strange. Even Earth's various space agencies, equipped with satellites and telescopes, gradually detected the anomaly. Oh my God! What is that? Astronomers and technicians were horrified to discover a massive new planet outside of Earth, slowly approaching. The sight terrified nations across the world. A new planet suddenly appeared in the solar system. What was happening? And then came the shock. After observing and analyzing the data, they realized that the approaching planet looked very familiar. After cross-checking repeatedly, with increasing dread, they found the probability was over 90%. It looked exactly like Earth. Shield. How can another Earth just appear out of nowhere? Staring at the image on the monitor, Nick Fury's brow furrowed deeply. A deep unease churned inside him. The strange new Earth was drawing closer. He couldn't even begin to imagine what might happen when it arrived. His gut told him, this was bad. Very bad. He immediately reached for the pager to contact Captain Marvel, requesting her assistance. While chaos spread across every department on Earth, in a quiet corner, Syd already knew what was happening. Staring at the approaching Earth, he muttered. A universe collision event. He had actually anticipated this. As for why a duplicate Earth appeared in such an event, he understood that too. The root cause of the universe collision event was the imprint he left in another universe, which created an attractive force between the two. Or rather, their timelines were being drawn together and overlapping. Timelines exist in higher dimensions. When they intersect, it's nearly impossible for a universe to remain stable. It was highly likely that both universes would be destroyed due to this overlap. Worse yet, the collisions might trigger a chain reaction across other universes as well. Syd pondered. A universe collision event was bound to be something the Avengers would face down the line. In fact, the ending of Doctor Strange 2 already hinted at it. As for why this kind of event always involved another Earth, it was due to Earth's unique nature. Because of various extraordinary factors, Earth could be considered the center of the universe. When problems arose, the first place where timelines collided was always Earth. During such collision events, there was usually a short window, several hours, where the two Earths would briefly appear in each other's skies. To resolve the situation, there were only two options. Destroy the other Earth. Or use the Infinity Stones. In Universe 838, the Illuminati seemingly used all 6 Infinity Stones to forcibly push the other Earth and universe away, preserving their own reality. However, the displaced universe wasn't so lucky. That universe lost trillions of lives. Worse still, 5 of the 6 Infinity Stones shattered. The Time Stone vanished completely. That was also why the Illuminati in Universe 838 eventually executed their version of Doctor Strange. To defeat Thanos, he had studied the Darkhold and used dreamwalking to travel across universes, leaving his mark and triggering a universe collision event. He had to be held accountable for the trillions who died. Now, watching this approaching Earth, Syd fell into deep thought. If he wasn't mistaken, this Earth belonged to the same universe the Avengers had recently traveled from. In that universe, to defeat the Goddess of Death, he had actively summoned help from the main 616 universe, creating a link between the two, drawing them together. So, how should I deal with this? Syd pondered in silence. End of chapter. Chapter 632. Syd pondered deeply on how to resolve the impending universe collision event. Use the Infinity Stones. No, that wouldn't work. Using them would cause them to shatter, and he'd have to spend time recreating them. Besides, even if the Infinity Stones were used, the universe where the Avengers from Endgame resided wouldn't escape unscathed. That universe was still contributing power to him, destroying it would be a waste. Shaking his head, Syd dismissed that option along with other shortcuts. Forget it. I'll just use the power of the abstract conceptual deity body to forcibly separate the two universes. Just as he made that decision, the Earth in the universe of the Endgame Avengers also discovered the presence of Earth from Universe 616. As they saw the slowly approaching Earth, Tony and the others were visibly shocked. A vague sense of danger crept into their minds, and they quickly gathered the Avengers to discuss the situation. This Earth looks dangerous. What should we do about it? Tony and the rest exchanged glances before turning to Thor in the crowd. Thor, do you have any way to deal with this? Natasha asked. Caught off guard by the sudden attention, Thor shook his head, indicating he didn't have a solution. Then, something came to mind. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "This might be something only my brother Balder can deal with." Hearing that, Tony and the others froze, recalling that incredible being who had recreated Asgard and resurrected its people. Yes, only someone like that could possibly stop the Earth from colliding. As the Endgame Avengers were still discussing it, and Nick Fury and others from Universe 616 were also weighing their options, something shocking occurred between the two Earths. A brilliant light suddenly flared between them. In the next instant, the two universes radiated with divine brilliance. Every shadowed place was illuminated. The light then began to converge toward a single point. A being of radiance, immense, unfathomable, appeared between the two Earths. Compared to his colossal form, Earth itself seemed tiny. With his outstretched hands, it felt like he could cradle both planets. Seeing the figure, shock spread across the faces of both Nick Fury from Universe 616 and Tony from the Endgame universe. Is that the creator god Balder? Floating between the Earths, Syd clearly sensed the two universes nearing complete overlap. Once fully overlapped, when their timelines merged, it would spell disaster for both realities. Under the gazes of both Earths and even the abstract entities like eternity, a radiant light suddenly burst from Syd's body. Bathed in that brilliance, the two Earths ceased their collision. Or rather, both universes were forcibly halted by his overwhelming power. The eternal beings sensed this clearly. So powerful. They were left awestruck. Then, a terrifying crimson energy surfaced around their youngest sibling, and suddenly exploded outward. Under the reality-warping influence of chaos magic, even in higher dimensional layers, the two timelines, on the verge of convergence, froze and slowly began to pull apart. Eternity and the others could only watch in amazement as the universes rapidly separated. The Avengers on both Earths saw the other Earth vanish from view at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. Watching this, Nick Fury of Universe 616 grew solemn and murmured. The white-robed man's power, still terrifying. Meanwhile, in the Endgame universe, Thor and the others were similarly in awe. While they each processed their thoughts, Syd was already addressing the deeper issue, the timeline of Universe 616. The Endgame universe had been the first to approach, but it wouldn't be the last. The universes he'd visited with dreamwalking, and those lit up by the eternal attribute, would all eventually converge. Syd wasn't about to show up every time to manually stop a collision. That would be maddening. So, he began applying the reality-warping power of chaos magic to erect a repulsion barrier outside the timeline of Universe 616. This barrier would automatically repel any approaching timelines. That way, universe collision events would no longer occur. Scarlet energy from chaos magic burst from his body. A crimson glow surrounded the timeline of Universe 616 like a shell. Even after this was done, Syd didn't feel completely at ease. While 616 was now safe, the endgame universe might still be in danger. Because of his influence, the universes were all now interlinked and bound to crash into one another eventually. With no better solution in sight, he went one step further. He placed repulsion barriers on every universe he had touched. Not only that, these barriers were contagious. Any timeline approaching another would be repelled, and that repulsion would spread, making it impossible for timelines to overlap again. Only after finishing all this did Syd stop, allowing his vast, unfathomable abstract concept body to dissipate. Earth. On a tranquil, sunlit beach with no one around, Syd's material godly body reappeared. He conjured a lounge chair, lay down, and summoned a chilled coconut, sipping from it leisurely. As he prepared to close his eyes, he suddenly sensed something and looked toward Asgard. Earlier, during the universe collision event, he hadn't paid attention to much else. But now he clearly felt a fluctuation of spacetime energy coming from Asgard. And that fluctuation was familiar. He recognized it in an instant. Time Variance Authority. Syd's expression darkened. He hadn't even gone looking for them yet, and they dared to show up. And they chose the moment he was busy handling the universe collision. Can't take me on directly, so they're targeting Thor and the others instead. He had actually expected something like this to happen, that's why he had strengthened Thor and his allies beforehand. In the next moment, he rose from the chair and space rippled around him. With a spatial shift, Syd vanished from the beach. And instantly appeared in Asgard. The moment he arrived, he heard a startled scream. End of chapter. Chapter 633. 1300 PS. Thor. Frigga cried out in alarm. In the distance stood a few panicked Time Variance Authority, TVA, agents. On the ground lay over a dozen charred corpses, clearly dead. Golden lightning crackled over Thor's body as a yellow, rectangular time door opened beneath his feet. Ah! Caught off guard, Thor fell straight into it. The time door closed instantly. Syd's gaze flicked over, immediately spotting a TVA agent pressing buttons on a time controller. His hands were still on it, obviously the one responsible for activating the portal that caused Thor to fall in. Frigga was relieved to see Syd appear, while the surviving TVA agents, including a man named Colin, froze in terror, their faces pale with dread. Seeing the situation, Syd frowned. His eyes lit up with a deep crimson glow, the light of chaos magic. In the next second, the glow shifted to green, the power of the time stone. Using chaos magic to tap into the time stone, Syd began reviewing what had happened just moments earlier. One image after another flashed before his eyes. Not long ago, near Frigga and Thor in Asgard, a yellow time door had opened, and a dozen TVA agents stepped out. They had come with the intent of forcefully capturing Thor and Frigga. What they didn't expect, what left them shocked, was how powerful Thor had become. He didn't even use Stormbreaker. Golden lightning surged out from him, and within moments, 10 agents were down, burned black and killed instantly. This left the remaining agents in a state of total panic. In his panic, the middle-aged Colin had slammed both hands frantically against the time controller, likely not even knowing what he was pressing. A yellow time door suddenly opened beneath Thor's feet, and off balance, he fell in, just as Syd arrived on the scene. Fully understanding the situation, Syd turned his gaze to the 5 surviving TVA agents. White-robed men. Easy. Let's talk this out. The 5 were terrified, no thought of resisting. Even with their advanced technology, they knew they weren't a match for this monster. Syd frowned deeper. These persistent gnats who kept pestering him again and again, he was truly fed up. He didn't even want to hear another word. With a flicker of crimson light from his chaos magic, Colin and the others froze, faces twisting in fear and disbelief. Their bodies began turning to paper from the limbs up. No, please. As their terrified, regretful screams rang out, the paper fragments scattered, and they were gone. Thor. Frigga said, worried. Syd shook his head. That wasn't the TVA on the other side. He should be fine. The Time Variance Authority. Frigga repeated, confused. Syd didn't answer right away. Instead, he focused on sensing the energy of the yellow time door Thor had fallen into. From his perspective, the portal didn't lead to the TVA. It felt like a completely different universe. But where exactly, it was unclear. Still, he wasn't overly worried. After being reforged by him and infused with his divine power, Thor's strength now rivaled, even surpassed, many Celestials. In this state, it was nearly impossible for anyone to harm him, more likely he'd be the one causing trouble. Syd's curiosity began to stir. I wonder which universe he fell into. Driven by curiosity, he started preparing to open a portal to this unfamiliar universe. While he was deep in thought and Frigga still seemed concerned. Elsewhere. Above a peaceful, sun-drenched, heavenly version of Asgard, Thor came tumbling down. He was screaming loudly during the fall. Until, after a second or two, he suddenly paused and muttered, why am I screaming? Didn't I already learn to fly? With that realization, his fall abruptly stopped midair. Hovering in place, Thor grinned. Standing midair like this had once been impossible for him. He used to need Mjolnir or Stormbreaker to fly. But now, after being remade by his brother Balder, not only had his body become truly immortal, he also carried Balder's divine blood and the power of an abstract concept god. Such power naturally granted him the ability to fly. Of course, after over 1,000 years of being grounded, old habits died hard. In the moment of panic, he simply forgot. Now enjoying the sensation, Thor began surveying his surroundings. Golden sunlight, radiant palaces. This is Asgard. One glance was enough for confusion and awe to appear on his face. He had fallen from that yellow portal, yet somehow ended up in another Asgard. Thor was stunned. But deep down, he sensed something was off. For some reason, this version of Asgard felt strange, different from the one he knew. As he took it all in, others in this mysterious Asgard noticed him too, thanks to all his yelling. People began emerging from the palaces, looking up at the floating Thor in surprise. Prince Thor. What's he doing? Confusion spread across the crowd. Then, from the throne room, King Odin and Queen Frigga appeared. Seeing Thor hovering midair, Odin narrowed his eyes. His sharp gaze gleamed, sensing something unusual about this version of his son. Before long, a voice shouted from afar. Who are you? How dare you impersonate me? Everyone turned to see another Thor approaching. The crowd fell into a daze. Two Prince Thors. Was this an impersonator? Just as questions began forming, Odin locked eyes on the Thor in the sky. His tone turned sharp. Who are you? At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Feeling that pressure, the floating Thor was visibly startled. He now understood, this was a parallel Asgard. But, what's going on with this father? Why is he so much stronger than mine? Compared to the Odin from his own universe, this one was immensely more powerful, shockingly so. And even the other Thor approaching him, he too was much stronger than Thor had been before Balder's transformation. What the hell is going on here? Thor muttered in disbelief. End of chapter. Chapter 634. 1400 PS. Thor speculated that this parallel universe must be quite special, otherwise, how could this version of his father and the other him be so overwhelmingly strong? Of course, he didn't want to admit that it was his universe that was weak. Still, even though the Odin and Thor of this universe were powerful, he wasn't fazed. Ever since he was enhanced by his brother Balder, Thor had become incredibly powerful. He genuinely believed that no one could defeat him now. So, faced with these stronger versions of his father and himself, Thor didn't back down at all. When Odin asked who he was, Thor thought there was no need to hide anything and boldly said, I come from another universe. I am the Thor of Asgard in that world. As soon as he said it, astonishment flashed in the eyes of the Asgardians present, King Odin, Frigga, and the other Thor. Another universe. A divergent reality. Odin muttered, eyes gleaming with insight. With his level of power, Odin could sense many things, and he more or less believed this Thor's claim. He could clearly tell that the man before him was of Asgardian royal blood. Still, there was something odd. Maybe it was the influence of being from a parallel universe, but this Thor's aura felt both familiar and foreign. He seemed to possess a power none of them had. While Odin contemplated, the other Thor, his golden hair shining, a silver-winged helm on his head, stepped forward, shouting. "What nonsense are you spewing? Another universe? You think I'd believe that? Tell the truth. Who are you really? Why are you impersonating me? Or, are you Loki in disguise?" He stretched out his thick right arm. In a flash, the silver Mjolnir flew into his hand. The parallel Thor scoffed. "Let's see what you really are." A clap of thunder burst forth as lightning surged over his hammer. With a mighty leap, the parallel Thor rocketed into the sky. Boom. A sonic boom exploded as he shot toward the other Thor at supersonic speed. Odin and the others showed no surprise. They watched the unfolding clash with full focus. Who would win? In the sky, the alternate Thor's eyes widened. What kind of speed is this? Even a sonic boom. Was this for real? If it weren't for the enhancements from his brother Balder and his divine-level reflexes, he might not have reacted in time. But now. A smirk curled on Thor's lips. Boom. Golden lightning erupted across his body and then blasted forward, straight at the charging parallel Thor. Arg. The parallel Thor screamed as the golden lightning struck him, launching him across the sky and slamming him hard into the ground. Boom. The earth cracked under the impact, a massive crater forming where he landed. The parallel Thor, charred and paralyzed, lay motionless inside. Bew. His body was numb, his head spinning. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe how badly he'd been struck by lightning, or how strong this fake Thor actually was. One attack. And he was almost completely out of the fight. How could that be? When had Asgardian blood become so weak? What kind of lightning was that? How could it be so powerful? He shouted in disbelief. Then he noticed something else, his eyes widened in shock. You summoned that lightning, without your hammer? Even he, the so-called God of Thunder, couldn't produce such lightning without Mjolnir's aid. How had this guy done it? The onlookers, Odin, Frigga, and the others, were just as stunned. Their Thor had lost. And in just one strike. How could there be such a massive difference between two Thors? And why was this one's lightning golden? While the others looked on in shock, the victorious Thor floated proudly above them, beaming. Of course. I don't need Mjolnir or Stormbreaker to unleash lightning like that. Ever since Balder transformed his body and granted him divine blood and abstract god force, those weapons had become almost irrelevant. Even when carrying them, they barely enhanced him anymore. In fact, he sometimes forgot to bring Stormbreaker at all. Stormbreaker, Thor grinned as he looked down at the defeated version of himself and declared smugly. I'm not like you, clinging to some hammer. You're the god of hammers, I'm the true god of thunder. You, the parallel Thor roared, glancing at Mjolnir in his hand and nearly suffering a brain aneurysm. God of hammers. What the hell does that even mean? Fuming, he shouted. If you really are another universe as me, how could you be so much stronger? That made Odin frown. The others, too, were puzzled. Thor just smirked again. Well, of course I'm stronger. I was reforged by my brother Balder. His divine blood and abstract god power flow through me. You think you can compete with that? Forget you, if a celestial showed up right now, I'd smash them flat with a single blow. As he boasted, the others were dumbfounded. Celestials. One blow to kill a celestial. Their first instinct was disbelief. But one name stuck with them. Balder. The image of a broad-shouldered man appeared in their minds. The parallel Thor quickly shook his head. No way. Balder doesn't have that kind of power. There's no way he gave you anything close to that. If you're gonna lie, at least make it believable. Thor's eyes widened in shock. What, my brother's here too? Moments later, a figure walked toward them, an unimpressive-looking man with a bland appearance that didn't match his own Balder at all. Thor's mouth twitched. He mumbled, my universe's Balder is the real deal. There's no way this guy is my brother. No way my brother would be this weak. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the parallel Balder, his eyes unconsciously filled with puzzlement, and even a bit of contempt. Hearing that, this universe's Balder flushed with anger and shame. You. Outraged, he prepared to rush forward and challenge the alternate Thor. But Odin stepped in, stopping him. He stared intently at the newcomer, his eyes flickering with a calculating gleam. In just this short time, he'd already begun to piece a few things together. End of chapter. Chapter 635. The Thor before them was incredibly powerful, perhaps even at the level of a self-contained universe. And then there was his brother, Balder. According to this Thor, his Balder was vastly different from the one they knew, supposedly unimaginably powerful. Could he also be at a universe-level tier? Perhaps even stronger. Odin couldn't be sure, but his curiosity was certainly piqued. Not just Odin, everyone, including the parallel Thor, was now intrigued by this alternate universe Balder. As Odin studied the mighty Thor before him, a flicker of hope emerged in his heart. Though he appeared calm on the surface, Odin was anything but. Deep inside, he was filled with urgency and dread. Because he had discovered a terrifying secret. The secret of Ragnarok. In the vision of Ragnarok he had seen, the gods would perish alongside Surtur, Fenrir, and other great enemies. Thor, Loki, himself, and the rest of the Asgardian gods, and even Asgard itself, would ultimately be destroyed. But that wasn't the end. A while later, Asgard and its gods would be reborn, their memories erased, doomed to repeat everything from the beginning, until Ragnarok came again, and again, in an endless loop. This cycle had repeated countless times. And no one but Odin had noticed. Only he knew the truth. He was filled with bitterness and fury. Asgard and Ragnarok were just a dish. Somewhere deep behind the scenes, higher gods, gods above gods, were pulling the strings. They orchestrated everything, guiding each Ragnarok from the shadows. The Asgardian gods were nothing but seeds. These gods above gods scattered them, let them grow strong, and then harvested them at the end of their life cycles through Ragnarok. All the power and energy the gods accumulated over a lifetime was devoured in death by these higher beings. Ragnarok was just their meal. A recurring, carefully paced feast. Although Odin had uncovered this truth, he stood no chance against the gods above gods. All he could do was follow the fate laid out for him. Until now. Looking at this alternate universe Thor, Odin saw hope, a chance to finally break the cycle. This Thor was overwhelmingly powerful. Perhaps he could resist the gods above gods. With that thought, Odin hesitated only a moment before saying, "I need your help with something." The parallel Thor and others were stunned, while Thor himself was confused. "What is it?" he asked. "Come with me." Odin led him to a palace chamber. After shielding the area from all prying eyes and ears, he revealed everything he knew about Ragnarok. As the story ended, the room fell into dead silence. Thor's face was frozen with shock and disbelief. Ragnarok. Gods above gods. What kind of nightmare was this? His skin crawled just thinking about it. For a moment, he wondered, was his own Asgard also being controlled by such entities? But they hadn't shown up during his Ragnarok, right? Balder had rewritten their fate. Maybe those higher gods were afraid of Balder. So they never appeared. Or maybe, his Asgard simply didn't have those gods above gods. Was it a difference between universes? One guess after another ran through his mind. At the same time, he felt troubled by his other father's request. Sure, Balder had made him feel near invincible, but going up against those things. Gods above gods. He wasn't sure he could win. Coming back to his senses, Thor said cautiously, "This might be something only my brother Balder can help with. I'm not sure I can handle it myself." Odin blinked in surprise. Balder again. He was puzzled. Could Balder really be that strong? And Thor's refusal disappointed him. He was about to try persuading Thor again when both Odin and Thor sensed it. They simultaneously looked up, staring beyond the palace walls. A massive, armored female figure wearing silver battle armor and a long cloak was suddenly standing above Asgard, floating in the sky. Her head was lowered, her gaze locked directly on their location. Both men's faces changed instantly. They knew. She was one of them. A god above gods. She must have noticed something, possibly even heard their conversation. Odin's face twisted with regret and dread. Then, the towering goddess extended her hand. In full view of the stunned Asgardians below, she reached directly for Odin and Thor's palace. Thor instantly felt a life-threatening danger. He didn't hesitate. Drawing on the divine power gifted to him by Baldur, the power of an abstract concept god, he lashed out. Boom. Golden lightning roared from his body, blasting through the roof and smashing straight into the giant silver hand. The towering goddess showed no reaction at first. Her expression was cold and emotionless. After all, a mere Asgardian god couldn't possibly harm her. Or so she thought. But in the next instant... Ah! She cried out in pain. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her injured hand. How did you hurt me? She, Cleo, one of the gods above gods, couldn't believe it. A Thor from Asgard had wounded her. Even if she had been caught off guard and unprepared, it still shouldn't have been possible. As she reeled in shock. Back inside the wrecked palace, Odin stared wide-eyed. He glanced at the wincing Cleo, then turned to Thor, who was crackling with golden lightning and radiating an overwhelming aura. He noticed something unusual. The golden lightning wasn't just powerful, it tore tiny rifts through space wherever it passed. And it carried something else. A mysterious aura that made Odin's heart tremble. This feels like a divine aura. He muttered, unsure. Up above, Cleo had also sensed it and exclaimed in disbelief. What divine power is this? How is it so powerful? Born of this divine energy, or perhaps infused by it. This lightning had actually wounded a god above gods. What the hell was going on? Cleo stood in the air, stunned, her eyes locked on Thor with utter confusion. End of chapter. Chapter 636. Cleo couldn't understand what kind of divine power this was. How could it hurt her? Down below. Thor, upon seeing this, immediately relaxed a bit and muttered in surprise, "My little brother's divine power really is useful." This woman couldn't withstand it either. Odin, standing beside him, caught the faint muttering and looked slightly stunned. That power came from Baldur. Was it really that strong, that unique? While Odin was still reeling from the thought, he quickly warned, "Be careful. This one's not so easy to beat." Almost as if to confirm his fears, the very next second, a terrifying aura burst from the female supreme god, blanketing all of Asgard. The skies of Asgard darkened instantly. Many Asgardians were gasping for air under the pressure. Odin gripped Gungnir tightly, ready to leap into battle. Thor, feeling the overwhelming pressure as well, prepared to go all out in a fight with the supreme goddess. But then, suddenly, two more enormous figures appeared in Asgard's sky. They were dressed similarly to the first supreme goddess. Thor and Odin instantly understood who they were. Gazing at the three supreme gods above, Thor's expression darkened. The pressure grew heavier. He wasn't sure he could win against these so-called supreme gods. Odin beside him couldn't help but feel despair creeping in. So many supreme gods were watching this place. This wasn't good. As the three supreme gods sneered with contempt and Thor and Odin tensed, ready to fight, a spark of golden light suddenly flared in the sky above Asgard. Its abrupt appearance, especially at such a tense moment, drew the attention of the three supreme gods, the hidden ones spying from the shadows, as well as the Asgardians and Odin and Thor. What was that? They were stunned. Very quickly, the golden spark expanded into a complete, round portal. Through it, one could clearly see the scene on the other side. A figure draped in white, shrouded in mysterious energy, slowly floated out of the portal. Seeing this figure, everyone reacted differently. The supreme gods, Asgardians, and Odin all wore puzzled expressions. They had no idea who this person was. But Thor's eyes lit up with joy as he shouted, "Hey! Brother, over here!" Just entering this universe, Syd turned his head in response. Hearing Thor's call, the others were shocked. Asgardians started murmuring in surprise. "He's the brother of Thor from another universe. Baldur." Everyone was curious and puzzled about him. Thor from another universe had mentioned before that his changes and powers came from this person. Was he really that strong? Odin too was filled with uncertainty and curiosity. The three supreme gods present, as well as the hidden ones, had heard Thor mention this person earlier, so they naturally knew who he was. They were wary, but not truly concerned. After all, with so many supreme gods here, could they not handle just one person? At that moment, Supreme Goddess Cleo furrowed her brow and questioned, "That power on him, did it come from you?" Syd turned his head and looked at the towering female supreme god. By now, he had roughly figured out what kind of universe this was. No wonder this universe feels so powerful. It's a comic book universe. He murmured to himself. Compared to the movie universe, the comic universe had absurd power scaling and some truly ridiculous beings. Not just universal-level beings, there were multiversal ones too. As for the three figures not far off, he had naturally guessed who they were, the supreme gods hiding in Asgard, weaving the threads of fate, controlling the gods, and orchestrating Ragnarok. In essence, these supreme gods were to the Asgardians what the gods were to humans, beings of a higher order. Their power was immense. In the end, it was Thor who became Rune King Thor and broke free from fate. But the ones who truly dealt with these supreme gods weren't Rune King Thor, but Loki, or more accurately, the god of stories Loki. The comic book version of the god of stories was incredibly powerful, even stronger than the TV version. His level was multiversal or beyond, just below the Phoenix Force. In the comics, he couldn't defeat the pure Phoenix Force. Even so, his abilities were still tremendous. Thinking of this, Syd felt a tinge of apprehension. As I conquer more and more universes, I knew I'd eventually run into ones that are hard to deal with. If luck wasn't on his side, he might encounter enemies that were truly problematic. As for these supreme gods, since he hadn't fought them directly, he wasn't sure how strong they were. But, seeing how they needed to consume Asgardians' energy, they probably weren't that outrageous in strength. Casting a glance at Cleo and the other supreme gods, Syd decided to err on the side of caution. He activated his Avatar of Light ability. In an instant, endless light poured from his body, causing Cleo and the other supreme gods to instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes. Soon, the blinding light enveloped all of Asgard and began to spread outward beyond it. Moments later, the entire universe was bathed in light. Before anyone could react, that boundless radiance gathered back toward Asgard. In a blink, above Asgard, a vast, indescribable abstract conceptual divine form appeared. Cleo and the other supreme gods stared, dumbfounded. An abstract cosmic entity. They couldn't believe their eyes. And then, they felt their memories become hazy. New memories were forming in their minds. As Syd became this universe's primordial god of creation, his self-existent and eternal abilities kicked in. He had directly become the god of creation from the very birth of this universe, or even earlier. His ancient myths and records began to appear across the cosmos and within the memories of all beings. Cleo and the other supreme gods were lost in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. While they were still in shock, Syd himself was a bit surprised. Now that he had become the creator god of this comic universe, he felt his power surge explosively. Still, facing these supreme gods, he didn't dare to lower his guard. After all, this was a comic book universe, who knew what ridiculous powers they might have. He didn't want to fall victim to some unexpected trick. The next second, he activated chaos magic. The holy brilliance of his abstract divine form instantly turned a deep crimson. But just as Syd was about to activate his reality warping ability, something unexpected happened. The chaos magic radiating from him expanded, and under its blood-red glow, the surrounding space turned into flickering mosaics, as if everything could be twisted and transformed into anything at any moment. End of chapter. Chapter 637. 100 PS. Syd felt a strange familiarity wash over him. He had encountered this before. It was the occasional loss of control that came with chaos magic. Back before his chaos magic had reached level 5, it would sometimes trigger this reality-altering state spontaneously. Of course, it wasn't a full meltdown, more of a minor destabilization. Feeling the current state and gazing at the three supreme gods in the distance, a trace of pity arose in his heart. If this had happened earlier, back when he was just getting used to the comic universe, he might have stumbled or been ambushed. But now, in this runaway chaos magic state, there was basically no chance of that. The truth was simple, the supreme gods were just unlucky. The next second, Syd's voice echoed across all of Asgard, a mysterious sound, as if it came from the cosmic truth itself. There shall no longer be supreme gods of Asgard. As his words fell, the three distant supreme gods froze, confused by the meaning of what this mysterious deity had just said. They weren't the only ones puzzled. Odin and the rest of the Asgardians below were equally bewildered. At that moment, Thor's eyes lit up. He muttered, "It's here, my brother's reality warping ability." What? Odin blinked, not immediately understanding. Up in the sky, the three supreme gods furrowed their brows. You. Cleo started to speak, but then suddenly noticed something strange about her body, and stopped in her tracks. Their forms were starting to turn translucent and illusory, as though a giant eraser were slowly rubbing them out of existence. What have you done to us? What is this power? The three supreme gods, including Cleo, were filled with shock and terror. They could sense it, a power of fundamental superiority was erasing them. The worst part? They couldn't resist it. How is this possible? We are supreme gods. How can a force exist that we can't fight against? No. The three were consumed by panic and disbelief, trying to speak. But the very next moment, their figures vanished completely. From the shadows of Asgard, faint wails could be heard echoing. In a flash, the entire realm of Asgard fell silent. All of its supreme gods had been erased by just a single sentence from Syd. Witnessing this, the Asgardians below were stunned speechless. Just one sentence, and those terrifying beings were gone. What kind of power was this? Inside the ruined palace, Odin looked up, having witnessed what had just taken place. This. He was frozen in place. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He turned to Thor and murmured, "Reality warping." Now he finally understood what Thor had meant earlier by that term. Though he understood now, it didn't make it any less awe-inspiring or terrifying. Reality warping. Thor, noticing Odin's gaze, couldn't help but puff out his chest proudly. My brother is a great primordial god of creation. Of course those so-called supreme gods were no match for him. Primordial god of creation. Odin repeated, stunned. Suddenly, a different set of memories flooded his mind. In this new memory, the figure in the sky was the sixth primordial creator who had existed since the dawn of the universe. Odin's mind was spinning. He couldn't tell which memory was real anymore, the ones he always had, or these new ones that had just emerged. At the same time, a wave of envy, and even jealousy, began to swell in his heart. Why did the Thor and Asgard of another universe get such a powerful god? Why wasn't he here? Odin's heart soured, and he looked at the divine figure in the sky with a mix of complexity and bitterness. Then, the sky suddenly darkened. Having resolved the supreme god's threat, Syd dispelled his abstract divine form and floated down toward the ruined palace where Thor stood. He spoke simply, "Let's go." Back to Universe 616. This comic universe was full of unknown dangers. Even now, as its creator god, he didn't want to linger any longer than necessary. Thor hesitated, glancing at Odin, then at the ruined remnants of Asgard. A trace of reluctance flashed across his face. Can I still come back here? Syd gave it a thought, glanced at Thor, and in an instant, golden light surged over Thor's body. Thor's eyes widened in shock. He could feel a new, unique ability had been added to his body. Syd had granted him temporary control over space transfer, linking it to his own power. As a bonus, Syd also sent the complete knowledge of portal magic into Thor's mind. Whether Thor could master or use it, that would be up to him. Thor was elated. With a wave of his hand, Syd opened a new portal leading back to Universe 616. The next moment, he floated through it. As he did, Odin looked on with a complicated expression. He wanted to say something, but in the end, remained silent. Far away, this universe's versions of Thor and Baldur watched the white-clad figure disappear with equally conflicted emotions. That guy, was he telling the truth all along? Looking at that Thor, Baldur muttered, stunned, could it be that he is the real Baldur, and I'm the fake one? If not, why was he so strong, and he himself so weak? His mind reeled. The parallel Thor felt the same, and even more so. Emotions like shock, envy, and disbelief roiled in his heart. Universe 616. Syd didn't care when Thor would return, his attention was entirely focused on his dreamwalking technique, self-existence trait, and the accumulated energy points and God unlock progress. This journey to the comic universe had only deepened his sense of urgency. He had to reach the multiversal level as soon as possible, otherwise, he might not even have the strength to resist what's coming. Forget the overpowered beings in the comic universe, just take the god of dark magic Thon or the trinity of Vishanti, for example. Even more terrifying was the real body of that great old one that would soon arrive. There was no way he could deal with any of them in his current state. Syd sighed to himself. Not long after, Thor returned from the comic universe. Time flowed quickly, and before long, a whole day had passed. Photon energy plus 5157. Photon energy plus 5157. Unlock progress, 55%. Hearing the familiar system prompts in his ears and seeing the accumulated energy, Syd's eyes filled with anticipation. The next second, he dumped all the energy points into his unlock progress. Instantly, the percentage changed. Unlock progress, 78%. But after a while, no new system notification came. No new ability. And only 78%. Seeing this, Syd froze for a moment, disappointment welling up in his heart. He was already at 78%, and still no new ability. Don't tell me it'll only appear at 80%, or 85%, 90%, maybe even 100%. He was speechless. Also, when exactly would the core ability of God be unlocked? Syd furrowed his brows in deep thought. After a moment, he shook his head and sighed. Forget it. No point in overthinking. Just keep grinding. Photon energy plus 5157. Photon energy plus 5157. The prompts continued to ring in his ears. End of chapter. Chapter 638. 200 PS. While continuously illuminating the universe, Syd kept collecting energy points without pause. An hour passed. Suddenly, his attention shifted to a certain dimension within the 616 main universe. As he conquered more and more universes, his power grew rapidly, edging ever closer to multiversal level. Naturally, his perception and exploration capabilities expanded exponentially as well. Just moments ago, he had faintly sensed a dimension emanating a very familiar aura. Without hesitation, Syd projected his awareness into that unknown dimension. At the heart of it, he detected an immense mass of green energy, and a familiar presence, or rather, a former enemy. Back then, when testing the power of Orochi's divine finger, he had accidentally weakened the fabric of reality. A dimensional demon god from the void sensed this and injected its will into a mutant on Earth. At the time, acting as Messiah, Syd had repeatedly unleashed sunshine, forcing the demon god to retreat and abandon Earth. The scene came flooding back into Syd's mind, along with the parting words of the fleeing entity. "You win this time. I'll be back." As those words rang out, the green veil that had cloaked the sky and land vanished, and reality was restored to normal. Back then, Syd hadn't been strong enough to deal with the demon god. Later, when he did grow powerful, the demon had disappeared without a trace, impossible to find. But he had never forgotten it. Now, sensing this hidden demon god cloaked in endless green energy, Syd's gaze turned ice cold. "You got away last time. Let's see if you can run this time." As he was about to act, deep within that dimension, the unknown dimensional demon god also felt something. "Who's there? Who dares to spy on me?" The demon roared in fury. Syd didn't bother to respond. He simply acted. A flood of divine light surged outside the dimension, coalescing into his abstract conceptual divine form. Not only that, powers from multiple universes also began to converge onto Syd. His divine body grew larger, vaster, beyond comprehension. Then, he raised his right hand. Boom. A colossal hand bathed in divine light tore through layers of space and dimensional barriers, grasping the entire dimension in its palm. The entire dimension trembled. Inside, the dimensional demon god's expression changed dramatically as he sensed the enormous hand from beyond his plane. What is this? He quickly recognized the aura coming from that hand. White-robed one. I didn't provoke you, did I? Stop. he shouted in terror. Meanwhile, the sheer scale of the disturbance began attracting attention from other dimensional entities. Across the multiverse, one after another, other dimensional demon gods sensed something and turned their gaze toward the scene. That's the white-robed one. The creator god. What is he doing? Mephisto, Lucifer, Dormammu, one by one, they gasped in horror. What shocked them most was the sheer magnitude of Syd's divine form. This guy is insane, his conceptual divine body is massive enough to grab an entire dimension. His power was so overwhelming that just looking at that glowing, sacred hand made them feel as though they could be crushed at any moment. While they were panicking, Syd finally made his move. Ignoring the demon's pleas, his glowing hand began to squeeze. Crack! 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 The dimensional space twisted, contorted, and began to collapse. No, please. Have mercy. I bear you no grudge. Why, Creator God? The dimensional demon god's face twisted in terror as he begged for his life. Outside the dimension, Syd simply looked down at it, expression calm. He figured it was worth letting the demon die with some clarity. So, he casually said, Messiah. The demon froze, its face changed instantly as memories surged. It's related to Messiah. He's doing this because of Messiah. What kind of connection do they have? His mind was reeling. And not just him, every other dimensional demon god who heard Syd's words was left stunned and full of confusion. Why would the white-robed creator god protect Messiah? What is their relationship? As they wrestled with these questions, Syd was already done wasting words. His divine hand tightened. Endless light, divine power, and laws of reality erupted in his grasp. Boom. In an instant, the entire dimension exploded. No. White-robed one, how can you be so heartless? I won't accept this. The dimensional demon god roared in his final moments, overwhelmed with dread and regret, desperate to scream one last curse. But before he could finish, the flood of light and divine power consumed him completely. There was no resistance. Drenched in terror, his consciousness vanished into darkness. Shockwaves of divine power rippled outward. As the light faded, the dimension and its demon god were utterly erased. Just to be safe, a deep crimson chaos magic glow lit up around Syd's right hand. The red light swept across the region where the dimension had been, wiping out all remnants. Once it was done, he finally stopped. His abstract divine form dissolved into countless beams of light and scattered. Silence fell. The surrounding dimensional demon gods were shaken to their core. A dimension and a demon god, just gone. And it wasn't even done in any elaborate or mystical way. They were obliterated as easily as crushing a bug. In their horror, fear began to rise in every onlooker's heart. They quickly diverted their attention and began concealing their own dimensions, terrified that the white-robed god might suddenly go mad and come for them next. Their fragile lives couldn't handle that kind of assault. Especially Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, he was practically losing his mind, scrambling to increase his concealment magic while silently praying that the white-robed god wouldn't find him. While Dormammu prayed, Syd's attention wasn't on him at all. His entire focus was on his god unlock progress. Unlock progress, 78%. Feeling a nudge in his mind, he casually dumped all the energy points he had accumulated recently into the unlock. End of chapter. Chapter 639. The next moment, Syd's god unlock progress shifted again. Unlock progress, 79%. He sighed and curled his lip in frustration, helplessly resuming the accumulation of energy points. Photon energy plus 5,157. Photon energy plus 5,157. As time passed, the energy points, which had been emptied before, began rising again at a terrifying pace. Meanwhile, as Syd continued lighting up universes and collecting energy, news of his destruction of the dimension and the dimensional demon god had begun to attract the attention of certain cosmic beings. In a mysterious magic dimension, 3 unspeakable entities had noticed the dimension's destruction and the demon god's death. They were, the god of order Hoggoth, the goddess of white magic Ashtar, and the dimensional lord Agamotto. Together, they formed the trinity of the Vishanti. One had the head of a massive tiger, another the head of a middle-aged bald man, and the third the head of a long-haired woman. They merged together, forming the great divine being known as Vishanti. They were not only lords of the mystical dimensions, but also the source of all white magic, jointly maintaining the multiverse's order. Now, they had sensed the dimension's collapse and the annihilation of its demon god. In the next moment, their attention turned toward Earth in the 616 universe, focusing on the white-clad youth. All three pairs of eyes sparkled with intrigue. From among them, Oshter, the long-haired woman, said with curiosity, "What an interesting little fellow." Agamotto, the bald man, added with a chuckle, "I didn't expect such a curious being to appear in the multiverse." Finally, Hoggoth, the ancient god with the tiger head, said with growing interest, "Once we're done with our current affairs, we should go meet this little one. I'm quite curious about him." The other two nodded in agreement. They were very intrigued by the sixth creator god of the 616 universe and were planning to visit Earth soon to observe and investigate him up close. They were particularly interested in the power he possessed. Elsewhere, in a dark realm, a middle-aged man with two long horns atop his head also sensed the dimension's annihilation, and the entity responsible for it. Instantly, Thon, god of black magic and lord of the dead, felt a chill of recognition. It's him. That little brat. His eyes filled with malice. Not long ago, he had sensed an unfamiliar yet potent chaos magic emerge. Out of curiosity and surprise, he had tried to tempt and lure its wielder, only to be infuriated when the other party completely ignored him. He had never been dismissed so utterly before, and he took it very personally. Ever since, he had vowed that once he broke free from his seal, he would personally go to Earth and crush that insolent whelp. Of course, the sudden emergence of such a powerful and unknown chaos magic had also shocked and intrigued him. He had been unable to resist the urge to observe it. But now, before much time had passed, he had once again sensed that same being. And this time, it was even stronger than before. Thon could hardly believe it. He almost wondered if he was sensing the wrong person. How could such a weak creature become so strong in such a short time? What the hell is going on? His mind filled with shock and greed. His curiosity about the owner of the chaos magic had now grown into a ravenous obsession. That power belongs to me. Everything belongs to me. Thon was now desperate to break his seal and descend upon Earth, to seize the incomprehensible power of that youth with his own hands. It won't be long now. I'll break this seal soon. Wait for me. He whispered hungrily. While both the Vishanti and Thon were focusing on Earth, eager to explore or invade. Time continued to pass. 2 days later. Photon energy plus 5,157. Photon energy plus 5,157. Unlock progress, 79%. Syd stared at his system panel, eyes brimming with anticipation. Should be enough by now. God mimicry progress, 100%. Without hesitation, he funneled the energy points collected over the past 2 days into the God unlock bar. The next second, the progress bar changed once again. Syd's eyes locked on it. But something unexpected happened. Unlock progress, 99%. 99%. Syd froze in disbelief. Even with 2 full days' worth of energy, he still couldn't reach 100%. And the most surprising part, he hadn't heard a single system notification. In other words, no new divine power had been unlocked yet. So it really has to hit 100%. Syd was stunned. The leap in this new ability's threshold was outrageous. So much time had passed, and still no new ability. Was it really only at 100% that the next God ability would emerge? He found it hard to believe. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a rising curiosity and excitement for this last ability. Just 1% left. How many more energy points will it take to fill that last 1%? He wondered. He had a hunch that the final 1% would be the hardest. But considering the massive amount of points he had already used, it shouldn't be much longer. With that in mind, Syd settled into wait, eager and expectant. The sun shone brightly. Time marched on. Photon energy plus 5,157. Photon energy plus 5,157. Meanwhile, across the multiverse, whispers began to ripple through the dimensions. A massive figure, shrouded in black mist, with indescribable tentacles, had arrived in the multiverse. It was crossing layers of space, traversing dimensions and universes. Its destination: the 616 main universe. This was none other than the true body of the Great Old One. Insects. Its malicious, eerie whisper echoed like a curse. Wherever it moved, dimensions and universes became twisted and deformed. Such an apocalyptic presence naturally caught the attention of numerous incomprehensible entities across the multiverse. Even the true forms of the multiverse's creator gods, like Eternity, were drawn to the terrifying figure. Mental messages flew between them. What is this evil god heading toward? Should we stop it? Wait. Let's see what it's planning. These multiversal beings watched the Great Old One with uncertainty. They had no idea what it was after. But it was clearly searching for something. End of chapter. Chapter 640. The multiversal beings, Eternity, Infinity, Death, and Oblivion, watched in confusion as the evil Great Old One traversed across the multiverse. None of them knew what it was looking for, nor what it intended to do. But their gaze followed it, curious and cautious. Nearly a day passed. Eventually, the Great Old One arrived before a particular universe and halted. This was no ordinary universe, it was massive, far beyond the norm. Why is this universe so vast? Even the four embodiments of the multiverse, beings who had seen everything, Eternity, Infinity, Death, and Oblivion, were taken aback. And they weren't the only ones. Many hidden and unfathomable entities had also noticed this anomaly. They had overlooked this universe before. But now, with the arrival of the Great Old One, it commanded their full attention. This universe was not normal. Normally, no single universe could be this powerful or this enormous. With their interest piqued, the Watchers began to dig deeper. Before long, they uncovered the truth. And just like that, all attention, even that of Eternity and the other primordials, focused on Earth within Universe 616. All of this unusual activity traced back to a single mutant. Learning this, disbelief flooded their minds. Beings like them should never be surprised by cosmic fluctuations, but this case was too far beyond reason. They mentally reviewed the timeline of this mutant's growth, witnessing every event as if it were unfolding before them. This mutant, through nothing more than his mutant ability, had risen from insignificance to power beyond a single universe, all in less than a year. How could such a terrifyingly potent mutant exist? As entities that defined the multiverse itself, they were naturally familiar with the concept of mutants. But none of them had ever witnessed a mutant with potential on this level. From the moment of awakening to now, it hadn't even been a full year, and yet this mutant had already surpassed universal level. He was even on the cusp of reaching multiversal power. What kind of absurd potential was this? And what exactly was his mutant ability? Even worse, none of them could perceive it. Not even beings like Eternity and Oblivion could discern the nature of his mutant gene. That ability is beyond comprehension. Now, the purpose of the Great Old One became clear. It had come to punish this mutant boy. Realizing this, the four primordials shared a complex emotion. If this mutant continued to grow, he could well become the sixth creator god of the multiverse. In other words, a peer, a younger brother to them. But that future now seemed impossible. With the Great Old One targeting him, he wouldn't even have a chance to evolve further. Under such overwhelming power, resistance was meaningless. Even with power beyond a single universe, how could he stand against something at the multiversal apex? It wasn't just Eternity and the primordials who believed this. Other entities watching from afar, like Sidorak, the Crimson Realm Overlord, also concluded that the boy stood no chance. And then it began. The Great Old One, larger than the entire 616 universe, extended a grotesque, shadowy tentacle. It pierced through the void, breaching into the universe's edge. Crack! Reality split open. Had the Great Old One not deliberately restrained itself, the 616 universe would have been instantly destroyed. Even so, with just the tip of its power entering, the entire universe began to distort and decay. Stars and planets alike crumbled. Only the desperate resistance of the cosmic embodiments, Eternity, Infinity, Death, Oblivion, and Living Tribunal, was slowing the disintegration. But even they were panicking. The moment they felt it, it was already too late. Reality had begun to collapse. The corruptive power flooding in left them feeling hopeless. What is happening? What is that? Who is he? All of the 616's cosmic gods, including Galactus, gazed toward the breach in stunned silence. Beyond the universe, they saw an unfathomable entity, shrouded in black mist, infinite in scale, extending a tentacle into their realm. The tentacle was pitch black, covered in countless red eyes and mouths filled with jagged fangs. The mouths led to dark voids, their depths unknown. The eyes twitched unnaturally. The mouths whispered and chanted in distorted harmony. Their movements echoed with eerie, maddening whispers that resounded across the entire 616 universe. The void became filled with blasphemous hymns and praises, as if endless voices were hailing their dark god. Tiny ones, offer up your faith. Surrender body and soul to the great God. O great God, your will envelope stars and all things. He. Foolish lives, come. Become one with the great God. The whispers grew louder. The distortions worsened. And with them, the 616 universe began to collapse faster. Seeing this, the cosmic beings' despair deepened. It's over. As they drowned in fear and awe, the Great Old One, outside the universe, thought disdainfully. These beings are pitifully fragile. I already held back, and they still can't endure. He had restrained most of his power intentionally, so the ant who dared defy him wouldn't die prematurely. That insolent insect needed to be punished properly. So, he now dialed down his aura even further. His presence, voice, and corruption receded to a level just low enough for the universe's lifeforms to endure. The prey would not escape. But now, it was time for the final descent. End of chapter. Chapter 641. 300 PS. In the next instant, the gaze of the Old One turned toward a certain direction in the 616 main universe. In just a moment, it found the bug who dared to offend it. Earth. The cosmic collapse directly affected Earth. Countless people sensed the anomaly. Naturally, Syd, who was still on Earth, continuously lighting up the universe and gathering energy points, had long since noticed this change. With his abstract conceptual divine body, he understood everything. The true body of the Old One has appeared. Syd felt deeply burdened. At that moment, as the Old One's gaze fell upon him, his material divine body began to mutate. His fair skin gradually turned yellowed and mottled with strange spots. Sensing this, he immediately activated the light avatar and dissolved his material divine body. In the next second, the body turned into countless rays of light and disappeared. At the same time, under the watch of beings like eternity, an infinite brilliance burst forth within the 616 universe, coalescing into a massive form rivaling the size of the cosmos. Within this divine body were stars, suns, neutron stars, black holes, and galaxies. However, this towering figure that should have radiated holy brilliance now appeared grotesque. Influenced by the mutations in the 616 universe, the pure white holy light covering his form had turned into a dusky yellow. Like the final glow of a setting sun, it mirrored his current state. If he couldn't stop it, it wouldn't be long before he fully mutated. This state was all too familiar to Syd. He had experienced it multiple times before. He even possessed the power of the Old Ones within his body. But now, even that inherited power was being assimilated by the true Old One outside the universe. The difference in level was simply too vast. He couldn't resist at all. Seeing this, eternity and the other dying beings fell into despair and daze. Even our strongest little brother isn't a match for this evil deity. The enemy hadn't even made a serious move yet. Just the pollution radiating from its body had rendered them helpless. What kind of terrifying existence was this? They couldn't believe it. At that moment, the true body of the Old One outside the 616 universe stared intently at Syd's dusky yellow form through its crimson eye hidden in the black mist. A moment later, its cold and bizarre voice echoed, layered and heavy. "Worm, you dared destroy my avatar. Did you foresee this moment? I told you, this wouldn't be the end. Once I descend, it will be your death. Becoming my puppet is your final destiny. The power within you will be dessert after my feast." Looking down upon this insignificant existence within the cosmos, the Old One's massive crimson eye was filled with disdain and greed. "Tiny worm, little crawling insect." Its eerie voice reverberated. "No matter how hard you struggle, even if you've become a creator god in your universe, in my presence, you're still laughably insignificant. You have no strength to resist my power. If I didn't hold back, even a single whisper or glance from me would reduce you to nothing. Such a frail and pitiful life, your only end is extinction. The Old One's distorted voice echoed throughout the entire 616 universe and even beyond. The gods of the universe, like eternity, fell into even deeper despair. Even on Earth, the billions of humans mutating heard that bizarre voice. Despite the Old One's tongue being incomprehensible, the moment they heard it, they all somehow understood its meaning, and even knew clearly who it was talking to. As the twisted voice entered their ears, countless streams of knowledge and information surged into their minds. The image of the dusky white-clothed figure in the 616 universe, glowing dimly, was etched into their minds. That's the Creator God. The white-clothed hero. That terrifying existence is after the white-clothed hero. Seeing the invincible hero now grotesquely mutating before their eyes left them in disbelief and despair. Even he couldn't resist. Was it true, as that bizarre being said, that he couldn't even withstand a glance or whisper? And they were also witnessing the collapse of the universe itself. Then they saw that incomprehensible Old One reaching out its massive black tentacles toward the Creator God, the white-clothed hero. It looked like it was about to kill him. Countless humans were stunned. Shield. Nick Fury, holding a right hand covered in green mucus and sprouting thin tentacles, wore a dazed expression. Stark Tower. Damn it. Cursed Tony Stark, gazing at his heavily mutated body in frustration. Not just him, the other Avengers, including Black Widow Natasha, were similarly shaken. Asgard. Thor and the others stood pale and speechless. Outside the 616 universe. The multiversal beings like eternity watched what was happening in the 616 universe with increasingly conflicted feelings. That strange mutant is going to die. In the magical dimensions. The threefold Vishanti were also observing the scene, feeling a sense of pity. They had been quite interested in that youth's powers, even planning to visit Earth soon to investigate him further. But before they could, he was already about to die. Elsewhere. The god of black magic, the death deity Thon, was also watching the events of the 616 universe. His heart was full of unwilling rage. In just a short time, he would have broken the seal and descended upon Earth. Everything, the Creator God's powers, all of it, was supposed to be his. But now, this was happening. Damn it. Thon roared in fury. While all creation watched, as the Old One extended its black and grotesque tentacles, Syd's focus shifted elsewhere. Photon energy plus 5157. Photon energy plus 5157. Unlock progress, 99%. Looking at the energy points accumulated over the day, Syd grew tense. There was only one way to escape his current situation. Reach 100% in God mimicry. That was likely the only way to reverse this desperate situation. However, if these accumulated energy points couldn't raise the 99% progress to a full 100%, there was no time to think. In the next second, Syd poured all the energy points into the God mimicry progress bar. End of chapter. Chapter 642. 400 PS. In just an instant, all the energy points Syd had accumulated over nearly a full day disappeared from the panel. He stared at the display, anticipation surging in his chest. Unlock progress, 99%. Unlock progress, 100%. At the same time, a prompt rang out in his mind. Ability, Omniscience and Omnipotence, unlocked. Ability, Omniscience and Omnipotence, 0/100, Level 1. What is this? Hearing the prompt and seeing the new ability on his panel, Syd was momentarily stunned. Name, Syd Castell. Age, 17, natural lifespan, infinity days. Mutant abilities, Mimicry, Energy Absorption. Current mimic target, God, Title, Creator, Originator, Omniscient and Omnipotent 1. Unlock progress, 100%. Ability, Omniscience and Omnipotence, unlocked. Energy points, 0. The ability's creation and self-existent eternity had disappeared from the panel. What replaced them was just one ability. Omniscience and Omnipotence. Even Syd couldn't help being shocked by this outcome. He hadn't expected that once God's mimicry progress reached 100%, the unlocked ability would truly be omniscience and omnipotence. At first, it had only been a guess. But now, it had actually become reality. At the same moment that his mimicry reached 100%, and the ability omniscience and omnipotence appeared, Syd could feel his abstract conceptual divine body undergoing strange changes. Some metaphysical transformations were occurring within him. Omniscience and Omnipotence EXP +1. Omniscience and Omnipotence EXP +1. Ability, Omniscience and Omnipotence, 36/100, Level 1. Omniscience and Omnipotence was rapidly improving at an incredible, unknown rate. An unending stream of knowledge and information surged into his mind as he gradually began to approach true omniscience and omnipotence. Feeling these changes, Syd was dumbfounded. He could sense that with the mimicry progress at 100%, a fundamental metamorphosis had begun. Logically, the transformation should have happened in an instant, but now, he felt that it still needed time. It was the first time mimicry had ever encountered this kind of slow progress. Though omniscience and omnipotence was still just at level 1, he had already gleaned some understanding. The changes overtaking his body were deeply linked to this ability. Only upon reaching level 5 could he complete the final transformation. And he could feel it. When that happened, the tremors would be immense. Both within himself, and in the world outside. Even now, with the ability just at level 1, Syd's abstract conceptual divine body was undergoing significant changes. Sensing something unusual, the Old One's grotesque black tentacles paused mid-reach. Although it felt like a long period had passed, in truth, it had all occurred in the span of a breath. From the perspective of the other entities, and the Old One itself, just as it extended its tentacles toward the 616 universe, the figure of the Creator within that universe began undergoing strange and profound change. The Old One. The multiversal entities watching from outside. Eternity and the rest within the 616 universe. Nick Fury, Tony Stark, and billions of others on Earth. All of them, every single being, was stunned by what they saw. A vast, cosmos-sized divine figure clad in white robes, whose body encompassed planets, stars, and galaxies. The pollution on its surface had dimmed its radiance into a sunset yellow hue, but now, within that dusky glow, a single strand of unimaginably pure light had begun to shine. That light was indescribable, perfect, flawless. It had no blemish or impurity. Like the very first light before all creation. Pure. Brilliant. Just seeing it caused a kind of spiritual elevation in everyone who beheld it. Insight bloomed in their minds. As if just by gazing upon that light, one could understand everything they had ever sought to know. A single thought emerged in every being's consciousness. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. Only this phrase could vaguely express what they now felt. That pure, dazzling, flawless radiance grew stronger and stronger, until it completely engulfed the previously tainted yellow light. And within that splendor, a formless being took shape, its appearance so indistinct, no one could describe it. It seemed humanoid, but also not. No one could articulate its form. Unnameable. Indescribable. Without substance, without soul, without spirit. Looking upon it, one simply could not comprehend it. Across the universe, and even beyond, divine hymns began to echo. Angel-like murmurs rose in the void, as if countless beings were singing praises. The self-existent, who was, and is, and ever shall be. The omniscient and omnipotent, the Creator of all. Glory, dominion, all that is and all that ever will be, is yours. Forever, and ever. These sacred chants rang in everyone's ears. Gazing at that unnameable figure within the cosmos, neither the billions on Earth, nor the countless gods across the stars, nor even the multiversal powers like the Vishanti or Thon. None could look away. Regardless of where they stood, on Earth or beyond the edge of space, they found the same image reflected in their eyes, that indescribable being. Even more shocking, they realized something else. Size no longer held meaning. Outside the universe, the Old One's body was impossibly massive, the cosmos itself seemed like a marble in its gaze. And yet, compared to the being of pure light now standing within the universe, the Old One now looked small. The scale of perception had flipped. Big and small no longer had any meaning. This dissonance made Tony Stark and the others feel like their brains were about to short-circuit. They could clearly see this being, even form impressions of it, but as soon as they looked away, the memory blurred. It was as if their level of existence simply did not permit them to truly remember this figure. Outside the 616 universe, the Old One's massive crimson eye trembled. It stared at the being of pure light and roared in disbelief. What has happened to you? Everything before it filled it with confusion. It swore it had never encountered anything so incomprehensible. The creature it once saw as an insect had suddenly become something else. Something it could not understand. At the same time, the multiversal entities, Eternity, the Vishanti, Thon, all stood in stunned silence. They too could not comprehend what they were witnessing. End of chapter. Chapter 643. 500 PS. On Earth. The Ancient One and other beings, along with billions of humans, wore looks of confusion in their eyes. Then, after his initial shock, the Old One quickly regained composure, feigning calmness as he forced a grin and said coldly, "Insignificant bug, little crawler, don't think changing your appearance will make me fear you. No matter how much you change, your essence remains the same. All I need is a glance, and you, fragile and weak being, will perish. Your final end will still be to become my puppet and dessert." That strange, echoing voice reverberated through the entire universe, and beyond. Upon hearing this, whether the billions on Earth or the gods like the Vishanti, everyone quickly snapped back to their senses. "Indeed, no matter how much he's changed, it doesn't change the weakness at his core," murmured Ashtar of the Vishanti. No matter how transformed the creator god of the 616 universe appeared, he could not possibly rival a multiversal, or even higher, existence like the Old One. No matter the change, the essence remained the same. And so would the result. Agamotto and Hoggith nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Eternity and the others from the multiverse also recovered and looked on at the radiant figure within the 616 universe, their expressions increasingly complex. Thon let out a sigh of regret. As they watched, the Old One once again extended his grotesque black tentacles toward the glowing, formless being, intent on binding and turning him into a puppet. Many beings silently mourned the sight. Yet just then, they noticed. The Old One's tentacle froze in place once more. What's happening? They wondered in shock. Then, to their surprise, the Old One's voice burst out in stunned rage. "What have you done? Why can't I move?" Its massive crimson eye quivered in disbelief as it glared at the glowing figure in the universe. Hearing that cry, Eternity and the other divine entities were taken aback. What's going on? Instinctively, all eyes turned to the radiating, indescribable being within the 616 universe. Syd, now under all their gazes, was quietly sensing the changes within himself. His abstract conceptual divine body had completed its initial transformation, and even he was surprised at the current state. Most importantly, even though omniscience and omnipotence hadn't completed its final evolution, it was already incomprehensibly powerful. When the Old One extended his tentacle, a single thought crossed Syd's mind: stay back. And just like that, the Old One's tentacle froze in place. So this is what omniscience and omnipotence means. Syd whispered to himself. Anything he wished to do, he could do. Even now, with just a level 1 ability and an incomplete transformation, the being beyond multiversal level, the Old One, was no longer his equal. Just then, a prompt rang in his mind. Omniscience and Omnipotence EXP +1. Ability, Omniscience and Omnipotence, 0/500, Level 2. In mere moments, the ability had reached Level 2. Facing the Old One's rage and the countless watching eyes, Syd calmly said, "I didn't do anything. I simply didn't want you to come closer. I didn't want you to move." His voice, sacred and absolute, like truth itself, echoed across the entire universe and beyond. Everyone heard him. And yet, they were dazed and confused. What does he mean he didn't want the Old One to move? The words were clear, but no one could understand. No, rather, they refused to understand. Could a thought alone control a being of such magnitude? That kind of existence can't possibly be controlled by a mere thought. They simply didn't believe it. Nor did the billions of humans on Earth. It was too absurd. The Old One certainly wasn't going to accept such a ridiculous notion. He let out a cold, mocking laugh. "You think a thought can control me? What a joke." You must have used some kind of trick. Sneering, he added. If it's so easy, then make me disappear with a thought. Heh. At his level of existence, it was impossible to simply vanish. He had no fear. Hearing this, the Vishanti, Eternity, and others didn't believe Syd could do such a thing either. But before they could scoff further, Syd's calm, sacred voice rang out once more. If that's what you want, then I'll grant your wish. You may now disappear. That truth-like voice echoed. And in the next second, something no one could believe happened. What did you do? The crimson eye of the Old One, veiled in black mist, trembled in horror as he looked at his own body. His once boundless form was turning transparent, as if it were vanishing. Impossible. The Old One screamed in disbelief. And all who witnessed it, Eternity, the gods of the 616 universe, the Vishanti, Thon, were stunned beyond reason. A single sentence, and a being beyond the multiverse, began to vanish. They instinctively turned to look at the radiant being in the 616 universe, their hearts filled with awe and confusion. In their shocked gazes, the Old One let out a final scream, his massive form becoming more and more translucent. They could sense it clearly. This evil being had tried to resist. Tried to struggle, to fight back with all its might. But none of it mattered. He couldn't even move. The Vishanti and the rest stood frozen. All because of a single sentence. What is this power? Meanwhile, the rapidly fading Old One howled in despair. His mind was filled with terror, disbelief, confusion. Ever since coming to this multiverse, nothing had gone as expected. The insignificant ant he thought he'd devour. The one he believed would perish with a glance. Now with a single sentence, he was the one vanishing. What are you? You're not the creator of this universe, he screamed as he tried to fight off the inevitable. End of chapter. Chapter 644. Who are you really? You can't be this universe's creator god. The Old One screamed in defiance, desperately resisting his final obliteration. He simply couldn't believe it. This person, this so-called mutant, was allegedly the creator of this universe. A lowly creator god from a single universe could never possess this kind of power. A single sentence had rendered a multiversal-level being like him completely helpless, fading into nothing. The Old One was certain this figure must be hiding some mysterious, higher identity. As the Old One shrieked in disbelief during his final moments, the same doubts began to arise in the minds of the multiversal beings watching. Eternity and the others could no longer suppress the thought. If someone could erase a multiversal-level being, or someone beyond that, with a mere sentence, how could anyone believe he was just the creator of one universe? His power had clearly surpassed even the multiverse. A storm of speculation filled the thoughts of countless observers. Everyone was guessing, theorizing, desperate to know this being's true identity. But while they were speculating, Syd had already grown tired of listening to the Old One's voice. Even though his omniscience and omnipotence was only level 2, he had already shattered the logic of reality. As long as he willed it, it would happen. Even the rebooting, annihilation, and recreation of the multiverse in front of him could be done in an instant. He now resembled something like the original, unearthed Beyonder from the Marvel multiverse. Naturally, if he wanted the Old One's body gone, it could vanish in a breath. The only reason the Old One had lasted this long, putting up a facade of resistance, was because Syd had let him. After all, Syd had seen his own deaths many times in his visions of divine annihilation. If he just let the Old One die instantly, it would be too merciful. Now, listening to the Old One's screeching final questions, Syd had lost all interest in continuing the charade. Staring at the pathetic god still futilely struggling, Syd's voice was calm and cold. Now that your final words are done, you may truly disappear. And with that, in the gaze of disbelief, terror, and despair, the Old One completely vanished from the multiverse. No trace left behind. As if he had never existed at all. Instant silence. Whether in the 616 universe or beyond, everything fell into an eerie hush. Impossible. Eternity, the Vishanti, Thon, every being who witnessed this moment fell into stunned silence. They had believed that the Old One, with his unimaginable power, would at least put up some final struggle. But in the next breath, he was gone. His earlier resistance seemed like a joke in hindsight. Then the truth struck them. The Old One had only lasted this long because Syd let him. Now that Syd had grown tired of seeing him, the Old One was erased, instantly. There wasn't even a delay. And that terrifying realization chilled them all to the core. Just what level had this being reached? On Earth. Under the influence of Syd's power and the aftershocks of the Old One's corruption, many humans had indirectly witnessed the cosmic events unfolding above. And they saw it. That terrifying God who could destroy entire universes was erased by a single sentence. That's terrifying. He really can do anything just by thinking it. Then they saw one final scene. That radiant, blurry figure lifted his head, gazing at the collapsing universe above. In the next moment, everything stopped. The collapse paused. And then, all the shattered, corrupted parts of the universe began rapidly regenerating. In less than a second, the entire cosmos was restored. It was as if nothing had ever happened. The humans on Earth stood frozen, eyes blank. If they didn't still remember what had happened just moments ago, they would have thought it was all a dream. This kind of power. Nick Fury, Tony Stark, and everyone else felt their worldview collapse all over again. Where's the science now? Does this thing even obey any law of reality? Back in the 616 universe. Having dealt with the Old One, Syd turned his attention outward, sweeping his gaze across the multiverse. In that instant, eternity, the Vishanti, Thawne, all those beyond the stars, felt it. A gaze unlike anything they'd known. In that moment of contact, they all felt utterly defenseless. As if all their secrets, all their thoughts, were laid bare. Though hard to believe, they knew it wasn't just imagination. In the magical dimensions, the Vishanti trio, Oshter, Hoggoth, and Agamotto, trembled under that gaze, their complexions twisted with awe and unease. Not long ago, they had scoffed at this being, thinking his essence was weak and no transformation could change that. They had assumed he would never defeat the Old One. But how long had it been? Now they stood face to face with undeniable truth. Even worse, just a moment ago, they had considered probing this being further. And now, they hadn't even had the chance. He had looked into them first. Under his gaze, they felt stripped bare. Every thought, every memory, laid open. There was nothing left to hide. It was a helplessness they hadn't felt in eons. When was the last time we felt like this? The three exchanged grim looks. Whatever curiosity they'd held earlier was long gone. Now, they didn't even dare to be curious. Syd had even read those very thoughts. He knew exactly what they had planned. So he'd made sure to stare at them a little longer. Just to let them fully experience what it felt like to be scrutinized by omnipotence. Then his gaze shifted. To the sealed realm where Thawne lay bound. Even though omniscience and omnipotence was only level 2, he could perceive everything, past and present. Thawne's schemes, his desire to stir up chaos, Syd knew it all. And for such a pest, he didn't even bother with words. As his gaze landed, Thawne felt a creeping dread. And with wide, panicked eyes, he cried out, "Spare me." And then, as if realizing it wasn't enough, "Spare me. I'll serve you, I'll be your servant." End of chapter. Chapter 645. As the god of dark magic and the god of death, Thawne was desperately struggling to survive in the face of a fatal crisis. But just as he opened his mouth to speak, he felt everything about himself begin to vanish. At that moment, Thawne was filled with terror and regret, wanting to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, before he could utter a single word, he vanished completely. The instant Thawne disappeared, his adversaries, Vishanti and several cosmic beings including Eternity, immediately sensed it. They knew exactly who could perform such a feat. In that moment, all eyes turned toward Syd in Universe 616, their hearts quietly filled with awe. At this point, having just dealt with Thawne, Syd gave a final glance toward Eternity and the others. After thinking for a second, he didn't take any further action. Those entities had little to do with him, there was no need to waste time on them. Thinking this, Syd's thoughts turned to the Time Variance Authority, an organization that had repeatedly provoked him. Previously, due to insufficient power, his divinity not yet reaching the multiversal level, and his God simulation progress not yet at 100%, he had hesitated to act. He hadn't been confident in facing Kong the Conqueror, the mastermind behind the TVA, fearing he might stumble and fall. So he had temporarily endured. But now, Syd had no intention of waiting any longer. The moment the thought arose, space rippled like liquid. A portal to the Time Variance Authority opened instantly. On the other side stood a group of stunned TVA agents, eyes wide with shock. The next second, Syd's glowing white, incomprehensible, formless, soulless, shape-shifting figure began to shrink slightly and drifted into the TVA's headquarters. Watching him float inward, Mobius and the others were terrified. They had, of course, witnessed the immense disturbance in Universe 616 not long ago. So they knew exactly who the being before them was. You. What are you trying to do? Why aren't the magic suppression devices working? They were filled with both fear and confusion as they realized even the TVA, capable of suppressing the Infinity Stones, had absolutely no effect on the glowing white figure. He still radiated light, remained formless, and floated in midair, completely unaffected. It was the first time they had seen something so absurd. Outside the main Universe 616, Eternity and the others who hadn't yet left, also noticed Syd's movement. What is he doing? They wondered in confusion. Inside the TVA, Syd paid no mind to Eternity and the others. His attention was solely on Mobius and the TVA agents. As for these ones who had caused him trouble multiple times, he couldn't even be bothered to speak. Under their horrified stares, he merely looked at them. The next moment, their bodies began to turn transparent. In a blink, they each vanished, one by one. The entire TVA instantly fell silent. Every member had been erased with a single thought. And just like the old gods, completely and utterly erased. Not even time travel could bring them back. After finishing off the TVA members, Syd murmured to himself, "The end of time, huh?" He already knew where Kong was hiding. At the end of time, in a dark and lonely citadel. There, one could even see the manifestation of the time stream. So how would he get there? Syd gave it a thought, and space rippled again. In the next moment, a new portal appeared, leading to the citadel at the end of time. Syd slowly drifted into the space-time rift. At that same time, on the other side of the portal, Kong the Conqueror, the hidden manipulator behind the TVA, stared in disbelief at the approaching figure. The white-cloaked one. The creator god. Seeing the glowing, formless entity, Kang's expression grew complex. He knew something about this being, and knew he was unique. At one point, Kong had even considered grooming him as a successor. That was why he had ignored the multiple reports from the TVA regarding Syd. He had thought he could wait for the right time to nurture him. Who would have thought this being was far more extraordinary than he'd ever imagined? He had become something even Kong couldn't comprehend. Kong knew exactly why Syd had come. Of course, he wouldn't go down without a fight. In the next second, he activated the time device on his wrist, trying to trim Syd from the timeline. But what happened next stunned him. No matter how many times he activated the time control functions on his wrist, no matter what kind of temporal energy he used, Syd remained completely unaffected. As expected. Time has no effect on you. Kong muttered in disbelief, "You've transcended time completely." Syd gave him a glance without answering. The next second, Kang's body began to turn transparent. He let out a bitter smile. Already knowing the outcome, he murmured, "What a terrifying being." Before he could even finish the sentence, he vanished completely. Syd observed all this with a calm expression. The next second, his gaze turned outward, beyond the citadel. In the cosmic expanse surrounding the citadel, a long, radiant, white time stream twisted and looped. But this stream wasn't whole, it had splintered into countless branches. Syd wasn't surprised. The sacred timeline had already collapsed. The appearance of branches was natural. He didn't care. To him now, time and space no longer held any meaning. If he willed it, he could reconstruct the splintered timeline. He could even erase the concept of a timeline from the multiverse entirely, without the slightest effort. Just as he was about to act and tidy up the timelines, he paused. A face flashed through his mind, Loki. Come to think of it, when he helped Thor and the others grow stronger in Asgard not long ago, he had completely ignored Loki. Ah, fine. I'll help him too. With a single thought. Loki, who was still on Earth and utterly confused, suddenly vanished. In the next instant, he appeared inside the citadel at the end of time. Staring at the glowing, formless figure before him, Loki's heart trembled. End of chapter. Chapter 646. 600 PS. Loki only saw a blur before he found himself in a strange, unfamiliar place. He hesitated as he looked at the glowing, indistinct figure before him. Of course, he knew exactly who this was. His face full of hesitation, Loki wasn't sure how to begin the conversation. At that moment, Syd spoke after a brief pause. "You're aware that Thor and the others have gotten stronger, right?" His mysterious, almost omniscient voice echoed in the space. Upon hearing this, Loki's hesitant expression shifted to one of jealousy and envy. Before he could respond, Syd continued, "I can give you an opportunity." As he spoke, he glanced at Loki, and in that instant, countless pieces of information and imagery flooded into Loki's mind. These memories were none other than the events from the Avengers and the Loki series. Loki's expression changed dramatically as the images played in his head. He saw himself being strangled to death by Thanos, saw another version of himself on a different timeline. There, he had been captured by the Time Variance Authority and went through a long series of events. In the end, that version of him had stepped forward and chosen to sacrifice himself, saving countless timelines and becoming the god of time, or perhaps more accurately, the god of stories. Sitting on a lonely throne, his body glowed with green light, connected to countless timelines. Those timelines intertwined to form a magnificent, branching tree of time. The sheer grandeur of that scene shook Loki to his core. And as those memories continued to unfold in his mind, like he had personally experienced them, his pride and arrogance faded, replaced by a profound sense of responsibility. That sense of responsibility was precisely what a true king needed. Just like Odin had once foretold, he and Thor would both eventually become kings. But this time, it wasn't to rule Asgard, nor the frost giant realm of Jotunheim, as Odin had once envisioned. Instead, he chose to sacrifice, to sit alone upon a throne, guarding the timelines as a solitary king. Loki opened his eyes, his expression complicated as he gazed at the glowing, formless figure before him. He had never expected that someone like himself, who feared loneliness, who craved love and attention, would ultimately make such a choice, to sit in solitude and guard the multiverse's time. He was conflicted over his own fate and awestruck by the power of the brother of Balder before him. To witness the past and future so clearly, to even experience it firsthand, was a power that left him fascinated and amazed. But at this moment, he was also hesitant and puzzled. He subconsciously asked, "What opportunity do you want to give me?" Hearing this, Syd's voice echoed like truth itself, the opportunity to become a true god of time. Kong the Conqueror is dead. The timelines outside need managing. I can make you the god of time, without binding you to any one place. Hearing such words, spoken so casually, Loki was stunned. He could do even that. He couldn't believe it. While he was still reeling, Syd asked calmly, "What's your choice?" As soon as the words fell, Loki quickly nodded. Though it came with responsibilities, he'd be a fool to refuse such power. Thor had already become so strong, Loki had no intention of being left behind. Seeing Loki's nod, Syd wasn't surprised. Since the choice had been made. The next second, with a thought, his omniscient and omnipotent power erupted. Inside the dark citadel, radiant light suddenly flooded the space. Countless glowing time streams were forcibly drawn in by his immense, godlike power. They didn't resist, because they couldn't. In the next instant, under Loki's stunned gaze, all those time streams shot straight toward him. Ah! Loki cried out as his body was suddenly linked to stream after stream of time. At the same time, those streams began to glow with green light, carrying Loki's power with them. And then, one by one, the glowing green time streams vanished as if they had never existed at all. While Loki was still receiving the power of the timelines, Syd quietly observed him, watching his rapidly growing strength and preparing a small restriction. Each timeline was essentially its own parallel universe, and with Loki's current power, he could destroy them with ease. If he did so recklessly, it would lead to disaster sooner or later. With that in mind, Syd's eyes lit up with white radiance as he began to create something. In the next moment, as Loki continued absorbing the timeline's power, a voice suddenly rang out in his head. Ding! The timekeeper system is now at your service, Lord Loki. Loki was momentarily dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened. Then, as more information poured into his mind along with the system's voice, he finally understood. This system had been created by Baldur's brother before him, to assist and supervise him. If he destroyed too many timelines without cause, his power would be restricted and locked away for a period of time. To lift that restriction, he'd have to behave properly and earn it back. But if he managed the timelines well, this so-called timekeeper system could also help him absorb energy, slowly climbing higher and higher. Eventually, he could even become the strongest being beneath OAA. As for who or what OAA was, Loki didn't know. The only thing he got from the information was that it was a terrifyingly powerful entity. That thought helped calm Loki's heart a bit. Seeing that Loki had finished receiving the timeline's power and the timekeeper system had activated, Syd paused and said, "I'll leave this place to you. I'm heading out." Before Loki could say anything, Syd's figure vanished instantly, without even a ripple in space. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared within the solar system of Universe 616. As for Loki, after taking in the sight of the citadel for a while, he decided to return to Asgard, intent on finding Thor. While Loki acted, Syd stood within the solar system, gazing silently at the glowing sun in the distance. He was deep in thought, pondering his next step. Now that his god template had reached 100%, and he was essentially omniscient and omnipotent, he suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do. The former mission of lighting up and conquering universes no longer held meaning. In fact, he had temporarily suppressed the changes his powers would have caused upon the outside world, choosing to wait until he reached omnipotence level 5 before releasing that pressure. Otherwise, the resulting shockwaves would be simply too massive. Sensing his current power, Syd murmured quietly to himself. My current strength has already surpassed the multiversal level, and reached far beyond the realm of an omniversal being. End of chapter. Chapter 647. 700 PS. So, what exactly is the omnipotent universe? Beyond the multiverse, there exist countless other multiverses, each with infinite layers of infinite dimensions and infinite realities, stacked upon infinite axes. Multiverses, composite universes, parallel universes, hyperverses, dimensional realms, outer universes, supreme universes, every kind of universe. Everything known and unknown, real and abstract, all of it. Together, they form the omnipotent universe. As he contemplated this, Syd couldn't help but marvel at the power of the god template. Or rather, the sheer strength of omniscience and omnipotence. By now, he was fairly certain of one thing: what he had simulated was the true God, one that was omniscient and omnipotent in the most literal sense. However, omniscient and omnipotent was currently only. Just then, a notification sounded. Omniscience and Omnipotence EXP +1. Ability, Omniscient and Omnipotent, 0/1000, Level 3. Only Level 3. He had yet to complete his final transformation into true omnipotence. There was still some hesitation within him. And speaking of the omnipotent universe, there were a few beings within it that he had his eye on. The one who drew the most attention, undeniably, was OAA, the one above all of the Marvel universe. A being who is, quite literally, the creator of the Marvel multiverse, a metaphysical being of metaphysical beings. The strongest entity in the Marvel universe, also considered omniscient and omnipotent, standing above all else. Now, was Syd's level 3 omnipotence stronger than the OAA's own? He wasn't sure. To be honest, he didn't even want to know, because with his current level, there was a risk. Even just probing for information might attract OAA's attention. So, for now, he avoided confrontation. He'd keep growing quietly, wait until his ability reached level 5 omnipotence. By then, OAA or not, it wouldn't matter anymore. He wasn't keen to find out whether his incomplete omnipotence could match the OAA's complete omnipotence. Of course, there was always the possibility that OAA had already noticed him, but was simply too transcendent to care. After all, OAA wasn't like the Living Tribunal or the Beyonders. He didn't like to step down and intervene. Aside from OAA, there were a few other noteworthy figures. The Living Tribunal, empowered by OAA to supervise and maintain the balance of all Marvel realities. In name, the highest entity under OAA. Though honestly, Syd found that title a bit exaggerated. He'd keep an eye on the tribunal, but that was about it. More impressive was the pre-retcon Beyonder, before his powers were scaled down. That guy was basically the second supreme being in Marvel, right below OAA. His will could shape reality as he saw fit. But his mindset was that of a normal person, not transcendent like OAA. He even tried to weaken himself so the Marvel Universe could handle his presence. Then there was the Beyonder race, or the Beyonder gods, worth noting too. Syd continued pondering. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned to the side. 5 figures had appeared beside him at some point: Eternity, Infinity, Oblivion, Death, and Galactus. Of course, these were the avatars from Universe 616. As for their true multiversal forms, they didn't dare show themselves in his presence. Syd wasn't surprised by their arrival. Even though he had disabled his omniscience, intentionally, to avoid boredom and unpredictability, he could still deduce that they'd come. After all, a lot had happened recently. As they looked at their radiant, blurry younger brother, the expressions of the cosmic entities grew increasingly complicated. Silence filled the space for a moment. Galactus hesitated, then asked, "Why are you so powerful?" Eternity added, confused, "What is your ability, exactly?" The others, Infinity, Death, Oblivion, all carried the same burning questions in their hearts. Just days ago, they had been watching with curiosity, wondering what kind of power this younger brother held as a supposed creator god. And then, barely any time later, they had witnessed that horrifying power firsthand. It was utterly terrifying. Suddenly, Galactus's expression shifted as a thought struck him. He couldn't help blurting out, "Don't tell me, you're omniscient and omnipotent." He remembered the divine hymns and praises that echoed through the cosmos not long ago. Among them, the words, omniscient and omnipotent, had clearly resounded. Eternity, Infinity, Death, and Oblivion all thought of it too. Their hearts stirred uneasily. Omniscient and omnipotent. If it were true. The cosmic entities shared a silent, bitter smile. Just a few days ago, they had still felt smug, thinking that, while this brother was strong, his abilities weren't particularly special. Certainly not greater than theirs. They hadn't expected this. If it were real, then this brother's power was on a completely different scale. Compared to him, their own cosmic roles seemed mundane and insignificant, utterly unworthy of comparison. Still, it was just a suspicion, they didn't know for sure. It just felt too absurd. Even if they suspected it, they struggled to believe it. Syd, hearing their words, gave no confirmation or denial. He simply said nothing. Then, his gaze turned toward Galactus. "You seem to have something you'd like me to help with." Though he'd shut off his omniscience, his sharp perception still picked up the longing hidden within Galactus. Startled, Galactus asked in disbelief, "How did you know that?" When Syd didn't answer, Galactus hesitated, then slowly asked, "Can you help me remove my hunger?" The other cosmic entities weren't too surprised by this request. They too turned to look at their brother, wondering if he could actually do such a thing. Syd gave Galactus a long look. And then, something happened that stunned Galactus. The constant hunger that had plagued him since his rebirth vanished. Just disappeared, without a trace. Even when he focused all his senses, he couldn't perceive how it had been removed. It was as if that hunger had never existed to begin with. Seeing his shocked face, the others, Eternity and the rest, were taken aback. Death asked, "What's wrong?" Galactus, overwhelmed, said in disbelief, "My hunger, it's gone." "What?" Eternity and the others were stunned, and their eyes shot toward the glowing, indistinct being before them. What had he done in that brief moment? None of them had noticed even the slightest anomaly. Could it be? Could there truly be something called omniscience and omnipotence? They could only wonder, shocked, confused, and increasingly awestruck. End of chapter. Chapter 648. How did you do it? Feeling the inexplicable vanishing of his endless hunger, Galactus was deeply shaken. Without any of them noticing, the gnawing void inside him had simply disappeared. What kind of divine power was this? Just as the other cosmic beings, Eternity, Infinity, Oblivion, and Death, were still reeling in shock, Syd suddenly thought of something. He glanced at Galactus and casually offered a reminder. That hunger of yours, the majority of it stems from your cosmic function. You're responsible for the cycle of material dissolution in the universe. If you stop devouring planets, you may disturb the universe's balance. He paused, then looked deeply at the stunned Galactus. If you're unlucky, you might attract the judgment of the living tribunal, a being that stands above even the creator gods of the universe. Although he didn't finish his sentence, Death and the others immediately understood what he was implying, and were left astonished and unsettled. Especially Galactus, who felt completely stifled. Devouring planets is a sin now too. Why? He was furious, but powerless. He didn't stand a chance against the living tribunal. It was better to hold his tongue and continue devouring planets, cautiously. After all, he still needed life energy to mend the missing parts of himself. As he tried to convince himself, Syd glanced his way again, seemingly sensing Galactus's inner thoughts. In your current state, the living tribunal may not interfere. But once you restore yourself and become a herald of life, the tribunal will certainly come for you. As he spoke, Syd transmitted information on the living tribunal and the heralds of life to Galactus and the others. In an instant, Death and the rest were visibly stunned. Galactus was completely dumbfounded, though his confusion quickly gave way to resentment and fury. Why? Damn that living tribunal. But no matter how angry or wronged he felt, there was nothing he could do. None of them, aside from this mysterious younger brother, could possibly stand up to the tribunal. While Galactus was still fuming, Syd said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Galactus wanted to speak, perhaps even ask for help, but the words caught in his throat. Besides, he wasn't even sure whether this younger brother could take on the living tribunal. If he couldn't, then asking would only be awkward, and Syd had no obligation to help him anyway. With that in mind, Galactus remained silent. And as for the others, knowing they had plenty of time ahead, chose not to press him to stay. Syd nodded slightly. In the next instant, his form vanished and reappeared on a beach on Earth. As he stood by the sunny coastline, Syd passed the time waiting for his omnipotence to rise to level 4 and level 5, while thinking about the question he'd had before the cosmic beings arrived. I'm kind of bored. What should I do now? After a brief spell of idleness, a thought suddenly piqued his interest. I've never examined the alternate origin of the Infinity Stones. Why not go take a look? In his mind, the memories of the alternate origin of the Infinity Stones surfaced. Aside from the well-known version where 6 gems were formed from the remnants of the Big Bang, there was another, far older origin. Possibly the true origin. In Universe 616 and beyond, before the 5 great cosmic entities were born, there existed an even more ancient female god. She was the original embodiment of the Infinity Stones, the personification of multiple forces, older even than the celestials and cosmic abstracts. Her name was Nemesis, the goddess of vengeance. Because she was born too early, when no other gods yet existed, she was overcome with loneliness and despair. Tired of the emptiness, she chose to destroy herself. She shattered into 7 parts, each becoming a gem: time, space, reality, power, mind, soul, and the most unique of all, ego. The ego stone contained her slumbering will, hidden away so well it could not be found through conventional means. Only by gathering the other 6 Infinity Stones could the ego stone be located. Recalling this version of the Infinity Stones, Syd's eyes gleamed with curiosity. The Nemesis version of the stones was far stronger than the weakened movie counterparts. Just the thing to pass the time. Let's pay a visit to Nemesis's universe. Syd mused with growing interest. As for its location, he could find it in an instant. The next moment, he selectively reactivated his omniscience, and immediately learned where in the omnipotent universe the Nemesis Universe was. Universe designation: 93,060. Syd murmured, intrigued. To avoid spoiling the fun, he limited what he accessed. He only looked at the universe's coordinates and designation, nothing more. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Hey! Oh glorious and majestic Syd, what are we doing next? Hearing the groveling and flattery-laced tone, Syd could only sigh. The voice naturally belonged to Venom, who was often dormant to adapt to Syd's escalating divine power. Ever since becoming essentially God, Venom's very existence had become increasingly abstract. Originally, the divine power would have annihilated him completely, but since Syd had no such intent, Venom remained. Instead, tainted by a trace of Syd's omnipotent aura, Venom too transformed into something utterly extraordinary. It lost its physical form, becoming a conceptual entity, essentially a divine accessory, like a keychain on Syd's waist. In some twisted sense, it had become a sort of angelic trinket. A keychain angel. Of course, despite the self-deprecating nickname, Venom, now infused with divine residue, was an unbelievably powerful being, capable of effortlessly devouring entire universes. Having just awoken and adjusted to its new form, Venom immediately began licking boots. It understood that everything it had now came from Syd, so naturally, it tried to flatter him in every way possible. Knowing exactly what Venom was thinking, Syd shook his head and didn't bother correcting it. He replied casually, "We're going to Universe 93060. 93060. Venom's tone turned curious. Weird. Why do these universes even have numbers? And who came up with them? Its confusion was plain. After a moment, it added with interest, "So, we're heading to that 93060 place now. Sounds fun." Venom couldn't help but feel excited. End of chapter. Chapter 649. Syd didn't bother answering Venom's chatter. He acted. The moment he thought about heading to Universe 93060, his glowing, indescribable form vanished, leaving behind no ripples in space. At the same time, in Universe 93060, Venom blinked as he suddenly found the surrounding energy unfamiliar. It felt like they had entered an entirely different realm, or universe. As it observed the environment in its own bizarre way, it muttered in awe. "So this is Universe 93060. It feels like we're really far from our universe." It instinctively tried to sense the presence of Universe 616, only to realize it was utterly out of range. It was impossibly distant, beyond the edge of sensing. Syd's power really is terrifying. Venom whispered internally, deeply impressed. Then, sensing something unusual, it turned toward the west of the universe and asked curiously. "There's a huge commotion over there, something's happening. Syd, should we check it out?" What Venom sensed, Syd had already noticed in much more detail. In that direction, a terrifying being was awakening. Its aura was so powerful that even across this vast distance, Syd could clearly perceive it. Suppressing the urge to fully activate his omniscience, Syd moved toward the source, traveling at faster-than-light speed. A streak of radiant energy zipped past stars, planets, neutron stars, and black holes. None of these so-called cosmic phenomena posed any resistance to him, nor did he disturb them. And he had chosen this method deliberately, not for necessity, but simply to experience what FTL travel felt like. At that same moment, a holy chant began to echo throughout the universe. Or more precisely, it was Syd's lingering trace of Elder God energy, empowered by his divine presence, that caused the universe itself to resonate. It was as if angels were whispering, or countless beings were singing in unison. The one who was, who is, and who will always be. Omniscient and omnipotent. Creator of all. It felt like the universe itself was cheering, welcoming the arrival of a divine being. At that moment, every sentient being in the universe heard the sacred hymns. Even in a battlefield far across the cosmos, both sides froze in stunned silence. One side consisted of the Avengers, forces of extreme power, and other superpowered beings. The other side was a lone woman in white, crowned with gold. Each point on her crown shimmered with a different infinity stone. She was none other than the goddess of vengeance, Nemesis. Interesting. A mysterious voice, resonating like the laws of the universe, whispered into being. Syd had just arrived. The moment he laid eyes on the scene below, he understood everything. The 7 infinity stones had been gathered. Their convergence had awakened the goddess of vengeance, Nemesis. Having once shattered herself into the stones, her rebirth brought not joy but rage. Enraged by her awakening, she contemplated destroying Universe 93060 altogether. Naturally, the superheroes opposed this, leading to the confrontation at hand. And as for the final outcome, even without using omniscience, Syd already knew. In the original course of events, Nemesis would be defeated by the heroes, broken back into the 7 stones. The Ego Stone would be destroyed, and she would never return. As Syd quietly observed both Nemesis and the heroes below, they too began to notice his arrival. They stared at this being of pure primordial radiance, whose shape was undefined. He had no substance, no soul, no spirit. His form was humanoid, yet not. He was like the source of everything, the beginning of beginnings. A chill swept over them. "Who are you?" The heroes, still opposing Nemesis, couldn't help but ask in alarm. Even Nemesis, who had moments ago looked upon the heroes with scorn, now bore no trace of arrogance. In her eyes, this glowing blur reflected clearly, and just one glance told her everything. This being was also a god. And not just any god. The sensation he gave off, a presence that felt like the origin of everything, shook her. What horrified her most of all, was that she could tell this god was stronger than her. His very form of existence was far more advanced, utterly beyond hers. How is this possible? The ancient goddess Nemesis was dumbfounded. A god of this magnitude? As a being born in isolation before the universe had even formed, she had never encountered such an existence. If one had existed back then, she might never have been so lonely, never felt the need to shatter herself out of despair. She couldn't believe this universe, after so long, had birthed a god like this. Then a thought came to her. An outsider. Are you an outer god? A god from beyond this universe? Nemesis finally asked, unable to restrain herself. She paused briefly, then continued, her voice cautious. Unknown and powerful god, what is your purpose in this universe? Her voice echoed, not just for Syd to hear, but also for all the heroes. And in that moment, they were stunned. This arrogant goddess was speaking so politely. And from her words, it sounded like the strange, blurry entity was also a god. An outer god, no less. As for power. From her tone alone, the heroes understood, this being was incredibly strong. How strong, they couldn't even guess. Just like Nemesis, they too were filled with questions and uncertainty. Who was he? Why had he come here? They held their breath, stunned and alert. The scene fell silent. Syd's eyes flicked past the heroes, then focused on the cautious Nemesis. His gaze shimmered. Briefly, he activated omniscience, just long enough to understand who and what this goddess was. Syd murmured. In addition to the powers represented by the 6 stones, you possess the ability to copy other energies and abilities. You also wield supreme psychic and mental prowess. His mysterious, law-like voice echoed in the universe. Nemesis froze. You. The goddess of vengeance stared in disbelief. This outer god had perfectly listed her abilities. Who, what, was this being? End of chapter. Chapter 650. 800 PS. Unknown god from beyond, what is your purpose in coming here? Nemesis, the goddess of vengeance, couldn't help but ask again. Across the battlefield, the superheroes tensed. One Nemesis was already difficult enough, and now another unfamiliar god had appeared. Could they even stand a chance anymore? Syd's response echoed through the cosmos, mysterious and absolute, as if the voice of universal law itself. I merely came to take a look at what this version of the Infinity Stones was like. As he spoke casually, he raised his indistinct, ungraspable right hand. And in that moment, under the stunned gazes of the heroes, 6 glowing Infinity Stones emerged one by one. Time, space, reality, power, mind, and soul, each glimmered in their own hue as they circled his hand. This scene didn't just shock the heroes, even Nemesis's eyes widened in astonishment. Unlike the others, she could tell much more clearly, these stones were real, though their power was quite weak. Another version of the Infinity Stones. Nemesis was deeply intrigued. At that moment, Syd glanced at her and said with a hint of warning. If you continue this battle, you will die. Are you sure you want to keep fighting? He also cast a look at the superheroes in the distance. The gathered heroes, Avengers, power extremes, and more, froze. Nemesis scoffed and glanced dismissively at the ants before her. With arrogance and disdain, she replied. These lowly beings. You think they could kill me? To her, aside from this mysterious outer god, no one here was worthy of attention, let alone capable of killing her. Syd wasn't surprised. This is what I glimpsed, your destiny, he replied simply. Having said what he needed, he floated back to observe. He had done his part out of courtesy between gods, what happened now was her own choice. Nemesis paused briefly but quickly brushed off his words. Her divine pride wouldn't allow her to believe such beings could pose any threat. How could she possibly lose? She possessed so many powers. These ants. Laughable. And she was right, under normal circumstances, she shouldn't lose. But due to narrative force, or fate itself, she was destined to lose. Just like Thanos, in reality, someone wielding the Infinity Stones shouldn't have lost. And yet, events unfolded exactly as Syd had predicted. Under his calm gaze, the final moment came, Nemesis's face filled with disbelief and shock. She was shattered into the 7 Infinity Stones once again. The Ego Stone, which carried her consciousness, was destroyed outright. The goddess of vengeance, erased. As the heroes took in what had happened, their gazes slowly turned toward the glowing, formless being floating above. Could it be that this god had truly foretold their victory? Even now, they could scarcely believe it. And yet, a sense of unease crept into their hearts. If this being could predict even that, what else might he know? What if he turned hostile? With a mixture of awe and wariness, they asked. "What kind of god are you?" Syd replied calmly. "Didn't you already suspect? Are you certain you want to challenge me?" His words caused their hearts to tremble. A terrifying thought emerged in their minds. They had suspected something. But the idea was too ridiculous. They couldn't bring themselves to believe it. But now, with the way he phrased it, could it be true? They recalled the divine hymns that had echoed through the universe earlier. Omniscient. Omnipotent. Creator. Some among them had already guessed, frightened by the implication. They just hadn't dared to say it aloud. Now, with this confirmation, their suspicions solidified. Was this being God? They couldn't believe it. Their minds reeled. If he truly was God, then fighting him was meaningless. There was no hope of victory. None. At that moment. Seeing their fearful and uncertain expressions, Syd shook his head. Then his form vanished from Universe 93060. His blurred, divine form traversed from one universe to another. Every second, countless strange worlds flashed before his eyes, but he didn't stop. He had seen what he wanted, the origin of the Infinity Stones from the Nemesis timeline. There was no need to linger. As he passed through universe after universe, Syd began to think again. Infinity Stones. And then his thoughts turned to a few other special gems. In some alternate universes, there was a Rhythm Stone, a fake Infinity Stone created by Loki. Elsewhere, inside Iron Man's mind, was a sentient gem named Anthony, also known as the Wisdom Stone. And in Deadpool's independent universe, there existed a Continuity Stone, which kept narrative logic intact. So that made 10 stones. Just then, Syd halted, arriving in an unfamiliar place. Here, he saw a group of black celestials, and even more Infinity Stones. The colorful stones littered the ground like gemstones in a mine. And the miners? Celestials. They plucked Infinity Stones like common ore, then tossed them into various parallel universes. So many Celestials, and so many Infinity Stones. Venom's voice was filled with shock. The stones, so precious in the outside world, were treated here like garbage. Syd scoffed, glancing at the Celestials. He didn't act aggressively, he simply raised his indistinct right hand and made a small motion. In the blink of an eye, all of the Celestials were displaced, shrunk and suspended in his palm. Wah! Where are we? Who are you? The Celestials stared upward in horror, gazing upon a vast, unknowable figure. Blurred. Boundless. Incomprehensible. Only then did they realize their true predicament. This being had grabbed them all in an instant. What kind of power was this? No. Before they could react, the blurry hand began to close. And in that instant, crushed beneath divine might, they vanished like dust. End of chapter.